one to share your last meal with your spirits in disrepair. You wonder if Siddhartha wished all the Buddha, was he scared? Hope his people make it back to hell. Hope his people make it back to hell. Was Jesus Father fair? Was justice done there on that limb? God's hand must have been scared, because the devil's always after hell. Yeah, the devil's always after hell. Oh, Apollo, can we be spared and wait for impending disaster? Oh, does anything care? Oh, they write it Zoroaster. Oh, are you even there? Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, is it life in darkness after? Oh, are you even there? Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, is it life in darkness after? Oh, about the way the world's crumbling down and down and down. No beach, just coast will come closer to town. Well, I see San Francisco Bay in the sundown through goggles or underground. Suddenly, California can't be found. I'll take a good last look around. It's closing time, alley road, the neon glow and the open sign. You're coming any time, but you passed it by the road you're on. Gotta try to turn around your own design. Oh, but you're right. We'll stumble around and drown, saying the structure of the world was faulty found. For what it's worth, the earth is round. Ain't got no good news to say, so say nothing at all, at all, at all. How long till the third tallest tower? roads have crossed. I don't know if I'm lost. I suppose that it's possible that you help me find God. I'm exhausted. Had it, I lost it. No matter the cost, won't just watch you walk on by. Could you say it if I should even give it a try? I don't want you to lie. I want your love is all I want for my life. To have love is all I want for my life. To have love is all. To have love is all I want for my life. To have love is all. And I wonder now if you knew somehow I was following behind. I'm on a cloud to help me write down this song of mine. You hold your head down, 'cause it's always on your mind. It's always on your mind. Ever since our two roads have crossed, I don't know if I'm lost. I suppose that it's possible. You help me find God. I'm exhausted. Had it, I lost it. No matter the cost, I'll just watch you walk on by. Could you say it if I should even give it a try? I don't want you to lie. I want your love is all I want for my life. To have love is all I want for my life. To have love is all. To have love is all I want for my life. To have love is all. You should say anything I can do for you. Should say anything I can do for you. Should say anything I can do for your love. 'Cause for love you're gonna need two roads have crossed. I don't know if I'm lost. I suppose that it's possible. You help me find God. I'm exhausted. Had it, I lost it. No matter the cost, I'll just watch you walk on by. Could you say it if I should even give it a try? I don't want you to lie. I want your love is all I want for my life. To have love is all I want for my life. To have love is all. So I want for my life to have love is standing on the patio outside your door, I knock once more, wishing that you loved me so much more, and that you'd open up this door. Baby, if you could somehow see the simple man I could be, I think you love, my love, and if you want it, then it's yours. Got a ticket in the crowd outside your door. I feel ignored, but now I know I hold the number 4. I know you'll never love me more. Baby, if you could somehow see the simple man I could be, I think you love, my love, and if you want it, then it's yours.
so damn much more. Oh baby, if you could somehow see the simple man I could be, I think you'd love my love, my love. And if you want it, then it's yours. Since you left me guessing at the scene of this crime, baby, I've sought to find out heaven, everything you've left behind. Got the memory of the moment you last lived in my mind. However, heaven right here on earth is now so hard to find. So I will travel to eternity to see creation's most beautiful sight. If to me your heaven, your gates are even open past tonight. And if I say it, you can trust it's true, 'cause I have put my trust in you. So lie is what I must not do, unless in love and just with you, just with you. Since you left me guessing at the scene of this crime, baby, I've sought to find out heaven, everything you've left behind. I've got the memory of the moment you last lived in my mind. However, heaven right here on earth is now so hard to find. So I will travel to eternity to see creation's most beautiful sight. If to me your heaven, your gates are even open past tonight. And if I say it, you can trust it's true, 'cause I have put my trust in you. So liar's what I must not do, unless in love and just with you, just with you. Don't you wonder where the fireflies go when it's raining? No, no, no. Don't it make you wonder where you're supposed to go? And don't you wonder what a yes would mean when you're saying no, no, no? Well, don't it make you wonder what you feel to know? It's just like those fireflies, we got a reason, yeah, a reason to hide, and we want to come out from inside. But we're sleeping with our eyes open wide. Don't you wonder day to day how the sun decided on that beautiful yellow glow. Don't it make you wonder what the time will show you? And don't you wonder why the biggest rocks always tumble while the water always seems to flow? It kinda reminds me of the people I know, and I know you. It's just like the sun in the sky. We got a reason for giving people their darkest side, and we want to come out from inside, but we're sleeping with our eyes open wide. Look at don't you want a day to day, day to day? Don't you want a day to day, day to day? Don't you want a day to day? About the way the words you say, they turn monotone, and that's why you find me here today, singing mellow melodies through the microphone. 'Cause wherever your fears bring you is where I'll see you. You know, people, our fears are the same. Please believe you never really know what it is you could have needed. If it's only what you want, and you never really know what it is you could have seen. If it's only what you've been shown, don't you wonder when the fireflies go when it's raining? No, 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 don't it make you wonder what you're feeling? No. Remember when you came and sat here at my side? First time I ever really sang my mind. Layla left you for dead, no. Upon return, nobody did I find. I lost my head, left you behind. How I wish I could have turned back that time. Oh. But today I'd say could be a good day. That made the spray that hurdles to my face when I heard of fill the space between me and the golden rays. Let's play upon this place of ever-cleansing slates and ever-shifting sands, and yet ever-uplifting hands. Last time, remember when I told you now I walk a lonely road? You couldn't even read the signs, ready to leave me for dead, no. But upon return, still nobody did I find. I lost my head, left you behind. How I wish I would have turned back the time. Oh. Today I'd say could be a good day. The sun on ocean waves that make the spray that hurdles to my face, but I'd hurt to fill the space between me and the golden rays. If it's play upon this place of ever-cleansing slates and ever-shifting sands, and yet ever-uplifting hands. I fell up out of love. I don't know how I came back down, 'cause I felt like I lost gravity without you around. I don't know if I am stuck or how to get around this ever-growing cavity my heart was found. Oh, but today I say it could be, just 'cause the way I say it could be, how to change the way it would be, and you finally understood me. I see my reflection in a dirty tinted window and realize I'm no better than before. I'm no better, but the score needs settling, and what's more, I don't know what's around that bend. I see my direction at closer inspection. It seems I've not followed my dreams. I have blinders on before. I need reminders that there's more than just what's coming around that bend. Am I too scared to face all my friends and no? Am I too scared to face the end and no? But oh God, what's coming around that bend? See my corrections through the porches that I hang along my hall. Some they hang, some stand tall, some are gone, and I can't recall the fall. But must I always follow fools and all of their rigid rules? Or are there any around that bend? I see 17 years of semi-perfection in a mirror that's hanging on my wall. Oh, and all to my friends, they see me through it all in the end. But I won't stall, I won't fall, I won't cry or crawl. No, no, baby, my doll, because they're all around that bend. Am I too scared to face all my friends and no? Am I too scared to face the end and no? But oh God, what's coming?
Check, chickity, check, 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 check. All right.
Just like a woman deciding to be a single mom or being a single mom is not always derogatory. It's not always it's not always bad for the kid. I can't talk about all of the specifics of my current situation because honestly, because I will say this, because the father threatened to kill me if I don't get an abortion. So, and I'm trying to get into a new place. So, I can't talk about all the specifics, but a lot more than that has transpired. And in this situation, everyone coming at me and like hating on me, saying that it's terrible, like single moms are trash. This is because this is the narrative that even this podcast has led people to believe that single moms are trash, when in this case, like I would give anything to have a man by my side during pregnancy, during this awful, like challenging time. But I'm at the ER alone by myself because I don't want to put a violent man in my child's life, because I want better for my child. And I do want a good man to come in and take that leadership. But that story never gets told. And instead it's just single moms. Don't end up with single moms. Single moms are trash. There's no value. When no one's even asking like the other side of the story. And they can't just say like their side and not bring on the other, because there's so much more.
You never know what people are going through. Go ahead, Ayende. Am I saying your name right, Ayende? Or I'm sorry, I'm Nigerian, so I have an accent, so I have problems with. Okay.
I mean, what she was just saying, I tried to present that, and they just fucked it all up. I brought two amazing single moms on, gorgeous. And you know, I'm trying to give them an opportunity to give us where they're coming from, so that we can kind of like meet in the middle and get it. And all they did was just railroad these chicks into the same damn narrative. And I was just like, what a waste, because I put that effort in. Because you gotta understand, it's one thing to just invite women on, but then you gotta create a certain level of trust. They have to be comfortable with you and all this kind of stuff.
The vibe has to be right.
Right, to get them on is work. And then with Myron, a lot of times it's extra work to get them to come on once they see who he is. Do you know how hard it is to get women to come on? And then they're like, yeah, okay.
I was gonna ask,
and they send
because
the link and they're watching. And they're like, oh hell no, I ain't going on that. So
I got so many messages. I got so many messages from women who are like, my boyfriend didn't convince me to come on the show, but I don't know. Myron makes me a little nervous.
That's all I want to say. The vibe. So, like, when you were there, because one thing I noticed, like, because I watch body languages. I work in sales, so you kind of pick up little things. And what I noticed is like, it's almost a level of uneasiness in there. And I said in my last video, I'm like, just watching this, man. If I was sitting in that room, almost I probably wouldn't want to be there any longer than I have to, or the tension so thick you can cut it with the butter knife.
Let me tell you something. When you get a chance to watch that episode, it's called It's called Fresh and Fit versus Single Mothers. I don't even know why the fuck they put that versus in there like it was a boxing match, right? Now,
but it goes to your previous point though.
Right. Now, when you watch that video, he made old girl cry for no freaking reason. He made the chick cry for no reason. I'm over here like, oh, you gotta be kidding me, man. I'm in this episode. So I'm like struggling to try to like edge out some good conversation, and then just with the bullshit, with the stupid questions, with the questions that don't matter, setting chicks up to fall on their face. I'm like, come on, bro, let's get some good dialogue. I'm trying to talk about fathers being able to discipline the children. I'm trying to talk about this, and what the fuck? I'm trying to be non-biased when we're having this conversation. Like you having this conversation, but it's predetermined. The question is, should guys consider being stepfathers if the atmosphere is right, if the woman is right, if the child is the right age, if everything falls into place? Is it a viable option? And you're not even allowing this conversation to happen. You're just already saying nope, it's bad, and no, and it's not going to work. And it's like she's trying to get a point across, and Myron is like, stop cutting me off. And then he's like over the top with it, and it's like, nigga, do you not know anything about women? This is the way women communicate. Thank you. Talking at the same time and hear each other.
Thank you. When he's sitting there talking about your emotions or all this stuff doesn't matter, I'm like, what do you, dude? If you don't understand, because we're talking about emotional intelligence, it's debunked. This. I'm like, look, I don't care if it was a journalist that made it. It's understanding the motivations behind people and why they do what they do. That's important for dealing with people. If you want to be successful, you're gonna need to understand what motivates people. But if you're a fucking brick, and that's what Myron strikes me as, a goddamn brick. I don't know how you were able to be such a huge player, like you're trying to fucking play it out to be. It doesn't make any sense.
Dude, do you know how? Listen, they would have never been able to get off the ground with that concept without me. Even if they took the concept and just like get rid of this nigga immediately, it would have never worked because the women wouldn't have come on.
That's a good point.
I had to really convince the women. I had to really butter them up. Even the episode where I put the 2 OnlyFans girls on with the these from the roommates, and then Kevin Samuels called on for another amazing and viral moment. Them broads got up and walked the fuck out. But if you notice, those broads came back and sat their little asses down.
I noticed that,
and they toned it down a little bit. You know why?
Okay, can I just say one thing before you say that? So, because I'm gonna say what I thought the audience was, what I thought, just being an audience member, I thought it was a whole clout thing, because that's how they kind of, you know, when they came back, I'm like, oh, so is it the clout thing? But go ahead.
So what I did was I stepped out in the hallway and I said, listen, this is what you're both gonna do. You're gonna take your ass back inside, sit down, and listen more than you talk. And the blonde shorty said to me, why? So I'm supposed to just go in there and I'm supposed to humble myself? I said, what's in there right now? There's a room full of men in their mid-fucking-30s who are either already extremely successful or on their way to success. And then when this guy that you don't know called in, what did we all do? We all gave him the floor. We deferred to him. You don't know who Kevin Samuels is, but we know who Kevin Samuels is. So if grown men that got their own motherfucking money is deferring to him, maybe you should get in there and humble yourself too. You're ruining a really big moment and you don't even know it. Yeah. Ladies, this way. You see what I mean? So it's like
that's how you talk. That's how you do it.
Play cleanup. You gotta constantly play cleanup, and it's
wow.
And I have to hold the mop the whole damn time because Myron keep on knocking shit over, and it's unnecessary stuff. It's like, my dude. So what he lets me know, what was obvious to me about him from the beginning, is that you're empty on the inside. You haven't developed self-confidence, right? You're not secure within yourself. That's why you're always demanding respect from people, because you don't respect yourself. You're not used
any person can smell that a mile away, man. Like I sniffed that. I'm like, oh yeah, for sure.
So if a girl interrupts you and your first instinct is that she's disrespecting me, I put this bitch in her place. It's like, why are you so? Hold on. Why are you so defensive? And if you're so dominant and you're so masculine, why are you so easily offended by a female?
Because high value men are common and attractive women
That's
are not.
that's what I'm trying to say. Bro, let me tell you something. As a man, majority of things that women would say to me that could be offensive, I would never take it personal. I don't take what women say personal, bro. It's just not a big deal because
you know who the hell you are. You're confident in yourself. If someone walked up to me and said, "Hey, guy, you're stupid," all right, whatever. Sure, that's your opinion, buddy. Keep it moving.
And not only that, another thing that he doesn't realize is 98% of the time, that's a shit test and you failing it, buddy. You big old F on there, buddy.
Speaking of which, Hunter, I got this question for you. So when you're reading through, because the game, all right, the text game that he was messaging you right now.
Which was horrible. It was horrible.
If he would have said that, so if you would have said that, just be in your female mind. Assuming if you said that to any random girl, you think that would have been anyone would have had a chance? Like he would have had a chance with any girl with the kind of messages or even the style or the tonality behind what he sent to you? Is that something that they were like, oh shit, I guess I'd fuck him, right? No. Young men, pay attention. FNF stands, pay attention. You want to talk about? Go ahead.
That's why I posted it anonymously to my story, because I could not, I thought, okay, if he's a dating expert and he's talking to a female like this, maybe there are women that this works for. So that's why I was like, okay, I'm gonna put this on my story. And it was like over 400 women saying like, I can't believe this.
Wow.
And yeah, my following, of course, they're probably gonna side with me, but they didn't know who he was. And on a side note, most of my following is female now because I don't post pictures in thongs and like ratchet fitness content. I post more like
that don't make no difference.
But
that don't make no difference.
All the
you ain't gotta post guys to be interested. Let me tell you right now. This is a different type of interest.
I just mean all the females were commenting, like saying they were blown away. And I don't think that's just because they're following me. I think it's because females, you don't talk to women like that.
Well, let
Take
me-
young men, pay attention to this. Go ahead,
let
Ian.
me, let me interject something in your group, okay? Because rules are designed so that everybody doesn't do something. They're not designed so that nobody does something, right? Now, I'm about to give some good/bad advice, right? I told these motherfuckers, stop fucking with the girls you bring on the podcast. Because first of all, I'm taking offense to it. Because I feel like, really, nigga, I'm doing all this damn work just for you to try to get this chick in your bed. So let me apologize to Anna because I feel partly responsible for Myron's behavior as far as leveraging the podcast to get the women, because it's like I'm over here giving him the facade. Like, I'm over here giving him all of the content he needs to create this facade. And then it's like, there's a moment in time where I can honestly say all the chicks he was hooking up with were chicks that I was bringing on the podcast. Now, I'm not bringing them on there for that. But what he's doing is he's playing the numbers game. This is something that we used to do in the club. Like, all these chicks are here, so I got to be able to leave with at least one of them, right? So if you just got one or two girls on there, you don't even have a 50-50. It's much lower than 50-50 that you're going to bring one of them home. But if I bring 10 girls on the podcast, you can get one of them.
Yeah.
So I kind of feel partly responsible for that because I'm facilitating the
behavior
scenario for this to take place. It's almost like I'm guilty by proxy. I don't drink. I don't give these bitches drinks like it's my idea. But then when they be like, yo, they seek the girls and so get them some drinks. I'm like, You know,
now we were actually just talking about that before you came on, Yende, and Anna, props to you, for being fair on that, not because she didn't know what the idea behind it. But my theory was, all right, because obviously we're talking about bringing some quality ladies on there. Now, is the drinks used as kind of like a, I wouldn't say diffusion, but to kind of get these girls a little bit off balance? Okay, so guys, this is somebody that's behind the scenes. Okay, this is not me, because I'm just these all. Go ahead, let them know.
Let me tell you something. Absolutely. And I'm not condemning them for it. If anybody condemns them for that, you a damn hypocrite. Because guys are always looking for the advantage. You meet a girl at the nightclub, the first thing you gonna say is, can I get you a drink? You go to dinner with a girl, you say, you want another glass of wine? So stop. I personally don't drink, and I don't encourage it. But I'm not gonna sit here and condemn guys for trying to loosen chicks up with drinks. I'm sorry. And from my personal experience, there's a lot of women that they won't loosen up without the drink. Like, they want the drink. They're like, I need a drink. And I'm like, damn,
that's true. That's true.
You know what I'm saying? And I don't feel like I need to rely on it. I don't feel like I need that to get you a little so that my mojo, my game starts working. Nigga, my mojo game works in the gym at 3 p.m. So I don't need you to be tipsy, right? So what I'm saying about good advice and bad advice at the same damn time, if I was in Myron's position with Anna, the way I would have played it is, number one, you shouldn't be trying to hook up with the girls from the show anyway, but
don't shit where you eat.
Right. But hold on, let me tell you why she's a little bit different now. Okay, number one, she has an equal amount to lose. She's a businesswoman. She got her own little thing going on. She's an entrepreneur. Okay. Then the next thing is, you got to get on a plane to see her. She got to get on a plane to see you. So the way I would have played it is I would have played it straight professional until the work was done. I would have coordinated everything. I would have said, listen, we'll take care of the flights. Do you have somewhere to stay? You have friends in town, or you need to get a hotel room? We can work all of this out. I'm looking forward to the interview. What are some points that you want to hit? What do you want to talk about? I would have played everything straight up. Aye, Captain, right? And then when it was done, that's when I kind of would have said, hey, listen, afterwards, I'd like to get a bite to eat with you. I kind of want to go over some things with you. And that's when I would have went into that. I would have went into that mode.
There you go.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So
and that would have worked probably.
I was gonna ask, Don. I was gonna ask if that scenario hypothetically happened, would you have been open to it?
But here's the thing, though. Go ahead. No, go ahead. You go ahead.
I would have totally accepted that invitation and probably gone out to dinner. I'm not saying anything else would have happened because also I very much so read character and I am sensitive to character, integrity, everything. So one dinner conversation with Myron, I would have been like, after that show, I would have been
fuck this shit.
Yeah, but see, but that's the thing. I'm not talking.
If that was the approach.
Yeah, I'm not talking about Myron as in general. I'm just talking about that scenario because you want to give yourself an opportunity to show your character, show your professionalism, show that you have some reserve. Because women don't want to feel like you like that with every girl and you like that right away. Come on, bro. Because women are impulsive. Women are emotional. So why are you showing the same qualities? Now, that would actually be flattering to a woman to know that, oh, so you felt I was attractive the entire time? Because she probably was already second guessing herself. Like, this guy hasn't made a pass at me. He hasn't this or that. But he had a sturdy handshake. He looked me in the eyes. He smelled good, and he was respectful. So what I'm saying is that's not a guarantee that she's gonna sleep with you, hook up with you, or anything. But it's a guarantee you would have fucking maintained her respect.
And boom, I was gonna, because you said respectful, and you said it again, and that was the key thing, because all of that was just straight disrespect. And listener here had a question about that, about being a gentleman, being taught to be gentleman before being alpha. We kind of went over that, but it kind of goes in hand with what you were talking about. You got to be respectful to women, man. These guys aren't teaching you how to be respectful to women. If you're gonna go out there following Myron's game, you're gonna be throwing bricks, bruh. It's not gonna work.
And that's the thing. He throws bricks. And see, the same way that she's contrary to his fucking narrative is the same way he's contrary to his own narrative. According to him, if you're over 6 foot and you make over $100 grand a year, women are just gonna roll into your bed. Really do, because they ain't doing that for you, and you 6'2". You make well over $100 grand a year. You well over fucking 6 foot, but girls can't stand you. They can't stand your presence. They don't like your fucking face. You see what I'm saying? And so many women have told me that it's not even that Myron is physically unattractive. So many women have literally said to me, if he didn't say what he said, I would have hooked up with him.
Damn.
They said it to me.
Women.
One chick, there was one chick on the podcast, came on the podcast, he tried to hit it, she wasn't with it. He was pissed, right? He was resentful about it. So he told me, bring her back on. I'm thinking, for what? She was just on. I can bring on somebody else. He's like, nah, bring her back on. I said, I'll bring her back on when I bring her back on, nigga. There's a rotation. I can bring back on the same girl. You gotta give it some time. So I brought her back on. He threw her off in 5 minutes flat. And then I realized this was some revenge shit. You trying to embarrass her because she didn't want to hook up?
Bro, that's some feminist, that's some feminine kind of energy right there. You held a grudge?
Bro.
Oh.
Let's see.
I'm sorry. This is like back on that. You want to go first?
I'm just saying, in my experiences, okay, if I had to simplify the dynamics, it's man, be competitive with other men, succeed, women come to you and want to suck your seed.
And that's not the formula. That's not, because life is different. And we talked about this a little bit, Anna, because it almost seems like they're, and it's almost, and I talk about the teaching too. It's like they're putting women in the blocks, and it's like, oh no, you're this, you're a single mom, you're gonna behave this way, you're gonna treat me this way. Oh no, you have tattoos, you have this, you're gonna be this way. It's like, guy, people are different. We're random as fuck, man. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
You can't say. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Anna. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
There is a core, like, this is probably oversimplifying. There is a core of every man and woman. There are core desires and principles that we are, like, women are emotional, but it's because we're softer, we're nurturing. And men are supposed to be stronger, like the strong, but that with that comes making women feel safe. And that's what they're not realizing, is that they do not make, or Myron, from my experience, does not make women feel safe. And if you cannot make a woman feel safe, that is the core, at the core root of every woman, like the core desire of every woman. I need to feel safe. I need to feel protected.
And if you can't, that's the red flag. That's the red flag for them.
And you know what the funny thing is?
Red flag for them.
That's what they preach, right? You got to be this alpha male. You got to be protector. How are you going to be protector if she doesn't feel safe being around you? If she doesn't feel safe unwinding and being comfortable? That's the stuff that never made any sense to me, because I'm looking at this. I'm like, yo, the contradictions is just nuts. Anyone that's not seeing this, bro, I don't know what else to tell you. It's right there in the open.
Listen, let me tell you something. When I was growing up, my mother had 2 different VHS collections. She had all the damn Disney movies, and she had all the National Geographic. So I grew up on reality and fantasy. I grew up on both, right? That's what I'm watching. And in nature, the first thing you have to understand as a man is you're not entitled to access to women simply because you're a man. The way the numbers play out, most men are not selected, period. So you need to start asking yourself the most important question that comes first is, what's setting you apart from the herd, right? What is setting you apart from the rest of the males? Because the females are going to center around a small percentage of the male population. That's where their focus is going to be.
Right.
So your focus needs to be getting into that small percentage, and you cannot hold that focus while focusing on the women. You can't.
Facts.
It's counterproductive. So what I'm saying is, you have to first focus on yourself before you start bitching, whining, and complaining about whatever attention or validation you feel like you're not getting from these women. You understand what I'm saying? I guarantee, I challenge any guy to go out there and win in any area of life. Go out there and be the best skateboarder, because I bet you Tony Hawk getting laid. You see what I'm saying? Go out there and be good at something. And I guarantee you, there's gonna be a pool of women that are interested in guys that do that thing.
Yeah.
Right? So now, when you got a guy like Myron, I'm just wondering to myself, why are you checking all these boxes, but you could be at 100,000 subs celebration party without a woman on your arms that believed in you, right? Why can't you be there with a woman that believed in you, that supported you, that saw some potential in you, saw some ambition, and now it's paying off? Her investment is paying off. And if you can't do that, it might just be a matter of time. Maybe you weren't seeing anybody, you were too busy focusing on your business. I respect that 100%. But now that you've crossed that finish line, where are your groupies at? So
wait. Hang on. All right, hey, Anna, we actually might you might get something here. You want to go ahead and send him that link? It's in the email. Yeah. But you know what? This would be perfect, because we might as well just go ahead and talk about this. Let's gravitate into this topic here, because Ayanda, you mentioned this in your breakdown video too as well, and I that's the one thing I fucks with like heavy until the whole thing transpired when that encounter happened. But you talked about how they basically, the minds of the people that listen to the show. And obviously on this podcast, we had one of the members who, a young man, by the way, a young brother.
I saw that, but I didn't see the interview.
Yeah, the young brother who messaged Anna the kind of hateful stuff. It was around that time where Myron doxed her on that platform with when the roommates were on. And he was one of the guys that sent the DMs to it. So we managed to get him on the show to kind of explain himself. And it was the fact that he tried to defend it was just surreal, right? And my thing is, how do you feel that the message of that podcast, Fresh and Fit, how do you feel the message is being pushed on these young men and how they're acting? And what do you think? But let's answer that first part first before I ask the follow-up. Go ahead.
All right, so check it out. Let's say you have an item, right? You got an item, it's a product. On the front, you got the marketing. You got what's supposed to catch them, right? What catches their attention. And then on the back, you got the ingredients. The ingredients are small, they ain't fine print, get that magnifying glass. But on the front, the marketing is loud, it's attractive, it's drawing you in, right? So when you're analyzing the Fresh and Fit podcast, ask yourself, what's the marketing? And the marketing is punish bad behavior. The Punisher.
Yeah.
I hold women accountable. So
that takes on a whole new meaning now after all this stuff broke out, by the way. That
so
whole
now
term.
ask yourself, what demographic of consumer is that going to attract? It's going to attract guys that are holding resentment for women. Attractive women primarily. She don't answer my DMs. She don't give me her number. She went on a date with me, but she didn't give me no pussy. You see what I'm saying? So you're attracting those guys that want to punish women. I want to hold women accountable for what they did to me, and they don't care about me because I didn't have money, and she don't care about me because I'm short and all that. So you're attracting resentful people already. Yeah. So what is it that they love so much about that show? Which is another thing that I feel partly responsible for. And I feel like, damn, I feel guilty. I feel like, you did this because like the third time that I brought chicks on, one of the girls is a girl that I knew from way back. She used to work at a dealership that I bought my car at, and at the time she was 17. And I knew the chick that I was buying the car from, the chick that headed the finance department, was dating my boy. So I could like talk candid with her. I'm like, yo, so what the deal at the front desk? And she's like, you better stop, boy. She only 17. I said, 17 until when? When's her birthday? So I came in and saw this young lady grow up. Right now she's a grown woman. She's like, almost she's like in her 30s now or whatever. So I hit her up. I said, hey, you want to come on this podcast? Well, she said, yeah, I'll come into that. I said, cool. Hey, you know what? Can you bring a friend? Because I always ask, can they come as an individual first? Then I say, hey, can you bring a friend or whatever? So she said, yeah, bring a friend. I said, cool. So I'm at Fresh's crib. She texts me. She says, hey, the friend that I was gonna bring, it turns out she says she knows Myron. I was like, fuck, here goes another cancellation. That's what I thought. I said, shit, she's about to cancel. And she said, yeah. I said, well, what that mean? Where she know him from? She's like, I don't know. She wasn't really clear about it. I was like, so y'all coming? She's like, yeah, she wants to come now. I was like, huh. I was like, that's a first. She knows Myron and she wants to come? So I called Myron immediately. Myron, this chick says she knows you. What chick? I already sent you the Instagram. He looked at it, he said, I don't know this chick. I was like, she says she knows you. Bring him anyway. Okay. So they come. Now I'm on the way to the podcast with my girl. I get a call. Hey, what's up? Where y'all at? Yo, we're out of here. Whoa, what do you mean? We're at the studio and we're leaving. Whoa, wait, what are you talking about? Your boy's fucking crazy. Wait, whoa. What happened? No, fuck this. Your boy's a fucking asshole. Hey, Cat, chill. What happened? Fuck him. We're leaving. Cat, I'm at the valet. Chill. I'll be upstairs. Give me a second. My girl's like, what happened? I was like, I don't even know. Get upstairs, right? Oh no, we didn't even get upstairs. They're already in the lobby. Like they're already coming out. I'm like, yo, hey, what's going on? Fuck him. He's a fucking asshole. Cat, chill. What the hell is going on? The friend is like, I'm like, and she's carrying her shoes. I'm like, what the fuck happened? What the fuck happened? So she tells me, she says they met last Halloween. Myron was trying to hook up with her the first night. She hung out with him. Myron was being forceful, being aggressive, basically saying, what the fuck? If you wasn't trying to fuck, why'd you waste my time? Why'd you leave the club with me or whatever? And the girl was just like, no, I just met you and I'm not trying to do that. He's like, then why the fuck did you waste my time and whatever? You full of shit. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, damn. And she's like, yeah. So I'm like, well, time out then. Like, why did you even come? So she held on to that grudge for that long and what?
Wow.
This is the thing about women, right? This is one of the differences we have here, which is why when guys kind of put things off, they don't address things, it's not looked at as an assertive trait. Because women will kind
very
of
feminine.
Women will kind of be passive aggressive about something. They'll kind of hold on to that resentment, and they will rather go and warn other women about that guy than like get closure with that guy immediately. So she held on to that for almost a year.
Wow.
And then she found an opportunity. So that means she was still upset about that. And that's how women are. And that's why that's why some accusations aren't false accusations. They're just delayed accusations because she didn't internalize it yet. She didn't digest it.
Probably
yet.
Know how to process it.
Right, she didn't process it yet.
Yeah.
Right, and then what happens is, because this is the common assumption that what it is that he became successful, so now she's trying to take him down, and it's like, not always. Sometimes what it is that she didn't really fully get over it, but she stopped thinking about it and moved on, and because he's popular, she has to see him again. And because she's seeing him again doing well, she's thinking in her head, fuck him, he's a piece of shit, he shouldn't be doing well. He doesn't deserve it. He doesn't deserve to do what he did to me and go do well. So a lot of times that's where that comes from, and that was the energy I was getting from her, is that he did what he did. She felt like she was wrong. She felt like she was violated, and then she never felt like she got closure to it. And then now she has to see this guy with his own podcast, his own studio, doing well, and she probably feels like, I would rather see an admirable dude have that. I don't want to see a piece of shit have that. So she addressed him by his government, which automatically made those eyes pop open like, whoa, who is this chick and why does she know my government? So when
did her research, that's what she did.
Right. So she made the mistake of reminding him where they knew each other from before the podcast even started, because they got there early, right? So he had to like repeat to her to take off her shoes, and it's like, dude, you acting like she's being disrespectful. Dude, 90% of people in the world don't make you take your shoes off before you step on their floor.
Right.
So everybody's familiar with that. Not everybody's Muslim. So he's like over here overreacting that she didn't like take her shoes off, meaning like whatever. So they're kind of like, he's already like being aggressive in the way that he's talking to her, which is why
that's so weird, man. Right. What the fuck is all this shit?
So that's why she couldn't even like hold wait until later to reveal that, because her plan was to reveal it during the podcast. Like you're an asshole and you did this to me. So basically, she wanted everybody she wanted to expose him, basically.
Yeah.
You know that this is how he treats women, right?
And do it to his face too.
Right, but because they already got into a thing. The cat already came out the bag. So he told her, get her shit and get the fuck out of my place. So what I said to him is, I came upstairs and I said, Myron, what the fuck, bro? I said, dude, it's bad enough that you kick this chick out without speaking to me, because you don't know where I know them from. You don't know if that's a client of mine.
Now, at this point, does he know how hard it is? I'm gonna say how hard it is, but like, does he know like your process in terms of how you're doing this and how it reflects on you, or does he not give a shit?
But that's not the important part. Before you even get to the business aspect of it, you get to the respect each other as men. If you're kicking my guest out without even like, dude, if she offended you, the first thing you should do was move to the side for a second and call me up and say, yeah, yo, what's up with this chick? Like, what's up with your company, bro? You need to talk to her. That's how you handle that. You don't just flip on her and curse her out and all that, because you don't know what you're fucking up for me.
Right.
You don't know what's the situation that we have. The one that I know, she's extremely successful. You see what I'm saying? She has her hands in a lot of pots. So you don't know what you're fucking up for me by just aggressively and abrasively and impulsively kicking these girls out. Like, dude, calm down and have some respect for the guys that you operate with. The amount of times that Fresh told me that they went on double dates, he offended one of the chicks and both the chicks left. It's like, well, Fresh paid for food too. Fresh is spending time too. Fresh is investing too. And you just fucking it all up for him because you got an attitude problem. You're not even respecting your.
Where's that anger? Where's that? Because you've worked with them. Where's that anger coming from? Like, where is that?
I have some suspicions, right? But let's get back to the point that I'm trying to make. So
okay.
I says to him, I says, bro,
I don't see him.
I said, it's bad enough that you kick these chicks out without talking to me, but the next time you're gonna kick a chick out, why don't you at least wait until the cameras is rolling, and that at worst we will at least get a viral moment. Why did I suggest that? I didn't suggest that as a gimmick to do every episode.
Yeah.
I didn't suggest that as something to push for. What I was trying to say is, if a girl's disrespectful and deserves to be removed, then at least let's get a useful moment out of it. I didn't mean let's plan and orchestrate how we could kick women now. Ooh, how can we kick
But
women
if nothing else, that's smart, because you're covering your bases, because now you're protecting yourself from allegations of that person saying, I did nothing wrong and I got kicked off. It's different. You get them on camera and they do something inappropriate, you kick them off then.
That's why they got the kick out cam, which was also my recommendation. Oh, another thing that I told these guys to do, because I'm a model, I modeled for years. So another thing I told them to do is, hey bro, you guys got to get fucking release forms. You can't be filming.
You suggested that. So you tell me these brothers weren't even thinking about that?
They lie and say they're lawyers.
Oh my God, bro! I date chicks and I got cameras in my crib, bro. Like, what the fuck? Yo, you have a bunch of these people in your house, and you didn't even think about it. Oh God, oh my.
And that's another thing. Why do you have your work studio in the same place where you rest your head? And then you're kicking chicks out of that place. You're kicking ratchet chicks out. They got ratchet boyfriends. Nigga. Come on, bro. I know you ain't hard to find. You see what I'm saying?
Wow.
Bro, if I didn't know you, I would have found you. Is what I'm trying to say. So why you set yourself up like that? He does things thinking that there's no consequence. Why do you think there's no consequence, bro? And then it's like you keep putting out all this bad energy. All you're doing is compiling liability. If you keep on kicking chicks out, how long is it gonna be before one of these chicks come back with a dude with a gun or whatever the case may be? It's gonna happen eventually. If you keep being forceful and aggressive and disrespectful to these women, at what point in time is one of them going to make an accusation, and then they're all going to come out of the woodwork and team up on you? What happened to Buddy?
I don't know, but that's what's happening right now. Is one thing came out, and now everyone else is coming out and saying like, this isn't just a one-time incident. This is their character again and again and again, and
the amount of screenshots and stuff like that girls used to send me. It was just crazy. So when your thing came out, I was like, wow. It was a matter of time before some girl went public with this type of shit. But girls had been sending me and Fresh that type of content where it's just like the type of stuff that he says in the damn text field or the DM. And I just was like, this dude has no game. Like, that's the first thing that I was looking at. Not just that he's disrespectful or anything like that. I'm looking at, where does this ever work with women? Like, where does this ever work?
I was laughing. I was lighthearted in the whole thing until like later on. But I was laughing emojis and everything because that's exactly where I was. It was just like laughable. Like, this isn't game. Like, how does he think that works? Like, come on my show for a collaboration. I only collab with girls I date, by the way. And if we don't sleep together, you can't be on my show.
No, well, see, this is the thing. The reason why I thought that was funny is because that couldn't be further from the truth. All the girls that he collaborated with, like a one-on-one or whatever, or like the girl was the attraction, like she was somebody, that's why they were interviewing her. He never hooked up with any of those girls. The only girls he hooked up with were the girls who just were like, they were just nobody. They were just regular everyday girls. And it was always like 1 out of 5, 1 out of 6, or it's like 1 out of 8 of girls. You know what I mean? It's not, and my whole thing is, that is so contrary to what I'm used to. I'm used to seeing guys have some type of clout, have some type of success, and the women gravitate toward that. So I'm like, how the hell are you the star of this team? And you need
Sorry about that, guys. I'm back. Go ahead.
Okay, you good. I mean, let me ask you this, D. I mean, in your experience, have you ever seen a guy winning and girls weren't gravitating towards him?
No, totally.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Ayana, do you mind taking some questions from the audience?
Absolutely.
All right.
While y'all do those, I'm gonna run to the restroom because
Go, do your thing, girl. Do your thing. So Allende. So one of them wants to ask is Myron Preston's charges, and this is from Janie.
Okay. Well, see, here's the thing. I would not just be talking about this stuff if I didn't talk to certain people first. So I spoke to my associates that are detectives, not only just detectives, but detectives in Miami. And there's a few reasons why that case couldn't go anywhere. Okay. Now, number one, I didn't break it into. There was no B&E. He's lying like he always does, and I don't even know why. It's just crazy because he lies, and I'm like, how did you even think?
He said they broke the door down. In the video, the door was fine.
Right, like people lie, like he lies about shit. I'm just thinking to myself, why would you tell a lie that's so easy to see through? But then he has such a large percentage of people that believe it. He has tens of thousands of people that believe this dumb shit. When you can see for yourself the camera angle of Fresh's phone, because Fresh is who was taking that video. Now, from that perspective, you can see I'm holding the door the entire time and the door is intact.
Yeah.
The 20-second video that I released on my YouTube, you can see that I simply opened and unlocked the door.
Yeah.
So somebody sent me some video, like he's posting some type of video or image of the door broken, but he doesn't clearly show the door broken.
Yeah.
He just verbally says that it's broken. But hold on, the thing is, even if that door was broken, he would have had to have broken it, which he would. He would go that far as to do that. Now, the fact that I used to work there, I know that door is always open. That door is never locked when they're recording. So I already knew that door was going to be open. So the B&E aspect of it is non-existent. There wasn't a break-in and entering. Now, what would be there is trespassing. So let me tell you why you can't get burglary, right? You can't get burglary because in order to get burglary, you have to have, trespassing or, dwelling, unlawful dwelling of an occupancy or whatever. Like, in other words, a place you ain't supposed to be. So you would need that component, and then you would need the component of second crime. Whereas I would have to steal something, break something, assault somebody, I would have to do something else. So you don't have the combination of those two crimes to get burglary. I didn't steal shit, right? So, but then you don't get the breaking and entering because I didn't break anything. So the only thing you would have is a trespassing.
Hey, thank you so much for coming on 360. No, that was
tribalism. It's tribalism.
So that's what I was trying to get at, to the mentality of the people that listen to Fresh and Fit. Because when we look at the show and the way it's put together, we produce people with that same kind of mentality that feel like they got to go defend, the honor of someone else, and it's like, bruh, it's just a criticism, and honestly, it's a criticism with receipts. Like, there's proof of what's happening here. So
I think even though he was like all over the place, I think his answer was fucking gold. And I didn't expect that. I thought he was going to be incoherent with the answer. I thought it was not going to really be helpful.
Yeah.
But he did a great job of putting it into perspective. It's real simple. It's just tribalism.
He really is.
At a soccer game, you'll have the fans of one team fighting the fans of another team. It's like, why the fuck are you taking this shit so serious? It's just a soccer game. So It's tribalism is what it is. All right.
So we got one more question here, and Hey, 360, shout out to you, man. I wanted to plug some of your stuff here, but you kind of left in a hurry. We got one from my man Exposed. Now, we did an interview with this man, and we're gonna have him on again. But he does a lot of the stuff where he exposes some of the. When I was talking on my last episode, that there are a lot of guys who've been talking about these issues, like these red tail issues, a long time. And now I'm just starting to find out about it. But Exposed is one of these guys that has a channel called Exposing the Manosphere. So that I'd say you guys go check it out. It's pretty good. He wants to know, where is Myron's hospitality rooted in? Hostility, not hospitality. Hospitality.
Well, listen. I am not going to sit here and claim to be an expert on Myron. All I could do is just be an extremely observant person, try to pay attention to certain cues, and try to fill in the blanks and make some educated guesses. And it's almost like you learn something every day. Because when I was in Vegas, there was actually a lot of animosity amongst us at that time. But I had called him before I went out there, and I basically tried to give him a preemptive, because I'm always trying to man up. I'm always trying to, you know what I'm saying? I'm always trying to man up on dudes. You know what I'm saying? Just like I give Fresh those warnings, like, listen, I have a serious problem with your boy. I'm telling you to stay the fuck out of it. You know what I'm saying? Because I need to resolve this issue, and you need to decide how you're going to handle it. I don't want you to be caught off guard. So the same way I gave Myron that courtesy call and said, listen, you old fuck ass nigga, I told you to keep my name out your mouth. You still got my name in your mouth. So what I'm saying is, we live a mile away from each other. So we need to handle this shit now. And the reason why I was coming at him like that is because I already made plans to go out to Vegas. He was speaking at the CME. Donovan Sharp had him on as one of the speakers. Before me and Myron had a fallout, I already had made arrangements with Donovan that I was going to be there. So what I was trying to do was I was trying to get ahead of it so that it wasn't something ugly out there. Because that's fucked up for us to be out there with some issue at this man's convention. You see what I'm saying? So I already have to be on my best behavior. So I'm trying to kind of give Myron a heads up, like, listen, any problem you got with me, let's settle it now before we go out there, because I'm telling you right now, I'm going to be out there. I'm going to be there.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he didn't want to take that invite. I said, that's cool. You a pussy. You don't want to meet up with me. That's fine.
So that's the invite you were referencing in the video where you stepped to him.
Right. That's the first one that I gave to him.
Okay.
I'm letting you know I'm gonna be in Vegas. Go ahead, do your thing. I'm not gonna interrupt that, but don't be out here cock blocking me, which is exactly what he ended up doing anyway. But I still went out there and made the best of it. I did my thing. You get what I'm saying. But I was just giving him a heads up, like, listen, I don't want to ruin nobody's shindig. I don't want to be that nigga. I don't want to be the dude like, who brought that nigga? You know what I'm saying? So I was just trying to kind of you know what I'm saying, give him that heads up on that. So, but what I'm saying is I actually learned a little something because I decided to listen to his speech, or at least a part of it. And it was pretty, you know, it's the same fraudulent bullshit, him trying to portray himself as this type of expert or guru or whatever. But there was something that he put in there about the relationship with him and his father. And I was like, this is starting to explain some things. And I think what happened was, and I'm guessing, I don't know.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. No, I'm just guessing. I didn't know 8-year-old Myron.
Yeah.
I know 8-year-old Myron was a punk. You know how I know that? Because grown man Myron is a punk. So I know that. But I don't know, you know, the dynamics of the family. But just listening to him speak, the picture that I was getting was that his from a traditional Muslim household, and when his father was kind of like telling him about women and blah blah blah, he was giving him the Muslim culture version of the interaction between men and women. And Myron did not get that experience in a Western culture. So it's like in the house, you know what I'm saying?
Women are, he kind of referencing that his mom says that too, or his mom red pilled him.
Right, but that's my point, is that, see, this is, don't mix it up. My mom red pilled me too, but not the same way. So when he's saying like my mom red pilled me, all he's saying is that his mom basically told him that Western women are different.
Yeah.
That's all she really did, was just tell you like Western women ain't gonna respect you and they only care about money and this and that. That's not really red pilling you. That's actually kind of giving you some bad fucking advice and molding a young impressionable mind to not see any other possibility.
That sounds very familiar, doesn't it?
You understand what I'm saying? So
yeah.
There's a lot of foreign parents that set their kids up for social failure in a new country. because they're kind of like teaching them about how the world is going to be for them, but they're teaching them that from their perspective, which is not the same experience that kid is going to have, because that kid is growing up
Yes.
in that foreign society. So it's kind of like my grandfather, right? My grandfather was born in 1928, right? He came over from Jamaica. But one of the first things he told me in life, one of the first lessons that he gave me was, you have to understand, because I came to this country at 5. I came from Jamaica at 5. So what he said to me was like, you have to understand that in America, a black man has to work twice as hard to be considered half as good as a white man. That's why I didn't grow up blaming shit on racism. I didn't grow up saying, it's because I'm black and da-da-da. I grew up with a completely different mentality. I grew up with the mentality of, I'm gonna outwork your white ass. No offense, but I'm gonna outwork your pale ass, and then you can't deny me what's mine because I'm better than you.
Facts.
And that's how anybody that's quote unquote black, because I don't like that word, but that's how black people have gotten to white dominated spaces, by outperforming the whites that were there, so that it was just simply good for business. If you're scoring more touchdowns, at some point they're gonna be like, I don't give a fuck what color he is. We going to the fucking Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that whole white supremacy thing and racism, I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm saying there's obstacles everywhere.
Yeah.
So who cares why that obstacle is there? That doesn't change the fact that obstacle is there.
I get exactly what you're saying, and that reminds me of what you just said, because I used to, with my background before I even got into media and like YouTube and stuff like that, I used to do a lot of stuff in finance, and I worked for this firm, and what essentially happened is we're having an exit, because I was leaving, we're having an exit interview, and one thing, because that was back when they were starting to introduce a lot of diversity metrics, right, and I was one of the top performing sales guys there, and essentially what during an exit interview, they were talking about, well, what can we do to get more
African Americans,
and I'm like, nigga, what? Like nothing. Like, bro, I would like to think that I'm here because of my work and because I can outsell. If you're gonna hire me, bro? Did you hire me because I'm black? Because that's a whole different problem that y'all dealing with here. And that what you just said made a good point. And with that being said, we're gonna start wrapping it up. But Anna, I know you've gotten some shit with your social media, so I don't know if you have anything you want to plug or anything like that. But if you have any upcoming events and whatnot,
jumping into DMs like that, bro. I'm getting so many hate messages, and it doesn't upset me when I get these hate messages. I'm just like, what am I supposed to do with this? I'm supposed to be like, my feelings are supposed to be.
Oh shit!
I don't know what we mad at. There's no profile picture. I'm just mad at the
That's him. That's that dude right there. Get him.
Yeah, like I'm mad at Anonymous. Like, ooh.
Man, the chat is going crazy, man. They want you. Are you gonna start your own podcast, Allende? What's going on with that? Listen, you got your hey, plug.
Sorry. I don't got a podcast yet.
Oh, I was gonna say, because they're asking you to do that. I mean, honestly, it'll probably be better than what, because hey, I don't know if you heard, the Fresh and Fit guy says you're not going to be successful, that you tried to kind of cut them, and you're not going to do it.
That was weird that he said that. I was like, yo, there's so much bullshit they be lying about. Oh, he tried to do it, he was using Fresh and Fit as clout to book the girls. How the fuck I'm gonna bring girls on Fresh and Fit? I'm not on Fresh and Fit. You don't even make any sense.
Like, you could honestly, with that, because I do legitimately think that's the formula they want. If you could do that without even needing dudes like him, like, that's what didn't make any sense.
Can I tell you a secret, bro?
Hey, let us know.
I don't feel like I need the crutch of a room full of pretty girls to get people to watch my content, bro.
That's facts.
I don't feel like I need it, because here's the thing. You gotta understand, bro. These dudes, they not showing it. See, Fresh will show off the chicks that he mingling with and diggling and bingling with, all right? But why they ain't knocking on your door? Why these chicks ain't chasing you, bro? Why can't you not shake all these bras trying to get you? You see what I'm saying? What you're doing is you're creating a persona on social media. You're showing off nice cars. You get what I'm saying? You're showing off, I bought a Rolex. Oh, that's cute. I mean, what are you, a fucking rapper from the 90s? Who cares about your Rolex, right?
Abba wants in the chat.
Yeah,
Abba wants to, hey, you guys cool if we extend this a little bit? Can you get him that link? All right, Abba wants to get in here. Let's see, man. Hey, guys, I'm telling you, this is a story about redemption. All right, we already seen the first part of it. We've seen the first, situation, and now, guys, this is just getting awesome and awesome. But like, yeah, let's get him in. The link sent. All right, hey, Abba, the link sent, man. Whenever you're ready, we'll get you up in here. But continue, Yende.
Yeah. So what I'm saying
Huh?
is,
It's on the IG DM. On his IG. It's on your IG, Abba.
look, this is my nickname for Fresh, and I want y'all to go out here and use it. I'm gonna coin it. Y'all can use it though. My nickname
Okay.
for Fresh is the first 48. You get
What? Hey, say that again. Say that again.
It's the first 48.
Hey, let's put that in the chat. The first 48. Put that in the
It's the
chat.
first 48 hours, and this is why I give him that. This is why I give him that nickname, because he puts all these fancy material things on the damn Instagram, and it's gonna attract women, but it's gonna attract a certain type of women.
Facts.
Okay, if you buy old school Dunk painted lime green and put 32-inch rims on it, you're gonna attract some birdies, but you're gonna attract a certain type of birdies.
Facts.
So you putting all this lifestyle out there, showing the restaurants that you eating in, posting all these stories, you're shopping in Louis Vuitton. It's great, but you're attracting women that are either gonna chase the clout, or they're gonna want just the treatment. They want the gifts. They want to eat at the 5-star restaurants, blase, blase, blase. And you're gonna fly them in. You're gonna cover the flight ticket. Let me tell you something. All of that is awesome.
Facts.
If your goal is the first 48, if your goal is to fuck her for the first 48 hours, you're gonna fly her in. You're gonna sleep with her Friday night. You're gonna sleep with her Saturday night. Just know that the appeal is over
Yeah.
by Sunday. By Sunday 10 p.m., Sunday 10 a.m., the appeal is gone. The 48 hours is up, bro. She already posted where you took her. She already posted the jet skis. You know what I'm saying? She already posted the 5-star breakfast. Now she's on to the next one.
I'm glad you said that because we just talked about this, Anna, before I ended. I'm sorry, I have problems pronouncing my eyes, man, with my accent. But it was one of those things where, like, they're teaching guys, okay, how to get the girls, like, quick, but you're not teaching them how to keep them. So that it's the same thing that y'all preaching with these dudes.
Hold on.
Cause
You ain't teaching the guys how to get no girls.
well, I'm saying the overall, what they're trying to say is they're teaching guys, but it's, go ahead.
Bro, you can't
I just want to make that connection.
You can't teach somebody how to sell drugs. Drugs sell themselves. Okay? Nobody buying crack because you're an awesome salesman. They buying
Yeah.
crack because they're addicted to crack.
Yeah.
So if you gotta use cars, boats, jet skis, and expensive fucking meals and Komodo to fucking attract a girl, you didn't attract her. Those things attracted her.
Facts.
Highlights on her Instagram is what attracted her. Lighting up her story is what attracted her, right? And what she's trying to say to the females is, be jealous of me. Be envious of me because I'm living my best life, bitch. You at the office working till 5. I'm on the jet skis with this dude. What's his name again? Fosh? What's your name? Walter. I'm with Walter.
Walter.
Jet skis. While you working, I'm on the jet skis, right? So, and then what she's trying to say to the guys is, if you want to jump in the DM, if you want to kick it with me, you got to provide this type of stuff.
So he's helping them advertise. So he's creating a very kind type of women. Oh, wow. Wow. So you're going out here creating the same kind of women, and then you going on your show bashing the same kind. Oh my God, the hypocrisy.
That's
Oh,
see,
Lord.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. And let me,
Oh,
let me-
God.
Let me further elaborate on that hypocrisy when it comes to Myron. So you bring girls on, you try to tear them down and show everybody that bitches ain't shit and fuck these bitches. I'm gonna embarrass this chick. I'm gonna punish her. But then when you kick her off your show, Instagram followers way up. I just got this. Way up. I feel this. Right? You kicking the OnlyFans girl off, but her subs is going up on a Tuesday.
Yup. That's why I played that piece.
Punishment.
I played that piece of the roommates, right? Because they went on the roommates podcast and they talked about it, right?
I
And
put those-
Fresh,
I put those-
yep, those were you. And he was talking about,
and her subs went up.
yeah.
Her subs
Yeah,
went
and there
up.
was something about she was at like all these 10K followers and stuff like that. I'm like, what does that say about your audience, bruh? So is your teachings really working? I don't know, because if you're getting frustrated that the people you're trying to get to not do what you're doing, right? And then they're doing what you're doing, you can't be mad.
Bruh,
And then you blame them for doing it. Oh, God.
The subs are hypocrites. Because the subs will super
Them the same dudes over here calling us simps for just pointing it out.
right. The subs will super chat. They will pay to insult these chicks And then the same dudes that were doing the most insulting obviously got some bread because they spent all that damn money to say those, offensive things to her. Those same dudes jump in the DM and say, "Let me fly you out."
Yeah.
Huh? Y'all rocking that Myron game. Let me insult her because I like her. Nigga, that's childish. That's what little boys do.
Honestly, I want you to elaborate on that because that just reminded me of what you said in that breakdown video, right? You said that Myron is the Frankenstein. Can you go into that of all these different things? Please go into that because I want the chat to hear this.
Listen, we done made a monster because what he thought he was gonna be was the young Kevin Samuels, right? And it's like, are you though? Because the conversations that Kevin Samuels is having, right? They're not offensive. They're being interpreted as offensive by women that are in denial. Women that don't want to hear the truth because it's uncomfortable. And more importantly, they don't want to take accountability because if they do, they have to accept that it's too late to even make a change, broad. If you 38, 39, 40 years old and got 3 kids by 4 different baby daddies, I don't give a fuck if you have an epiphany or not. It's over for you. So it's very hard for the women that Kevin Samuels is interacting with to actually agree with the criticism and the critique. So what do women do? They label it and classify it as some type of verbal abuse, some type of exploitation, right? Some type of attacking them or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. What Myron is doing actually is those things. You actually are berating women. You actually are degrading women. You actually are insulting women. And this is why it's such a tragedy and such a loss. Because the women that Kevin Samuels is dealing with, it's already over for you. But the women that Myron is dealing with is at an age where we can correct course.
Boom, and that's
correct. There's still time. So that's where you really should be giving, you know what I'm saying, that helpful advice. Because okay, let's do it like this. You brought up the roommates, right?
Yep.
Let's look at how Aziz is interacting with the women and what his primary goal and incentive is in interacting with them. And then let's compare that to Myron. Myron is trying to convince a chick that she's already a loss, that she's already that and you're a loss. What Aziz is trying to say is, listen, you have to understand, the way it is for you now is not gonna always be like that. You need to save money, you need to invest money, you need to be smart. You need to not make the mistake that most women are making. The women are defensive and they're taking it as they're being attacked. In this particular scenario, I can't even blame the woman because she's getting crossfire. She's getting fire from Myron trying to just belittle her, but then she's also trying to get helpful, tough love from Aziz. So it's both being taken as gunfire. I can't differentiate the bullets. I don't know what's friendly fire. I don't know what's somebody trying to shoot me. So that's what's happening. So what I'm trying to say is, why are we not taking an opportunity to help these women if we can? Now, I'm not saying these women are always going to be receptive, right? That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, let's at least try. Hold on, I got a cramp. My ab is popping out. You can see I need some baby, get me some sodium. I need some. Okay, there it goes. The cramp came out. Okay, sorry. Hold on. This is gonna be awkward, but I gotta lay like this.
No, you good. You good. You good.
So it comes along with being big. I apologize to you guys, but you understand the point that I'm trying to make is that you can't go in there with bad intentions from the beginning. Like Kevin says that all the time. He says, well, when you went into the relationship, did you have good intentions? How are you going into the relationship?
Yeah.
And the problem with most women is they're going into the relationship trying to take something. They're not trying to go into the relationship trying to give and take. They're not saying, well, let's make a two-way street. They're saying, oh shit, I'm in a point in my life where I need this, and this. Which man gonna give it to me?
Yeah.
And what he's trying to say is, how do you expect to get that from a man and you don't even know what the hell he wants in exchange? How you gonna buy something you don't even know the price?
That's facts. Did you have something to add to that, Anna?
No,
I thought you were ready to pop up.
I was just honestly thinking, I actually know, I think you're 100% right, but I know women, I think I've had more conversations with women whose relationships have failed because they went in 100% trying to fix people. So women are a lot of times at two extremes, either one, wanting to take something, or two, like wanting to fix someone and give so much, and both are dysfunctional. So it's like,
well, the two extremes is what the problem is. The two extremes.
Yeah.
Opposite extremes. They either want to have everything already, or they're thinking, well, I can fix him and then we'll have it.
Wow.
Instead of finding the guy with the ambition and the drive to already want to build it and then building it with him. You're trying to force a guy to make a change that he himself didn't even think he needed to make. You get what
Yeah.
I'm saying? So you're confusing potential with ambition. That's two different things. You can have the potential to be this, but you might not want to be that.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So
I hear exactly what you mean. So again, I don't know what's going on with that, but what we're gonna do is I don't want to keep you guys for too long. I want to wrap it up. Originally, this was gonna be for like an hour and a half because I got other meetings to do. But
I was jumping on.
that's what I was saying. We got it unpinned. So was that? Oh, that was a fake account. Oh, somebody was trying to troll us. Fresh and Fit stands are out.
Man,
They are out, man. Hey, I'm gonna tell you, that is some feminine shit right there, y'all. I just want you to take that as a cautionary tale. Somebody took the time to make a fake account. Oh, that is so freaking. And for Kevin sent. Oh, you guys are sad. This is so sad. Like this is pathetic. This is the kind of toxic shit that we're talking against. You know, this is dumb. Y'all need to get off that bullshit. You know, the internet.
Wait. You just said it's feminine-ish because it's BS.
No.
No, good. No, that's good. That's good. No, I'm saying like in terms of emotion, like how they because this is like a contradiction to what they say, right? They're it's a yeah, because they're this is term that they use. All right, if they wanna do it, you gotta hit them with the term they understand. It's like, yo, if y'all wanna call all these, because they call us guys like us, like they actually speak up and say, right, we're simps apparently. We're feminine guys.
Hey,
it's like,
bro,
guys, what the fuck?
I call a simp in the weirdest scenario. Like I'm training with my girl, and I'm a simp. I'm like,
It's so dumb. It's so dumb. So then you do all that stuff, and then you come in and do the exact same thing that you're. It's like, guys, stop pointing the fingers and start doing this, because you're the problem.
well,
But
I think there's a lot of people using words out of context, bro. A lot of people throwing words around, and they're not using them with the right definition. I'm like, what the?
It's because how
That's true.
Words.
It's how
Dictionary words. This is all like new slang and
exactly. It's even hard. It's
What's
even hard
supposed to
for.
mean?
Yeah, it's hard to keep up with all that stuff, and it's like, guy, words don't really mean words like they do anymore. But anyways, Ayanda, do you have anything that you want to plug? Like any upcoming events, anything that you want these guys? Because they're gonna want to know what's next. They want to know what's next.
Well, you put Ayanda the artist there. That's my IG. You gotta put Authentic Alphas there, because that's the YouTube channel.
Oh, okay. We'll put that in the description. I think that's just the name on your account there.
No,
but yeah. So hey, don't go to
my IG. If you're not like friends and family or an attractive female, I don't need you on my IG, man. Come on my YouTube.
So
come on my YouTube.
Speaking of that, I was going to ask, what kind of content, once you do get the podcast starting, if you want to give the audience a little bit of hint at what they can expect?
Man, what you can expect is some self-improvement type shit. You get what I'm saying? We talking about everything from choosing a mentor to choosing the dudes that you want to build with, to being better at choosing the women that you interact with that are even worth your time to begin with. So, you know, there's a lot of questions that one needs to be able to answer for self. You know, what is my ambition? What is it that I even want to be? What is it that I even want to do? What are the short-term,
Facts.
what is the long-term goals, and all that kind of shit. So it's like, okay, what can I do to be valuable to myself? And then once I start working on that, and I'm making some moves and some progress with that, now what can I do to be valuable to my friends and family? Okay, that's progressing. Now, once I did that, now what can I do to be valuable to people in general? So it's like these type of questions, right? What is the legacy? What am I trying to leave her? You know what I'm saying? So we dealing with those type of topics because everything is bigger than just, you know, money and women. And I feel like that's so limited, right? The money and the women is gonna come, but the question is, on what terms? I think that should be the question. And that's, I think, what was missing with Fresh and Fit, because we got a lot of, like, integrity is missing there, honesty is missing there, but also terms. For me personally, it ain't about how much money you make. It's about how you make your money. To me, just I'm just saying, for me, that's more important. So it's like, would you rather be a starving artist doing what you love and what you're passionate about? Or would you rather be, you know what I'm saying, making $500K a year doing something that you absolutely fucking hate? Right?
That's facts.
So these are the type of questions that I want to be asking, and we can answer them together. I ain't got all the fucking answers. Absolutely not. But what I'm saying is we can find those answers. We can find them. And it's not the same answer for everybody.
And the fact that you said that's admirable, because you're not pretending to, you know, say, hey guys, you gotta do this, and you gotta follow the rules directly, and you have bitches going in your DMs. You're not doing any of that. You're saying, look, and that's the way I say it. I'm like, yeah, I know I ain't shit. So if you want to tell me, oh, you're doing this, I'm like, yo, I know my shit stink. Because you know what? I wake up in the morning, I gotta figure out which hands I gotta wipe it with. All right, and I know you do the same too. So what the fuck? It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. So like, I like that. I respect that. Anything you gotta say, Anna?
No, I'm 100% with y'all.
Awesome. Well, it has been fantastic. We have learned a lot. Man. Like seriously, and first of all, I want to say 360 blessings. Hey, you guys show them some love. It takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of pretty much cojones, man, to be able to come here and say it in person. And think about it. He was not the only troll to do that, right? He was not the only Fresh and Fit fan member to do that. All the people sent the messages, but where were they? So I think we gotta start thinking about that, because all of them, they'll be in the comment sections, they'll be in the chat, but they're not gonna be here and say the exact same thing the 360 does. So shout out to the young brother, and he's doing this thing, and more success to you as an Ebo man, from one man to another, man. Seriously.
Yeah, and anybody out there that's still supporting the Fresh and Fit podcast, listen, just ask yourself some critical questions. Why is it that a sub that would send someone in her DM like that able to come on and apologize, but then Myron isn't able to tell his subs, yo, bro, don't be sending messages like that. That's whack. Don't even represent my podcast like that, sending people some type of, saying negative or hateful messages, bro. What that about? So I feel like, they gotta be a little bit more responsible, with giving some better direction to the people in the squads that are following them. The next thing I want to say is, one of the biggest things that I don't like about Myron is the ego. And I'm pointing that out because I'm not beating up on anybody. I'm using that as a segue to say to the men, to the fellas, drop the ego. Because D, you didn't say the nicest things about me in your coverage, right?
I did not.
But here's the thing though. Was I on my best behavior though?
No.
I wasn't. So what I'm trying to say is, you gotta lose that motherfucking ego. Stop being so goddamn, sensitive and so defensive, and take the motherfucking criticism. Take the fucking criticism. Because if you don't think about it, if you don't like the criticism, you don't want the criticism, or you don't appreciate the criticism, okay, don't be mad at the person that give it. Be mad at yourself that you put yourself in a position where it could be given. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if you present yourself in a way where that criticism couldn't even be given, then you couldn't even get mad at it. You would just laugh at it and be like, that's not accurate. So what I'm saying is that in this space, when it comes to men, right? Because what you did, it's not that or what you said, it's not that, he's a right to his opinion. All right. You have a responsibility to give your opinion. And
I'm gonna go a little bit further right now, because I want to make sure. The reason why I said that is because, like I said, your breakdown, I loved it, right? And then in your breakdown, you also said you want to be able to lead some of these men too, and be able to step up. That's why I was very straight with that criticism, because it's like, and I'm glad you actually did that. You came here and you were like, I own up to it. I acted and I did the way I did, because this is the kind of leadership that we do need. Men who are not afraid to say, hey, I fucked up. And you know what? That's on me, but let's figure out how we can move about it.
And I might not have known that, or whoever might not have known that, if we're not policing each other. So that's why I say it's a responsibility. Because if we don't check each other and it goes unchecked,
we have Fresh and Fit podcasts. We'll have a bunch of these guys running around.
Dude, it's gonna.
Speaking of which, okay, I know. I'm like we're drowning down here, but I want to ask this one question, final question. I want to ask it to you, Allende. All right. What is the future of these guys? What do you think is the future of these people? I don't think they have much longer. O'Shea Duke came out and said, hey, y'all are excommunicado from the manosphere. It's done.
Well, listen, let me tell you something. They're going to be around as long as they want to be around. That's just a fact.
You don't think they're going to do something to implode it?
No, absolutely not. What I think is going to happen is the growth is going to slow down dramatically, and they're going to be limited to only a very, very certain type of demographic. And if they want to stay in the game and stay at the bottom of the barrel, like for example, if you're selling crack, it don't matter how much of a piece of shit you are, doesn't matter how fucked up your business practices are, it don't matter how you treat your coworkers or treat your friends or your family or your motherfucking mailman, it don't matter. If you want to keep on selling crack, you can keep on selling crack forever. But guess what? You ain't never ever gonna sell Adderall. You ain't never ever gonna sell any fucking high quality, drug or medication. Nope, you're gonna be stuck there selling the crackheads. So if you want to continue with the Fresh and Fit podcast, go ahead. But you're only going to get the same low quality type of motherfucking stuff. So if that's what you want to do, that's what you do.
Alright, this guy's
ain't no
tripping,
quality
man.
bras going to come on there because they're going to say, nah, with the rep.
So basically, right, this guy came on the show. And he would talk smack to every single girl. Oh, she looks bad. Oh, she's a 4. Da da da. This is the same guy donate thousands of dollars, right? $100 each time. He found this one girl on the show, Colombian chick, right? You know who I mean. And he was like, he didn't. That whole show, he didn't super chat at all. I was like, is this guy dead? Is he okay? Normally he shows up this time to talk shit to girls, right? Lo and behold, we found out from our producer that he actually DM'd the girl, flew her out to Texas, took her out for like a week or two, said, hey, I want you to be my girlfriend. Mind you, this is the same guy that said to every single girl, oh, you're no good, you're lesser than men.
So they were on that show.
But
Sometimes,
guess what?
yeah, we began like Simpson here, like watching us just for that.
But think about this, right? He just met her wanting to be her boyfriend. It's like these guys, they talk a lot of smack and they pretend behind the camera, behind the computer, but deep down, they're the ones sipping the hardest.
Yeah.
They're the ones sipping the hardest.
Welcome to the show, guys. My name is Duke, and I damn near blow your eardrums off with that one. But we got an exciting show today, guys, because listen, y'all thought we were done with this Fresh and Fit nonsense. Well, you thought wrong, because guess what? Look, the like versus dislike, y'all love to see this shit.
They do.
Guess what?
Y'all do.
We are gonna give it to you. And now, those of you guys have been asking for those are reaction videos we've been doing. Where's Don?
Hey, yo,
Well,
I am working on the back end for those videos you see. So, hey, I'm still in the picture,
Thank
just
you.
not
Like,
in the picture.
You gotta understand, Don plays a huge role in this, man. Who do you think does the super chats and all that stuff? It's him, all right? And on top of that, he has a real job, okay? Unlike this guy over here that does YouTube, all right?
He's making his money. He's making his money. But let's get to this video, though. Let's get to this video.
So today's video, all right, so guys, remember 360 Blessings?
Yep.
Right? And you know, how he were able to come on the show and, you know, had his opinion about Anna Quinn, and we understood what was going on and how he felt about his Fresh and Fit dearly.
Hey, oh, by the way, if you guys didn't know, he did give an apology to Anna Quinn.
Did. To
which
be
is
fair,
props
to her face.
Props to him.
To her face. Something a lot of you Fresh and Fit fans won't be able to do. But what essentially happened here is Abba and Preach had a basically Abba, he had a live session here, and you wouldn't believe who decided to interrupt the live session to go ahead and have a question, okay? And we had another Fresh and Fit stand that decided to do that, all right? Decided to go on this live stream, and basically they had a conversation, and that's what we're gonna react to today, okay? anything to add to that?
Nah, man, keep up your support. Like, subscribe. You guys have been doing
Guys,
really
I'm
awesome
telling
with
you,
that.
we
So we
have
really
been-
much love. Like,
No
straight.
matter what the haters
Much
say,
love.
there's a reason why. Look, we have been blowing up over the past few weeks, man, and it truly is because of you guys.
Big
have been
time.
doing it.
Big time.
All the stuff, the production, all the things that we're doing, we're literally doing it for you guys. So literally like and subscribe if you'd like to see more of this. If you enjoy our reaction, please share this video to others who think might enjoy it at the same time.
Where the stands at, though? That's a question.
I'm
Where
gonna
the
tell you,
stands
the
at?
stands are gonna be popping up in the chat here pretty soon. As soon as they see their guy and us criticizing their dear leader, they're gonna be here.
Hey.
Well, sir. Good.
Yes.
I have a slight disagreement of some drama that's been happening with you and the Bulls at Fresh and Fit.
All right,
So,
go for it.
my question is,
Calls them bulls.
as someone who's on their show,
Maybe
why
an accent.
would you call them
Boys.
frauds after all that sort of stuff? I'm just genuinely curious where the whole fraud thing came from.
Right. Because I found out that they weren't about what they claimed to be about.
In what fashion, though?
Well, I mean, just the things that they preach and that they don't practice. The idea that these guys are boasting about 1,000 lay counts. You know, look at me in the eyes and tell me that Walter slept with 1,000 women.
Oh, no, I get what you mean by that.
But
Even the
it's
stand-
Let me stop that.
Even
That
the
is a
stand is
very
like,
done.
no.
Even the stand knows it's a bullshit. So some of y'all who coming up to our streams and talking about, oh, y'all still talking shit. Your leaders are lying to you. So you're paying for somebody to lie to you and all this shit. I mean, it's ridiculous. Any of you guys right now in the chat or in the comment section watching this right now, how many of you guys believe that this nigga Fresh Prince CEO has actually slept with 1,000 girls?
Yo, actually, Loki, put a number down for how many girls you think Walter Weeks?
Walter Weeks. Let's do
Walter
Walter
Weeks. All right. Let us know how many women you think Walter Weeks has been with.
It's such a valid point because a lot of these guys, you know, especially with the day of the internet, you can just throw out anything. You can just say anything, and all of a sudden people just buy it and believe it as gospel. So much so
Yeah.
that you have people coming in here who can't do the simplest of critical thought and say, okay, let me think about this for a second. All right, you got guys like Walter, because guys, let's not deny it. We know if guys are good looking or not. No, let's just be real, right? Some of you guys want to just not want to admit it, but you can know if the guy looks good or not, all right? Well, you look at this nigga Fresh Prince CEO, all right? I don't give a fuck how much money you say this dude has, all right? Look at the way he talks. Look at his mannerism. Does he seem like the guy who slept with 1,000 women?
He's
Honestly.
soft-spoken. He's soft-spoken, and there are some guys like that I know that gets laid, that gets bitches, because like some guys come up with a little gentle act, with a little, not as violent as maybe like Myron, not as like aggressive as Myron, but they come off a lot more gentler, and some women really like that. So I can see that.
Yeah, but to get to that 1,000 lay count.
1,000. I'm not saying 1,000.
lay count.
I'm not saying 1,000.
That's the problem. Listen, I don't care how you decide to get the girls, and I'm sure a Fresh Prince CEO, he's gotten laid. I'm sure about that.
Hey,
But the
just put the
problem
money.
is 1,000 girls. That's fucking ridiculous. And realistically, that's something that should raise a red flag to anybody paying attention.
Important, not because I actually care how many women he slept with, but because he used that as a sales pitch to get young men to buy his products. If
That's my
you
problem.
say I can bench 250, but you can actually only bench 50 pounds, and you're selling fitness courses to young men, wouldn't you be considered a fraud for lying about your lifts and lying
It's a fake guru
drastically?
type shit.
It's fake cool.
Well, yeah, you got that, but I'm also going to throw a counterpoint
Where comes
because
that?
I've always been a big fan of Fresh and Fit, and I'll say the things right now. What they said about Preach's wife, in my opinion, was wrong. You should never go after a man's wife. That's the one thing. If you're
But,
going
but hold on, I'm not even talking about that. I don't even care about that. I said they're frauds for completely different reasons. Has nothing to do with what they said about the wife. All it showcased was like they're too hyper emotional for alpha men. Cool, keep it pushing. But don't you think there's something disingenuous about lying about the amount of women that you've been with?
is it that they're lying or is it an over marketing thing? Because let's be honest, because I think well, let me explain. 'Cause you have a lot of people that say, well,
fucking French toast door. What the hell is this dude talking about? If you've done something, right, or if you said you've done something and it actually hasn't been the case, motherfucker, you lie. It's not marketing.
No, it's
all
a
right?
fake guru thing.
It's a fake
Those
guru
are the things
tactic.
fake gurus do because they know that that's what's gonna. I mean, it is part of marketing, yes, but it is it is actually just a lie at the end of the day
Yeah.
because you know that's what's going to get the clicks. It's a clickbait.
It's a clickbait thing. It's to fool y'all guys with the glamour because it's all internet shit. That's
Yeah.
what I'm talking about, right? On the internet, what's on Instagram, right? With the stuff that goes viral, the people with the cars, the people with the fitness, all these different things, all these superficial things that really doesn't matter, but it gets the eyeball on the internet. In real life, none of that shit really matters. So here's the thing, guys. I give you this. Yes, it is a form of marketing, but it's deceptive marketing.
It is deceptive.
It's very deceptive because this person isn't authentic to begin with, and what he's trying to do is have you buy into a program say that he supposedly came up with that isn't authentic either. So it's like false advertising because guess what? You're gonna buy into that program, and what's gonna happen? You're not gonna get the same results that this person's claiming that they got because they lied about the results that they claimed that they lied. They got.
So at the end of the day, it's you guys who are getting screwed over because they're getting their money. But you guys are thinking you're buying into a program you think is going to do something for you. And then when it doesn't, you think it's your fault. Because that's something fake gurus do. They always tell you, if it doesn't work for you, it's your fault. You don't put enough effort
That's
in.
why I got out of the whole personal development kind of like motivational kind of speak a while because I had my motivational money coach.
I remember that.
Because y'all think that this is the first time we started this stuff. No, I've been trying to get at this for a long time. But the motivational stuff, the reason why I stopped that, because you got to notice, I didn't want to be associated with that nonsense.
I
Because
totally get that. I totally get that.
fake guru, you gotta take personal responsibility. Don't get me wrong. I think you should do that. But when you look at the fake guru world, just to like what Don was saying, it's used in a different context. Because when you fail off of shit that doesn't work, you remember the teachings of take personal responsibility, do all that. So what you're gonna automatically think, instead of realizing the course you took and bought was a farce and a fraud for what it is, you're gonna blame yourself. That's what these things are conditioning you to do, to blame yourself when it doesn't work. Because guess what? It's guaranteed not to work because the same guys that are selling you this garbage haven't done it themselves.
And hey, if it's your fault, you cannot get a refund. So keep that in mind.
You can. And it's harder for guys to coalesce and come together and say, hey, these guys really screwed me, because all of them are going to be thinking, oh man, I probably didn't go out and talk to enough girls that day. That was my fault. And these guys are going to sit there and say, yeah, it's you. It's not us. Even though in real life, they can't pull the same girls that they're trying to get you to pay for them to do. So all the $800 Instagram lessons and courses and shit like that, they're telling you to do, having all these girls come in and judge your Instagram and shit and do all this nonsense. Even Myron wouldn't even let that shit happen to his own Instagram on his own fucking thing. After the same girls went after Fresh Prince CEO. So let me get this straight. Let me get this fucking straight, because this shit that always gets me, right? Let me get this straight. They'll have you motherfuckers pay $50 to have these broads come in and judge your Instagram, right? And then have you afterwards go in and get their DM courses, Instagram courses, and then you look at Myron, you look at Fresh Prince CEO, and their Instagram doesn't even look like the type of Instagram that would get the bitches' interest in the first place. And on top of that, most of the images and shit that they showed you with the DMs and shit, it's all fake. So I'm sorry, y'all coming after us and calling us haters.
Hey, cloud chasers. I keep seeing y'all in the comments.
Look, we embrace it. Y'all think that's gonna get me? I'm gonna tell you right now. And Don can vouch for me. I'm the kind of brother that has a zero shame whatsoever. If it leads, if it bleeds, I'm gonna talk about it. It ain't shit you gonna talk about it. But in this case, I'm a lot more passionate about this because these are people who built a platform based off lying to you motherfuckers. And what I want to do, and what we're trying to do here, is to make sure that we at least point out the inconsistencies. No one here is against Fresh and Fit.
Oh yeah.
It's the inconsistencies that I can't stand.
It's honestly, at the end of the day, it's all about being accountable.
Accountable.
That's it. That really is
and that's the thing with this industry, Don. I think that this industry lacks accountability because, especially for so long.
I mean, it's not just this one, though. That's the thing.
It's not just this one. It's a lot of different industries, but this one specifically, because it has a lot of, it's a closed, more the RP and the manosphere space. It's a little bit more of a closed community. There's not a lot of guys can get in here and get away with a lot. Let's just be real. A lot of guys out here, they're coming in, they fake the fluff. A lot of guys out here, they are grifters. They are grifters coming into the space because they don't understand what it is with women, but they understand there's a lot of men out there who've been done wrong by women, who are inexperienced with women, and don't really know what it qualifies to get women. So what they're doing is easier to fool you to buy into their shit versus going out there and doing it. Listen, no one here needs to sell you a course on how to do it. If you want to go ahead and get lucky with women, here's one easy thing you could do. Go out there and get rejected. Seriously. Get rejected much that you're numb to it. That's what happens. But a lot of guys, we're kind of like girls. We get rejected once or rejected twice, and then we stop. And then we come to these spaces that are saying, oh, these women, they're so bad. They're going to do this to you. They're going to do that to you. And guess what? You're going to be like, yeah, kick him out. Yeah, that bitch. she did that to me, rather than just going out there and actually getting the rejection and understanding, oh, okay, this is how women are. Because think about it, the guys who are really good with women, they're not angry at them.
You know, Coke is the best product out there. Everyone buys Coca-Cola, and that's not really the case. Some people like Pepsi as well. So do you think that when it comes to, at least within the dating market scene, that people use an over-exaggeration to market their stuff, even though they may not say that they have 1,000 like count, which obviously that's absurd to have unless your name is Genghis Khan. But at the same time, isn't it, you know, okay, they actually may have a point to some of the stuff that they're saying? Because I've taken a consultation from Myron, and he's helping out.
Hold up. Half-truths are not my issue. Listen, they want to spit half-truths. I don't really care. Most people who are frauds do half-truths, right? They mask their lies in some form of truth. But let's be clear. If you lie, you can't just say it's careful marketing. Then you just don't have integrity. You're a liar in order to sell.
This kid bought their program.
Yeah.
This kid bought. I feel sorry for him. I feel because he just, not only did he buy his program, Don, he just admitted that he knows unless you're Genghis Khan, that number is pretty up there. It's not realistic.
But here's the thing: the people they target with these things are people who are at their lowest point. They're not just targeting somebody who's just maybe having a little bit of bad luck with women. They're targeting people who have no luck with women.
This is crazy because this is money this young man didn't have to spend. This is money that this young man didn't have to go ahead and give to these frauds, and he just admitted that they're frauds, right?
Yeah.
The reason why he probably did that because he didn't know any better. Right? He didn't know. Look at, man, you got to understand. Y'all got to start doing more than just looking at people's follower count and looking at people's social media life. Because social media life does not directly correlate to reality. A lot of people can make it look like they're looking good. Even if you guys want to talk about these ladies, right? A lot of these ladies that can take photos and they can look good on Instagram and all this stuff like that. But guess freaking what? When you meet in reality, they're just as empty as those photos that they take. So you got to understand what you guys have to do is stop looking at these people and looking at the surface level shit and building these people in your heads to be more than what they actually are, because they're not actual authorities. You got to look to what the hell they say. They are paying their way to be authorities right now, but they're not really are. That's why when they get tested, when they get criticized for the first time, they act like emotional little girls. They act like the very same people they criticize, the very same type of the women they criticize, they behave that way. Why?
Oh, yeah.
Because that's not who they are eternally.
Something you guys gotta also understand is when it comes to stuff you pay for, there's an investment principle in that. This actually occurs with anything you do. So women, jobs, money, once you start putting money into it, just like buying a product, you're somewhat invested in it, meaning that no matter how shitty the product is, the fact that you've put money into it, you're gonna start trying to find the bright sides in it. You're gonna start trying to say, okay, maybe this isn't as bad as I thought it was. Maybe this thing, it may work in the right circumstance, even though it's a complete shit product. You're invested in it. Same thing for women. When you're within a relationship you shouldn't be in, and you've invested your time, your money, your energy, your effort into that relationship, what you're gonna do is you're gonna start telling yourself that this is a good relationship, that this relationship, even though it sucks, everybody and your grandma can tell it sucks, but you're gonna be like, oh well, maybe I'm just not putting enough effort, which is one whole thing fake gurus do. They tell you, you're just not putting up enough effort, that if you're not having success, that's all on you.
Listen, it's not just you, not even a dating scene, right? But even just in other things, you'll find fake gurus all over the place. I've been bamboozled by fake gurus. When I was getting into this marketing business, before I even had my company that was successful, before that, I was buying some of these courses, and a lot of these courses were teaching me how to sell courses. That's all it was. I shit you not.
I know.
Because the way they pitch it, it's like, oh yeah, you can run a 6-figure marketing business. You could do this, you could do that, you could do this, and it's like, oh, okay, I want to do that, and it made it sound so freaking easy. Then when you get into it and you buy the courses, it's like, wait, am I learning how to market, or am I learning how to market to other people to learn how to market? I don't know what the fuck's happening here. So it's really confusing. So you know what I did? I said, fuck all that bullshit, right? This is a $2,500 course, right?
Damn.
I said, fuck all that shit. Let me go ahead and pay a $20. It wasn't even $20. It was $13 on Udemy, and it was this one guy who had a YouTube channel, and he basically just went over the whole thing. He broke the whole thing down for me, and I got it. I had the tools necessary I needed to be able to build a company. But with these flashy gurus, with this high ticket sale price they're trying to teach you, that's all smoke and mirrors, because when you look at the actual substance, it's vapid and empty, just like a lot of these lies that they have.
Big time.
Products. If you tell me your product, you could do this, you should trust me because this is my resume, and you write about your resume, that'd be called fraud.
He needs an episode of Fresh and Fit.
But is it not though? Am I crazy for saying it's fraudulent, their claims?
I mean, is it fraudulent or is it trying to be a shock factor? That's the one thing I'm asking, because I think it's more of a shock factor, if anything, to get people to come in.
Okay. Okay. Well,
No,
I'm very
because
honest
he's
about my
invested, he
military
has to
record,
back
right?
it up.
Only did a few years, got out, never went on deployment, bam. If I came out and I said I went on deployment, I was in Afghanistan twice, I did all this other stuff to make myself look cooler, and you found out that wasn't true, would you not look at me crazy?
Oh, 100%.
Oh
That's
my
what
God.
I'm trying to say, is that these guys who are trying to lead people are lying about their accomplishments. They're lying about their lifestyle. They're faking a bunch of stuff. And also,
That's so true. Before he gets into the other point, it's absolutely true, right? And it goes to hand in hand what you said. The reason why this kid, he just agreed to the fact that if it was the other side, if it was flipped, right? And if Abba didn't really do all the military stuff that he said he did, guess what? He willingly agreed that that's fucking fraud because you're telling us one thing and it's not. But there's a reason why he can't bring himself to believe that the exact same shit that he just agreed to with Abba's scenario is the exact same shit he's actively going through right now with the Fresh and Fit boys, right? And the reason why he's actually actively trying to defend them because this kid has money invested in them.
Money and time.
Money and time. Time watching the podcast, time and money spent even interacting with these fools. That's what was spent. So it's hard and very difficult for him to bring himself to the point to admit the fact that he was bamboozled. And these people lied to him. So like I said, we're not against Fresh and Fit. I don't give it, like, literally, man. Look, the channel's like Jubilee. I don't know if you guys heard of Jubilee, but they do some crazy shit. All right, and there's some interesting stuff you can talk about because they go ahead and talk. They really bring up some interesting points that are meant for discussion. So there are way other channels out there on YouTube and on media at large that we can comment on.
Yep.
But the reason why we talk about this specifically is because when you have a bunch of misguided young men who are gonna be supposed to be the next leaders of a generation, taking this kind of nonsense in, that's gonna have a whole generation of toxic men. And if we have the ability to basically put a stop to it, and at least call it out, that's all we want. We want to call it out. We don't want to say, hey, stop making money. We just say, hey, what you're saying is bullshit. Now give advice that actually makes sense to these young men, and that's it. We'll leave you alone. We'll leave you alone. That's it. I don't give a shit. You know, it'd be boring talking about a guy who's giving good advice to fucking to young men.
There's nothing to talk about.
Yeah,
There's
but like he
nothing
said,
to talk
oh,
about.
do you think you're doing it for the shock factor? Shock factor of what? The shock factor realistically is them kicking out the girls. That's really why people tune in. If you look at the basic show, when there's just them two talking, no one's paying attention. Even their fans are voting with their eyeballs, right? They don't show up for the educational shit, you weird ass fucking Fresh and Fit fanboys that I see in every other comment section on every other YouTube channel. I don't see you guys on the stuff that actually helps you. I see you guys on the entertainment stuff that rots your brain that doesn't make any sense. So you're gonna come up here and call us clout chasers? You guys are doing the exact same thing. The very definition of it. Just pay attention to who's leading you. That's all we care. That's all I care about.
just think about this too. What drives you to lie about these things? What would drive you to lie about your lifts? Yeah, so why wouldn't you lie? Why wouldn't you lie about your lifts? To market yourself a bit better.
Because I'm not going to bullshit no one.
Why not?
Because it's not who I am as a person.
So why would you want to take advice and guidance from somebody who would lie about that kind of shit?
Touche.
You know, and look, at the end of the day, I question even the mindset. Like, listen, man, I've been with enough ladies. There's nothing to be proud of banging that many women. It's not cool. It's not a great life. Okay? So when dudes lie about something so vapid like that, I start looking at you funny. Like, why would you make that number? And such a stupid number, too. And also, like, do you not have the self-awareness to realize that there's no way anybody would ever believe that you slept with 1,000 women? Like, how weird do you have to be to think that's crazy? Like, I don't know. To me, it's just a whole bunch of stuff.
Weird.
You know, like, it's like you seeing a skinny guy and he says he can squat 600 pounds. Right? The eyes that you're making right now? Wouldn't you look at that man like it's crazy?
Oh, 100%.
Like, you squatting 600? Are you mad? But then think about, like, how much self-awareness.
It's like, you're not Cloud from, like, Final Fantasy VII, bro. Like, what the hell?
Exactly. So, you know, look, at the end of the day, I'm not going to take away from any of the good stuff they did for you, man. And if they did good stuff, keep going.
Yeah, man. And you know what? I'll be honest, man. After talking to you for a little bit, you know what? I'm not going to lie, man. I used to make fun of you a little bit, bro. Not going to lie. No cap. Used to make fun of you. Actually, cool dude.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad at it. Plenty of people say a lot of things about me, good or bad, and you know what? I go home and I sleep in my bed and I still feel great. So I'm not even mad at you. You didn't know me. It's okay for you to think whatever you want. But yeah, like I said, I'm just talking to another person right now, one-on-one. So hopefully we're cool.
Go talk to the other side. So,
all right, man. I appreciate you, brother.
We've earned respect. Love it.
All right. Best of luck to you. Cheers.
Thank you, bro.
Nice. See, that was a good discussion.
That was a good discussion, and that is the reason why we do this. That is the reason why we have these conversations, because you can't just be taking one thing for granted. This guy didn't even know anything about Alba or anything about the situation that he was getting himself in, listening to these Fresh and Fit boys. And now they was able to listen to the other side. And that's all we're trying to offer is a different perspective. Listen to the other side that pointed out clearly to this young man to be able to see it. If a skinny dude says he can squat 600 pounds, would anyone believe that? No. And then to go to this other point, why would someone lie about that? And the reason why they would lie about it is if they really can't do it. If they don't get the girls or they can't squat 600 pounds.
No, because it's very similar to women who get cosmetic surgery, plus use filters in their Instagram. So what you see is not what it is. So what they do is they show you this image, and then these women are probably also selling courses or makeup or whatever to the other girls.
There's another girl who's teaching girls out there how to make money on OnlyFans.
So, I mean, but that's exactly it. So what they do is they show you this thing that isn't attainable, basically, a false image. And then once, because honestly, at the end of the day, the people who are really getting screwed over are the guys who are paying for this. Because I see it's basically the same way as catfishing. Straight up. It is catfishing. You think you're getting something. You go in there, and it's not what you thought it was.
It's not. It's 100%. Dude, that's a great example.
No,
it's catfishing.
It's catfishing.
They're telling you buy this course. You buy the. Matter of fact, I want to know. Any of you guys, because I know the stands are going to be in the building, right?
Oh, yeah. I know that for sure.
So those of you fans, I got a question for you, okay? I got to go pay attention real quick. I got a question for you. If you think this is all, crazy and whatnot, if you've bought the course, how did it work out for you? I genuinely want to know. If you think we're spending, I want to know, because realistically, the problem is there's no number or metric system to track all of this. There's no metric system to track the progress. Yeah, you can have a guy put a review up and say, oh, well, Fresh and Fit, they changed my life. They can go ahead and put that up, but that's not, okay, how many people would have ever purchased a course, right? If we audit the books, how many people have purchased a course in DM and actually went out there, practiced it and did it and came back with the actual results, minus the people who are actually coming back with you? Because I guarantee you, for every one of those people who come out and say, hey, they changed my life, there's 3 or 4 other person out there that it didn't do shit for.
And even for the ones who leave positive reviews, those are usually a requirement by the actual guru, telling them to actually post a positive review, just because they'll get some benefit, like some VIP status or some VIP perks or program when they post a positive review, even though they still haven't got shit from the course.
Exactly. No, that's another thing, because we don't even know the mentality of what's happening when people buy this stuff. We don't know. We don't understand any of it. All we do understand is the people in. Just to even be fair, we don't even know if these courses work. I personally haven't bought it, but I'm not going to pay someone to teach me how to go get women. I'm not going to do any of that. So I don't know if it works. But if it does work for some of you guys out there, okay, that's good. Fine. That's good. But it doesn't mean that, and just like Abba said, doesn't mean like that all of the shit that they say is actually beneficial for you. Yeah, some of the things that they say, like with 360, the financial stuff, it worked out for them. We're not going to take that away from Fresh and Fit. If they're bringing on guests that helps them out and it helps them out in their life financially, that's great. However, our main gripe is you're trying to promote and sell a lifestyle that you guys don't live. And that's not, we're not even taking this away from the money factor. We're talking about the women factor, because you're telling your guys don't pay for box. Real ass niggas don't pay for the box. That's what your buddy says, right? So I'm sorry if it comes out that they're using their podcast to leverage it to get box. How can you look at these same people the exact same way? I'm sorry.
But here's the thing. I've actually told Juke this, that I don't really have necessarily a problem with them doing that. The only problem I have is the message that they preach is opposite to that. Because unfortunately, there are a lot of guys out there who do take advantage of their power to, get with women. And it's not like an uncommon thing. But don't go telling guys that, do this. Like, I mean, it's like, if you're gonna talk the talk, you gotta walk the walk. Facts. That's literally my last
that's it. That's all I gotta do. Yeah. Look, listen, guys. All right. just if you think we're done with this, we're not done with this. All right, this is gonna keep going until we get some actual positive influence within the manosphere. Because what y'all don't understand is we're a closed group. The outside world sees us all as the same thing. So when we see these toxic ideologies coming out of here, we got to check it. We need someone to check it. And we're just saying, hey, if you guys are going to come out here and influence the young minds out here, we want you to be living that same lifestyle, or at least be honest about what your lifestyle is. Look at Rollo Tomasi, for example, right? The guy, you can look at him, you can tell he has zero practical experience whatsoever. No infield game. I guarantee
All right,
you,
guys, I will be back in
100 times over, right? Which is fine, but that's not taken away from the fact
What'd
that
you say, babe?
his theoretical observations and what he's able to put in a book, not saying that it's not valid, not saying there's not some merit to it.
I'll
I'm
be
just
back in
saying
10 minutes,
this guy
guys.
actually hasn't
And
done a
yeah,
lot of
we're
the
gonna
process
restart
that it
this
takes to
video.
be
So give
practically
me a sec.
good women. A lot of it from a theoretical standpoint. So a lot of you guys who are reading the books and listening to that stuff, just take it with a grain of salt and take that and go out and actually participate. Go to your bar, go to your club.
saying
1,000 Lake.
I'm not saying 1,000.
That's the problem. Listen, I don't care how you decide to get the girls, and I'm sure a Fresh Prince CEO, he's gotten laid. I'm sure about that. But
Hey,
the
just put the
problem
money.
is 1,000 girls. That's fucking ridiculous. And realistically, that's something that should raise a red flag to anybody paying attention.
Important, not because I actually care how many women he slept with, but because he used that as a sales pitch to get young men to buy his products. If
That's my
you
problem.
say I can bench 250, but you can actually only bench 50 pounds, and you're selling fitness courses to young men, wouldn't you be considered a fraud for lying about your lifts and lying
It's a fake guru type
drastically?
shit.
It's fake cool.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
fake
you
guru.
got that, but the same. But I'll also say, but I'm also going to throw a counterpoint
Where comes the
because
deal at?
I've always been a big fan of Fresh and Fit, and I'll say the things right now. What they said about Preach's wife, in my opinion, was wrong. You should never go after a man's wife. That's the one thing. If you're going,
But hold on, I'm not even talking about that. I don't even care about that. I said they're frauds for completely different reasons. Has nothing to do with what they said about the wife. All it showcased was like they're too hyper emotional for alpha men. Cool, keep it pushing. But don't you think there's something disingenuous about lying about the amount of women that you've been with?
is it that they're lying or is it an over marketing thing? Because let's be honest, because I think like well, let me explain. 'Cause you have a lot of people that say, well,
fucking French toast door. What the hell is this dude talking about? If you've done something, right, or if you said you've done something and it actually hasn't been the case, motherfucker, you lied. It's not marketing.
No, it's
all
a
right?
fake guru thing.
It's a fake
Those
guru
are the things
tactic.
fake gurus do because they know that that's what's gonna. I mean, it is part of marketing, yes, but it is actually just a lie at the end of the day
Yeah.
because you know that's what's gonna get the clicks. It's a clickbait.
It's a clickbait thing. It's to fool y'all guys with the glamour because it's all internet shit. That's
Yeah.
what I'm talking about, right? On the internet, what's on Instagram, right? With the stuff that goes viral, the people with the cars, the people with the fitness, all these different things, all these superficial things that really doesn't matter, but it gets the eyeball on the internet. In real life, none of that shit really matters. So here's the thing, guys. I give you this. Yes, it is a form of marketing, but it's deceptive marketing.
It is deceptive.
It's very deceptive because this person isn't authentic to begin with, and what he's trying to do is have you buy into a program say that he supposedly came up with that isn't authentic either. So it's like false advertising because guess what? You're gonna buy into that program, and what's gonna happen? You're not gonna get the same results that this person's claiming that they got because they lied about the results that they claimed that they lied. They got.
So at the end of the day, it's you guys who are getting screwed over because they're getting their money. But you guys are thinking you're buying into a program you think is gonna do something for you, and then when it doesn't, you think it's your fault because that's something fake gurus do. They always tell you if it doesn't work for you, it's your fault.
And
Not
then
put enough effort
that's
in.
why I got out of the whole personal development kind of like motivational kind of speak because I had my motivational money coach.
I remember that.
Because y'all think that this is the first time we started this stuff. No, I've been trying to get at this for a long time. But the motivational stuff, the reason why I stopped that, because you got to notice, I didn't want to be associated with that nonsense.
I
Because
totally get that. I totally get that.
fake guru, oh, you gotta take personal responsibility. Don't get me wrong. I think you should do that. But when you look at the fake guru world, just to like what Don was saying, it's used in a different context. Because when you fail off of shit that doesn't work, you remember the teachings of take personal responsibility, do all that. So what you're gonna automatically think, instead of realizing the course you took and bought was a farce and a fraud for what it is, you're gonna blame yourself. That's what these things are conditioning you to do, to blame yourself when it doesn't work. Because guess what? It's guaranteed not to work because the same guys that are selling you this garbage haven't done it themselves.
And hey, if it's your fault, you cannot get a refund. So keep that in mind.
You can, and it's harder for guys to coalesce and come together and say, hey, these guys really screwed me, because all of them are going to be thinking, oh man, I probably didn't go out and talk to enough girls that day. That was my fault. And these guys are going to sit there and say, yeah, it's you. It's not us. Even though in real life, they can't pull the same girls that they're trying to get you to pay for them to do. So all the $800 Instagram lessons and courses and shit like that they're telling you to do, having all these girls come in and judge your Instagram and shit and do all this nonsense, even Myron wouldn't even let that shit happen to his own Instagram on his own fucking thing. After the same girls went after Fresh Prince CEO. So let me get this straight. Let me get this fucking straight, because this shit that always gets me, right? Let me get this straight. They'll have you motherfuckers pay $50 to have these broads come in and judge your Instagram, right? And then have you afterwards go in and get their DM courses, Instagram courses, and then you look at Myron, you get Fresh Prince CEO, and their Instagram doesn't even look like the type of Instagram that would get the bitches' interest in the first place. And on top of that, most of the images and shit that they showed you with the DMs and shit, it's all fake. So I'm sorry, y'all coming after us and calling us haters.
Hey, cloud chasers.
Cloud chasers.
Cloud chasers. I keep seeing y'all in the comments.
Look, we embrace it. Y'all think that's gonna get me? I'm gonna tell you right now. And Don can vouch for me. I'm the kind of brother that has a zero shame whatsoever. If it leads, if it bleeds, I'm gonna talk about it. It ain't shit you gonna talk about. But in this case, I'm a lot more passionate about this because these are people who built a platform based off lying to you motherfuckers. And what I want to do and what we're trying to do here is to make sure that we at least point out the inconsistencies. No one here is against Fresh and Fit.
Oh, yeah.
It's the inconsistencies that I can't stand.
It's honestly, at the end of the day, it's all about being accountable.
Accountable.
That's it. That really
right?
is
And that's the thing with this industry, Don. I think that this industry lacks accountability because, especially for so long.
I mean, it's
a lot
not
of
just
us-
this one, though.
it's
That's
not-
the thing.
It's
Like,
not just this one. It's
yeah.
a lot of different industries, but this one specifically because it has a lot of. It's a closed, more the RP in a manosphere space. It's a little bit more of a closed community.
Yeah.
There's not a whole. A lot of guys can get in here and get away with a lot. Let's just be real.
Yeah.
A lot of guys out here, they're coming in, they fake the fluff. A lot of guys out here, they are grifters. They are grifters coming into the space because they don't understand what it is with women, but they understand there's a lot of men out there who've been done wrong by women, who are inexperienced with women, and don't really know what it qualifies to get women. So what they're doing is easier to fool you to buy into their shit versus going out there and doing it. Listen, no one here needs to sell you a course on how to do it. If you want to go ahead and get lucky with women, here's one easy thing you could do. Go out there and get rejected. Seriously. Get
That is
rejected
true,
so
though. That
much
is
that
true.
you're numb to it. That's what happens. But a lot of guys, we're kind of like girls. We get rejected once or we rejected twice, and then we stop. And then we come to these spaces that are saying, oh, these women, they're so bad. They're going to do this to you. They're going to do that to you. And guess what? You're going to be like, yeah, kick them out. Yeah, that bitch, she did that to me. Rather than just going out there and actually getting the rejection and understanding, oh, okay, this is how women are. Because
Yeah.
think about it. The guys who are really good with women, they're not angry at them.
You know, Coke is the best product out there. Everyone buys Coca-Cola, and that's not really the case. Some people like Pepsi as well. So do you think that when it comes to, at least within the dating market scene, that people use an over-exaggeration to market their stuff, even though they may not say that they have 1,000 like count, which obviously that's absurd to have unless your name is Genghis Khan. But at the same time, isn't it, you know, okay, they actually may have a point to some of the stuff that they're saying? Because I've taken a consultation from Myron, and he's helping me out.
Hold up. Half truths are not my issue. Listen, they want to spit half truths. I don't really care. Most people who are frauds do half truths, right? They mask their lies in some form of truth. But let's be clear. If you lie, you can't just say it's careful marketing. Then you just don't have integrity. You're a liar in order to sell.
This kid bought their program.
Yeah.
This kid bought. I feel sorry for him.
I mean,
feel
that's
because
why-
he just, not only did he buy his program, Don, he just admitted that he knows unless you're Genghis Khan, that number is pretty up there. It's not realistic.
But here's the thing: the people they target with these things are people who are at their lowest point. They're not just targeting somebody who's just maybe having a little bit of bad luck with women. They're targeting people who have no luck with women.
This is crazy because this is money this young man didn't have to spend. This is money that this young man didn't have to go ahead and give to these frauds, and he just admitted that they're frauds, right?
Yeah.
The reason why he probably did that because he didn't know any better. Right? He didn't know. Look at, man, you got to understand. Y'all got to start doing more than just looking at people's follower count and looking at people's social media life. Because social media life does not directly correlate to reality. A lot of people can make it look like they're looking good. Even if you guys want to talk about these ladies, right? A lot of these ladies that can take photos and they can look good on Instagram and all this stuff like that. But guess freaking what? When you meet in reality, they're just as empty as those photos that they take. So you got to understand what you guys have to do is stop looking at these people and looking at the surface level shit and building these people in your heads to be more than what they actually are, because they're not actual authorities. You got to look to what the hell they say. They are paying their way to be authorities right now, but they're not really are. That's why when they get tested, when they get criticized for the first time, they act like emotional little girls. They act like the very same people they criticize. The very same type of the women they criticize, they behave that way. Why?
Oh, yeah.
Because that's not who they are eternally.
Something you guys gotta also understand is when it comes to stuff you pay for, there's an investment principle in that. This actually occurs with anything you do. So women, jobs, money, once you start putting money into it, just like buying a product, you're somewhat invested in it, meaning that no matter how shitty the product is, the fact that you put money into it, you're gonna start trying to find the bright sides in it. You're gonna start trying to say, okay, maybe this isn't as bad as I thought it was. Maybe this thing, it may work in the right circumstance, even though it's a complete shit product. You're invested in it. Same thing for women. When you're within a relationship you shouldn't be in, and you've invested your time, your money, your energy, your effort into that relationship, what you're gonna do is you're gonna start telling yourself that this is a good relationship, that this relationship, even though it sucks, everybody and your grandma can tell it sucks, but you're gonna be like, oh well, maybe I'm just not putting enough effort. which is one the whole thing fake gurus do.
Yeah.
They tell you, you're just not putting up enough effort. That if you're not having success, that's all on you.
Listen, it's not just you, not even a dating scene, right? But even just in other things, you'll find fake gurus all over the place. I've been bamboozled by fake gurus. When I was getting into this marketing business, before I even had my company that was successful, before that, I was buying some of these courses, and a lot of these courses were teaching me how to sell courses. That's all it was. I shit you not.
I know.
I've seen it. Because the way they pitch it, it's like, oh yeah, you can run a 6-figure marketing business. You could do this, you could do that, you could do this, and it's like, oh, okay, I want to do that, and they make it sound so freaking easy. And when you get into it and you buy the courses, it's like, wait, am I learning how to market, or am I learning how to market to other people to learn how to market? I don't know what the fuck's happening here. So
it's really confusing.
So you know what I did? I said, fuck all that bullshit, right? This is a $2,500 course, right?
Damn.
I said, fuck all that shit. Let me go ahead and pay it wasn't even $20. It was $13 on Udemy. And it was this one guy who had a YouTube channel, and he basically just went over the whole thing. He broke the whole thing down for me, and I got it. I had the tools necessary I needed to be able to build a company. But with these flashy gurus, with this high ticket sale price they're trying to teach you, that's all smoke and mirrors. Because when you look at the actual substance, it's vapid and empty. Just like a lot of these lies that they have.
Big time.
Products. If you tell me your product, you could do this, you should trust me because this is my resume, and you write about your resume, that'd be called fraud.
He needs an episode.
All right.
Fresh and Fit.
But is it not though? Am I crazy for saying it's fraudulent, their claims?
I mean, is it fraudulent, or is it trying to be a shock factor? That's the one thing I'm asking, because I think it's more of a shock factor, if anything, to get people to come in.
Okay. Okay. Well,
No,
I'm very
he's
honest about my
invested.
military
Yes, to
record,
back
right?
it
Only
up.
did a few years, got out, never went on deployment, bam. If I came out and I said I went on deployment, I was in Afghanistan twice, I did all this other stuff to make myself look cooler, and you found out that wasn't true, would you not look at me crazy?
Oh, 100%.
Oh
That's
my
what
God.
I'm trying to say, is that these guys who are trying to lead people are lying about their accomplishments. They're lying about their lifestyle. They're faking a bunch of stuff. And also,
that's so true. Before he gets into the other point, it's absolutely true, right? And it goes to hand in hand what you said. The reason why this kid, he just agreed to the fact that if it was the other side, if it was flipped, right? And if Abba didn't really do all the military stuff that he said he did, guess what? He willingly agreed that that's fucking fraud because you're telling us one thing and it's not. But there's a reason why he can't bring himself to believe that the exact same shit that he just agreed to with Abba's scenario is the exact same shit he's actively going through right now with the Fresh and Fit boys, right? And the reason why he's actually actively trying to defend them, because this kid has money invested in them.
Money and time.
Money and time. Time watching the podcast, time and money spent even interacting with these fools. That's what was spent. So it's hard and very difficult for him to bring himself to the point to admit the fact that he was bamboozled. And these people lied to him. So like I said, we're not against Fresh and Fit. I don't give it, like, literally, man. Look, the channel's like Jubilee. I don't know if you guys heard of Jubilee, but they do some crazy shit. All right, and there's some interesting stuff you can talk about because they go ahead and talk. They really bring up some interesting points that are meant for discussion. So there are way other channels out there on YouTube and on media at large that we can comment on. But the reason why we talk about this specifically is because when you have a bunch of misguided young men who are gonna be supposed to be the next leaders of a generation, taking this kind of nonsense in, that's gonna have a whole generation of toxic men. And if we have the ability to basically put a stop to it, and at least call it out, that's all we want. We want to call it out. We don't want to say, hey, stop making money. We just say, hey, what you're saying is bullshit. Now give advice that actually makes sense to these young men, and that's it. We'll leave you alone. We'll leave you alone. That's it. I don't give a shit. You know, it'd be boring talking about a guy who's giving a good advice to young men.
There's nothing to talk about.
Yeah, but like he said, do you think you're doing it for the shock factor? Shock factor of what? The shock factor realistically is them kicking out the girls. That's really why people tune in. If you look at the basic show, when there's just them two talking, no one's paying attention. Even their fans are voting with their eyeballs, right? They don't show up for the educational shit, you weird-ass fucking Fresh and Fit fanboys that I see in every other comment section on every other YouTube channel. I don't see you guys on the stuff that actually helps you. I see you guys on the entertainment stuff that rots your brain that doesn't make any sense. So you're gonna come up here and call us clout chasers? You guys are doing the exact same thing. The very definition of it. Just pay attention to who's leading you. That's all we care. That's all I care about.
just think about this too. What drives you to lie about these things? What would drive you to lie about your lifts? Yeah. So why wouldn't you lie? Why wouldn't you lie about your lips to market yourself a bit better?
Because I'm not going to bullshit no one.
Why not?
Because it's not who I am as a person.
So
Someone
why
said,
would right? So why would you want to take advice and guidance from somebody who would lie about that kind of shit?
touche.
You know, and look, at the end of the day, I question even the mindset. Like, listen, man, I've been with enough ladies. There's nothing to be proud of banging that many women. It's not cool. It's not a great life. Okay? So when dudes lie about something so vapid like that, I start looking at you funny. Like, why would you make that number? And such a stupid number, too. And also, like, do you not have the self-awareness to realize that there's no way anybody would ever believe that you slept with 1,000 women? Like, where? Like, how weird do you have to be to think that's crazy? Like, I don't know. To me, it's just a whole bunch of stuff.
Weird.
You know, like, if it's like you seeing a skinny guy, and he says he can squat 600 pounds. Right? The see the eyes that you're making right now? Wouldn't you look at that man like it's crazy?
Oh, 100%.
Like, you squatting 600? Are you mad? But then think about, like, how much self-awareness.
It's like, you're not Cloud from, like, Final Fantasy VII, bro. Like, what the hell?
Exactly. So, you know, look, at the end of the day, I'm not going to take away from any of the good stuff they did for you, man. And if they did good stuff, keep going.
Yeah, man. And you know what? I'll be honest, man. After talking to you for a little bit, you know what? I'm not going to lie, man. I used to make fun of you a little bit, bro. Not going to lie. No cap. Used to make fun of you. Actually, cool dude.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad at it. Plenty of people say a lot of things about me, good or bad. And you know what? I go home and I sleep in my bed and I still feel great. So I'm not even mad at you. You didn't know me. It's okay for you to think whatever you want. But yeah, like I said, I'm just talking to another person right now, one-on-one. So hopefully we're cool.
You know, talk to the other side. So.
All right, man. I appreciate you, brother.
We've earned respect. Love it.
All right. Best of luck to you. Cheers.
Thank you, bro.
Nice. See, that was a good discussion.
That was a good discussion, and that is the reason why we do this. That is the reason why we have these conversations, because you can't just be taking one thing for granted. This guy didn't even know anything about Alba or anything about the situation that he was getting himself in, listening to these Fresh and Fit boys. And now they was able to listen to the other side. And that's all we're trying to offer is a different perspective. Listen to the other side that pointed out clearly to this young man to be able to see it. If a skinny dude says he can squat 600 pounds, would anyone believe that? No. And then to go to this other point, why would someone lie about that? And the reason why they would lie about it is if they really can't do it. If they don't get the girls or they can't squat 600 pounds.
No, because it's very similar to women who get cosmetic surgery, plus use filters in their Instagram. So what you see is not what it is. So what they do is they show you this image, and then these women are probably also selling courses or makeup or whatever to the other girls.
There's another girl who's teaching girls out there how to make money on OnlyFans.
So, I mean, but that's exactly it. So what they do is they show you this thing that isn't attainable, basically, a false image. And then once, because honestly, at the end of the day, the people who are really getting screwed over are the guys who are paying for this. Because I see it's basically the same way as catfishing. Straight up. It is catfishing. You think you're getting something. You go in there, and it's not what you thought it was.
It's not. It's 100%. Dude, that's a great example.
No,
it's catfishing.
It's catfishing.
They're telling you buy this course. You buy the matter of fact, I want to know, any of you guys, because I know the stands are going to be in the building, right? They're gonna be on this cloud chasing.
I know that for sure.
So those of you fans, I got a question for you, okay? I got to go pay attention real quick. I got a question for you. If you think this is all, crazy and whatnot, if you've bought the course, how did it work out for you? I genuinely want to know. If you think we're spending, I want to know, because realistically, the problem is there's no number or metric system to track all of this. There's no metric system to track the progress. Yeah, you can have a guy put a review up and say, oh, well, Fresh and Fit, they changed my life. They can go ahead and put that up, but that's not, okay, how many people have ever purchased a course, right? If we audit the books, how many people have ever purchased a course in DM and actually went out there, practiced it and did it and came back with the actual results, minus the people who are actually coming back with views? Because I guarantee you, for every one of those people who come out and say, hey, they changed my life, there's 3 or 4 other person out there that it didn't do shit for.
And even for the ones who leave positive reviews, those are usually a requirement by the actual guru, telling them to actually go post a positive review, just because they'll get some benefit, like some VIP status or some VIP perks or program when they post a positive review, even though they still haven't got shit from the course.
Exactly. No, that's another thing, because we don't even know the mentality of what's happening when people buy this stuff. We don't know. We don't understand any of it. All we do understand is the people in. just doesn't even be fair. We don't even know if these courses work. I personally haven't bought it, but I'm not gonna pay someone to teach me how to go get women. I'm not gonna do any of that. So I don't know if it works. But if it does work for some of you guys out there, okay, that's
Good.
fine.
That's good.
But it doesn't mean that, and just like Abba said, doesn't mean like that all of the shit that they say is actually beneficial for you. Yeah, some of the things that they say, like with 360, the financial stuff, it worked out for them. We're not going to take that away from Fresh and Fit. If they're bringing on guests that helps them out and it helps them out in their life financially, that's great. However, our main gripe is you're trying to promote and sell a lifestyle that you guys don't live. And that's not, we're not even taking this away from the money factor. We're talking about the women factor, because you're telling your guys don't pay for box. Real ass niggas don't pay for box. That's what your buddy says, right? So I'm sorry if it comes out that they're using their podcast to leverage it to get box. How can you look at these same people the exact same way? I'm sorry.
But here's the thing. I've actually told Juke this, that I don't really have necessarily a problem with them doing that. The only problem I have is the message that they preach is opposite to that. Because unfortunately, there are a lot of guys out there who do take advantage of their power to, you know, get with women. And it's not like an uncommon thing. But don't go telling guys that, yo, you know, do this. Like, I mean, it's like, if you're going to talk the talk, you got to walk the walk. That's literally my last
That's it. That's all I got to do.
Yeah.
Look, listen, guys. All right. Just if you think we're done with this, we're not done with this. All right, this is gonna keep going until we get some actual positive influence within the manosphere. Because what y'all don't understand is we're a closed group. The outside world sees us all as the same thing. So when we see these toxic ideologies coming out of here, we gotta check it. We need someone to check it. And we're just saying, hey, if you guys are gonna come out here and influence the young minds out here, we want you to be living that same lifestyle, or at least be honest about what your lifestyle is. Look at Rollo Tomasi, for example, right? The guy, you can look at him, you can tell he has zero practical experience whatsoever. No infield game. I guarantee you, if I put this dude out in the field, he would bomb 100 times over, right? Which is fine, but that's not taken away from the fact that his theoretical observations and what he's able to put in a book, not saying that it's not valid, not saying there's not some merit to it. I'm just saying this guy actually hasn't done a lot of the process that it takes to be practically good with women. A lot of it from a theoretical standpoint. So a lot of guys who are reading the books and listening to that stuff, just take it with the grain of salt and take that and go out and actually participate. Go to your bar, go to your club, go out to your grocery stores, go out there wherever it is that you're doing where you think women are gonna be, and actually try to put those theories into practice. But if you keep listening to those theories, it's gonna do nothing but get you angrier and paint a worldview of what women are that isn't what actually is. And that's all I got on this, folks.
Yeah, that's it.
Make sure you guys go there. Don't forget to hit the like button. Get this show into more people. Help us grow some more. Come out with more content, fire stuff like this, and hit the subscribe button, because listen, guys, if it wasn't for you, we won't be where we are right now, and we are going further. So help us on our journey, and let's go ahead and get at and hold these motherfuckers accountable. Peace.
Peace.
Oh, well, this is Sharpstream, and I'm not going to endorse it anyway. But if Gigi were in front of me acting like that, dude, I'd have socked her. I'd have gave her a fucking shiner. I'd have called my fucking lawyer, Paul Powell. Yeah, Paul, I just broke my fucking girl's orbital bone. Yeah, yeah. You're going to need to get on down to the station. I would have hauled off, and I would have just decked her. I would have made damn sure that she never talked that way to me again. Whether we're back together or we broken up, I would have decked the out of her. Dude, I would have broke this fucking face. Real fucking talk.
What's up, guys? My name is Duke, and welcome to Duke Reacts, part of the Duke and Don channel. And today we got a jam-packed episode, folks. All right, so we're gonna cover the recent debate that recently took place between the Donovan Sharp, if you guys don't know, Donovan Sharp and Kevin Real Wilder. Okay, and guys, we're gonna cover this because I think the significance of this debate is very, very, very important. But before we get started, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button, guys. Like I said, thank you guys all again for the new support. We are blowing up, and guess what? We're gonna keep blowing up. And for those of you Fresh and Fit stands out there, okay, talking about, well, you guys are just tearing down other black men. why are you tearing down other black men? Ain't nobody tearing down any other black men. No one's trying to do that, okay? What we're trying to do is simply hold these people accountable. So for you Fresh and Fit stands or Red Pill stands in the chat or comment section, please have a seat because you're going to enjoy this show, all right? So, and though you guys who didn't know, a couple days ago, Donovan Sharp and Kevin Ray Wilder had a debate, okay? Now, this debate, very important because we are trying to assess the fact to understand if the manosphere, or not the manosphere, I'm sorry, the red pill space is in fact indeed misogynist. Matter of fact, to narrow it even further, is Donovan Sharp a misogynist, okay? So we had Kevin Ray Wilder. I believe he's part of he's a member of the White Pill. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. He's a member of the White Pill, and like I said, there's Red Pill, Purple Pill, Black Pill. There's too many pills out here, all right? But he's part of the White Pill, and from what I understand, their entire goal is pretty much like the Red Pill, but they're not with the whole rage stuff, you know, they're not with the whole anger. They're teaching men at least how to fail and go out there and try and fail again until they get it right. So in that case, you guys got my support there. And then we got Donovan Sharp over in the Red Pill category, all right? And these guys headed by Raul Tomasi, which let's be real, I really don't believe this guy's any kind of godfather of anything, okay? All right, if anything else, I think, like I said in my last episode, AMS is probably the guy that probably take the crown in this sphere over here. But the recent exposed videos that have come out has pretty much have Donovan Sharp not looking too good in recent lights, okay? So the question is, Kevin, well, not even the question. Kevin Ray Wilder ended up going on Donovan Sharp's show to do the debate. And realistically, we didn't know if the debate was going to happen. So with that being said, let me go ahead and give my man Donovan Sharp a round of applause. Thank you so much for actually doing that, because Donovan, what you have done, right? You've done something that most people within the red pill space, at least most thought leaders within the red pill space, didn't do. You actually showed up to a debate, and you actually showed up to have a conversation. And for that, you got my respects, okay? Now, if you want to talk about the debate itself and what happened and how all that stuff played out, to me, if you ask me personally, it was a little bit lackluster. Let's be real. It was missing a whole lot, okay? They covered a couple points that made sense, and overwhelmingly, they kind of agree with each other. I mean, let's face it. We're all kind of in the same group. It's just that there's certain ideologies that can be deemed toxic, so we have to call it out, and I'm glad that this conversation happened because we were able to do just that. But like I said, they overwhelmingly kind of agree with each other on certain points. However, I wish that Kevin was a little bit more stressful on Donovan on certain points that he made, because to me, it felt like he was trying to kind of wiggle around and, you know, use word salad to get around certain questions. And real talk, I mean, there are multiple proofs and evidence out there that makes Donovan Sharp look like a goddamn misogynist. Now, in the debate, he pretty much says, well, I'm doing it on purpose, and my fans aren't going to tell the difference, or they are going to tell the difference. They're going to think that I'm just joking. And it's like, nah, bro, you got to realize there's some real bona fide stupid people out here. All right, let me tell you this. If you say I guarantee you, if you say walk off that bridge, some of your audience will probably do it, okay? So that's why when you run big platforms, you got to be careful of what you say and how you come off. Now, there was another point that he made in that debate where he was talking about, well, you know, in this entertainment space, in this YouTube space, there's no room for nuance. You have to be a hard line for you to get an audience, for you to get any eyeballs. And I don't necessarily agree with that. You have to understand it's not just a showbiz thing, okay? Yeah, we're out here to be entertaining, but like channels like this, we're pretty nuanced, and there are different ways you can be entertaining, and the different ways you can keep an audience attention without having to go through extremes. Matter of fact, it's the extremes that is driving a lot of people to do stupid shit. Let's just be real, right? People are divided because one wants to stay on one side and the other guy wants to stay on one side. And if you're in a nuanced position, right, true nuanced position, not the crap that you were talking about in your debate, but true nuanced position, right, that means that they'll call you a simp. They'll call you all these different things, and it's like, what? Me saying that women deserve respect, that makes me a simp? What the hell are you guys talking about? So it does nothing else but further divide the YouTube space, but not even just the YouTube space, the male self-improvement space at large. It does nothing but to further divide us. So what we have to start doing, and this is where I commend you, Donovan, Let's just be real. This is where I really commend you. We really have to start having these conversations with different members within this particular space, all right? And it's okay for us to challenge ideas, and okay for us to be able to, ask different questions and, call people out and hold people responsible, because realistically, a lot of these guys holding these channels, you are leaders in a certain extent. You are leaders in the space. So you have to have a certain level of responsibility. Going too far to the right where you're talking about, I'm openly just going to say I'm a misogynist, but my audience are going to understand what it is I'm talking about. They're going to know I'm not joking. Look at this, man. You could, if you look at this and see how many of these, let's take a look at the Fresh and Fit stands, for example, right? Myron tells his audience, go after Anna Quinn. And guess what? A bunch of them dudes did, right? You got to understand, when you're in this space and you're a leader, people are going to follow your lead. And there's a lot of idiots out here that will do it because they look up to you. Let me tell you something about people who follow people like Donovan Sharp and Fresh and Fit and some of these other hardliners, right? The mentality of people like this is, these are the mentality of people who were scorned by women. These are the mentality of people who have either little to zero experience dealing with a modern day woman. They don't know stuff. So they come in, they listen to hardliners like Donovan Sharp talking about, oh, she's a hoe, I'm going to beat her up, or if she was this, is that. I mean, all this nonsense. And guess what? You're triggering something. You're triggering a rage within them, and eventually you're going to turn them into these nihilistic son of a bitches who are going out here, disrespecting women, sending all these messages to women, and in the words of Fresh Prince CEO's mouth himself, like these guys hide behind freaking keyboards.
Man, this is the same guy that said to every single girl, "Oh, you're no good, you're lesser than men."
So they were crowded on that show.
But
Sometimes,
guess what?
Yeah, we began like Simpson here, like watching us just for that.
But think about this, right? He just met her, wanted to be her boyfriend. It's like, these guys, they talk a lot of smack and they pretend behind a camera.
Yeah.
Behind a computer. But deep down, they're the ones snipping the hardest.
Yeah.
Right? These are the kind of people. You got to start teaching your audience. You got to start teaching these people following you practical moves. Go out and actually talk to people. Go out and deal with the real world. Go out and get kicked in the fucking teeth, and then come back and then hold your head up high. And then you get the pick of your litter. That's literally what it is. You can't be good at dealing with women if you're just sitting there reading practical books. You can't be good at women if you're sitting there watching all these shows. You can't be good at women if you're sitting there constantly buying all these dumb programs. Only best way for you to be good at women and comfortable with women is to go out there and talk to them. Yes, you're going to fall flat in your face. Yes, it's going to hurt. Yes, you're going to get rejected. And probably nowadays, you're going to be rejected harder than ever. That's what's just going to end up happening. But it's one of those things that it builds a tough skin. It builds a tough skin to the point where you're numb to it. And guess what? When a girl feels like her turning you down doesn't affect you, and you're not acting like some of these other guys out here that would act the same way you would have acted, guess what? If anything else, at the very least, she respects it. That's pretty much it. And you won't blow any future chances if you guys were to cross path again. Guys, all right? Some of you guys are all out there saying, well, dude, you're telling guys to go out there and fail. You're telling guys to go out there and just talk to girls and get rejected. You should be telling guys to go out there and make their money. You should be telling guys to go out there and get all the materialistic stuff, and then the women will come. It's like, bruh, I can be broke, living in my mama's house, and I can still get tail. It's not that hard. It's just how to talk to people and how to handle rejection. It's really it. So when you guys talking about that stuff, dealing with women is part of male self-improvement. That's what this is. So if you're sitting out there, ignoring women and going out there and trying to get your money and whatnot, you know what that's gonna make you, especially when you have zero experience with dealing with women, you're going out to chase your money. What does that make you? It makes you a high value simp. That's what we got running around right here right now. It's a big problem. All these high value simps being pumped out, not knowing what to do, and they're spending money on these women and corrupting their heads and shit. That's who y'all listening to. Stop that shit. You could be who you are. And what you are, just build yourself within you. All this materialistic stuff, that's just not important. That's the problem. We focus on all these materialistic things. You got to get the 6 figures. You got to get the car. You got to get the house. All these different things that don't matter. You've seen it with the girls we've had on the show, our live stream show, right? You've seen it with the girls. They just want someone who can lead. Women are looking for leader. And what makes a good leader is integrity, character. Who the fuck are you? Aside from your money, aside from all these cars, aside from all these books and all the shit, who the fuck are you? That's what we don't spend time doing. So realistically, if you want to go out there and go chase your bag and do all that stuff, that's fine. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Go chase your bag. But do not be upset when you're out there and you can't figure out how to get a woman's soul. Right? Like your buddies preaches, because all you motherfuckers are listening to guys who are using their money to get set women, right? You won't understand how to understand a woman's mind. You won't understand how to understand a woman's emotions, because some of these guys, they're teaching you how to disrespect women. And guys like Donovan Sharp fall way underneath this umbrella, all right? There's a lot of things that he said and a lot of stuff that I felt like Kevin should have pressed him on. But real talk, I get it. And it seems like his personality is a little bit more reserved than confrontational. But realistically, there's a lot of stuff that he still has to answer for, right? And another thing I disagree with this guy on, right? There are tons of videos out there with this guy bashing his wife, okay? If you guys don't know, Donovan has his wife out there, and there's been some serious people out there who really been doing their research on this guy, okay? And there are videos out there of this dude pretty much lambasting his own wife or girlfriend or whatever the fuck, all right? Talking about she has all these body counts, she's old, she's this, she's that, right?
I'll refer to Dev. Dude, when we first started dating, she used to brag about the dudes that she had smashed. Straight up. She used to brag about them. Dude, she used to brag all the time. Now, at first, I just told her, okay, stop. She didn't. Then I told her, look, when you talk about this stuff, it makes you unattractive. I said, I imagine you eating boogers when you talk like this. Stop it. She did it one more time. One more time. She tested me. I slut-shamed her literally to tears. You better believe it. I called her every name in the book. She was crying her eyes out.
And then on top of that, you go on a different podcast on a different show and talk about how you don't respect women who have too many bodies, who are older and all that stuff. And then you turn around and tell your audience, don't date women like the ones that you're currently dating. It doesn't make any sense. Donovan, you got a lot of stuff to answer for. Listen, I respect the fact that you came on, and what you did was big. What you did was huge, because right now what you've done is you've opened up dialogue between the different spaces, and to be able to exchange ideas, to understand, so people, your audience, everyone else's audience in the space can get a better understanding of what's going on in this industry. So I commend you for that in terms of respect. However, that doesn't answer for the fact that there's a lot of shit here that you got to answer for, okay? There's a lot of inconsistencies that you have going on that needs to be answered for. And that's what realistically I would have pressed him on. But overall, my thoughts on the debates, respect to the fact it happened, respect to Kevin for showing up. Thank you guys so much for having a dialogue. I just felt like it was missing something, right? You know, maybe like a moderator, someone who can ask the tough questions and, you know, hold both sides accountable. I'm not saying I should be the one to do it. I'm just saying that it was a little lackluster. I say a rematch. I'm just gonna be real. I want a rematch. I want to see a rematch with an actual moderator. All right, with someone who can press both sides on their ideologies. Right. For instance, I don't know shit about the white pill. I want to know more about it. What the fuck do you guys believe in? What the fuck are your ideals? And let's go ahead and put it under scrutiny, just like every other members of these people in this male self-improvement space. That's what we got to do. So, real talk, I say respect to Donovan Sharp, respect to Kevin for having a dialogue, and I hope that more and more of these so-called leaders, right? I'm talking to you, Mr. Senor Rolo Tomasi. Yeah, you right there. We are talking to you because it seems like you like to hide, bro. So definitely come on out and start talking to people. Start having debates with people. Let's start exchanging ideas. Let's put your theories to the test, Mr. Tomasi, okay? And then that way, every audience can see what this is all about, and we can all benefit from the male self-improvement space. Because real talk, this space isn't going anywhere, and it's only going to get bigger as more and more men come in and tend to understand the red pill. So I feel like it's up to us to basically take that responsibility to be able to properly make sure we're instilling the right mentorship to these impressionable young minds. And it's very important, because society would suffer if there's multiple generations of males coming out with these toxic, nihilistic ideologies, especially to the opposite sex. Men, all you men out there in these manosphere spaces, women are an important part of your life. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. They are one half of the other population. You're going to have to deal with them. When I said this life is all about dealing with people to move up to where you want to go, right? You're going to need to move through people. You're going to need to understand how to deal with people and listen to spaces that teach you how to avoid women or treat them in a different way or that they should be treated. Those spaces should honestly just be avoided or put under scrutiny, because over 50% of the population, and you're not going to understand how to deal with them. What the fuck are you improving on? What the fuck are you self-improving on? Oh, you got money? Then what? Then a woman's just going to come in and trick on you because you don't have that experience. So learn how to get that experience for yourself and deal with the opposite sex. Women aren't scary. They're people just like you. Yeah, they have privileges. We acknowledge that in this space. But doesn't mean that it's not stuff that we can walk around. Learn how to build yourself right. But part of that is also learning the opposite sex. Because part of life is building with somebody. I don't care what anyone says. No one out here wants to be alone. No one out here wants to die alone. So, with that being said, that's all I got in this topic. All you red pill stands out here that just came for the drama, excess stage left. We're going to be moving on. And speaking of moving on, we are going to be talking about Sha'Carri Richardson. My goodness. All right, now, back when this podcast was, in its infancy, we did an episode on Sha'Carri Richardson. Now, when this whole thing initially came out, right, I had my words to say about it. I had my thoughts on it, all right? And my thoughts were, I kind of supported the fact that she smoked weed. Let's be real. I'm going to be honest, okay? I get high and I'm an athlete. Let's just be real, okay? I smoke before I fight. I smoke before I play. It's just how it is, all right? But, I haven't gotten caught. So, that's not me. But if I were to get caught knowing that it's against the rules, it's one of those things where I will assume the responsibility and not play. However, here's the difference. I'm an amateur. And you're talking about being in the Olympics, right? That's a completely different story. However, I did give Sha'Carri Richardson the benefit of the doubt. Now, it turns out that this woman is wilding out because not only did she lose the I think she was in the Olympics, right? Olympic trials or whatever it is. She ended up losing, but on top of that, she ends up talking shit to said winner. Right? I mean, the poor sportsmanship in this entire case is just mind-boggling. And it makes you want to think, all right, so where did we go wrong in this, right? What is happening here? Why would we – this is a problem and a symptom of what happens when we coddle modern women, especially when the media does it and when other women don't hold them accountable. This is what happens, right? So let me get this straight. Olympic pre-trials, you won. You beat it. Good. Now you're heading off to the Olympics. And then you jeopardize all of that by getting high. All right? So I get it. The rules are the rules. Your parents died or whatever the fuck. I get it. But you are competing at a high level. Not only that, you are competing for your country. Not just your country, for your people. Black people. So we have to hold you to a higher standard. And that higher standard meaning putting responsibility on you when it need be. Now, why are we talking about Sha'Carri Richardson, right? The reason why we're talking about it because I came across this clip. It was right after she won this race, right? And just the mere attitude this young woman gives off, it is just completely. I mean, it's honestly embarrassing. Let's go ahead and take a look.
It was a great return back to the sport. I wanted to be able to come in before, having a month off, dealing with all I was dealing with. I'm not upset at myself at all. This is one race. I'm not done. You know what I'm capable of. Count me out if you want to. Talk all the shit you want, because I'm here to stay. I'm not done. I'm the 6th fastest woman in this game ever. And can't nobody ever take that from me. Congratulations to the winners. Congratulations to the people that won, but they're not done seeing me yet. Period.
All right. Thank you, Sha'Carri.
That shit right there is the reason why this woman needs to be stopped. Come on, what the hell is she talking about? You're the 6th fastest woman in the world, and you're impressed by that? Motherfucker, your whole goal is to be number 1. See, why is it that us African Americans, we're always proud of being in last place? What the fuck is this shit, right? And then who the fuck was talking shit? The only person talking shit here was you. Sitting there liking posts that degraded other black women. Yeah, they're from the other continent. Yeah, they're different culture and whatnot, but they're still black women. You're talking about liking some post on Twitter or some guy who's probably a fresh and fit stan. Let's just be real, right? Who's sitting there saying that she looks like Lil Wayne. And then on top of that, you show poor sportsmanship right after that race. And then you come on there on TV and say, I'm not done. Y'all can talk your shit. Embarrassing. Absolutely embarrassing. I mean, let's take a look at this, right? Right, because there are multiple reasons why you lost this. It isn't just like your mom died and whatnot. You take a month off. You are in a position where you're competing at the highest level. All right, you don't take breaks like that off. Even when I get high, I'm still at the gym training. I don't break because I know the people, especially in the sport I'm in, the people that I'm gonna be going up against. It's a game of seconds. Okay, I can be knocked out like that and it's over with, and I lost. If I'm not well conditioned, if I'm not well prepared, I am not going to make it out of that ring. And that's the one thing you got to understand. So it's not like you're just getting high, Sha'Carri Richardson. You're getting high and you're fucking lazy. That's what this is. Honestly, that's what all this is. Because this is something you should have easily taken care of, and you didn't because you didn't train hard. I mean, just take a look at this for a second, all right? Take a look at the difference between the lady who won and Sha'Carri Richardson. As a matter of fact, take a look at the difference between all the other ladies racing against her and Sha'Carri Richardson. Take a look at this, all right? What do you guys notice is a difference, right? Two of these ladies came here to work. One came to play. That's what we're looking at right now. We got two ladies that came here prepared, and the other one came to play. You got the weaves, you got the eyelashes, you got all this stuff, the flashy stuff. Meanwhile, these other girls here who beat you came to for business. They came to handle their business, and guess what? They did. Because all you did here is you're here to play. You're here to play games. You're here for the flash. That's the problem with us, man, especially us African-American athletes, most of us, right? We try to be celebrity athletes. We try to live that lifestyle. You are not a celebrity. You are not a celebrity. You are an athlete. That's what they're paying you to do. That's why you're being trained to do, is to run. That's it, right? And on top of that, you can't even take that seriously. The freaking, we didn't. If you guys don't know, we did an episode on lace fronts and how these bras be gluing their forehead and hairlines. You got that on, and that looked like it can't even handle the pressure that you putting on it by running. You got the nails and everything. You're not ready to compete. That's what this is. You're just trying to be a celebrity, and that's the problem with this media, man. And when women don't hold each other accountable, right? Because then we let them get away with stuff like this, and I'll blame myself because I was like, sure, go ahead, smoke weed. Why? Why not? Right? I mean, it's part of the whole media coddling. But I think we're getting to a position right now where black women, realistically, majority of us, we're starting to become, we're starting to get into trouble. Like, we are starting to get into huge trouble. And it's not just how we're looked at a larger society, but most importantly, dating. We are heading off a goddamn cliff, and we need to start course correcting. But the thing is, us guys can't be doing that anymore because we honestly don't have the time to do that. We don't have the time to course correct you because realistically, whenever we try to do, you can't tell a black woman shit. Even the black woman can't tell a black woman shit. So who the fuck can help you? You see what I'm saying? But y'all need to start talking to each other because this mess cannot continue. Like, she needs to be stopped. Like, Sha'Carri, you are doing too much. You can't be proud of 6th place. Like, your whole point is to win, not to be happy about being the 6th fastest person. You got to be the #1 fastest person in your country because them other two girls, they came to work and they beat you. So, I mean, if you want more support from everybody, because it seems like a lot of people are starting to drop support for her, right? Because a lot of people are calling her out. It's like, why you liking posts that's dissing other black women, right? Why are you liking all these other, doing all these other outrageous things that are just antagonizing? And you almost begs to ask the question, right? Because you guys notice how some of these athletes, and she's not the only one, right? Some of these athletes, when they start getting to the point where everything starts to get on the decline, right? You got your Colin Kaepernicks, you got your Cam Newtons, right? When their career or where they feel like their confidence or whatever it is happening within them is starting to decline, you notice how they start to do other things. They start to, get attention in other ways other than the actual sport itself, right? We got the kneeling, and then we got the outrageous outfits with this dude over here, and then now we got her going on Twitter and wilding out, right? So what is it? We want to know. What is it, Sha'Carri? Are you losing your edge?
Is that why you got high? Is that why you took a month off? Right? Do you know that you probably weren't gonna beat these two ladies? Because I mean, let's be real. One of them's a 4-time champion, and the other one's the fastest woman in the world. Real talk. So I mean, what's going on here? Even what do we call it? That one other lady, Simone Biles. Simone Biles, another athlete, right? Another thing. So we got to stop this nonsense. All right, I just say black women. We gotta. It's a wrap. We gotta. If you want to be successful, we gotta start holding each other accountable. You know, if anything. You know, if the guys out there, if you just want to deal with the the whole situation and what that, I would encourage you to hold these women accountable. I would encourage you, and damn the consequences, because a lot of times we'll start popping out Sha'Carri Richardson's, and it's ruining the image. It's ruining the image. You got to understand, you're representing an entire country, so our image is on the line here. You understand? So it's one of those things, guys. We gotta wise up, especially our sisters out there. Talking to you out here. You gotta wise up. You gotta start growing up, because these nails, these hair, all these outrageous things. I mean, even look at the difference. Look at the difference between these two ladies. Right? They got their nails short. I mean, you got raptor claws. How horribly inefficient are those things? So inefficient. You didn't come to run. I'm going to just tell you this right now, Sha'Carri. You did not come to run. You came to play. You came for the celebrity. You came for all the status. And all that shit got to your head. That's what it is. So you either hang up the fucking cleats and, go out here and try to be a struggle celebrity, or you can fucking take the fucking fake lashes off, put that hair up in the bun, take them nails off, and practice. And actually show up for your people. Try to be number 1. Number 6. Bullshit, man. Anyways, that's all I got on this one. Time for a special announcement, because we got a special announcement for you. You guys, you remember this Fresh and Fit stand over here that interrupted Abba's live stream, okay? We did a video on it yesterday. So if you guys haven't watched it yet, I highly suggest you go ahead and check it out. But I got special announcement for you guys, all right? We are going to be having him, that's right, on the show. And we are going to get into the mindset of what it's like to purchase DMs on demand or purchase one of these courses and what you actually got out of it, because I'm sure you guys want to know. I'm sure you guys want to know what's in all these courses, and did you benefit from said courses? So I'm sure we'd all like to know it, and that's going to be happening tomorrow. So look out for the thumbnail. I think we're going to have a video dropping before that just to remind you guys, but definitely look out for the thumbnail. And yeah, it's going to be live streamed, and it's going to be fun. You guys are going to definitely get some educational stuff here, because we are going to get a deep dive into the educational content of the Fresh and Fit $1,000 or $2,000 program. All right, so with that being said, thank you guys so much for watching. Go ahead and hit the like, subscribe button if you like the show that we're bringing you today. Guys, again, thank you so much, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Let's go for it, man.
LaQuisha?
Yeah, like me and Fresh aren't really down with the brown like that.
Man.
We ain't Night Riders.
Nah,
so
I'm good.
Sometimes if they're Redbone, but like in general,
Me and Fresh don't dabble in the dark, if you know what I'm saying. Yep. And Fresh don't dabble in the dark, if you know what I'm saying. And Fresh don't dabble in the dark, if you know what I'm saying. Yep. Yep.
Okay. So last one, guys.
Final round.
Now we're not going to mention names for certain reasons, right?
Yes.
For a bunch of legal implications. But if you guys are in our community, we talk about this. Rates of feminine women. What's her gram?
What's Instagram?
Dude,
man?
you
got a lot of love today.
That's crazy.
I ain't gonna lie, just keeping it real. I don't really date black girls. it's not because like most black girls are like annoying. How to put this? Ratchet, and they don't know how to like be reserved. You're like the complete opposite.
You
So
are not the
props to you.
stereotype.
Yeah,
You are not the stereotype.
You are not the same. That's
So,
awesome.
yeah, so we'll give you that compliment. too.
What's
It's
your
a pleasure.
Instagram?
It's Crystal.
say what we want. We say what we want. We say a lot of controversial stuff.
We speak our truth.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
You know, and that's a big reason why we've been able to build the following that we have. We are not politically correct. We don't care about what people necessarily think. We say what we want. Now here's the other thing. We make fun of what we want. We say a lot of controversial stuff.
We speak our truth.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
You know, and that's a big reason why we've been able to build the following that we have. We are not politically correct. We don't care about what people necessarily think. We say what we want. Now here's the other thing. We make fun of all races on this podcast.
White, black.
White, black, whatever.
Asian.
We bring white girls in all the time. Hey, do you like the BBC? Hey, oh yeah, you're a Knight Rider, ha ha ha, whatever. You know, we make fun of Hispanics, we make fun of black people, we make fun of white people, we make fun of everybody. Hell, yesterday we had some white guys in here, we're making fun of them, right? Hey, we got some white bitches in the house.
Yeah, we said every nigga needs a white guy in the background.
Yeah, like we make jokes on everybody.
Yeah.
This is the reality right now. We live in a politically correct, pussy society that can't take jokes and gets triggered by everything. If you make a joke, people get mad. You're a colorist. You're transphobic. You're ba-da-da-da-da. They're coming after Dave Chappelle for it.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous, okay? Here's the other thing, too. When it comes to dating and your personal preferences, no one bats an eye. When women say, I want a man that's 6 feet tall, makes a certain amount of money, blah, 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 those are considered preferences. But if I say, hey, man, I don't date black girls like that. Oh, God.
You hate black women.
How dare you?
You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous.
My mom's black, your mom's black.
Yeah.
My sister's black. Like, bro, we just have a preference.
If we hate a black woman, would we bring African American women and black women on the show?
Okay, but
all the time.
the question.
Let me finish.
Okay,
We would not if we had an issue with them. Our dating preferences are our preferences. Just like you have the prerogative as a woman to date a man that makes a certain amount of money, a height, income, whatever it is, no one bats an eye. We are free to choose who we want to hook up with and date. Like, what the hell? Like, there's nothing wrong with having preferences. Why is it when men have preferences considered discrimination, but when a woman has preferences, she's championed for it?
Oh, I know what it is. Men can't have standards.
Exactly. That's the reality. So,
can
go
we
ahead.
jump
Please,
in?
go ahead.
I just think the biggest question is like whether that's your preference or not. Like, what is the issue with black women?
Let me know if you guys can hear me. Y'all couldn't hear me for a second. We struggled breathing already. All right. We got a lot of stuff to talk about today, folks. We got a lot of stuff to cover. Damn, I think I got a little too much lighting in this motherfucker. Hold on 1 second, okay? Hold on 1 second, people. Hold on 1 second. How we doing today? We about to get into it. There's a lot of stuff to cover because what I told you was gonna happen, people, has happened. Yep, that's right. I told y'all already. I said this is a mistake that when it goes mainstream, listen, man, we gonna have a problem. Fresh, Prince, CEO, Myron, FBI Games. Listen, bro,
I told y'all when mainstream gets a hold of this, they gonna dig up everything. They gonna come at you. So we got some new developments. And listen, I apologize, all right? I know I ended up starting up a little later than I normally would, okay? But y'all gotta understand, all right? There's a bunch of news and this stuff comes out, you know, it's just so fast. You know, it's just so hard to keep up. It is just so hard to keep up. So you just gotta be on the grind, people. But what I told you was gonna happen is happening, all right? So we got Young Jock, who's responded to the Fresh and Fit situation, right? We already covered Adam 22 reacted to the Fresh and Fit situation. And now we got Joe Budden. Now, say what you will about Joe Budden, all right? You know, I personally think he a little clownish sometimes. But clownish as they may be, he is still mainstream. I mean, it's Joe Budden. He's mainstream, all right? He's gotten responses from mainstream entity. If this guy gets in a scandal, it's going on TMZ. It's going on goddamn all these mainstream outlets. So say what you will, Joe Budden is a mainstream entity, and he got a hold of this, and his response obviously is how we would expect it to be, right? I mean, who's actually surprised about what Joe Budden was gonna say in this situation? All right, we already know what his attitude was gonna be like. We already kind of knew. All right, so he had a few choice words to say. I mean, he didn't directly call Fresh and Fit by name, but we will also do our best to go over this article, read it, and kind of dissect it, kind of break it down. Now, listen. While we're breaking all this stuff down, some of my original watchers over here, all right, the guys who've been watching from day one, you already know. Y'all got to put your goddamn bullshit detector hats on, all right? Because I think personally, Joe Budden sometimes on some bullshit, okay? So when we read and dissect the statements, I want you guys in the chat right now, my natural bullshit detectors, I want you to put them hats on, baby, because we going to go out and we're going to be hunting for some bullshit, baby, all right? So, yes, back to the story. Yes, Joe Budden now, along the list of growing list of mainstream entities that are picking up this story with, well, guess what? Asian Doll. And I told you guys, yeah, listen, YouTube space, Manosphere space, you know, even in the greater, you know, social media entertainment space, right? Yeah, she doesn't have that big of a pull, but when you talking about Twitter, when you talking about Black Twitter, when you talking about the city girls type of mentality, the dominant type of mentality, which is pretty much mainstream culture, right? And the physical representation of that being Asian Doll in your podcast, being treated the way she was treated, well, guess what? Other entities around her space are gonna pick it up. And now, do y'all want to know the narrative they're going with this? Do y'all want to know the narrative they're going with this? The narrative that they're going with this is Black women are not welcome or not liked by guys like Myron Gaines and Fresh Prince CEO. That's the conversation now. They are painting these guys into racists. I said it. If no one else is going to say it, I'm going to say it. They are painting these guys to be racist, right? And guys, guess what? Who is surprised? Who in the chat is surprised that they will go this direction? I'm not surprised. I told y'all, man, like when the mainstream entity gets a hold of this, it is out of control. All right? They will try to spin this however way they want to make you look horrible, right? So the first time this whole manosphere space got exposed to the mainstream media, right? I think it was the MRA movement, the men's rights activists, right? They basically took down all these guys, painted them all to be a bunch of like incels and you know, guys who are disgruntled with women, all these different things. Now we got the hip hop scene, right? The hip hop scene, and just keep in mind, right? Kevin Samuels isn't welcomed by members of the Breakfast Club, right? That's why you see him on some of these other podcasts. I don't think he's done anything with DJ Academics, but DJ Vlad, you've seen him on DJ Vlad. You've seen him on all these other podcast platforms. He was even on Joe Budden. He was even on Joe Budden, dog. And the thing is, listen, man, y'all gotta understand something. All right? There's certain people within those spheres that wouldn't even work with Kevin Samuels. That's the only reason why he's not on that podcast right now. There are people who say flat out, if you bring that man on our platform, I'm not talking to that guy. Why? Because Kevin Samuels has similar talking points to Myron Gaines in the world, right? Then we now double back to Fresh Prince, CEO, and the Myron Gaines of the world and the Fresh and Fit podcast crew, right? Now, it's to the point where entities like Joe Budden is dissing these dudes, although I don't think it's genuine. I mean, come on, it's Joe Budden. Opportunist here, right? I don't think it's genuine, right? Because, hey, listen, if you were really gung-ho about the community and whatnot, let's take a look at the girl you're dealing with, girl. Listen, I personally don't care, Joe Budden. I personally don't give a fuck who you decide to wife up, okay? I'm just saying some black women, right, might take your thoughts and displays on this as you just being fake, since you got a woman who isn't black. So just keep that in mind, Joe Budden, because it seems like every time you tend to get yourself involved in a controversy, somehow, some way, that shit somehow fucking finds its way back to kicking your ass. So let's just hope that you're sitting on the right path here. But you know what? Everyone is united right now against this whole situation going on. That's essentially what it is. But absolutely, they're painting us now as a bunch of racists. Well, anyone that deals with Fresh and Fit and these guys are all a racist. I told y'all, once this thing goes mainstream, we have lost the narrative. Now, the Fresh and Fit guys, opportunities now for them is capped. I mean, looking forward, their opportunities are capped. All right, and real talk, if they're even gonna have a chance, and let's just right off the bat, let's get rid of mainstream. Mainstream's out of the question. It's done. They're never going to go mainstream, not with the kind of attitude. There's too many controversies at this point. And right now, personally, it's only a matter of time till, like, these things keep bubbling up. Now, I'm not saying it's going to go anywhere. The podcast is going to disappear or anything like that. What I am saying is that, listen, there's going to be a point in time where all these controversies and these pileups, because they're going to keep happening, it's going to reach critical mass. And once it reaches critical mass, I mean, who knows what's going to happen? Maybe they might get deleted. We don't know. They've had close calls and close encounters already. So we just don't know. But as far as the mainstream conversation, as far as getting in and getting on platforms like the Breakfast Club, getting on platforms like even with Joe Budden, that's potentially jeopardized now. Kevin Samuels was able to do it, right? That's kudos to him. Like platforms like DJ Vlad. Now, DJ Vlad, I don't know. DJ Vlad might be a fit, so he might let Myron on. We don't know. Listen. I've always had my suspicion of DJ Vlad, okay? Because there's a bunch of young rappers and artists underneath that have done interviews with you, and let's just say some of them tapes have been used against them in a court of law.
Surprise, motherfucker.
I'm just saying, let's just say some of those interviews and some of the things said in those interviews were using the kind of law. So, you know what? I think a collab between you and Myron Gaines would be perfect. So y'all be perfect for each other. But besides the point, he hasn't been on DJ Vlad or some of these other guys. So you can pretty much cut those things out the door, right? If we talk about bringing more mainstream artists into the door of your podcast studio and having them kind of cycle through, that's done. That's done, especially females. It's done, because here's the thing: they're gonna look you up, they're gonna look at your history, and keep in mind, Myron Gaines, we all know your reputation down in Miami, the way y'all doing business down there, it's not the greatest. Let's just be real. It's no secret there are people down there right now. I get DMs of people who are there right this second that live blocks from you. I know it's crazy. I'm talking to folks right now that live blocks from you, and they tell me that your reputation, my dog, is in the mud. People don't fuck with you. Not even the people that come on your platform. They pretty much just do it because listen, Andrew Tate got to get the clout somehow, right? Ain't that right, Tate Jesus? Right? You got to get the OnlyFans clout somehow, and the best way to do it is through these incels you guys pander to. That's essentially what it is. So when we talk about this whole mainstream conversation is gone. Now, how can Fresh and Fit get back to it, right? the best way for them is to keep doing what they're already doing. And you watch, these guys are gonna triple down, double down, do one of these Trump, what do you call it? Trump double downs. You know, that's what they're gonna do, right? They're not gonna, they're gonna just go harder. This is the strategy now, right? For them, it works because for their incel crowds, right? The hardline incellers, right? That you know, the guys that love living vicariously through these guys, right? And not just Fresh and Fit, to be fair. A lot of these alpha males that literally all they do is flash their wealth on Instagram, on YouTube, and all they do is get on and let y'all motherfuckers know how better they're doing in life than you, and how you can be better if you invest in their $500, $600 courses. That's basically what they're saying. That's exactly what they're saying, right? Because I tell you guys again, listen, if these guys really wanted you to be successful, first of all, they'd be teaching you guys to recognize within yourself, right? And recognize, listen, all this shit, you don't have to have it. If you're just not if you're a 9-to-5 dude, it's okay to be a 9-to-5 dude. All right? If you're not an entrepreneur, it's okay. You know, you can live your life this way too as well. But they have to sell you a dream. And the reason why they have to sell you a dream, because they have to make sure that you understand that compared to them, your life is inadequate. You don't have the watches. You don't have the cars. You don't have the girls. You don't have all this different stuff that we have. So in order to get it, you got to invest here, buy our course, do this. Here's the thing. If they really wanted you guys to be at that level, if they had the same respect for you guys, listen, they wouldn't do it. Because if you guys were truly capable of getting to their level, guess what? Then their level becomes the new average. And then there's a new standard set. So you guys got to understand these things. It's okay to be in your lane. It's okay to be cool. It's okay to just be yourself. 75K ain't nothing. All right? You're going to be fine. You're going to be comfortable. 60K, you're going to be comfortable. All right? 50K, you're going to be comfortable. And if you're too living in a part of the world that's expensive, move to somewhere that's cheap. But ultimately, these guys are here to sell you a dream. And the incels that are buying these dreams, essentially what's going to happen is Myron needs to get more of them, right? He needs to expand the reach of incels. So by doubling down and tripling down, more of these guys are going to love this shit. Why? Because they get to watch him be as aggressive as he can, the ladies, right? They get to watch him basically be as unapologetic, say all the little facts and shit, you know, the triggering crap that he does, right? They get to see all the women scantily clad, dressed, you know, saying the dumbest shit that reinforces their nature. You guys got to understand, there is a market for this stuff. Fresh and Fit will never go mainstream, but there is a market for these guys. And unfortunately, YouTube is filtered with these people. That's just what it is. So what we going to do right now, all right, first of all, there's 300 people. We got to get the likes up, people.
Oh, hell no.
We got to get them likes up.
Hell no.
We got to get them up. Let's do it. Let's do it. So what we're going to do is we're going to play a video. All right, we're going to play a video of actually, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's get Joe Budden's response, because we got to read that. All right. And then we'll go ahead and get the Fresh and Fit, because they did a response video to that. And that shit was hilarious. We're going to dissect that.
Fuck.
All right, guys. Let's get our hats on right now. Let's get our hats on right now. Oh, man. All right, let's do this. I don't know if it's the right one, because it's like all over the place. Hang on real quick. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Got it. Let's make it happen, baby.
All right, this is some bullshit.
In the criminal justice system, fraud-based offenses are considered especially heinous. In New York City, the dedicated detectives who investigate these vicious felonies are members of an elite squad known as the Special Victims Unit. These are their stories.
Hello, guys and gals. Welcome back to another episode of the Some Ordinary Podcast. We are here with me, Oompaville, and Nuxtaku, and of course, our favorite online political commentator, Destiny. How's it going, my man?
Hey, going pretty good. How you doing?
Dude, we're doing just fine. We notice you keep getting yourself into heat, and we love having you on here when you get yourself into heat. It's my favorite part. Anytime I leave, like, anytime I go out for a vacation, it's always just starting shit with somebody, dude.
Well, you know, I can't help myself, so I feel like this has been relatively tame compared to normal, but yeah.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Ever since you failed the cheese ball test, I've seen you in a different way.
Well, listen, yeah, you're not the only one, apparently. Yeah. What can
Dude,
I say?
just
I'm
love-
just a massive, huge piece of shit to people, at least after they decide they don't like me, yeah. But, like,
I
but
just love the
retroactively
fact
also
that-
into the past, so I guess, yeah, you know.
I just love the fact that it's like you're too clouded to interact with people.
It's just, it's so dumb. Have you ever seen The Butterfly Effect? This movie's like 20 years
yeah.
old, I think, with
I mean, I'm
like
familiar
Ashton
with the
Kutcher or
term.
something.
Mhm.
Okay, never
Yeah.
mind. I was gonna make a joke, but now none of you have seen it, so you guys. I've What seen is
it.
this, the Zoomer podcast? I know we got YouTubers here. Does that mean we're all 20 years old as well? It's fine. Okay.
I've seen it, I've seen it, I've seen it.
No,
Too
but
late,
I
I've
forgot
seen
the
it.
joke now. It was gonna be a dumb joke anyway, so.
God damn it, what do we make you feel old? Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
you did. Now I feel bad. Thanks.
So how's it going with you? You've been into I've noticed that you're like, so aside from all the Ludwig nonsense, which by the way, I mean I'm cool with Ludwig or whatever, but it's like I've seen you like pop up and I've seen you like get into beefs with them. You like outed a dude for cheating on a significant other and shit. It's just the wildest Destiny arc, man.
I just these people, okay. The problem, what happens is that like if I'm dealing with people online, I shouldn't respond to a lot of the random personal attacks, and they're everywhere. Especially the frustrating thing too is it's for people that shouldn't even know who I am. They only do because like a friend of a friend doesn't like me, and in this case, I'm always meaning Hassan. So he's like talking to people and like just saying random weird shit, which is fine personally. People want to shit like me, that's fine. But then when it leaks out into public streams, it's like okay, like. I don't like that there are audiences that have these really fucking weird opinions of me just because somebody doesn't like me in a friend group and they decides to like all come out in these different areas. And then sometimes on a particular day, I just might be annoyed or like I'm doing a lot of work and I'm just like just like a lot of shit is going on that day. And then I'll see something and I was like, all right, you know what? It's like time to go nuclear on Twitter. So I'll just be
So you
walking
just
through the
don't like-
airport and I'll be like, okay, yeah.
You just don't like bad faith interpretations of you is what you're saying,
I
right?
don't even care. Listen, be bad faith if you want. Just don't do it publicly. Don't talk about me. You don't need to talk about me. You say random shit about me. It's so annoying. Ugh.
Yeah. So sometimes you just drop an N-bomb on Twitter and just decide to end it. Give them real reason to get offended.
Oh, no. We haven't
Well,
gotten
when
the
I was
real
ma-
reason
when-
yet. Okay, we can get there.
When I released that Keffels video, it's like I was like in the video, it's like 10 minutes of like talking about Destiny's history because I was like bringing it into like the whole online left. I'm like, where did it all start? I'm like, it was kind of Destiny. It was like ground zero for it.
Damn.
And the same weekend, you're just like tweeting out N-words. I'm like, that's great. The
Based.
one time I don't have to cut out something out of a video or like re-amend it. But then again, it was like, it is what it is. Like, you know, this.
I just
Go
want you
ahead.
to know personally for that video you did, I hate you. Okay, I hate you
Why
because
do you hate
now,
me?
all these slimy loser motherfuckers can be like, oh my god, like look at Keffel, this person is a bad person, and now you've got all these people. You've got Anna from the Young Turks, like you know, squirming away, and all these other people like, oh yeah, well I saw this, blah blah blah. It's like, here's this shit. A lot of this shit has been publicly known, okay, for years. How are you just now? It's because it's convenient now to do it. The thing that I hate the most is this like phenomenon where people will. They side with something because it's super popular socialist. They get a lot of credit for it. And then like in a year or two, when the credit's all gone from that, then they're like, oh guys, by the way, that thing's actually really bad. And then they get credit for recognizing their mistakes. And it's like, are you serious? What the you can't collect credit on both ends of things over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. What the
Oh, sounds
How
like
can
a
you
good
hate
move
me
to
for that? I literally was offering my own opinion, dude. God damn
Well,
it.
because of you, now a lot of people can squirm away from it, and they think that they're getting credit for it. So basically, just f- you, okay? Just in general, okay? You were the inspiration for all of my N-words on Twitter. That's what I'm trying to say.
Damn,
okay? Yeah, that's
Dude,
how
this is-
mad
this
you
is
make
what-
me.
This is what I love about like Destiny. Like he'll be on here and he'll say this. Like usually you'll have like people come up and be like, you know, I think you're a really great dude, but Destiny will just you. I mean, your inspiration for the N-words. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
Oh,
What's
Jesus
next on the
Christ.
agenda?
Well, the agenda actually, what's next is something that was a little unsurprising. So have you guys been up with like this guy Nick Recato lately?
Oh no.
Bro, so okay, I normally would not like fall like this stuff wouldn't fall into like the research docket, like the human dartboard.
But are you guys all familiar with like Rekieta Law, right?
I've been on his show. I feel it's horrible. It's like the
You've
guy.
been on Rekieta Law?
Yeah, I was talking to him
You're a
about.
legend.
Okay, thank you. Not all at once. Sit down, everybody. But no, you asked me about like copyright and contractual shit in the VTuber
Mhm.
world. So that's why I was there. But like the thing is, like you
Okay.
know him, and I remember him telling me that like, oh yeah, I love whiskey, especially bourbon. Bourbon's great. I drink a lot. Don't worry, I'm not an alcoholic or anything, but I drink a ton. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. Then you see
Mhm.
like flash forward a year, and it's not good. It's not good.
Yeah, Rekieta Law is like one of the weirdest, like, I don't want to say like fall from graces because I genuinely like feel really bad talking about it because it's like, well, not bad. Like I just feel like it's such a weird. It's like instant like. It's just like it's like hitting a wall almost, right? Like it just happens to you instantaneously. So Rekieta Law, for anybody that doesn't know, is a very, I would say, one of the largest law channels on the internet. Now, LawTube is like one of these places where it's a bunch of lawyers who realize they can make a lot more money talking about the law on the internet versus dealing with legal shit in reality and all the crazy hurdles that come with it. So he got really popular about a year ago, basically covering the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial. And there were like
The
Rittenhouse, I think, was the other trial.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think there was a third one. I'm not so sure. But he got really popular covering it. Like he would watch the Law and Order stuff, and it was just like he would give his actual viewpoints as a lawyer. And from my understanding, he is a lawyer barred in like Minnesota. I don't know how long anymore, given recent shit that's come out. So for anybody that doesn't know, like a couple days ago, he ends up getting, I want to say,
Arrested?
swatted. Well, arrested, but like the story is like somebody close to him ends up like filing in like a CPS complaint or some bullshit, and like cops end up coming to his house, and it's like they bust him on like I think it's 25 grams of drugs. Firearms in the house, which even if they're legal, being around illegal drugs, firearms, I think you get charged federally for it. Caleb, you're probably gonna have to like correct me on that because you know more about the gun laws in the States than I do.
I don't know anything about
But,
drugs though.
Well, no, like what if you have like illegal drugs?
Oh, that's why we have
near illegal
Destiny.
drugs, though?
Perfect.
I know they compound. Yeah, let's combine our forces.
Yeah, I love drugs and guns. So when you fill out, every time you go to purchase a firearm in the United States of America, there's an ATF form you fill out called 4473, and on that form you attest to never being addicted to or having done or maybe even possessing narcotics or whatever. I think that if you get arrested for any sort of drug-related thing, if there's like a gun in the vicinity, it's just like an extra in your ass, basically. They're like, oh, nope, can't have that. Like you're on whatever. And I think that the gun charge is one of the three big ones that or it's one of the three that Nick is facing. That's not the big one. The big one is the 25 grams plus of either cocaine or whatever else. So, but anyway, yeah, drugs, guns do not mix, especially legally. Yeah.
Yeah, so he ends up facing up to 25 years in prison, which obviously he's not going to do all of it. I think he's already currently out on like bond or bail or whatever it is, which was set at like 50 grand, an insane amount almost.
Also, isn't he representing himself in court?
And his two friends too, yeah. Well, his wife and the other woman, yeah. Maybe not the best idea.
Why
but-
is representing yourself bad again? Like, hold on, somebody's got to fill me in on that. Like, if you're a lawyer, isn't it okay to represent yourself, or what's the whole rule on that?
I mean, I can professionally bullshit and guess. my guess would be probably because you want some level of separation for somebody making decisions about you, to have some kind of like dispassionate defense that's able to look at your case, give you a good breakdown of the facts, and then present them, in court. Whereas you might be a little bit more emotionally attached, you might be a little bit closer to it, so it might be harder for you to imagine how somebody else might interpret it. That'd be my guess. I don't know if there's another better actual
I
reason.
thought it
for
was more like just a stigma. The judge won't treat you as favorably if you're.
Well, his judge apparently already hates him. He badmouthed the judge that is currently overseeing his case. So
well,
it's
because
not...
apparently he has another defamation case against somebody, and the judge is over. Yeah, the same judge is looking over that case. He's kind of shit on stream before, so.
Yeah, it's not his situation is all like the worst possible things, like sort of converging into one, just for him. Which look, I always feel bad for everybody in any of these situations. I don't know if he's done anything exceptionally terrible. The only thing that I think is terrible for him is like he has like kids in this situation, and like they're the ones that have like no choice in like what their dipshit parents do. So I really do hope like at least one of the if not both parents get their shit together, at least for their kids or whatever, just to make sure all that is set aside. But I never I don't know much about like his history in terms of controversy. Like he covered law stuff, but I don't know why like there's a growing contingent of people on the internet that just like absolutely despise this guy for whatever
Oh,
reason.
he is.
Like,
He's very, very, very like I think aggressive and shit talky, and he just had maybe like in demeanor, I would say maybe similar to me, but even like more aggressive. So like the kind of person you love to hate if they're wrong on something or if they f something up. Like there was a time where Nick Rekieta, a bunch of people for some stupid reason, I don't know if he said a slur or if he was against trans people or something happened, but a bunch of people online were like, oh, we can go and file complaints against him at the bar. And a bunch of people started filing complaints against him, I think in the Minnesota bar or whatever. And what they didn't realize was that when you file a complaint against somebody like that, the bar will make available all of the complainant's information to the person being complained about, including their name, address. And so Nick Rekieta decided to start publishing all of that information publicly. So like that's the kind of person he is. Yeah, yeah. I understand why people like if I did something crazy or I got arrested, there'd be a lot of people celebrating for the same reason. Yeah, I understand it. Yeah. There's gonna be a
is
lot
this
of
the reason
videos.
why you play like extra carefully in the court of public opinion and what you do, just because you don't want to give any hater, aka Hassan, any ammunition against you?
You think I play carefully in the court of public opinion? Jesus.
Oh my God, he's burnt every bridge he's made.
I gotta tweet more N-words now. Jesus. Hold on.
No,
My God.
Listen, I think you tactfully like take care. Okay, I think you're like me, where it's like in the sense that if you know you can convince somebody, then f it. What is the point, right? Like, why even bother? Like, just
Yeah.
you might as well.
You shouldn't think that way,
still
though.
be
That's
yourself.
just that's a weak. When I'm doing that, when I say things like that, that's me in my weakest moments. you should always be trying hard, but
I don't know, bro. That's you at your most based moments, and that's
Yeah,
what we need
okay.
to be
Thanks.
encouraged. That's what the internet is nowadays. Like, literally a couple days ago, me and this one like account in what is it, Ingestive Shadows or some shit like that.
In
like,
Praise of
whatever
Shadows.
the hell it is.
Yeah.
Wait, Caleb, what was his name?
In Praise of Shadows.
Yeah, so
pretty
this
basic.
like horror YouTube guy, I don't know if you've seen this on the internet, but like, so this guy's whole history is like covering like online horror videos and shit like that. And maybe in like an alternate universe, I probably would have watched these videos if they showed up in my recommended more.
Mhm.
But like, anyways, he makes this video where he's like shitting on like Wendigo, like
3-hour
donut
long
operator,
video.
brand. Yeah, 3-hour something long video, and like towards the tail end of it, it is like the worst, most bad faith interpretations of anything anybody can do. Like, look, if you dislike me, sure, fine, it is what it is. But at least like, if you're gonna critique somebody, put in like the 5 minutes of research for it. So, anyways, he goes on Brandon Buckingham, and like he literally quotes Sneeko.
Oh,
You
boy.
know how like
He calls
Brandon
Brandon Buckingham a he doesn't even say
Gun
like
YouTuber.
alleged or anything. He says a someone who has made threats.
Okay. Yeah. I'm
Yeah,
very
that's
familiar
what
with that whole.
Snake-
Yeah, because I was friends with Sneeko, and I kind of been friendly with Brandon now. So yeah, I'm familiar with both sides of that.
Yeah, so he makes this like, it doesn't even start the alleged stuff, like he just goes into it, and it's like, it takes 5 minutes of research to realize everything you said in there was wrong.
Mhm.
And then he goes up to like me and Oompa, and it's like, we have been caught defending or like in support of a trafficker Andrew Tate. Like he just goes on and it's like actual human trafficker, right? Now here's where it is. We've all like researched the Andrew Tate stuff, I think all of us pretty extensively. And by research, I mean like actually look into his various cases and whatnot.
Mhm.
And I don't like Andrew Tate, right? Like I have my own like issues with him. Like reading through his cases, he seems like the absolute biggest scumbag ever. But that's still, it's still like you can't just say somebody is an actual trafficker unless there's a proper actual conviction of it, right? You know, like that's just like court of law in general. That's just like actual like practices. Like even if you're like the most wannabe journalist in the world, it's a standard I think everyone should hold everyone should hold, right? Like is there
Yeah, you should
anybody
be
in
careful
disagreement?
about how you present like the strength of evidence against people, or where the current like where the current like investigation is at or whatever. Sure, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, and it's like if no, like, and this is one of the things where it's like I've watched you discuss it in regards to the H3 podcast, Hassan, like many of the political commentators that talk about Andrew Tate, where it's like you're making very heavy actual claims, but nothing's actually been set in stone. Because my thing is, it could always be egg in my face. There could be a very good chance,
Mhm.
that a month from now or like a year from now, when these cases are all settled, maybe the guy is innocent, right? Maybe things come out where he might actually be innocent, right? Like that could be a case. And then all of a sudden you've basically given this man all carte blanche to go after you guys for whatever defamation suits they want or something. As unlikely as any of these things might end up being, why open yourself up there? And it's also just, again, irresponsible to do. So this guy goes on at us, and it's funny because like he'll mention that we've defended him. Like my whole take with Andrew is like, instead of deplatforming somebody, I think it's better to challenge opinion, right, or debate somebody in public and shame them, right? It's what we did with like Sneeko, even, right? Like Sneeko starts bringing
he was
up the
also
stupidest
banned,
shit.
so.
Well, he was banned, but for the time that he wasn't, we decided to shame him, and I think we all did a pretty good job, right? Like the internet collectively like made fun of this guy for his stupid thoughts and his beliefs, and for the most part, I think everyone looks at him as kind of a joke. And yeah, everyone's gonna have that fringe community that sticks around, no matter what, right? Like they're gonna have like a fan base at the end of the day, but all the information that makes fun of you is still easily accessible. That's what your name is in like SEO and every form of search. And I think ultimately that does more actual damage to these people's brands in the long term rather than just shutting them up and pretending they don't exist, because they just go to like other platforms like Rumble, Kick, and then just restart and then pretend that they're in this bullshit matrix and they're getting attacked. They play victim
Did you
when in
see-
reality it's not even the case.
Sneeko did a stream last week where he would go on these Omegle dates or whatever, where he'd boot up the Omegle thing and some random girl would pop up on the other side and he would try his best to hit on her in the creepiest way possible. And he's like, his first question is always, "Hey, how old are you?" And she's like, 16. And he's like, "Oh, almost there. Anyway, you ever heard of Zionism?" It's like, it's crazy, man.
King Rose. Hell yeah.
Dude, 100%. Perfect shit right there. And then I can't believe he's actually doing that. Is it that stupid app? It's. I think I know what app you're talking about. Yeah. I think I know exactly what you're talking about. I cannot believe that's what Sneeko's up to now. I thought he was like out there doing his 1 minute podcast or whatever with like random people on the street, Steven Crowder style. Did not know that's what he was up to.
Yeah,
I think he still does that too, but yeah, I mean, he's pretty hungry to try to find content to do,
Yeah, but like, and these are the kind of people, like, if you just keep making fun of him, it's like, I feel like in the public opinion, it's bad. One of the clips I saw recently was like, between you and Hassan, where it was like the value of debate, the idea of like people who treat it as entertainment. And I kind of see where he's coming from. Like, obviously, a lot of people just love watching debate for the entertainment factor of it, like just people going at each other's throats. But the whole idea of discounting, because the entire world, in my opinion, is kind of built on debating an idea. It's like, I kind of look at it like evolution, right? Like, you can have one idea in the public, and it's like over time, as you debate it, as you argue the value of it, that idea dies or it strengthens.
You
depending on
refine your
how
points,
Yeah, depending on how well you refine and discuss these points. To completely like, I feel like the whole idea of like getting rid of debate or getting rid of any form of commentary or like trying to like, I guess, jest on it, I feel like that's the most unhealthy thing to have. And I don't know, that's where this whole like Andrew Tate like deplatforming defense kind of comes into. I can see like the understanding of deplatforming, like if you want to get rid of somebody that's like promoting like actual violence or whatever, right? That makes sense. But like somebody that just has a shitty idea should be countered in the public, and that's just what it should stick
Yeah,
to.
but also, like, if you want to look at this from a productive perspective, I imagine, look, debating is probably not going to change a huge amount of people's minds. But you know what will change less people's minds? Going to someone that you already know as either a right-wing guy or a left-wing guy, where they will always spout the same parroted opinions that that their group says, that's not going to change anybody's mind at all. Whoever is subscribing to Hassan wants Hassan's opinions, and whoever subscribes to Ben Shapiro wants Ben Shapiro's opinions.
Yeah, I mean, I think the issue is that like there are a lot of problems with, I guess, debate, but there are all the problems that people talk about with debate are problems with literally everything having to do with political anything. People say things like, "Oh, people don't debate in good faith." They're like, "Yeah, okay, well, there are activists that go to protests that don't really know what they're protesting for, right? Or they're just there because their friends are there, or they're because it's a popular thing, or people say like nobody's changing their minds." And I mean, I don't know how many people's minds are being changed by, by literally any form of activism, or by any politician giving a speech, or by, anybody posting a video essay, or by like all of these problems that they talk about relating to debating are endemic to anything that involves trying to change people's minds. I agree that like I guess maybe debate, because it's a one-on-one and like two people are arguing different points. Some people might have an elevated idea of debate that like, well, when these two people debate, somebody at the end of the debate is going to change their mind and be, agreeing with the other person, and that obviously doesn't happen. But I mean, same thing with video essays too. People put out video essays, and a lot of people, I mean, you guys all know, right? People put out a video essay and somebody just shit on that all day for all the same stupid reasons. Somebody might disagree with somebody in a conversation. So, I don't know. I don't care if people think that if people don't like debating or people, don't enjoy it or they don't get much from it. That's fine. When people write it off, the reason why they write it off almost every single time
because
is
they suck at it.
Yeah, it's because they're either really, really, really bad at it, or it's because no, it's just because of that. It's because they're really, really bad at it, and they don't see themselves, or their ideas are like indefensible. And I see this because almost every person I talk to, I don't know how much you follow this, but I did a kind of like a panel debate thing against 5 or whatever people a few days ago, and it was funny because at the beginning I'm like, yeah, people say that debates aren't good because of whatever reasons. But I think it's usually because people are bad at debates or they don't want to defend their ideas. And then the other people all wheel out the same criticisms where they're like, well, actually, it's because people that debate, they're just engaging in rhetoric, and they don't actually they don't actually engage in good factual analysis, and it's all just like trying to dunk on people. And it's like, that's so interesting because that's a thing that I hear repeated a lot. Rhetoric is my weakest point. Okay, I'm like, when I do debates in my perfect world, we would all sit around with train sets being the most autistic people ever. Like, oh, you think that COVID vaccines do this? Like, well, what did this study say? Well, what did this study say? Oh, and that's how I like to think. Okay, I just like to think in like discrete little autistic things, because that's how my brain works. For a lot of people like stories and narratives, things that tie together collections of facts. There's a way more human approach to things, and that's my weakest point. So people will say things like, "Oh yeah, you just do rhetoric," and it's like, no, that's the thing that I'm working on the most. I have to put so much effort in that. And then whenever these people debate me or argue against me about debate, I guess they are the ones that always engage in the craziest ad homing, like rhetorical tricks or whatever, where they're like calling you names, they're looking for dunks, and then they're just like, like saying like random things to try to rhetorically posture. Like, look at Hassan is a great example of this. He'll say things like debate are bad, Destiny's just good at rhetoric. But if you watch Hassan, all he does is grandstand and soapbox. Like, what the yeah. Sorry, that was a big ol'.
I mean, the thing, and okay, like, here's my thing with like Hassan or whatever. It's like watching his like content, or really, and this goes to like anybody that covers it. I don't think that these people are intellectually weak. I think they understand what they're talking about. I do, however, get really weirded out. Like, I don't know if you guys watched the Willie Mack video on like Hassan or whatever, right?
Yeah.
But the way that he covers certain topics, right? Where it's like, first off, I want to just start off by saying I hate it when like anybody in this like camp calls themselves a reporter, right? I don't think anybody in the political sphere is a reporter. That shit is, you're more regurgitators, right? Like, it is what I would say that in 99% of the cases, me, Oompaville, are doing more research than political commentators, because we actually go I do. Okay, let me explain something to you. I've seen political guys like look at one tweet as evidence of something, right? We don't, dude, if we go into one topic and bring one tweet as evidence, we would be in the middle of like Riyadh with our heads being chopped off, okay? In our communities. That's how it works. That's why we have to bring in actual facts. The whole Keffels thing, for instance, right? Which, like, it's why I'm glad actually, like, we started off with Destiny saying you to me, because I do deserve the you on that, because a lot of the stuff that we did research, a chunk of it was from you. It was stuff that was out 2 years ago. We went above and beyond. Like, I went into the neo-Nazi compound, allegedly, that is Kiwi Farms, to source out archive links to use in that video, right? And it's like, it's insane, because like you get these actual like quote-unquote journalist reporters that the information's been out there for 2+ years. You haven't jumped in and researched, but yet it takes a like fat chubby Indian gamer to like sit on, just not play Siege for like 2 hours and research the Keffels topic. And that does more and like brings out retractions. That's the insane part about it. So when I watch like some of these, I guess, quote unquote reporters, and you're not reporting, you're sitting there on like the internet live streaming, looking through Twitter or Reddit or whatever, one source really, you pick out exactly what satiates your worldview, you propagate that, and there's no pushback. Like, even in these communities, it's like, even though the Willie Mack video is out there, it gets written off like drama. And I'm like, how is that drama? Like, the guy actually researched, went to every angle, dug out the actual story, and now you're going to write that off like it's petty school drama. Like, this is why I hate this team sports mentality, because there's no objectivity anymore, right? Like, I was like, on this podcast alone, we've had people from every spectrum. We've had Destiny, we've had Hassan on, we've had I'm trying to find the exact
Predator
opposite of you
poachers.
guys. Well, Alex Rosen, it's so insane how even with Alex Rosen, like before, that's a separate point. I'm going to remember that. But we've had Count Dankula, right? Like exact opposite ends. We've had like actual solid discussions. We had solid, like it's never been an argumentative thing, right? Like we, in a real world scenario, if we sat down, we could probably find a million things we disagree with each other on. But it's like trying to be objective, trying to be realistic, trying to be like normal, level-headed is just so far out of scope for a lot of these people because they look at their entire worldview, and for them it's all a team sport. For them it's all about trying to be right and getting a dunk on somebody. So that's I don't know, it's a long time coming.
It was like I'll see people or go ahead.
Go for it.
I was gonna say real quick on that. I'll see people like they do their research or they do whatever and I'll look and it'll be like a 10-minute video based on 2 tweets. And I don't know if you looked through my manifesto or whatever, and there are people that do more research than I do, but like and every paragraph I'm writing, there's like 6 different like links to source and verify every single thing I'm saying. Like if I'm saying that like Keffels tweeted, 3 days ago, there's going to be a link to like Keffels' birth certificate, like the founding of Twitter as a company, and then a link and an archive to the tweet itself. And then other people will be like, oh, Destiny, by the way, he's a file Nazi. And like their source on that is like 12 years ago in StarCraft 2, I built buildings that might have taken on the shape of a swastika or whatever. It was just like the most random shit. And people build an entire story of that. It's like, you guys don't do any homework or research or anything. Because like you said, people don't actually care about the actual truth of the story at the end of the day. They're just trying to like further their own their political or social beliefs, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, and like the thing about it too is like what aggravates me is like I always openly, brazenly say like I'm a idiot, I'm a stupid individual. Like I really am. Like I'm not a smart guy. Like my background is engineering, furthest thing away from like anything in politics or any of the situations. So when I'm like doing any work in this, it always drives me insane because it's like, why am I putting in more effort than like an actual journalist or like somebody whose field of expertise this is?
Yeah.
Especially on like the online as like content creation. It's like, I think the thing that wilds me out is like covering this. It's like getting labeled like, oh, you're into like the drama side of things. I'm like, in what world is a financial like kerfuffle like actually a drama at that point, right? In what world is like lying for 2 years and painting a false narrative and like, promoting illegal DDoS attacks like piece of drama? Like this is being objective and factual is like frowned upon in today's day and age, I guess you could say, at least on the internet, right? But I don't know. That's just it's a aggravating point. Even with like the Alex Rosen shit, like this one BreadTube guy, right, that we were talking about was like shitting on Alex Rosen. So he's the you know who Alex Rosen is? The Predator Poachers?
I feel like I've seen the name.
The tall guy. The tall guy.
Fat dude, big beard. He was the EDP guy, the guy who like stung EDP, remember?
Okay.
Yeah, but now he actually has like hundreds of arrests. As opposed to that one botched one that he's known for, he has actually hundreds of arrested files because of his direct contributions.
Yeah, so he's like a guy that's very obviously edgy. Like if I had to describe him, it's like, yeah, he's a 4chaner at heart,
Yeah.
Like let's not f around. But he's actually stopped real predators and shit, right? Like actually worked with the
Him
law.
and
I'm not talking
Vitaly,
about,
bro.
like, bro, okay, no. Big difference from Vitaly. I mean, hey, Vitaly has probably stopped predators from actually acting because I would imagine getting flashbanged would probably like prevent you from doing shit in the future. I don't know, but like he's out there and like these kind of like weird RedTuber guys are like on the side of the predators. Like, see how these guys laugh at predators being taken down, or like, like Donut Operator made like a shooting breakdown on the predator, and it's like
the shadow guy.
How am I supposed
Shadow
to feel
Dick Sucker
bad?
Face. He just goes up there and he said the reason why Donut Operator is bad because, as you can see, he's smiling in the thumbnail where was ruthlessly executed by a brutal, malicious cop, and it's like he was a.
It's one of those things where it's like, even with like a predator, it's like I don't understand what like it's so hard for anybody to sit down and sympathize with you, and like that's the guy on the end, you know?
Dude, what is going on?
I mean, it's kids, and it's like, it's probably part of the worst things you can ever do in society. So that makes sense. Yeah, up there like killing puppies. Yeah.
It's always just like it always just comes down to, at least in these. I feel like a lot of it is just contrarians. Like I don't even want to say like these are like political guys, because I had like I mean, everyone I think has a bit of a contrarian phase at some point in their life. Whether you're like a teenager or something, you always want to be right. You always feel like the world or whatever. So it's like contrarian point hits. And then it's like, I feel like for a lot of these people, debating or like making these video essays in contrast is derived from that. Not necessarily a belief. It's just like, I need to be combative. I need to win. Because I've always had this thing. I'm like, there are just some things we should probably all be in agreement of in society, right? Like,
yeah.
I don't know. There's just some things that I feel like debating them is such a pointless endeavor. Where it's like, should we really be in disagreement against like predators or something of that nature?
Ludo,
I don't
actually
know.
I disagree with part of your thesis, and I do think it has to do with politics that they would go so crazy. I don't think it's any specific politics, but I think that politics specifically is so divisive that if you're on one side and they're on the other side, you would rather be. It's like enemy of my enemy is my friend, and you will ally yourself with like actual predators to go up against this one guy who doesn't share your political beliefs.
And that's when you lose the plot.
And that's when you lose the plot. That's when it's like, brother, get help, touch grass.
Yeah.
I will say though, something that people should keep in mind is that there are some really mature 12-year-old. No, I'm just kidding. Something that people should keep in mind.
Sneeko in here for a second.
No, some things that people should keep in mind is some people will say things like, "Well, I think this is beyond debating, or this shouldn't be argued, or whatever." I think it is good actually to revisit fundamental topics a lot, or maybe not a lot, but every now and then, because there are a lot of people that forget, like, well, why is this particular thing bad, and they kind of take it for granted. I had that moment with Sneeko. I actually think a month or so ago, we were arguing something. He wanted to come on and like basically light up XQC because XQC doesn't know everything about the Quran or some bullshit. And I asked Sneeko, I was like, oh, like, obviously I'm going to troll the fuck out of him because he's trying to bully XQC. I'm going to bully Sneeko because why would I miss an opportunity to bully the fuck out of Sneeko? And I asked him something about like, what do you think the age of consent should be? And because obviously he's on his like Muslim grift now, and so he can't give like an actual answer to that. And at some point, I think I asked him point blank, I'm like, oh, why is it wrong to the child? And his response was, because the Quran says so, or whatever.
God says
I'm like, that's that's the only reason why you think it's wrong.
So I saw that clip. The reason why I was a little mad is because I don't think God ever says in any Quran or anything that you can't have sex with kids. That's not there. So when he says God said so,
be the case,
that's his excuse because God never said so.
Well, that's the thing with like anybody in that grift camp, right? It's like, especially like the Islamic grift stuff. It's like it's just like these new guys that jump in. I feel like it's just like they're picking like the Muslim art because it's probably like historically the one religion that's like kind of a little more like traditional in the sense, or at least they've kept most of their traditional beliefs. But it's like they stick their heads in that, and they're it's being intellectually like dishonest. Like I feel like every single person that we cover here or we talk about in that camp, no matter who, Tate or even Sneeko, it's like they're smart enough to know what they say is bullshit, but like that's just part of the grift, right? It's like
Yeah, but it's good for normal people too, because a lot of people have just really bad understandings of everything. I think because we took it off for granted so long. Another really good example is that Caitlin or whatever. What was the name of that girl and the one YouTuber guy on the couch, Dream's friend? You guys know who I'm talking about.
Katie Buzz and George.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah. A lot of people have a really hard time verbalizing, like, well, what is actually wrong about a particular thing, or what's okay about a thing, or like, why is an age gap bad, or why? Like, people just don't know the answer to any of these questions because everybody just kind of like slaps each other's wrists on Twitter over it, and then nobody actually knows any of the arguments. And then when like these kind of edge cases show up, it's like, oh, well, I don't know why this particular thing is bad. I think it's not good because of an age gap, but I don't know actually why an age gap is even bad, or I don't know why him being a YouTuber is bad. And like, I don't know.
That's why you see so many buzzwords constantly being used. It's like, oh, he was love bombing. Oh, that's a form of abuse right there. And it's like, do you know what you just said? Like,
yeah,
dude. I've had a recent one where it's like Jen was considered like I guess she's like slandered as like a neo-Nazi these days for like being in an interracial relationship. Bro, I've had the most insane levels of shit tossed at me. I found out like the other week, as soon as I released the Keffel stuff, that it was like I'm actually Aryan. Like,
yeah,
dude. I've had and
it's like, do you know what you just said? He was love bombing. Oh, that's a form of abuse right there. And it's like, do you know what you just said? Like,
yeah,
dude. I've had a recent one where it's like Jen was considered like a I guess she's like slandered as like a neo-Nazi these days for like being in an interracial relationship. Bro, I've had the most insane levels of shit tossed at me. I found out like the other week, as soon as I released the Keffel stuff, that it was like I'm actually Aryan. Like Indian people are actually like the OG Aryans. Boys. Like,
Destiny, you may not be aware of this, but I am actually the token Jewish friend to protect Mudahar from getting canceled.
Well, I mean, with the Israeli shit, I don't know if having a token Jewish friend is going to help anymore. You might actually be hurting the cause. You might be hurting the cause more than anything else.
It's a different thing. Haven't you heard that?
They say that. They do
That's
indeed
what they say
that.
right before
yeah,
they say
just
they
like
hate
on
Jews.
Fox News when they would say, when we say thugs and criminals, we're not talking about black people. Okay, we just wish these guys would pull their pants
Fox
up a little
News
bit.
is entertainment, bro. Come on now. You can't be treating it as a.
But you didn't hear that Frogan had a Zionist therapist? Didn't hear that?
Oh God.
Bro, that was by far like we need to have like a segment at some point where it's like the dumbest takes of 2000 or whatever the year we're in because, bro, like literally it just 2020, not even half the year has passed and I've seen the stupidest shit on the internet. Like Ludwig donates to a cause, and like I have to hear that he's like some cracker or whatever. The next second, I'm like, dude, you can't even donate money and like appease a group of people on the internet. Like you can't even do the right thing and actually help people out. You know, like people that need money for medical reasons or whatever. It's like you still have to find a way to dunk money. Like I remember donating to like any like a specific charity. I'm not even gonna go into it. And it's like, well, Moody, you still don't care. You're still not tweeting out about it. I'm like, dude, again, I'm like a fat Indian guy on the internet. Me tweeting about a cause isn't gonna change shit. I will, however, donate money if I feel the cause is just, and that's pretty much where the extent of it goes into.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. I don't know. With that Frogan chick specifically though, man, she is like a actual like anytime I see her on the internet, I want to like bleach my goddamn brain because it's just reading whatever she writes. It's like no thought, no actual anything goes in. Like not a brain cell is rubbed between each other when anything she tweets. It's insane.
Yeah, she is easily one of the most disgusting people online.
When again, you don't have to
Zionist,
bro. So she like
Gap is even bad, or I don't know.
Oh, he was love bombing. Oh, that's a form of abuse right there. And it's like,
Yeah.
do you know what you just said? Like,
Yeah.
dude, I mean, I've had a recent one where it's like Jen was considered like I mean, I guess she's like slandered as like a neo-Nazi these days for like being in an interracial relationship. Bro, I've had the most insane levels of shit tossed at me. I found out like the other week, as soon as I released the Keffel stuff, that it was like I'm actually Aryan. Like Indian people are actually like the OG Aryans. Boys. Like,
Destiny, you may
The
not be
amount of-
aware of this, but I am actually the token Jewish friend to protect Mudahar from getting canceled.
Well, I mean,
Dude.
with the Israeli shit, I don't know if having a token Jewish friend is going to help anymore. You might actually be hurting the
Whoa,
cause.
haven't
You might be
heard
hurting the
that
cause more than
Zionism
anything
is
else.
a different thing? Haven't you heard that?
They say that. They do
That's what
indeed
they say,
that.
right before
yeah,
they say
just
they
like
hate
on
Jews.
Fox News when they would say, when we say thugs and criminals, we're not talking about black people, okay?
What,
We just wish these guys would pull
bro,
their pants
Fox
up a little
News
bit.
is entertainment, bro. Come on now, you can't be treating it as a.
Like, you didn't hear that
source.
Frogan had a Zionist therapist? Didn't hear that?
Oh God.
Bro, that was by far like we need to have like a segment at some point where it's like the dumbest takes of 2000 or whatever the year we're in because, bro, like literally it just 2020, not even half the year has passed and I've seen the stupidest shit on the internet. Like Ludwig donates to a cause, and like I have to hear that he's like some cracker or whatever. The next second, I'm like, dude, you can't even donate money and like appease a group of people on the internet. Like you can't even do the right thing and actually help people out. You know, like people that need money for medical reasons or whatever. It's like you still have to find a way to dunk money. Like I remember donating to like any like a specific charity. I'm not even gonna go into it. And it's like, well, Moody, you still don't care. You're still not tweeting out about it. I'm like, dude, again, I'm like a fat Indian guy on the internet. Me tweeting about a cause isn't gonna change shit. I will, however, donate money if I feel the cause is just, and that's pretty much where the extent of it goes into.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. I don't know. With that Frogan chick specifically though, man, she is like a actual like anytime I see her on the internet, I want to like bleach my goddamn brain because it's just reading whatever she writes. It's like no thought, no actual anything goes in. Like not a brain cell is rubbed between each other when anything she tweets. It's insane.
Yeah, she is easily one of the most disgusting people online. It's actually
The fact
super
that
gross.
she got the Rising Star Award 2 years in a row is my favorite thing.
Well, I
It's
mean,
like, how
at
are
this
you
point,
a
she's probably
Rising
gonna get
Star
it
for
the
2
third
years?
time at this point. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, pretty dumb. Pretty stupid, yeah.
No.
It's rough. And then she beefed with our boy Tectone. Yo, why have we had every controversial? Is
We
it
got-
our
we-
fault? Is it our fault? Are we the Black Plague? Last week we had Wendigoon, and now we got canceled.
I feel
What's
like we
going
are to
on?
an extent, like, you know, but I don't know. I mean, like, I think it's just the internet kind of in general. It's like, I don't think it's us. It's just like every week there's always like a new little like beef. There's always like just some new thing that pisses somebody off, and then it gets replaced in like 20 minutes with some other bullshit. It's like, you know, it's part of the internet. It's like, you know, you'll have like cycles of actual like stupidity. And
And then
you know,
Mr.
it's-
Borelli tweeted the N-word, and all was safe and balanced once again.
Bro, how many times did that guy f up your name in that goddamn debate, dude? I must have, like, I feel like I want to watch that Norm Finkelstein debate and just have, like, a notepad and pen and paper and just write down every new permutation of your name that gets tossed in. Mr.
Borelli.
That was actually the one debate that's a perfect example of why debate never changes anybody's mind, because I feel like when I looked at the comments to that debate, I'm like, oh wow, I'm like the only one that watched it because apparently everyone else here just has like their team already picked
Yeah, but it's like it's perfect. It's perfect for another reason too, because it shows you that like all the people that complain about how debate pervertry and how bad debate is are all the ones cheering on Norm for his like completely childish behavior the entire time. Like you would
everyone.
imagine.
He'll cheer on Trump when he gives people funny nicknames.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
He called
yeah.
him Sleepy Joe, and everyone was like, "Oh, destroyed! It's over. The left wing is annihilated."
Oh, pretty dumb.
Bro, Trump is just funny as
Dude, he is.
He is funny,
Nope.
but yeah.
He is funny.
I mean, hey, he's funny, but the other guy we have on our side is just passed the out most of them, so
Yeah.
there's no winning there.
What do you mean?
No,
winning?
but go,
You live in Canada,
Well,
bro.
bro, what do you, bro.
Oh, you're one of those. Oh, you're
I-
one of those.
listen,
I have people
I'm
who
gonna
are
tell you guys
British
right
calling
now.
in saying like, "Yeah, this is why we need to do blah blah blah." I'm like, we?
No, okay. I actually have like a. This is my takeover here. I think I should have more voting than 10 Americans. I think
You
I
think
should have more voting rights.
You
than
get more
10
votes
Native
depending on how much
Americans.
education you have. What do you think?
No, not just education. No, I get more voting rights than the average American because I pay more than the average American in taxes to the IRS. I feel like I should
Dude.
absolutely be allowed to.
I
agree
because
with
you,
that,
you
yeah.
have, you
That
have
makes
Aryan
sense.
privilege.
Like,
Oh.
no, like anytime on the internet, people are like, "Stay in your lane, Canadian." I'm like, "Get the f- out of here, bro." You know the check that I had to write to the Internal Revenue Service? I deserve more rights than than your entire township. That's the thing that drives me insane, dude. Like, we were looking at like Jen or whatever, because like moving to Canada or whatever. It's
Mhm.
like, you know what the most insane part about being an American is, bro? You guys are like being pimped out by your country everywhere you go. You could live in another part of the world and you'll have to declare your income to the United States government
True.
and still pay a level of money on
Dude,
it.
I'm
right?
a dual.
Obviously,
I'm a
there's
dual
credits.
citizen. I have to declare my taxes. I don't live in America. I've never lived in America, and I have to declare my
Yeah.
taxes every year. It's so
Bro, and-
frustrating.
And what's
Don't
so
be a
insane
YouTuber
about
then.
America is like,
It has nothing
No,
to
it
do with
doesn't-
that.
no, it doesn't
It
matter.
does.
It's
It's
just
where
being
YouTube
an
is
American.
based.
No, that's
No,
not
no, no.
why. Because
No, no.
anyone that is an American citizen has to file taxes in America, period, having nothing to do with where they live or anything. In Canada, it's based on residency. In America, it's based on citizenship. So if you live in Canada, you have to do Canadian taxes because you're a resident, and you have to do American taxes because you're a citizen.
To be
And,
fair, I
like-
think for America, I think there's an income cutoff where you have to report it. But if you make under like 130K, I don't think you have to pay dual taxes. But
Oh,
it is
good. So
Yeah,
I'll
pretty
just
unique.
become
yeah.
broke. Great solution,
Yeah.
Borelli.
It depends on it depends mostly on like the treaties that a country has, but no. What I mean is like, Oompa, it's like, Caleb, it's like if you leave the United States and you come to Canada, right, and like you work in my Canadian company and I pay you like $200,000 a year Canadian,
Mhm.
you only worked in my company in Canada. You still have to report that income and pay
Yeah.
a portion of it to the United States. You know, if you never had anything, that money never touched the U.S. or anything.
But that's
Like, you
just
still owe
that's
them.
just normal though. I mean, you even have to pay. You have to like state wise. Like if states have income tax, you have to spend a certain amount of time, like in states. That's like just normal.
Wait, you're telling me like if let's say I'm a Californian resident and I move to Texas, I still have to pay California money even
Unless
if I
you
live and
spend,
reside in Texas?
if you actually can prove your residency in Texas, you do not.
So the way that it works in the United States is if you live in one state and you work in another. In the United States, basically every state has it so that you need to pay taxes in the state that you work. But obviously every state's going to want to keep track of the money you make because they don't want you to make money and not pay taxes on it. So like, let's say you work in California and you live in like Arizona or whatever. Is Arizona an income tax state? I think it is.
I think it is, yeah.
Or up in Oregon, right? What happens is what you'll do is you'll file two tax returns. You file two state tax returns. You file a state tax return for California because you earned your money there, and then you have to pay them money there. But then you'll also file a separate state tax return in Oregon. But you'll tell Oregon like, hey, listen, I earned $120,000, but look, I paid taxes in California, so that income you can't tax because you can't double tax me because I just because I live in one state and I work in another one. Yeah, a lot of people think it is double tax, but it shouldn't be unless somebody's your taxes up really
yeah, exactly.
hardcore.
Yeah, because you have to take like proper precautions to not nexus yourself. Like there's a lot of ways around being nexused.
Well, the point is, okay,
America.
like before anybody like jumps into even the Canadian, to go back to the original point here, I think as a Canadian, I have more voting rights than the average American.
Gotcha.
I deserve it. I 100% do. Like, here's the part about it. Okay, like, I really did think about this. Like, I had this running in my head. You know how we have, like, separation of church and state? You know? Like, we don't tax churches and shit, right? and that's why they're not allowed in the political system, from my understanding, right?
I don't think that's the trade-off, is it? I thought the separation of church and state was that America will dictate its rules and laws not based on faith, but based on, I don't know, logic and consensus.
Exactly, and that's why we don't tax the money. We don't take any of their money, so they have no say in the state or anything, right? We let them keep their cash. But you're going to take money from my Canadian ass, operating in your country, mind you, but you're going to take a fair share. You're going to take more than a fair share, because I've seen my taxes. I'm not jumping into the board of Scientology. I don't want to be the next.
Why are you operating in America?
To make good money. But the point is,
then why not pay taxes here?
No, but I pay taxes. But here's the other thing: I'm providing more opportunity in business. Should I not have like some voting rights? Should I not have at least federal voting rights? I'm not even saying.
Well, I don't think voting
states.
rights are really given based on like money and business and that kind of stuff. It's usually just like individuals make up a democracy.
But if you're gonna let the average scumbag on Twitter vote about policy, what about the guy making money in your country? Come on now.
I don't know. I think I like it
You
the other
make a
way
good
better.
argument.
No, what the? So hold on, my money's good enough to take. You're good enough to fuck me every year. The IRS is allowed to fuck my ass every quarter.
Hey man,
and I don't get a
felons
say at
still
all?
pay
I don't know.
taxes.
So there's like there should be like an American maxim relating to granting additional rights to Canadians, which should always be reduced. So you have to
Just
overcome
take
the hurdle
Canada
of
over, bro. Just take it over.
How about
we
you
would have to
exit
absorb all the Canadians,
Canada?
give them voting rights. Okay.
How about you
Fucking
exit
stay
Canada
up
and
there.
pay 50% of all the money you've ever made in your entire life to come to America? Then you can vote.
I got a better idea. Just annex us. Just take us.
Please.
You get all this fuck.
51st state, just take Canada.
I know a few guys. We can get
No,
this
think
done.
about it. Think about it. Like, think about it. It's such a good thing if the United States takes over Canada. You get all this land, and what do you mean, like, absorb Canadians, bro? We are less than the state of California. You get basically, you're just taking an extra state. But think about
You
all
get
the
another
land
Alaska, okay?
you get.
That's
Get all
it.
the natural resources. Okay, our life gets better because we don't have shitty Canadian leadership anymore. We have obviously shitty American leadership,
Dude,
but I would
we
take
have
American
cops
leadership
in
over
cars,
Canadians.
not on horses. Think about it.
Yeah, exactly. Our FBI doesn't have to be riding horseback through the city anymore. We can not be an embarrassment. So it's a net good. You get shit, we get shit. I think an annexation of Canada is the greatest thing to ever happen.
Dude, I'm
Yeah, but the
telling
problem
you,
is when your
if
people
not
come here,
for
they
Quebec,
vote.
They would.
We'd have to start doing land acknowledgements for our. Hey, listen, we don't have time for all that shit. I'm sorry. You guys have to keep your Canadian shit up there. We're gonna do our American shit down here.
But see, that's the problem. If you're not going to take us over, why does your policy affect us so much? You know, every time an American election season happens, a lot of the fallback also falls onto us. Okay, like we have to deal with. We are basically an American state without any acknowledgement of being an American
listen, if you
state.
feel bad about that, imagine how people in the Middle East that get bombed by us feel. Okay.
Yo, it doesn't matter about that. I'm
Listen,
talking about us
America
right
affects the whole
now.
world. That's right. We
Okay,
do affect the
that
whole
is
world,
when
all right?
the heart retracts the us. That's when he decides that.
I just think an annexation of Canada is better because, like, I was looking into the whole exit taxes with like Texas, right? And it's like, yeah, Caleb's not around. Okay, 50% of the money just goes to the Canadians for no reason other than a you for leaving the country.
It's just
like,
a you. Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much.
I think most like here's the thing. Look, people who say taxation is theft, I'm not one of those people because it's like I went to a public school. I use a lot of public shit. Okay, I'm not gonna say that it's bad. It obviously has a purpose, but the amount of dicking me around or like anybody that hasn't been assessed properly. I feel like in the U.S. it's like anytime I talk about this shit, it just drives me insane on like Twitter when somebody's like, "Stay in your lane, Canuck," and I'm like, "What do you mean? I should have more rights than an American, bro." Like, what the most of my shit is here. Jesus Christ. I don't know.
I sympathize a little bit, yeah. It's kind of like when Trump I'll be arguing tax policy with some dude that's making like $27,000 a year, talking about how great the Trump tax cuts are, and it's like, okay, dude, if that's that's really when I argue. Yeah, I mean, like, this shit ain't helping you, buddy. Like, I'm saving more in taxes on these tax cuts than you literally gross in a year. But I mean, if you think this is better for the country, I guess knock yourself out. Yeah, people are bad at representing their interests, or
yeah, but you're never gonna win with people like that, dude. It's like once they're so ingrained in that line of thought, it's like you can bring up it's like what we discussed. You can bring up all the facts and objectivity, and like nobody will want to like understand and take your side for it.
Yeah, the real scary thing. I don't know how much you guys follow U.S. Supreme Court shit to get very political. My God, so Trump has a case right now that's being argued or was being argued in front of the Supreme Court on whether or not the president of the United States should have unlimited criminal immunity, meaning he can never be charged with a crime in criminal court.
That's crazy.
And, yeah, so it's a really big case that was argued, I think, a couple
By
weeks
Nick
ago.
Rekieta himself.
Yeah, no. But we have a Supreme Court Justice, Sotomayor, who was giving a speech in front of a Assembly of Harvard students, I think 2 or 3 days ago. And she was talking about how, yeah, some decisions are really tough. And there are days where I close my door and I cry in my office because of how tough the decisions are. And, we might be coming up to some of those. And now people are starting to wonder if that is if that's some kind of foreboding or foreshadowing of Trump winning that immunity case, to where the Supreme Court's going to come out and say this, the president of the United States is actually infinitely immune from criminal charges. So that's a huge thing that we've got coming up on the horizon in the U.S.
Wait. I thought the president was pretty immune for the most part, right?
Absolutely not. No, presidents just don't typically commit crimes like that. People might think that there's an understanding there. But there are good reasons to argue that presidents have not operated in a way that they would assume they're immune from crimes. And the biggest example of that would be Ford's pardoning of Nixon when Ford came into office. Because the question would be, why the are you pardoning Nixon if he was a president? You can never charge him with a crime, right? But nobody's really thought that before. This is a very new argument now that basically is coming up with Donald Trump. But the weird thing is that the president could literally order an assassination of a political rival then and never be held criminally liable, because I guess that's what Trump's lawyers are trying to argue. And that's not an exaggeration. That's literally what they're trying to argue. It's an extremely bizarre case. So, yeah, but...
So is it when you're president, your criminal record just gets kind of delayed or something, or put on hold or some shit?
No, not really. Presidents aren't committing crimes. People will say things like war crimes or whatever, but generally these are actions as president of the United States, where you're doing military stuff. It's usually more complicated than that, but usually
so he just wants to basically get away with murder if he was ever liable for it.
Maybe. I mean, the argument is that, if he wins the case, then every single charge essentially I think has to be dropped against him, because he can't be criminally charged with anything if he
wins the
president.
case and Biden pulls out a gun and shoots him in the head.
Bro,
Crazy,
that's
crazy upset.
That's some Vladimir Putin kind of shit, bro. What the? That's crazy. I didn't know that was going on. But then again, I don't really see that much talked about. I only see internet drama between
idiots,
political commentators and shit. Oh, but yeah. Other than all this stuff, it's what's next for the Destiny arc? What are you coming up with? Because I noticed that you do a lot of canvassing. You actually go out of your way. You've launched your own podcast with other people, the Bridges, and it's you're actually doing more work outside of YouTube than I think most of the other people in this camp. So it's what is next really? How do you kind of manage all that too? That's the other big thing that I kind of wanted to come into, because it's it really feels like you're a one-man show, but you're doing a lot of shit and you're managing it pretty well.
Yeah, I don't know. I will say starting Vyvanse 7 months ago has definitely helped me be more focused on things.
Unironically, drugs.
Unironically, getting an actual ADHD diagnosis and getting medication for it has completely and totally changed my life. I am actually so upset that 6 years ago, my son had issues in school, some big issues relating to ADHD, and I did a ton of reading because I was fuck, because prior to me taking this, I would never take brain medication. It's just such a weird, horrible thing for me. I wouldn't take medicine for anything. And I went through a lot of reading. I was okay, fuck it. He's my son. I should do what's best for him, regardless of my feelings. So I got on medication, and I'm so upset that it took me 6 years to think about it for myself, because I'm Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's made a huge difference. That being said, yeah, I don't know if you have this thing where this applies to all of you. When you do stuff online, when you're a small business owner, period, there's always an infinite amount of things you could be doing. And it's really hard sometimes to figure out, am I being a lazy piece of shit right now because I just spent an hour on Reddit? And then I'll think okay, well, I kind of worked 15 hours every single day this week, but am I really working? I'm doing emails, I'm playing around on stream, I'm having fun with it. And it's could I be doing more? And yeah, I don't know. It's really hard to balance that out of my mind in terms of when are you working enough and focused enough versus when should you take a break and chill? Or
what's that one saying where it's if you love what you do, you never work a day in your life? It sometimes feels like that is more true, in terms of feeling, because it's a lot of my day, if I'm on YouTube, if I'm doing what I like, which is YouTube stuff, I don't really feel like I'm doing much. I feel like everything I'm having fun doing what I do, researching, covering things, even that hour on Reddit, right, so to speak. If it's spent researching, it doesn't really feel like work. It just feels like, something that I enjoy doing, and it is what it is. Versus working, in my office, going there, that genuinely, I wouldn't say soul crushing. it feels more like work because I'm in a new place. I'm doing something that I'm like, you know, it's not like in my mind, I always wish I could be doing more YouTube stuff, more like streaming or something.
Yeah.
Because that's what I enjoy more. But it's like, that is work. That is my primary source of income. It feels like more productive there. So I don't know. It's like a mix of everything. If all I was doing was YouTube full time, I would probably feel like a lazy piece of shit because it would genuinely feel like I'm at home all day doing things that I enjoy. And even if I am like making money out of it, I don't think that there's like, I don't know. It's like when you enjoy something, it always feels like your mind is on vacation. It's like infinite summer vacation in your head. You know what I mean? Versus, and maybe it's because like ever since I was like 16, doing traditional like a job, like a 9-to-5 has been like a sort of regimented thing in my head. And it's kind of like the one thing I never want to take granted or lose in my life because I really think that structure keeps me more sane and keeps
I don't
me,
like
you
it.
know. You don't like the 9-to-5?
No,
I'd rather run free in the woods naked. I feel like.
Yeah,
I mean,
I was with
but
you until a point.
The thing about like I mean, I would love to run through the woods naked right now. It'd be fucking, the weather is perfect. But like the thing about it is like if I did YouTube, like if I was doing YouTube like 24/7, like full time, you know, like that whole thing when you take like a day off of like streaming, you feel like absolute shit.
Yeah.
You know?
That's what I think Destiny's talking about, though. Like the idea
like,
that
if
when
you-
you're self-employed, you could do infinite things, and at some point, if you just waste time, you're like, I could have done another thing at that point. But for Destiny, especially,
because
like,
you're caught into that whole rut of like doing things. Because for you, it's like if you work a 9-to-5, you know that you work 40 hours a week, and your money like it's tied to that location, right? Like that's what it is. It doesn't. Everything after that is like your free time. When you are self-employed, it's like, yeah, everything that you're doing, like if you don't work 24 hours a day, you're just losing money, right? Like that's a very real thing. And it's not like that is just real. Like you do just lose money, like if you don't work, you know?
100%.
Any hour spent not doing YouTube work or Twitch work or researching is money, is time wasted.
But aside from money,
You know?
like I've rated Destiny a couple times on Kick. All right, he calls me Nuxanor every time, but whatever, I'll forgive him. Anyway, so he's just reading shit. Okay, he's gaining knowledge and information. Okay, that's not just about the making money because his streams are
Wikipedia, bro. Wikipedia is not a research source.
yeah, right, whatever. Anyway, but the streams are half the size, you know, of the big money making debate epic Gotham streams. But to be the person that he is and how he presents himself, he needs to do that research and shit. So if you spend an hour on Reddit instead of an hour researching some obscure battle in some random country, you have literally you are a lower power level than you could have been.
Maybe, yeah.
I think
Something
that's
to-
especially. I just bullshit around online. I don't do anything important.
Yeah. Well, hey, as long as you market yourself as such, that's fine. As long as people market themselves as very serious and then they aren't, then I get triggered. Something that Mudahar said that a lot of people don't know, and I've seen this come up so many times, and a lot of people just won't believe it, but 9-to-5s are perfectly fine. There are a lot of people that work 9-to-5s like, God, I wish I could just be self-employed. It'd be so cool. Like, this is the dream. And for some people, it is because some people are really good at self-management. Most people are not.
I just want to also say my 9-to-5 is also my own business, so it's also like I get more benefits out of it.
Yeah, but like regardless, I'm just saying that there are a lot of people where like the 9-to-5 is nice because it gives you hardcore structure in your day. You've got like that's your income, you've got your free time afterwards, and it's like
Friends.
boom, boom, boom. There are there are a lot of people that I've met. I know this is true for every single one of you. There are a lot of people that I've met where it's like, oh my God, this guy has so much talent and so much potential, and he's going nowhere in life because he doesn't have somebody managing him. This guy can't self-direct. There are so many people like that where it's like, I can think of even people like I don't know how much you guys follow like everything that has been running around in my life. Do you know John Zerka?
Sure.
Zerka's a really good example of a guy who this guy could be a millionaire. He could be making 7 figures a year, but he needs a full-time manager babysitter. He needs somebody to tell him you need to wake up, you need to get rid of the blow, okay? Stop talking to these girls. Go on these shows. I'm going to book you flights for this. Boom, 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 boom. And if somebody was like hardcore micromanaging his life, that dude would be a millionaire. Easy. And I know so many people like this, but
I mean,
on
my
their
example, someone that I know like that, if you would have actually been posting videos on YouTube 5 years ago, you'd be double the size today.
own... Are you talking to me? Like
Yeah.
about me? Oh, yeah, I know. Me. Don't remind me.
I'm just saying. Just saying.
yeah.
If you would have had a manager or drugs, you could have made. You could have.
No, you know, the starting YouTube late was a huge blunder for me. But, hey, whatever. We all make our mistakes.
Yeah.
Who were we? Oh, Ricada. Nick Ricada is probably another example of that. if he had somebody more closely like micromanaging all of his shit, like yeah, like you could be doing so much better. But on your own,
His wife was his supplier instead. No.
yeah, temptations and stuff are so much harder when you're, because even if you work like a 9 to 5, like if you're gonna do drugs, like that's a Friday Saturday thing. But when you're self-employed, I mean, drugs can be an on-the-job thing. You know, like
True.
like nobody's gonna get mad at me if I'm wasted while I'm streaming.
I mean, hey, some of my best videos is me lighting a fat blunt before and then getting started. So I mean, hey.
Yeah, but yeah, it's a hard one. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to like any form of like self-employment or like YouTube stuff or anything, it's like I feel like, Caleb, you can say the same with like Sour Boys too. It's like do you work like a 9 to 5 at that, or are you like, is it a 24/7? You're connected to that as well all day every day?
I'm a prisoner.
Nice.
Jesus
I'm an
Christ.
indentured servant to my own mistakes. Absolutely. Yeah.
Hell
It's
yeah.
awesome though. I love it. I would say it's like, I mean, pretty much all hours of the day, I'm doing something in regard or looking at something or some kind of shit like that.
I feel like that's also the thing that makes like a lot of YouTube, like the people really successful on this platform, is like the people that kind of act in that way too. Like all of us, I would say that every single one of us here is working 24/7. Like we all are stuck in that mind. And I'll say it like it is. Like even though that I work outside of YouTube and I still have this, if I spend a day not doing something, like Jen can attest for this all the time, when because every month we'll have like a weekend where we kind of get away and disconnect from stuff, or at least that's the plan. There's never really a disconnection. It's always like I got my email on, I'm always like on call for something, and it's hard to detach from that, because the moment you do, it's like I feel like the biggest laziest piece of shit if I'm completely detached from everything, or I take like a day or a weekend off or something. And even if like sometimes it's like kind of into the head, because like on YouTube and like on social media, it's always in any space, you're always, you have to be grinding, you know, like you probably shouldn't miss a day to stream. You like, if something massive happens, it can completely change your
Bro,
day, right?
don't
Like,
even
you have
start. The community meme on my shit is that every time I travel, like something happens in the world. You have no
Mhm.
idea how frustrating it is, and then I feel bad for whoever I'm with. If it's a girlfriend or wife or whatever like, I'll be just like looking at my phone. I remember when I went to Melina, my ex-wife was dealing with a bunch of shit relating to some court stuff, and
Mhm.
I travel. And I'm like, okay, I'll go fucking spend 2 weeks with you to figure your shit out. I fucking fly
And the Twin
out.
Towers happen.
Almost.
God,
I fly
every
out of
time.
here. I fly out of the United States on like October 6th. Okay. And I land in Sweden. I'm like, no, God, why couldn't Hamas have waited 2 weeks? These Jews are dying off my stream right now. And I'm like watching every person covering. Every time I leave, there's like some crazy breaking news shit. And I'm like watching on my phone, like every other's like 50,000 viewers, 7 million view video. And I'm watching these cards like Mudahar getting all these views. And I'm like, I can't stream. I'm stuck
Well,
in some
I did
hotel.
not cover October 7th.
I'm stuck in some hotel watching these people, these undeserving getting all these views. I'm like, me, I can't even cover it. God damn it.
Let Mr. Borelli, you come to
Too many
Israel.
wives.
I will give you a tour. Okay, I'll give you the craziest tour.
No, it's
Coming to where? Wait, where are you at?
Israel.
Wait, do you really? Oh, I'm actually going in 3 days for 2 weeks. So.
You're
Wait, you're going to Israel in 3 days?
Hell yeah, I'm going to West Bank, interview people, hopefully not get assassinated.
Okay. I am not going to the West
real?
Bank.
Oh my
However, I'll definitely get a coffee with you or something.
Where do
Bring
you
to the
live?
West.
Oh, I know you definitely live in Tel Aviv. 100% you do.
I do not. Good guess.
You
though.
don't?
Nice
really?
try. Nice
Oh,
try.
I thought that's where all the femboys were from, but okay.
Yeah, I'm the only the only femboy out of Tel Aviv.
I actually don't know anything about. I make a ton of assumptions about you just so you have a VTuber avatar, and I'm gonna be honest.
Understandable. You're
I do
pretty
hate
racist.
VTubers. I am
It's
incredibly.
like, hold
yes.
on.
But-
It's like I feel like naming a city in Israel is like, how many other cities are there? There's only one other one that I know of.
That's not true. He's been looking into the terrorist attacks in
Yeah.
every single city in the country.
There are at
for the
least
last-
5 cities in Israel. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
So.
How many cities are there? There's literally only 2 in my mind. It's Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. That's literally
Those are
it.
the 2 important ones. Yeah.
The country's so small. How many cities can you have?
You can fit quite a few of them in there.
Jesus Christ. It's like the United States. Like the U.S. is big. Like it's the only country that has like the most cities. Like if you ask Canada, it's like how many cities exist in Canada? I'm like, I don't know, Toronto, Vancouver, Montreal, Calgary. Other than that, what the else? You know, like middle of nowhere, like something. Come on.
Newfoundland.
It's like
It's off by
Bro,
30
I mean-
minutes. It's pretty memorable.
Bro, that's a fine. That's an. See, that's where you f***ed up.
It's
That's
a
an
meme.
entire province. Yeah, exactly. But, I don't know. It's. I can't believe you're actually going there. Don't you? Like this is. It's. You're going to like the West Bank, like the actual danger zone.
Yeah, I feel like I've Well, it's not really the danger zone. Okay, they exaggerate a little bit. All right. Listen, I lived in LA for 3 years. Okay, it can't be that
Oh, sure.
bad.
Never mind. Yeah.
Bro, you're. Oh yeah, I mean, I guess that's true. LA is a shit pile.
My biggest fear is always just like I know that if I get killed by some crazy Palestinians, everybody's gonna like use it for their own political bullshit. Like the idea of Hassan having some video of like, oh, I know he got killed because he was being racist there, or some Nazi using it was like, oh, told you Muslims were dangerous. Haha, with this woke loser just got, Ramallah 2.0. Like, yeah, man, we'll see. It
Dude,
should be
really,
fun.
Yeah, you're really like tempting fate there. You're gonna give your biggest political opponent an edge right there if you go out.
Listen,
You
if
really
he
wa- you
goes
really wanna
out, I
leave
don't
the
think
world
he'll
with
care.
him?
I'm gonna bring like I've got like 2 different white PPD girls that I'm bringing with me, one with a knife, one with a gun, and if it
Oh,
looks like
great.
I'm gonna be abducted at any point in time, I've instructed both of them to try to kill me, so that at least like I can go out on a meme of like some crazy girl, cutting my throat.
Yeah,
so.
I think you're at more risk for being like Johnny Somali'd out there. Like he got his ass beaten by a bunch of Israelis.
Dude,
and it was, like,
Johnny
the only
Somali
time-
disturbs the peace.
And he
okay?
deserves it. Yeah,
And
so
he-
that's
and he
different.
deserves
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
Wait, did you guys see what like happened? PewDiePie got the worst faith interpretation of his thing. He comes out with a video talking about like people going to Japan, up the like. There's this one. I want to say it's like this one like group on Twitter or something. I don't know if it's like a website or something, but they were just like, PewDiePie is like going up against Johnny Somali because he doesn't want the internet to ruin like his experience out there. I'm
Oh
like,
my
no, I think
God.
he's just going after Johnny Somali for being like the one abject dumbass out in any of these countries.
I don't know. I saw him say. So first of all, do you see Johnny Somali wants to sue PewDiePie? That's the greatest meme of all time.
I think he wants to
Jesus.
sue
Loser.
everyone. I think he wants to sue all of us.
Yeah,
Put
he's
his
already said
glasses
he said I can expect papers soon, and that was 2 months ago. So
Jesus.
Maybe he
International defamation laws are good luck, Chi. Even for national, bro. If you ever wanted to cover something, just tell me you're starting to sue people for defamation. That's the only reason I started talking about Shkreli again. Oh yeah, because you did that. I think you kind of walked, or I don't want to say you walked back, but you softened up some of this stuff in a video because I think Shkreli contacted you. And as soon as I saw that, I was like, oh, Shkreli, you mean the guy that scammed the healthcare shit and lied about the sue
Wait,
me.
okay, hold on.
Yeah,
Okay,
these
okay.
people.
I need you to give me like clearance on like Shkreli. So I don't know what's true and what isn't. I've had so much conflicting shit about this. Apparently, was he scamming the average person or was he scamming insurance companies?
Okay, if I'm being fair, it's complicated. But what it looked like was actually happening. Oh man, I would have to dive super deep into this, okay? But it looked like what was actually happening. The problem with what he was doing with this business, so they did up the cost on some drug or whatever, and his argument was that the cost is being passed on to insurance anyway, which is only ever half true because, well, at the end of the day, insurance premiums have to be paid by people too. Insurance companies choose what they cover and what they don't, so that's not really the best argument. The issue with Shkreli is it looked like what he was doing was he was looting some of his companies to pay other companies to make sure that things were always running well. And you're not really supposed to do that without good reason. You can't have like 4 or 5 companies, especially if you're running funds for other people. You can't have like a fund and misrepresent like the portfolio gains or whatever by looting other parts of your businesses, especially ones that have other owners, and then putting that money into other accounts. And I think that's what he ultimately got for as far as the drug stuff where everybody was mad at him. I think it was just a time in U.S. history where people were looking to get mad, and Shkreli is like the most hateable person in the world and has no concept of managing his PR. That's why when he was in jail, or was he out of jail, and he tweeted about like, give me a piece of Hillary Clinton's hair, it's like, bro, shut the f up, what are you doing? But
What's he up to these days? Is he still like did he come out with like a whole bounty of cash? Because the last time I looked at him, he was like doing some healthcare crypto thing or whatever the f it was.
yeah, I don't actually know where he's at. I don't know what he's really doing. I know he's working on some healthcare crypto thing, but I don't know where that is at the moment.
Yeah, he's I don't hear much about him. He got released to like that one halfway house where he was like streaming League and like talking about like crypto shit for a little bit.
He seems I cautiously say he does seem like a coolish dude. Or maybe I'm just maybe I like autistic kind of people or whatever. I don't even mean that as an insult. Just like the type of mind he has. He seems like the kind of person that like I would be like, or I'd be friends with this kind of person, like his demeanor. But it's hard to separate the like. I don't even know. Like with that new crypto healthcare thing, his crypto wallet got scammed and all the money got stolen out of there. He says because he downloaded a torrent with a keylogger.
Yeah, he told me he downloaded like he showed me the exact torrent or whatever of like the porn.
And it's like,
and it was just like,
even if that's true, like how are you gonna get how first of all, how is this money even that easily accessible? And then come on, you literally got felony for almost this exact type of thing. Like even if what you were saying was true, like who's gonna believe you, right? It's like walking into a room and there's like a bloodied, child who's dead and you're standing there. Even if you didn't kill him, you're like, yeah, I understand. Like, me. You know, like, yeah,
Well,
I
like,
get it. You know, yeah.
even in his situation, it's like he's obviously intelligent when it comes to computers. It's like you're really just gonna download. First off, like who downloads torrented porn? Like in today's day and age, you know, it's like all of the websites are easily accessible. Like who does that? You
Mhm.
know, like even with like movies, it's like nobody torrents a movie these days. They just go to like a free movie distribution site and just hit play
Mhm.
and call it a day. So it's like the other thing. It's like how do we believe you?
Yeah.
Because it's like I can understand my dad. Like my dad will do stupid shit. Like he'll be like he's a cardiologist, smart guy. But when it comes to computers, he's like, so yeah, PayPal just told me that $30,000 has been taken from my account. What? Like he'll freak out, and I'm like, oh, Dad, don't worry. He'll be like every week he's like, oh yeah, our Amazon account is like getting like shut down. I'm like, no, Dad, you got to look at the email. He's like, what? It says Amazon, and then like I show him how to look at the URL, and he's like, oh.
Yeah.
You're right.
Dicksucker69 at AOL.com isn't actually Amazon. That's crazy.
Yeah, literally, that's like me and him talking about it, and he's like, how do you know all this stuff? And I'm like, Dad, I went to engineering school. Actually, it's like, no, Dad, I'm not a total idiot. Like,
How do
he'll
you
be
know
one
about
of
that?
those
Well, I
dudes.
got scammed last month, and I'm paying
Yeah,
attention.
like
Turns
dude,
out,
like if you mention
Lady Gaga doesn't want to collab.
yeah, like if you, dude, if you mention like crypto to my dad, he's like, wait, you can download money? Like,
That's pretty cool.
He'll be
That's
like,
pretty cool.
wait, you can download money to your computer? What the?
One of the
Like, that's
one of the hardest things for me to understand is, I guess, people can be very intelligent, but they lack either curiosity or something else is going on. Where it's like, how can you have so much knowledge in this one area and be so utterly in this other area? The best example I can think of is in all of human history. Do you know Ben Carson?
I've heard of him, yeah.
Like, this is a guy who, this guy, you listen to him talk as a Republican. One of the more famous interviews he gave after running was this. He was talking to somebody on some show about gay people, and he's like, well, you know, people go into prison straight and they come out gay. And how do you explain that? You know, if you really think gay, like, this is the type of stuff he's doing. This guy, okay, this guy is not just a surgeon, okay? This guy's not just a surgeon, meaning he's gone through it. This guy is not just a neurosurgeon who works on brains, okay? This guy is a neurosurgeon who pioneered the surgery for separating conjoined twins at the head, okay? That's the level of insane medical knowledge of this guy's at. This is what he did medically. But then he steps out of that field. He says the most, like, how is this possible? There's no shot. What are you doing?
I think it's just like it's I think it's like, especially when it comes to technology or something, it's like I feel like if you don't keep on to it, there's like a falling off point, right? It's like, you know, you play like a video game of like Sam Fisher, Splinter Cell, like 60 years of age, and he like whips out, it's like, all right, I'm like hacking into the system for you and everything. I'm like, you're not doing that at 60, bro. Like, I don't give a how long you've worked in the NSA.
Sure.
You're not, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's super unnatural. It's like my dad, for instance, like the last piece of phone technology that he was actively using, I mean, he has an iPhone now, but the last thing he truly understood was like the old BlackBerry like the old school, like, keypad in your hand. That's the last thing he ever knew. After when he got his like iPhone or whatever, he was like, this thing calls, it sends messages, and I can watch YouTube on it. That's about it, you know? That's where his mind goes to. Like, if you sat down with him and you asked him, it's like, I hate texting. But then you'll ask him, like, Dad, do you remember the days of pagers? He's like, bro, I love pagers, dude. Like, that shit, you just sat down, one buzz, you look at the letters scroll by, easy peasy.
Yeah.
You talk about messages, he's like, I don't know what the a group chat is, an SMS, I mean, like, the is any of this nonsense?
Have you ever heard of... Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Have you ever heard of the term weaponized incompetence?
Yes.
Yes.
I
Yes.
wonder
The whole
sometimes
thing
with
now.
that. Yeah, it'll be like a girl asks her boyfriend, like, "Hey, can you like do the dishes?" And the guy will be like,
he breaks
"I don't
all
know how
the
to work the
dishes."
dishwasher. There's so many like buttons or whatever." And it's like, you just put together a computer like yesterday. You can't.
Oh, dude, I've
operate
done that with a
dishwasher?
laundry machine. I've done that with a laundry machine. I'm like, oh, dude, there's like 10 knobs and like, I don't know what load. to press.
What
I'm like,
setting do I put it on? Do I put it on
Dude.
synthetic laundry or do I put it
Yeah.
on?
Meanwhile, but on your computer, you're like, so I use the H265 instead of H264 because of the VP7 encoder, blah, blah, blah. It's like, you can't work no shot. You understand this, and you can't work a wash machine. Yeah, I wonder sometimes just for people in technology, they're just like, they're lazy. It's a lazy thing. It's a choice. It's not like I truly can't figure this out. It's more like, I know how to make my life work without these things, so I haven't bothered to learn it. Yeah.
Have you guys figured out how to
I
sweep
get
yet?
Look, me? No.
I
I
don't know.
still haven't
Somehow
learned how
it
to
gets
sweep.
dustier every time I sweep. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. It's a
Dude,
bigger mess.
That's why I love. That's why I like the something. Actually, it's one of the things where it's like, even when it comes down to like, in the time is money question we just had, it's like, I had my mom, like I showed her XQC stuff, and she's like, "Why doesn't he clean up around the house? You clean up your house." I'm like, "Ma, this guy makes millions a year shitting and watching videos on the internet. I'd be doing the same thing XQC is doing, hiring maids, bro. Time is money, dude. I'd be sitting on stream every single day of my life hiring the maid. Like, it's not. I feel like for some people, it's just like, even in that case, it's not even like they can't do it. It's just like, bro, I don't have the 20 minutes to even learn or change this one aspect of my life.
I don't
can,
know.
like,
I
pay
think you're
somebody
giving
to
him
do
too
it.
much credit, honestly.
No, I think XQC is a very intelligent guy. I really do believe
No,
that.
I'm
I
not
think
shitting on XQC. I just mean, in general, I don't think it comes from a case of calculating. Yes, if I did this, I would technically make more money if I devoted my time to something different, as opposed to something menial labor like this. So that's why I became incompetent in a certain field. I think that's giving them credit, man.
I wish I could find this paper. I bring it up so much. I need to look for it to make sure this is real. But I remember reading a long time ago, this must have been like 8 or 9 years ago, that people who are older can learn languages faster than people who are younger because of your capacity for learning and studying and all of this. You can actually do it faster than people that are younger. The reason why kids who are younger learn languages faster than people that are older has nothing to do with like neuroplasticity or any of this bullshit. Because as we've studied more and more, like we find that brains are plastic for way longer in our life, for way more than we ever thought, as long as you keep using it. But what happens is if you're a kid, you're in a high chair and you're looking around and people are talking, the only thing you can do is learn the language, okay? There are no context clues. There is no like cognitive process to figure out what's going on. Like you have to learn the language, just do or die. But when you're an adult and you get dropped, even if you get dropped to some area, and it's like, well, do you need to learn the language? Well, hold on, I can translate on my phone. Somebody says like hamburguesa, and you look around like, okay, well, I'm gonna Burger King. Okay, all right, it's a hamburger. I see what this guy. Okay, I understand what's going on here. Right? You can use so many other cognitive like things to get around actually learning the language, that what you end up doing is you have all these other shortcuts and things, so you don't have to learn the language because you have other ways of reasoning about what's going on, basically. And I think for things like technology, it's the same, where it's like, if you gave an old person a cell phone and you're like, listen, you need to learn this shit or I'm gonna kill you, okay? They'll learn it, they can. But they've already like developed a routine and a rhythm in their life so much that they don't really need it, so they don't actually force themselves to learn it. And like, fuck it, yeah. I feel like that's what's happening more often than not. What?
Learning at gunpoint, just being like, I'm gonna fucking kill you if you don't learn this. Because I have so many people in my family, especially, who just don't learn shit about computers, and it's exactly what you're saying.
100%. I used to have the same issue. Anytime I would like date a girl or whatever, she'd call me over and ask me questions like so many times until eventually, I bought the shotgun back there, and I'm like, listen, if you call me in for the same problem 3 times, I'm gonna kill you. 2 times is all it ever took for anybody to learn what they needed to do.
Yeah. I feel like it's just like my dad. He also, now that I think about it, it's like I think the other thing that shifted is like both me and my brother. Like he's also like he has an engineering background as well too. Like he works in this field, so it's like we're like the only 2 comp sci guys at our house, and like ever since we went to school and like ever since we became like I guess you could say the genius bar at home. Like my dad like stopped giving a about learning anything, because I remember when I was a kid, like he would come home with like the Macintosh, the old school like blue Mac. He's like, bro, look at this thing.
Wait, the all-in-one, the big thing?
The all-in-one. He came home with the Mac, the all-in-one Mac, and he was like, he sent that back like after like a week because it's like, oh, only idiots use this. I'm gonna go back to a PC, like old school like Windows, because like he'd be the one like. He went back to like Windows 98. He's like, this is what real intelligent people use. Like fucking, you can actually do something with this. And like he would come home with like the AOL discs and shit, and he'd be like, all right, we're gonna plug ourselves into dial-up and see what the internet is all about. Like he would be the one doing it.
Yeah.
And I remember like AOL would have this like browser that like it would have these little bars at the top, like your mail. It would be like the first notification, like it would tell you how many mails. Like, you see that? That's how many people email daddy. And I'm like, okay. And I'm like, years later, he's like, around the time Windows XP comes out, he's like, well, I'm already tapped out of this shit.
Yeah.
I'll let you figure it out for me.
Yeah.
Like, goddamn. I remember like when he was just like, wait, you can access the files from this computer over here from that computer? Like, how does that work? I'm like, Dad, it's called a network. He's like, wild stuff. Like he'll come home, like connect a printer. He's like, how the fuck did it figure out everything in my house? how did my phone figure out the printer's there? I'm like, you can't be this much of a caveman anymore, dude. Like, you gotta figure out. I feel like I'm roasting him too much, but it's par for the course. It's like people just stop giving a crap, and it's like, I guess that's a better explanation. It's like once you realize, it's like you don't have to do it, and you can just rely on everything else, or you're already like dead set in your ways. You don't really have a reason to learn. I guess it's kind of the same for like even content creators, or like people in general. It's like once you know what works.
It happens to all of us too, right? Like, look at how many times, like, bro, YouTube changes their layout like a little bit, and the whole internet is like, oh, I can't fucking find anything. Why the fuck is it changes? I use old Reddit all in black. Like, people freak the fight. I was like, bro, it's a new interface. Learn it, okay? Jesus, yeah. People lose their mind on any of that, yeah.
Even with the new interface, it's like, even with the new YouTube stuff, I don't know if you guys have seen it. It is genuinely the shittiest interface I've seen in a long time.
Is it though? Is it actually? Because people say this with every new interface that comes out.
No,
and I'm like,
bro, this one, like, I was literally like trying to like, so I have it on like this computer when I'm browsing it. It literally feels like somebody took the old ass iPad and threw that shit right onto the main screen. Like, it's not unusable.
What is the new interface? What changed? Is there a change?
It is like, so basically your videos in like the top left where it used to be, the bottom section, it's not the comments anymore. It's just like recommended videos and shit, and like the comments are on the right side. It literally is like, if you have an iPad, watch YouTube on it for like a minute. It's literally that exact interface brought to like the desktop computer.
I have an iPad.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. I guess I haven't seen that on my desktop yet, but
yeah,
okay.
It's it got introduced like a day ago to me, so they're like rolling it out really slowly. It's like I don't have an issue with the interface. It's like, why bring the iPad interface to the computer? It's like, it just doesn't make any. It's like a change that I feel somebody brought over at like the headquarters, and it's like, we need to refresh things. Okay, we'll just copy one interface from the other and call it a day.
Man,
it's not unusable.
As you say that, I really wonder, and I worry now. I wonder if desktops are going to be phased out at some point, or it's going to be like a desktop PC is going to be seen as kind of like an enthusiast or like a worker thing.
I mean, it already kind of is. Like, laptops are shifting to a whole different processor style now. Like,
sure.
we're getting...
Yeah, I ditched my laptop after I bought. Dude, I'm a Apple whore now. Oh my God, I bought an iPad. This is the most magical device in the world. Holy shit! I ditched my laptop. What is that?
Bro, this is the best MacBook. It's like this. It's the new processor. Like, it's their iPad processor in this.
Oh, the M. I just got the M4 yesterday, by the way. So
26-hour battery life. Yo, I take this shit out. Bro, I was like, when the Keffels video, and I was rendering it out, I did the last 20 minutes of the edit on this completely ass naked in my bed.
Yeah.
Like, at my hotel, just like, battery didn't die, thing didn't get hot to the touch, worked it, rendered the video out, compressed it, uploaded it, all with like 80% battery.
Yo, Buddha, I have something better. I have an editor.
Nice.
Okay, but see, here's the thing. If I hire an editor, I can't, like, I don't want to micromanage their ass, okay? Like, that's my problem. Like, I don't know, I probably have to end up getting it at some point. Like, everyone just gets, like, a benefit out of it. I'm too much of a control freak, so it's still me on that grind, but...
I'm just doing it to provide jobs. What can I say? And I pay taxes.
You're just doing it to be lazy, bro.
100%. No, dude, it's because you don't understand. It's my time management, okay? I realize that if I could record 2 videos in the span that it would take to just record one and edit it, I would technically be more effective in my workflow.
True.
I feel like you just need to start doing methamphetamine or cloning yourself. But anyways, if you, ladies and gentlemen, this has been another episode of the Somewhere Near podcast. We've been keeping it going for 1 hour and 20 minutes. Jesus Christ, it's been a long episode, but a good one.
Yeah.
Destiny always is a great guest. We actually had a really good conversation this week. Sometimes we have episodes where it's like a guest comes on and it's like deer in headlights.
Dude, I hate a guest that won't burn any bridges. You know what I mean?
Dude, I love...
Have a guest on and they'll just happen to love everybody. All right, dude.
You need to require when guests come on, I need to throw one public content creator under the bus right now, okay?
Yes.
Absolutely.
One person online you just can't stand. They'll be like, Sneeko. Like, okay, dude, that doesn't count.
Bro, the one thing that I love is, like, anytime somebody comes on and it's like, they have, like, an actual public personal spat, and it's like, I really wish the best for this person. Like, get the you don't mean that.
Yeah,
like, don't lie to me. Don't lie to me about that.
Dude, the Shadow Lord guy, you know the Shadow Lord guy that made the video on Wendigoon, that guy?
Yeah.
So, my favorite thing was, he said that he criticized Wendigoon publicly, and he got hate for criticizing Wendigoon publicly, and Wendigoon never publicly asked the hate to stop. And he was, like, criticizing him for that.
Damn.
It's like when somebody like hits at me and it's like, bro, why are you hitting back? They're like a fraction of your size. I'm like, I don't give a.
You're punching down. You're punching
Who
down.
gives a shit? All right.
Just
you
own
wanna
it.
fire in my
Why are you
camp?
hitting back? They're a fraction size. Yeah, that means they're really easy to bully. That's the perfect target, of course.
Well, like my response to that, I'm like, my response, and I'm like, why the f does the U.S. government invade the smallest island in the world?
True. We're not going to war with Russia or China, bro. We're nuking Libya. What are you talking about? Hell
Get out
yeah.
of here. I'm gonna go to town, dude. Like, get out of here.
Yeah, true.
But, ladies and gentlemen, thanks a lot for showing up. If you like what stuff, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. Head on over to Destiny or follow the Omniliberal for the most base N-word drops on the internet you could imagine. Not really. Destiny is not a racist individual. Are you? Are you not?
Just against VTubers, but I mean...
Just against VTubers.
Understandable. Look, I
Which is
generally
fair
hate white people that say the N-word, but there are exceptions to every rule.
You know what? I can agree with you too. I do as well. So there you go. Yeah.
We are.
God
Yeah,
damn
look at
it.
that.
And if you want to follow some safe for work content, Oompaville and me are great alternatives to these two degenerates. Ladies and gentlemen, we are out.
True free market of ideas if people are able to debate, and the ones that are persuasive win, and maybe that's more true.
In the future for like upcoming Nick Fuentes spaces, which I think are going to continue to be huge.
Is he about to give a guideline on how to make this as anti-free speech as possible so they could celebrate their freedom of speech?
Let's try to limit the amount of...
Actually unbelievable. What a cowardly... This is why liberalism is the best, and this is why illiberals cannot be tolerant of a diversity of opinion in society. Is because when illiberals are forced to stand to scrutiny, they get obliterated.
Destiny comes on and literally just your blood pressure goes up because it's just like, and to his credit, I think it's an effective tactic, but it's just this like constant like interrupting and just battering ram sophistry tactics. It's like every time we do a debate, I just feel like a headache by the end of it. I'm like, shit.
He's so mad.
The Red Pill Avengers.
You try to deplatform Hassan and Keffals? I don't think so, but I don't know. I don't trust anybody when people give me their recollection of things. I think I was off screen in my chat once and we watched Keffals, and I think she had like a bunch of slurs on her screen. And then I think some people reported her or whatever, but I don't know. This has happened to me so many times. People are like, oh, didn't you try to deplatform? I was like, I guess maybe I did. And then when I go back, it's like never what they say. So no, I don't trust any of those things. I do know that Fuentes and his crowd, though, actively continue to try to deplatform people. And they do that. I had multiple people DMing me.
Why did you want to flag down Porcelain? What did he do?
Because the guy's annoying, and his content should be,
Oh, so
honestly...
it's annoying
His
now,
content
too.
sucks, so it shouldn't be online anymore. And I get to say that, okay? And I get to choose. I think we should flag you because your content sucks, too.
I report when like people are shitting on me. I report their streams. I report everything they have to try and get them banned.
I think Andy Warski and I think Baked Alaska even was DMing me. Like, yeah, Fuentes and his crowd like constantly try to deplatform people on the internet, spam report people, they gay ops everywhere, they bot the things, they flood comment sections. Like he doesn't have a very large fan base, but he has one of the most active, like, militarized fan bases. If you go on Telegram, you can, like, always see the marching orders. When you say anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism becomes indistinguishable, does that mean you think they're actually anti-Semitic or you just can't tell which one it is? I don't know. This is what I think is true, okay? Here's what I think is true, okay? I think that the majority of the people who are young and protesting right now want Israel to turn into a one-state solution. The majority of them won't acknowledge that if they do that, it'd probably get violent for a lot of Jews. If it did get violent for a lot of Jews and a mass exodus happened, they wouldn't care. So would you consider that anti-Semitic? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. If that happened with any other race, they would consider it racist. But because it's Jews and white people and wealthy people, they don't care. So I don't know. That's, yeah. Just saying, in my opinion, the point in the Twitter space where you cut through all the BS and imploded Nick's whole facade is when you called him anti-American. He was so mad because he knows it's true. Yeah, I know. You acknowledge that your point of view is fundamentally anti-American. From the founding fathers, the framers, the law.
100%. Americanism is a heresy in the Catholic Church. You know that if you knew anything. But
Okay,
you get
so
all
then why the
information
f even in this country? Why not go live in Rome or go live in the Catholic Vatican or go live in prehistoric wherever the I'd be in the United States and try to change us into some theocratic regime when that's not fundamentally what the country is about.
We want to make it better. We want to improve it.
You don't want to make it better. You want to
destiny.
destroy the country. Like, you understand. The funny thing is, you are like as
You're
bad
literally
or
a cunt.
worse than the
You're
Jewish
literally a
invaders
cunt,
that you
twice divorced,
accuse
abandoning your
of trying
kid,
to destroy
but
the
I'm
country.
destroying the country.
You are overtly saying that you want to run it as a theocratic regime, that you want religion and God to be the number one thing we answer to and not the Constitution.
Yes.
Yeah, so you're worse than any Jew you accuse of trying to frame their law or their allegiance or whatever. You want to be loyal to the Vatican or whatever the and you say they want to be loyal to Israel. At least Israel is real. Like, what the is the point of trying to say that the United States should be some theocratic regime and then act like you're better than any other group of people trying to change the country?
Because one is right and one is not right. Your whole
Oh, that's
basically,
fuck me! I didn't.
Okay,
How did I not know that? One religion is right and the other is wrong. You're the first one in history to think of that one, Nick Fuentes.
That's true.
Good
That's
one,
true.
Chief.
But that is
good
the
one,
you are
Chief.
liberal.
There's so much more I could have said about it too. It's so irritating. Like, your movement is called America First, and you're advocating for like a theocratic regime. Nick admitted he tries to deplatform people after you left the space. He said he does it because their content is bad and he doesn't want it on the internet. Nice. Yeah, I like that he crawled back in literally right after I left. This was the first time Nick admitted he was literally anti-American now. Maybe, did he? I don't know. Why were you invited if it was just a Nick Glazing session? Because these Twitter moderator people want to have bigger names like me there because they know it gets more eyes on their shit. So the goal is to usually bring somebody like me, just leave me muted all the time. I got to talk more than I thought I would, but why did you even agree to go? Well, I felt bad for the Krasensteins. They were debating. I got a DM from that Mario guy, and I got a DM from the Krasensteins. I was like, oh, well, these guys are getting dogpiled. And, like, if they're letting other people talk, well, then I'll come on and chat. And, yeah. Do you ever feel bad about the fact that all these conspiracy theorists have a large network of pundits who will circle jerk their talking points, whereas you're mostly alone in your position? Yeah, I mean, it gets annoying, but we fight the good fight. I don't know why. I don't know if I just got lucky tee-ups on this, but I feel like I made, like, 4 points in a row where it's like, oof. Like, if you're fans of these guys, you got to be thinking, like, wait, what the like, complaining about the mainstream media for 2 hours, and then I bring up, like, you complain about the laptop story. Wasn't the New York Post, isn't that mainstream media that broke that story? Like, that's got to be, like, a major, like, oh, shit. Oh, God. Like, I feel like that was a huge giveaway that these guys are retarded. A quasi-mainstream media journalist. This is the New York Post. It's not like we're talking about, you know, like a small YouTube channel or something, right? So even the New York
published that story, and then the entire media narrative had to shift in order to discredit the story as quickly as humanly possible. And the entire national security complex mobilized and got 51 of their top experts, like ex-director of the CIA, ex-director of the NSA, the people that had architected their entire national security state, the people that had lied to us about torture, that had lied to us about WMD.
Yes, I understand. You can talk about things from 20 years ago. That's fine. But the reality is,
discredit the story as quickly
and look who broke it. The most mainstream media people in the world. Giuliani had a copy of The Drive. This is a mainstream ex-mayor of New York, and then the New York Post, a mainstream media publication. Giuliani was not mainstream. How old are you?
So let me ask you.
No, wait. I want to hear the answer. Wait, hold on. I want to hear this. You don't think the New York Post counts as mainstream media, and you don't think Giuliani wasn't a mainstream political figure in the United States of America?
New York Post absolutely counts as mainstream media. What I'm saying is that a singular journalist got the scent, got the trail, and decided to write the story.
But I'm asking, how is that possible? And that was a mainstream media publication. How would that be possible? The CIA and the NSA and the FBI are controlling all these things. The part about Nick being anti-American was retarded. The part about Tate trying to pull a gotcha on me on the Tucker Carlson stuff because he had no idea what he was talking about and he was hoping I wouldn't was retarded.
Didn't Tucker get fired for having an opinion that went outside of the narrative of Fox News?
No, Tucker got fired because he almost cost Fox News $1 billion for lying on air. It's funny that you defend the fact that he had an original opinion. What you're actually defending is misinformation and lies, which is supposed to be something you guys are against, I thought.
Which opinion was this? That's not what I heard. Tell me, please educate me, Destiny.
The Fox News, the Dominion lawsuit. There were texts that were leaked from him where he admitted that he was lying on air about claims that Sidney Powell had made to him, and he was tired of lying to his audience about things about the Dominion voting machines being rigged.
Well, I don't know if that's a lie at all.
You don't know anything because you don't read any media. That's why you're out here saying things like they get marching orders from everybody. You don't know how any of these media companies are structured. You don't know where the teams get their information from. Like, why are you going to challenge me? How brave of you to assume that I don't know what the talk about just because I don't sit in my room, you know, sexting on behalf of all my sex slaves all day doesn't mean that, you know, I'm part of like you are. Like, yeah, I don't know. That was stupid. watching like people try to simp for Nick after he admits that he wouldn't want Muslims or Jews being in government. Like, how this is your champion? Make the Muslims in the call answer. Suleiman, Sneeko, and Myron. Nick said he would never allow any Muslim in this country to hold public office. You're chill with that? You like that version of Nick's America?
It's much better than and like acting like we're even a majority in America is ridiculous. There's 3 million Muslims here. It makes more sense, and our ideologies align more than the alternative. I'd much rather have a Christian country than an atheist country. Yeah, if they're gonna have strong Christians that can sort everything to the Bible, I think that makes sense. That's what the whole point of Ye24 was. Let's rewrite a lot of these things. Let's make sure that all the laws that we push forward go right back to the Bible. I think you'd rather live in a Christian theocracy where Muslims aren't even allowed to hold office than you would in a secular democracy where Muslims can hold office. Like Muslim talks, this is the guy that you think is like better for you and your society when he doesn't want you to even be in government. Like, I don't know. I just think it's so stupid. I'm pretty sure Nick Fuentes' restrictions on Jews and Muslim power go beyond just political positions and into top executive positions and stake ownership. Any form of power, yeah, of course it would. But again, I pointed that out too, that Nick will never take the brave position. Nick will say retarded shit like, I think that race is real and there are genetic differences. Okay, yeah, say what you really mean, right? That there are some races that are like intrinsically, like for black people, they're intrinsically lower IQ as a result of being black, and the group differences can be completely explained by differences of genetics, or largely explained at least. Like, make the strong claim, but he doesn't. He always makes the weak claim. Yeah, he never answered the Holocaust question. Yeah, at least like my biggest issue too is that like take the strong claim. I hate it when I'm around people that pretend that they do these like big brave claims. It was like, okay, well, I've taken strong positions before and gotten in big trouble for it. Why don't you like take one? You're already banned from everything. Why the f do you? And then also, yeah, all these guys on Twitter be like, people like Destiny. Yeah, Sneeko, the dipshit. People like Destiny never get banned. I was banned on Twitter for longer than you and Fuentes combined. What are you talking about, motherfucker? Like, yeah, you got banned from YouTube. It wasn't because of your brave opinions on fucking Islam or on vaccines. It was because you basically made quasi threats to some fucking woman. You were unhinged. Like, Jesus. Do you think he really believes all the things he says, or does he just want to achieve a specific goal? Don't know, don't care, and it doesn't matter because, I mean, their followers believe it and they preach it, so they try to get people to act on it, so... Oh yeah, and then not engaging with why isn't Hassan banned? You said it was all about Israel? Well, how is Hassan the largest political streamer on Twitch? Why isn't he banned right now? One point you always bring up about people like Nick not owning his real points implies he knows his points are awful and he has to hide behind more defensible points for cover. Yeah, he definitely does that. That's very intentional. Yes. You still apply for a Twitch unban every few months? Yes. I think my next application is in 2 weeks. Oh boy. So I can get shot down again. I feel like Fuentes is going to be unbanned from Twitch before me.
So which side do y'all think North Korea supports, Palestine or Israel? Just guess. It is Palestine. The DPRK has actually never recognized the state of Israel. They have always upheld the right of Palestinian people to self-determination and resistance. And this is beyond moral and rhetorical support. The DPRK has actively armed and trained Palestinian resistance for decades. That includes the...
Also, Nick hates free speech. He wanted to circle jerk in that echo chamber. Yeah, but that's not... Like, that's kind of an own on his outside audience, but Nick won't even be shy about that if you corner him on that. He'll say, like, yeah, I'm not a big free speech guy. I think he even says it on his show. I think I've heard him say that before. Like, remember what I said before, okay? This is why you got to be careful with the Fuenteses and the Hamas Pikers of the world. It's because they share a lot of very core values. And one of the big core values these people share is anti-liberalism. They hate liberalism, and they hate liberal values, okay? A Nazi like Fuentes and a tanky like Hassan want nothing more than to throw a liberal in jail, right? Freedom of speech, that cuck shit. Freedom to believe in like other forms of organization, like other government systems or economic, no, that, you go to jail, we execute you, right? Illiberal people tend to be fully aligned on those values. So socialists, communists, and Nazis are going to be like, or Christian theology, or whatever the they are, these people are going to be fully aligned on these particular positions, always. The First Amendment and that's a liberal thing, okay? That comes from liberalism, all right? Not cucks like tankies and fascists.
PLO, the PFLP, and the DFLP have trained troops by the DPRK. So while the U.S. is here training the IOF with police, the North Korea is training Palestinian...
Okay. Mossbacker taking a break from his research. Jesus, what a title. To call Destiny unattractive because he's pro-Israel. Based. Liberalism is a rot and not a good long-term strat. And yes, the Constitution is early era library shit. An illiberal criticizing liberalism is the same energy as a 350-pound like lolicon jerker criticizing a woman because her elbows are too pointy. Like, it's the same energy. Oh, actually, liberalism sucks, and I'm going to tell you that this system of government is way better because here's 7 countries you've either never heard of before or have standards of living that are equivalent to the United States in the 1700s that I think are better than ours. The f*** out of here. Eat shit, loser.
Across the country. Listen to what the president said a short time ago.
Jesus, that dude won the genetic lottery? No, man, he's just a good person. And when you're a good person and you advocate for good causes, it clears up your skin. You become more physically attractive to everybody else. That's how it works. Not that like physical attraction matters in this circumstance, but that's why he has this aura to him, okay? Because he's a good.
I've unironically, there are people, you know, there are people that believe this, right? Hassan must be joking, I think. I'm assuming Hassan is joking. But there are people that believe this. Would a president like Nick Fuentes be more loyal to the Pope than to the average American? Well, yeah, of course, right? If he believes in a Catholic theocratic government, the Pope has to be. Right? Well, I don't know what Nick's like idealized form of government would be, but I can't imagine there is no form of Catholicism that doesn't recognize the ultimate, at least the ultimate papal authority of the Pope, right? I don't know about government authority, but I mean, I feel like probably one would be downstream from the other, right? He probably hates the current Pope. Listen, Catholics don't always like the current Pope, all right? I think at their peak, I think the Catholics had 3 popes at once. Okay, some people disagree with the Pope too, or look at Muslims, right? They disagree on that shit too. That's why Sunni and Shia Muslims exist. I think right. I think Shia Muslims believe that Muhammad named an heir, and Sunnis are like, I don't think he did, and yeah, it's like that. And I think that's the main split between Sunni and Shia. Yeah, but I mean, like, yeah, there's schisms in the church where there are multiple popes, and people are like, oh, well, this, and, you know.
Especially if you are, you know, on the right side of history, okay?
Any way to combat stuff like Hassan lying that you deny the aid truck strike and the deaths of Hind Rajab and the medic? I haven't even looked into the Hind Rajab stuff. I don't have any strong opinion on that whatsoever. There is no way to combat Hassan other than responding to him on my platform. I think I'll try to be more active in Twitter Spaces. I think there's a huge untapped audience there that... Damn, I got so many like DMs and emails and things online that I hadn't seen before. I think there's a big online audience there that's really hungry for better political takes that I just wasn't aware of. So maybe we'll try to incorporate Twitter Spaces more. But I don't know, like, would I host a Twitter Space? Like, on what? Maybe? How many listeners were there? I have no idea. I don't know how to even check that. When you were pushing about Fuentes' real beliefs about Jews, do you think if you asked what's the real reason you bring up blank, do you think he would refuse to answer the question or lie? It depends. You have to be really careful when you phrase questions to people like that, because people like him will take it as an opportunity to yap and ramble. They don't actually answer the questions. That's why I try not to just ask questions. Like, I might ask one rhetorically and answer it, but usually they'll just use it to yap and ramble. Do you feel like you're the best person to fight gripers? I feel like Hassan or something would have drowned in that convo or made these guys look smart. I don't know. It just depends. I have to work. I'm just working on my rhetorical thing. I think in terms of information and everything, I think I'm way, 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 way beyond all these people. But the problem is the Vyvanse has given me more interest in the information thing, not the rhetorical practicing. But we'll figure it out. I mean, I'm good, like, rhetorically and debating too. Obviously, that's my big strength. But you're getting any death threats to Twitter Space? I get death threats like every day now. So, do you have media appearances in May? The upcoming media appearances that I have are on the 10th. I think I fly to DC to talk to Seb Gorka over whatever the fuck. Oh, with Trigonometry hosting that. And then on the 15th, I go to Vegas and talk to Bahaj twins. Oh boy. How do you cope with the death threats? Doesn't it have a chilling effect on you? No, it's just fucking retards. It's retards on Twitter who are ass mad. It makes me feel good because I see how ass mad they are because they know that I'm blowing the fuck out of their heroes so much. They're so fucking mad.
Go to the gym, be a kind individual. I mean, dude, come on. You guys saw a person on...
They are because they know that it's a retard. Chilling effect on you. Bahaj twins. And then on the 15th, I go to Vegas and talk to Bahaj twins. Oh boy. How do you cope with the death threats? Doesn't it have a chilling effect on you? No, it's just fucking retards. It's retards on Twitter who are ass mad. It makes me feel good because I see how ass mad they are because they know that I'm blowing the fuck out of their heroes so much. They're so fucking mad.
Go to the gym, be a kind individual. I mean, dude, come on. You guys saw a person unconditionally defending Israel's genocide.
Evil.
It goes to the same point that I was making earlier, okay? Sure, he could be a 7 too. When you defend ugly actions, it just shows, you know?
That's such a wild position to even... That's so wild. I wonder what his average audience member looks like. Jesus.
With a true free market of ideas, if people are able to debate and the ones that are persuasive win, and, you know, maybe that's more true.
I think that was a great space, Suleiman. I got to give you props for hosting that. Mario especially was getting a lot of like flack before, people calling him controlled opposition. I think he was just playing the optics game. Let me bring on some opposition to push back, because that's like, if you realize any.
God, I hate this stupid slimy fucking cuck. And he's a bigger, I don't even mean a cuck for like the sex shit. I mean he's a cuck in terms of like sitting in the chair and watching Fuentes like fuck everything that he thought he believed in and like clapping along or whatever, and getting humiliated at the same time. Like, freedom of speech and free exchange of ideas is actually really important, but I think that Mario was really shitty when he brought on opposing opinions. I think that freedom of speech and free exchange of ideas is incredibly important when we all talk and agree with each other, but I really didn't like it when they brought on people that disagreed. I think we should have the freedom to say anything we want, but I really didn't like it when that one guy said things that I didn't want to hear. Like, how can you not hear like how retarded you're being? Like, it must be that like maybe he shot a lot of guns and he's deaf, so he can't hear himself speak. So he's like mixing up words or confusing definitions, and he's like deluding himself into thinking he's saying something reasonable, but he's actually just like completely out of touch with the words that are coming out of his mouth. I don't know.
On some opposition to push back, because that's like, if you realize anything with Nick Fuentes for the past couple of years, you can platform him as long as you have pushback, which is like probably got to be one of the most annoying things. Like, it's a historical moment to be reinstated. A big
a historical moment. The fake Muslim guy is over here, and it's like conversion to Islam, Fuentes getting unbanned on Twitter, and then me going to Mecca. This is like the top 3 moments of his grifter life right now. Historical moment because some motherfucking retard got unbanned from Twitter? Christ.
Like, it's a historical moment to be reinstated, a big win for free speech, and then immediately all the hall monitors got to come in and try to obfuscate and make the discussion about something else. And
if people really wanted to make the argument for like government institutions having a ton of power, or really wanted to make the argument that there's still crazy shit that goes on that I'm not giving these guys enough credit for, all they would have to do in a debate, imagine Andrew Tate being like, you don't think the CIA or the FBI is up to crazy domestic shit or psyops anymore? And I'm like, no, I think there'd be evidence of that. I think we'd see something. And imagine Tate's like, tell me, the Sneeko that you see today, you really don't think that this one wasn't swapped out 3 years ago for another one? I would be mind-fucked. It would be over for me. I would have to unplug the stream and take like 3 weeks off just to even consider how I would respond to that comment. I have no idea. I have no idea what the I would say in response to that. Fuck.
Obfuscate and make the discussion about something else, and then talk about Wikipedia articles. Like, look at how much of a bot, and he always is a bot, like Wikipedia.
Like, holy shit, who talked about anything related to Wikipedia in this conversation? It's like he knows like 6 terms. It's so funny. He's like the same as like every virtue signaling leftist cuck. Like, instead of colonialism, Western imperialism, and white supremacy, it's Zionism, Wikipedia, and like the World Economic Forum. Like, it's the same grammar with a different vocabulary. It's the exact same fucking game with just like, I don't know, different courts. It's like, it's so stupid. And it's like so obvious too. Oh, I think I said that at least, thank God. And Tate had the worst response. People that work in media are the most like social media hungry people in the universe. You think that all these people in all these networks across all these countries are getting fed the same marching orders and nobody's leaked anything, nobody's complained about anything, nobody's said anything? And why do we think that mainstream media is any more insulated from these problems than alternative media is? You guys will make fun of the marching orders from mainstream media, but I bet every single alternative media guy in here is anti-vax, thinks COVID came from a bioweapons lab, thinks that Russia has a right to invade Ukraine, thinks that all the charges against Donald Trump are made up, thinks that we shouldn't be supporting Israel. Like, you guys have literally copy-pasted the same opinions between every single one of you, and you guys are talking like an army of NPCs about how the mainstream media gives you like fabricated opinions. Like, it doesn't even make sense.
Yes, we do all think the truth. That is.
Oh, crazy how truth can be a perspective there, huh? But when you all think the same thing, it's not a conspiracy, but when the mainstream media does, it is a conspiracy. Crazy how that works. Because I think I said something like, you guys are NPCs too. Like, you all believe in the same things. And I named off like 5 things, and Taylor's like, well, that's because we're right. Wow, you think you're right? Wow, bro. How unique are you? My God. I can feel the triangle hands forming in my brain with such an enlightened statement. You think you're right and everybody else is wrong? No way, Chief.
Wikipedia articles. So in the future for like upcoming Nick Fuentes spaces, which I think are going to continue to be huge.
Is he about to give a guideline on how to make this as anti-free speech as possible so they could celebrate their freedom of speech?
Nick Fuentes spaces, which I think are going to continue to be huge. If you look at this as like a post space and there's already so many people here, I would just say, let's try to limit the amount of yappers who are just trying to deflect the conversation.
Actually unbelievable. What a cowardly fuck. What an actual cuck. Like, you should be, Sneeko should be like a Buddhist or something. Like, at the very least, choose like a more pussy religion, right? Because like at the very least, if you want to talk shit about Muslims, you want to talk shit about Islam, be my guest, because religion. But like, you can't say that Muslims are pussies, okay? Muhammad was a literal warlord. This motherfucker signing treaties and then torching tribes as he marches through the desert, laying waste to the enemies around him, okay? With the, like, Christians have, like, we call it divinely inspired. When a Christian argues about their holy book, they're like, well, the Bible is divine inspiration. I'm like, what is a Muslim's like, what is divine inspiration, man? You're like, well, it means that God influences a guy and he writes what he thinks God is saying. Like, isn't that how yours is written? And they're like, no, the Quran is the word of God. And they're like, oh, like, divinely inspired. No, it's just the word of God. There's no argument. Like, everything about Islam is so much more, like, hardcore. They've got politics. They've got warlords as their figures. Like, they've got, like, Jesus is walking around like kissing people's feet and washing them with his hair, and Muhammad is chopping them off. Okay, like, everything is so much more hardcore. So how do you get somebody like Sneeko who's like, guys, if we want to do spaces, can we not have the opposition in here? Like, let's just like make sure we can all talk and not get interrupted. Like, did you actually get Keffels banned? No, I haven't gotten Keffels banned from anything ever. I don't have the power to get people banned. Nobody likes me. Okay, I don't have any pull to get anybody. You know what? Yeah, I did get Keffels banned. I got her banned from DGG. I probably banned her account. I don't even know if her account was banned in my chat. Okay, Jesus. Yeah, I don't even know if Muslims are allowed to translate the Quran. Are you? Doesn't the only official version exist in like in Arabic? I don't actually know. Are you allowed? Someone said you're allowed. I thought that like the only version that counts is like the original thing. You can translate it, but the true Quran is only in Arabic. And even for the same Bible, we've got like 30 different versions. I can't. God, and you would get demerits. Imagine showing up. Welcome to Catholic life, by the way. Imagine showing up to fucking Catholic school religion class, and they're like, read from the Bible here, and you're like, what? Mark chapter 7 verse 12, and it's like, okay, and then you start reading. The teacher's like, excuse me, and you're like, what's up? And you're like, you don't have the right version of the Bible. And I'm like, oh shit. Now I get demerits. I get demerits because I brought the fucking the King James version of the Bible instead of like the international version or the English version or the whatever version. Oh, fuck me, I guess. My bad. Sorry. I got the wrong translation, and you get demerits for it. You actually get in trouble. Did you see how long Myron had his hand up? You reminded me of Hermione and Potions. Also, I'm so sorry, but the idea of like Andrew Tate there when I'm talking and he's like on his keyboard like I push your dog down. I push your dog down. Like, bro, really? Seriously? Is this where we're at? Is this where discourse is now? Seriously? My God. You didn't like Sneeko constantly doing the thumbs down when you were speaking? Yeah, it was like, because when I go in and I speak, I'm working through these like, from epistemology to ethics to metaphysics, like all the thoughts that I've had that were all incorporated from the start to the end of philosophy, to the start to the end of my political positions, the years that I've spent, trying to figure out what are the good thoughts, what are the bad thoughts, how do I communicate them, are probably all defeated by the Twitter emoji spam from Sneeko, just completely destroying my, like, well, fuck me. If he's going to give me the thumbs down Twitter emoji, is that the double tier laughing emoji? Not the double tier laughing emoji. Oh no. Anything but that.
How you doing? How you feeling your first space back?
I didn't love it. I thought it was good at first, and then I think Destiny successfully derailed it, which was his mission. But I thought the first whatever that was, 45 minutes out.
Imagine me, how many times was I getting aggressively muted? How many times was Nick allowed to yap, yap, yap? By the way, this is why liberalism is the best, and this is why illiberals cannot be tolerant of a diversity of opinion in society. It's because when illiberals are forced to stand to scrutiny, they get obliterated. They can't. They can't survive scrutiny. But unfortunately, it's also why liberals kind of like go through periods where they get obliterated by illiberal people, is because liberals do tolerate the scrutiny. So you get dipshits like, like Cucko, or dipshits like, Nick Sombrero Fuentes or whatever, being able to come up here and make like the harshest criticisms possible with absolutely no factual basis, and like these basically totalitarian and authoritarian chat rooms where they censor all opposing opinions, because this is how illiberals attack liberals. Illiberals can only attack liberals from a foundation of liberalism, because in their own societies they would be executed for the things that they say, which is also annoying. But
Hour was great, and it was great to hear from Andrew Tate. I'd never spoken to him before, so you, me, him, Alex, Myron, total Red Pill Avengers moment. So
Red Pill Avengers, holy fucking cringe. It's also so sad to see that now because Sneeko is a really good like an alpha identifier. Like if you put Sneeko in a room, he'll instantly get on his hands and knees and crawl over to ball suck whoever he thinks is the alpha in the room. And right now for him, it's Nick Fuentes. So now he's just here wagging his tail like a little puppy. Like every time Nick says something nice about him or includes him in his group, it's so pathetic. Holy shit.
Total Red Pill Avengers moment. So that was really exciting, but went on too long. The moderation was bad. It was kind of a mess, to be honest with you. Probably would have been better if it was fewer people, but other than that, I thought it was great.
I mean, I just had Suleiman on my stream afterwards, and we were recapping the space. It was that big. It was there was so much to talk about. But he was basically saying, he didn't say it specifically, but he insinuated that they pretty much had to have Destiny on, or Mario would have gotten canceled. You know how it goes.
Who even? No offense, but who even is Mario? Canceled from what? Isn't this guy exclusively known as a Twitter debate hoster? What is he getting canceled from? These guys victimize themselves so much. It's so pathetic. Christ. Fuentes scammed 500,000 from his community on some donation shit. He's fine. Sneeko literally travels the world. You're fine. What are you guys crying about?
On YouTube, it's you need to have pushback against Nick, or else they're gonna go and shut it down.
Yeah, well, they had the Krasensteins, and I don't know. I didn't talk to Mario if Destiny was in it from the beginning, but it's totally a handicap. To me, it felt like the Krasensteins weren't doing a good enough job pushing back, so they had to bring in Destiny to just send it in 100 different directions. I mean, it's not intelligent, it's not productive, and it's total fucking bullshit because, I mean, the guy said, "Oh, Nick is on my blacklist. Oh, he's on my blacklist." I think we both are, but he's this fucking insipid little pissant is going to show up on every big stream I ever do to just ask stupid questions.
Oh, he's so mad. I can't believe I ass rattled this 19-year-old's fucking tan ass at fucking booty. Oh my God, he got so smacked the up. He is out here crying, shitting and pissing and coming and eating his boogers all over the floor. He's so mad. I didn't even know what I didn't even want to stream tonight. I was doing things. I was hanging out with people. You guys dragged me in on this stupid Twitter thing. I can't believe he's molding. So what was this, his coronation back on Twitter? Oh my God, he's so ass mad over it. I can't believe Destiny was there.
Is going to show up on every big stream I ever do to just ask.
And it's funny too because the projection is real, right? Maybe I don't know if I need more evidence of this. I don't know if people can test these claims or not. Fuentes runs probably the most active brigading community on the internet. Everybody knows it. He gives orders directly from his Telegram. And this isn't even conspiratorial. You can just join the Telegram and see. He gives orders on the Telegram. He boosts people's accounts on Twitter. They do it through organic, they'll tell people to do it, or they bought it. He does it on YouTube comment videos. They do it via emails. They do it everywhere. Fuentes, very actively directs his community across different social media platforms in order to astroturf or give the appearance, they call it gay ops. They run them everywhere. They've done it on my communities. They try to do it on my Twitter community. They do it everywhere. Yeah, and so like him accusing other people of showing up and blocking people is so f***ing funny. Don't give the illusion of it being some open speech, like free speech. It's like, oh, host your own, loser.
Stupid questions like, government just got it wrong. Like he totally got humiliated. Nobody thought he did well. Like nobody thinks that's persuasive, but he just, antagonizes everybody and just kind of slows everything down. Like he's just a retardant. He's a retard, but he's also just like a retarding force. Like he doesn't even really. By the end of it, we all kind of got to the right conclusion, and he was just saying stupid stuff like, yeah, well, the government just got it wrong sometimes, and people know that's not true, but it just makes it 10 times longer to get to the point when you just have that kind of constant, incessant, interrupting sophistry. So that was extremely irritating. But
I think everybody heard it. I mean, his existence is just push away and distract and kind of just yap until people forget what the original point even was. I think there was a moment where everyone was just kind of getting exhausted. Like what are we even talking about now? But
that's the entire conversation, Sneeko. You don't ever know what you're talking about. Yes, welcome. It just takes somebody like me to hold up a mirror to you to show you that you are absolutely and utterly f***ing clueless. Imagine if the 8 minutes of speaking time I had was enough to exhaust you. Maybe it's time to go take a nap. Let the grown-ups talk.
Regardless, I think it was overall it was a big win. I don't think that they got any wins there. And you're right, the Krasn's scene, I've never heard about these guys before, but they weren't doing a good job. And Andrew Tate even got them to concede on a point about the media and about how they lie for money.
Yeah, that was. I mean, yeah, I think it was a good showing. He's just such a nuisance. But other than that, I think it was good. There were definitely a lot of good moments in there. You did well. Myron's great. Tate was great. Alex Jones, it's when he calls into these things, he's just a little too much, interrupting everybody, and the guy's just a beast. But yeah, I mean, I'm definitely looking forward to doing more spaces in the future where it's not like that. But that was pretty.
It's so funny too that both of these fading irrelevant losers are trying so hard to grasp at each other and try to make something happen here. Fuentes' peak popularity was prior to it was really prior to the Kanye stuff. Fuentes will never hit that level of cultural penetration or popularity ever again. Twitter's not gonna be the thing that does it for him. And Sneeko is likely capped as well, unless he significantly Sneeko maybe has the potential to change, but I don't even know who the fuck would associate with him or work with him anymore. So both of these guys have faded so far from any relevant eye, and they're trying so hard to utilize each other's synergy to try to catapult themselves back into some sort of mainstream appreciation. But
stressful. And then we did that second space. I swear I thought that was Elon for most of it. So that was totally bizarre. I mean, I monologued for an hour, and that was good. And then we did this back and forth with this strange impersonator that for the whole time I was literally texting you. I'm like, bro, shut up. It's Elon. Let me have my moment. And it's this fucking freak, skin suit Elon impersonator. I feel like a fucking idiot. And so that was just totally.
No, we thought it was too, and that's why I was trying to get my talking point. I'm like, this is my moment to go and interview Elon, but it's not him. I saw.
Well, this is my moment.
I saw pictures. It's not him. It's just he's even spoken to Elon on Spaces before, but I thought that everybody was trolling me, and it really was him for a while, but it's not. They're still convinced in the chat that it was. But we would love to have you on one of our Love Speech spaces. I saw you join Love Speech the other day. This guy Jacosta, he hosts good space, and we just have good conversations. We can have. I mean, obviously you're too tired today, but in the future, we're not gonna bring on. It's good to just have these conversations and not have the weird, annoying distraction the whole time.
If you were Fuentes, what would you do to gain political relevancy again? Could he even do it with all his baggage? I don't know if he can at this point because he hit such huge mainstream attention and then got shut down by Donald Trump and everybody else. So it's really hard to imagine him like ever hitting anything relevant again. But I mean, like once Trump is gone, the scenes will change a lot. He needs to ditch a lot of the super extremist rhetoric, but I think it's fun to him. And I don't know if he even has it in him to do that. Although they were kind of doing that prior to Ye, but he has to ditch the super like weird Charlottesville Nazi anti-Jew shit. It just doesn't play well with your audience. And like his audience has like truly become like a multicultural, diverse audience. Like Groypers are like black and Hispanic, and the weird like Catholic obsession is fucking cringe. Like he should just do didn't he used to call himself like a paleo conservative? They should just go back to that shit. Like be like the far right. Like you want to position yourself like farther right to Steven Crowder, but like funnier. I guess I don't know, I think something like that maybe has like a potential. But whatever weird cringe like ultra religious LARP thing he's on right now is just not it.
Yeah, totally. Would love to. I always enjoy our conversation at Myron, and it you know, Destiny comes on and literally just your blood pressure goes up because it's just like, you know, and to his credit, I think it's an effective tactic, but it's just this like constant like interrupting and just battering ram sophistry tactics. It's like every time we do a debate, I just get like a headache by the end of it. I'm like, shit.
He's so ass mad. Holy shit. I don't know why he's even saying this. Why would he give me the satisfaction of knowing that like I took 30 minutes out of my night to go and rattle the fuck out of you, and that's gonna stick with you for like 30 days. Like I didn't like. It was what was yesterday? Was this yesterday? This was a Sunday night for me, and it was like a monthly period for you. It was like a defining moment now in your return to X, and it was just another stream for me, buddy. Oh my god, he's so fucking mad.
Every time we do a debate, I just get like a headache by the end of it. I'm like, shut the fuck up. So it'd be good to have a conversation with you and Myron, and you know, or
with the Red Pill Avengers. You know what they really
the Red Pill Avengers. Honestly, the rise of Islam is extremely concerning. Who is Jalen? Should I know this person? Is this a guy or girl? Honestly, the rise of Islam is extremely concerning. Islam goes against all progressive values. Oh, never mind. It's not. I didn't know this was Jalen, like Nick's friend or whatever. I don't know what this is. What's going to happen when half the world is Islam and suddenly it's not safe for women or queer people? Shut the fuck up. Damn. Trans community YouTuber. Gotcha. This is an irrational fear rooted in xenophobic fear-mongering. You can't be xenophobic to a religion. I hate all of them equally, but if you want to get stoned to death, be my guest. It's an otherized religion practiced by otherized people. Otherized? Where? Like in your country? Or what do you mean? You've met them, I think. Have I? And I've only been beated and called slurs by Catholics. I've got more pressing issues than worrying about some hypothetical scenario in 2060. Why does it feel like the left... Oh, I've seen this person a lot. Why does it feel like the left is trying to rehab Islam so much more recently? Like, I may be crazy, but I feel like at this point in time, a not-so-small chunk view Christianity is more of a threat than Islam. Also, did you know that Allah is beyond gender? The Quran has a new fan. Oh, cringe. That video is so... Wait, what is it? Is that a real video? This is that video clip. I can't tell if it's a meme.
The Quran, and I am so excited about it. People thought when I first asked that I just wanted to read it out of curiosity, but I want to read it to study it. I started following somebody on social media that teaches the Quran and hosts a Quran book club for Muslims and non-Muslims, so I'm really excited to start going to that. She was describing the chapter of the bee, and that just blew my mind. Like, the way that she describes things, the way that the Quran describes things actually makes sense to me. And also, did you know that Allah is beyond gender? Did you know that actually scholars believe that there are two Qurans, the Quran of nature and the Quran, the actual book? And did you know that each chapter is named after a natural phenomenon? I don't know, this whole book is just blowing my mind, and I am so excited. I got sticky notes so that I could mark out things that I was drawn to, and I'm not even through the first chapter, and I already have a bunch of sticky notes. I'm definitely gonna have to buy more tabs. I'm honestly having a whole revolution with myself where the way that I describe the universe and the things that I believe in are actually described in the Quran of believing in Allah. And I've never thought that I believed in God before, and now I'm really having a revolution of self of, I think I actually believe in God. If you've been curious, I really recommend...
Okay, I actually completely and totally changed my perspective, and it only took one video. I would like to apologize because I always wrote this off. I understand why non-white people, non-Americans, I understand why you hate cultural appropriation. I get it now. I get it. I get it. And I was wrong. We were wrong to criticize that. Cultural appropriation is wrong. I understand it. I see it now. You were all right. Okay.
In Allah. And I've never thought that I believed in God before, and now I'm really having a revolution of self of I think I actually believe in God. If you've been curious, I really recommend it. There are a lot of people who are converting. There's a lot of people who are reading it. I'm not saying I'm going to convert. I'm not saying that I wouldn't. And I don't know. I know that this is exactly what I need right now. I just wanted to say thank you and just point out how excited I am.
This has to be a troll. I don't believe it. Christian, white, straight, unwoke, unvaxxed, gun owner, meat eater, and male. How else can I piss you off today? Oh my god, so f***ing brave. So brave. Important context. Destiny is defending the war crime of killing, surrendering opponents because he remembers you can do it in Call of Duty.
So you're saying that, like, if there's a military and you're fighting the enemy and you guys are going to lose, if you just drop your guns, you can just, like, run back and nobody can shoot at you?
If you drop your guns and raise your arms, you can't be shot anymore.
No, that's surrendering. That's different than running away. You can't drop your guns and just run away and you can't get shot because you have no firearms.
If you're a military threat at the time, it's a military engagement.
Wait, I literally explain it. Destiny's defending the war crime of killing, surrendering opponents. I literally just say it's not surrendering. What are we talking about here? Is it gotten to the point to where the clips about me are actually proving my point, but now we're like so far away from any reasonable. Oh yeah, true. You can't even drop your gun in COD, so his argument already doesn't make sense. He explicitly is not talking about someone surrendering. He's talking about someone dropping a gun and running back. Repeating the argument that Carl already debunked is logically an admission of defeat. Carl, what is Carl? Who is this guy? Writer at carlbezier.com. Also works at Jacobin. Warning, warning. Yes, it is clear that this is just Destiny himself and that he is just using alts to try to evade my challenge because he cannot defeat his critics logically. Hey, I'm streaming for 2.5 more hours if you'd like to chat today. Smiley face. We put the smiley. Whoa. It's unfortunate that he has to stoop to these tactics. I used to be a fan of Destiny, but he has turned his back on logic in recent years and now just sees himself as a propagandist for whatever he thinks is right. Wait, am I getting mind? Am I having a stroke or am I not? I feel like something is breaking down in my brain. Is it apraxia or is that language? What?
Ataxia?
Destiny is a propagandist for whatever he thinks is right? I mean, in a way, yeah, but like, isn't that what you're kind of supposed to do? Or I'm not even sure. What are we even saying right now? What? My mind just got exploded. So apparently Nick Fuentes said in his space that he believes only Christians should have a right to be president of the U.S. and other governmental positions. Apparently, as an American Muslim, I should be outraged by this. Why? As a Muslim, I also believe that only Muslims should rule over Muslim land or be the caliph, not a Christian, atheist, Buddhist, or Jew. I believe that as a Muslim in accordance with Islamic law. So why shouldn't a Christian believe the same thing about his Christian majority country? Okay. Are there Zionist Jews who believe a Catholic or Muslim can be prime minister of Israel? Well, I mean, they could be. Theoretically, it could happen tomorrow, but okay. Is there any reason why you can't simply just call out Nick if authentically? I feel like he's too perceptive and sly for tactics, like in terms of his character. You call out the fact that he's a thrill seeker spreading idea. No, what are you talking about? You can't call him out authentically. I mean, I do call him out authentically, but he avoids. So you have to you've got to hammer the rhetoric as well. Nick dodges everything. That's why I asked him 50 times, why are you on my blacklist? Do you not cancel people? And he has to pivot immediately. Nick will never answer a question honestly. That's the whole point of his character, is to be dishonest. Illiberal people tend to be. That movie was so good and awful at the time. Mel Gibson is incapable of making a bad movie, okay? He can't do it. Mel Gibson is the Tom Cruise of directing, all right? His movies might not always be amazing, but they're never bad, okay? Fuck you. Hold on, let me check his filmography real quick. The Man Without a Face. Wait, I've never seen this movie before. Was that any good? Oh yeah, and Mel Gibson didn't even direct this movie. F you. I think you still ask your opponent too many questions, which gives them time to ramble again. I think you should just make the statement instead of relying on their good faith to answer. I think I'm generally doing that more. I generally make a strong statement. Although even when I make the strong statement, now there are like elements of my audience that get ass mad at me. Like there are people in my audience who legitimately in YouTube comments and in my subreddit, usually they're kind of downvoted a little bit. But people will say things like Destiny was too aggressive with Badar. It looks so bad. I was like, okay, fuck you. There needs to be a name for the fallacy that Sneako types fall into when they think because a certain actor/party benefits from something, they must be scheming behind the scenes to make it happen. Oh, true. Hold on. Is this under strategy or debate pervertry? Strategy, debate okay, you're right. Wait, what would we call this? It's like something about there being no coincidences. Hold on. When someone suggests that simply because a party benefited from something, or because they had something to gain from something failing, that there must have been some sort of cohesive plot or scheme in order to bring about that particular thing. Often involving highly subversive and unethical means. What would we call this? The no true coincidental Scotsman fallacy? That's way too loaded. Occam's mallet. I like that one. That's what we're going with. That's Kino. True. Thank you. Okay. I don't get it. Well, Occam's razor seems to... The implication is that the simplest explanation usually makes the most sense. And the razor is a simple, finely cutting, narrow tool. Well, what if we don't go with the simplest explanation, but what if we go with the thing that can explain as many things as possible? Well, instead of a razor, we can use a mallet. It's the opposite. That's good. Somebody said, did you find the term for moral dodgeball, where instead of answering a question, they start virtue signaling? Moral dodgeball. What did we say that one was? I think we call that the deaf preacher. When you refuse to engage with the argument and you just make big sweeping moral/virtue signal statements while avoiding any response, any factual response to what was previously said. The deaf preacher, that's a good one though. Moral dodgeball. Oh shit. I feel like moral dodgeball would fit more the idea of more like when you're accusing somebody of having an unethical moral because of I swear to God, I'm not trying to retrofit because I like the name. Accusing someone of holding a different core value simply because you disagree with an applied position that they have. This is a big one. So for instance, like if I say like, oh, I'm opposed to rent control, and somebody's like, you hate homeless people. Petition to rename this to horse to water. Debate edging. When you constantly stack descriptive claims, one over another, that are clearly leading into a certain prescription that you've never actually verbalized, causing other people to attack you on a prescriptive claim you've never made, and allowing you to refute their argument without addressing the obvious implication of what you're saying. Horse to water. I like debate edging because the idea behind edging is you're never actually getting there. But like, you can't lead a horse to water, or you can't make a horse drink, implies that they really do want the person to get there, and they're trying really hard to get them there. I think debate edging fits better, I think. This has to be like a f***ing meme, guys, right? There's no way this is real.
Thing you want to say here?
Like, I feel like he did like a troll stream, and you guys are like taking it seriously. Do you ever get tired of the same boring insults, like you being a cuck, or you just ignore them? Oh, no, you just think of ways to counter them, and you just keep moving, I guess, right? This post isn't about Jalen, but she makes a good point about Islam, but leftists attack her for it. Why? It's a huge shocking point in Sweden 10 years ago. It's interesting how the extreme leftism has finally hit the U.S. Sweden took a huge amount of majority adult male Middle Eastern Muslim immigrants for many years. They obviously did magically leave their culture behind, and there's been a huge clash between our liberal, equal Swedish society and conservative Islamic people. Honor killings, sexism, grenades thrown. Man. I feel like one of the big issues with wait, is this Nim? Is that his name, Nimrose? Or do they just happen to have... I feel like one of the issues in Sweden is you guys had a really bad time... Or maybe I just read this. I need to dig into this more. I think Sweden has a really hard time integrating foreign workers into the workforce. Like people would come to your country as a refugee, but they couldn't work for like a year. Like it seemed like some retarded shit when I read about it. But I could be wrong. Maybe that maybe that was just a meme and that's not true, but
What happened with Keffals exactly? There was the war, and then there was the peace, and now is there war again? He said he's pro-Israel. He literally said on stream he hopes the genocide happens. I mean, that was obviously in jest. Not that we should be jesting about that, but that
maybe.
said,
Yeah, hold on. I'm sorry. Let me just.
He does not.
Let me correct the record real quick because you triggered me now. Okay. He's a gross person and hurt so many connections. Oh, and I hurt so many connections trying to fix that bridge.
What's news? Well, we're testing Twitter. So right now,
careful. We're testing
X. X. Sorry. God, why would he do this? I already know what it is. Okay.
Okay.
Do you know why X is being forced on us?
I do, but I'm going to say no so that you can explain.
Yeah,
it
because
to
I've already told you. Okay.
Well,
the reason
because the whole world knew. But go ahead. Yeah.
No, not everyone knows.
Yeah.
I know. It's because Elon Musk, a long time ago, bought X.com, and he's been holding on to it. And he's like, someday, I'm going to build the everything app, and he's forcing it us on it, and it's just, man, it's wild. I can't believe abandoning the Twitter brand is like one of the craziest things to me of all
Pretty
time.
dumb. Yeah.
I don't see. Maybe I'm just missing some pieces of the puzzle. That's possible.
You're not.
You don't think there's like some master plan?
No,
like,
I don't think so.
Yeah, and he has like video calling and audio calling. That is definitely what I want on Twitter at this point right now, is that ability to have that going live.
Did you ever get on, or did you hear anything about Threads?
Yeah, I went on it and it was like cool for 2 days and then it was dead. And you know why it was dead? Because fucking dumbass Mark Zuckerberg decided to launch it without a web version. I don't understand.
I can't tell sometimes, yeah, if I'm like out of touch or maybe like everybody really does use their phones, but man, yeah, not having a web version on launch was so annoying.
It's crazy.
But then I guess there are some things that do that, like, no, actually I can't think of anything right now.
Oh, Snapchat, I think, started without having a web version, right?
Did Instagram initially not have a web version? They might not have.
No, I don't think they did.
Or if they did, it was really stripped down and dog shit.
What would be another version, another thing besides that? WhatsApp. I don't think they always had a web client for it. Anyways, yeah, no, it's crazy. Threads is, I think it's a ghost town now. The reason I didn't like it when I went to it, is it threads.com? Let's check it out. Nope, it's not threads.com. Wow. That's wild.
Wait, really?
Threads.com is owned by someone else, and they have a big ass thing there saying we're not associated with Instagram.
It's Threads.net.
There's no way it's Threads.net.
It is Threads.net.
What the fuck were these guys thinking? Okay, so anyways, I'm on here. Can I log into this? No, I can't because I forgot my shit. I can't. I didn't like it because it didn't seem like you could use it like Twitter. You know what's funny too? At that moment of time, this was when people were like, there was this moment, they were ready to abandon ship. And Mark Zuckerberg personally f***ed up completely. Like literally all you had to do was just make Twitter. You didn't have to change anything. You didn't have to reinvent the wheel. You didn't have to be like, oh, let's do this wild new thing. You just had to do Twitter again and not try to force it to be tied to my Facebook or Instagram account. That was it. Just make a standalone app and be like, hey guys, we made a Twitter clone. And that was it. And if you did that, I think if they just did that and nothing else, I feel like it would be bigger than. I
kind of disagree. I think that having it spun off of those platforms, I think was a good idea.
No, spun off. But I don't like the idea that like Twitter is cool because you can have people that have completely anonymous accounts. And I think the fear is that if you tried to do that with Facebook, that's like, I'm never going to be posting memes if it's tied to my Facebook or my Instagram. Like,
I disagree.
Really? I think it would be a totally different experience.
I think that Twitter initially was cool because of the novelty of having 180 characters and whatever, blah, blah, blah. But now I think Twitter is cool because it has a massive user base. And it feels like if you want to compete with Twitter, your number one hurdle is always going to be the massive user base. So trying to find a way to spin a new social media app off of a pre-existing user base solves that issue. And then the interface is more or less copied from Twitter if you look at it. But not having any web browser, I feel like
wild.
Cuts you off from so much.
What would I have done? Me, the tech entrepreneur genius. So what I would have done is, first off, having a web version. Second off, not making it easy for people to leave the Twitter experience and come into this new experience at Facebook. You don't want to confuse them. You want to have them be able to come in there and be like, I know where everything is left. This is perfect. Yep, my keys are right over there. This is that. Don't confuse people. That's step number 2. Okay. Step number 3 is promote it in app for sure. Okay. But have it be separate, not an Instagram login, not a Facebook login, but you can still promote it. Like as I'm browsing Facebook, you can pull up the latest threads from, whoever, whatever celebrities, right? And be like, follow this person. And it prompts you to go and create an account. And you can either optionally link it with your Facebook or your Instagram, or you can just go and create an anonymous account. Because I think that's an important part of Twitter, is that there's anonymous journalists or anonymous shit posters or whatever. But the anonymity is what makes Twitter, to me, very important. And if you,
I feel like I understand what you're saying, but
that would have killed it. That would be.
I don't
the
think
new
the
Twitter.
anonymity is as important as you think it is. I don't think that's a huge part of. I think that's like a thing that we care about, or like our corner. That obviously you and me don't. Wait, yeah, I don't think that. I don't think that most people care about it that much. I think if they would have launched it with the opportunity to click a button on Instagram and make a Threads account, I think that's fine.
Yeah, they
but
did
I
do
think,
that, kind of.
well, no, don't you have to have an Instagram account?
Well, you did.
That's what I mean. I'm saying, like, if you
yeah.
could launch it like that, but then also the ability to go to Threads and make an account that's not tied to Facebook or Instagram, I think could have helped. Yeah.
I feel like if they did like 2 or 3 different things, that was guaranteed like Twitter was dead at that point. Like people were going to go and they were going to switch to this because they were looking, they were scared.
I don't think anything is really guaranteed. You have to keep in mind that like it's really one thing that's really difficult. It's always easy to evaluate in a retrospect, but it's very difficult to predict where consumers will move on a thing. And consumer sentiment is like the least reliable in the world. Really great examples are that if you would have polled people back when iPhone came out initially, or not initially, when iPhone was the first phone to eliminate the headphone jack, right? If you would have polled people on that decision,
Probably.
I think the majority of consumers would have said that was a nightmare.
Yeah, but I still don't like that though. I think personally.
That's fine. But you're in the vast
You
minority.
think so?
Absolutely.
You think
nobody gives a
hold
f-
on.
about headphone
I want to
jacks.
do a live DGG poll real quick.
Okay.
I would do a Twitter poll, but poll. Wait, no. /vote. /vote. Do you miss the headphone jack? Yes or no? There we go. All right. So we're gonna get live results on this, but I would have it back. I think it was, it's in their quest for thinness and their quest for minimalist. I hate it. It's one of the number one things I hate about Teslas, actually, in particular. Boy, this is like a very Elon-centric stream. But that said, is just I want just physical buttons sometimes to do shit. I don't want to be like, how do I open the glove box? Oh, you go into settings, scroll down a little bit, go into sub-settings, look for furniture, and then click the open glove box button. It's like, just put a button there, man. Like this is wild. That shit. That's, by the way, how you open the glove box.
Jesus.
There is no button. You have to go into the settings and do it.
I still have problems like opening the doors and on the outside and the inside pisses me off still.
Yeah, like
I don't know
pressing the
why you would
button.
literally reinvent the door handle.
Yeah.
Every single time I've gotten out of an Uber, they're like, okay, you have to push the button and then do the thing to open.
Because they don't
like,
want you. Well, that part is the to keep the window from breaking the weather stripping.
No,
it
but
goes down a little
other
bit.
cars do that as
What?
well.
How do they do it?
Usually on a normal car where the window goes up in a thing, as soon as you open the handle, it comes down a little bit.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
Huh. And I'll say that Tesla's also, it gives you this really bad behavior of just like walking away. Like if you have an electric car, a Tesla, and a non-Tesla, you will start like walking away with your car still running. Your other car, your gas car, like
because the Tesla auto shuts down.
Yeah,
after a while?
you just walk and leave the Tesla with your phone, and like with your gas car, like you're gonna be like, holy shit, I just left my car on for like the last few hours. Anyways, yeah, no, I feel for sure like there was a term. I mean, because no one talks about Threads. That's a dead fucking social network. When I say dead, I probably mean one of the largest social networks there is, but like I never hear anyone talk about it.
Yeah, I have no idea. It could also be that it just doesn't exist in our domain. Maybe people do use it elsewhere.
Like sports or something like that?
Maybe, I don't know. But I think that the biggest issue for Twitter is like, even though people are doomsday about it, you never really know what consumers are going to do because they can talk a bunch of shit about a thing but still use it forever, right? Like, could you really have predicted, people talk shit about fucking Skype for like 5 years or more, but like, could you really predicted that Zoom would have come in and completely supplanted it as like as the telemark or telecommunications fucking.
I feel like I've said this before. Like I feel like you should find who's on the executive management team of Skype and never hire any of those people ever. Like anyone who was working there the last 5 years. But then people they bitch and they moan. They say, Dan, have you heard about Teams, Microsoft Teams? And it's like Have you heard about Discord? Have you heard about the fact that, like, 5 years ago, maybe a little bit before that, everyone used Skype? That's what I used when I was talking with Steve. That's what you were using when you were messaging with someone, was Skype. You weren't using Discord or anything else. You were using Skype.
Yeah.
And they fucking completely threw away the entire consumer market for I don't know why. They forced this god awful update, Skype 8, and then that was it. That was the end of the show. That no desire to compete, no nothing.
Yeah, I would have to go and look at it. It feels, I don't really know in terms of like performance impact on your machine, but it feels like a heavy app. Like if you've ever used Skype, it feels like the interface, like when you're clicking through and shit, it's like pretty laggy. There's like a lot of like web loading shit going on. Like it feels way heavier than Discord. And it wouldn't surprise you if it was the other way around. Yeah, I don't understand what the is Skype, man.
It's wild. I feel like they relied for so long on the peer-to-peer part.
Oh.
Like they were so like, we're peer-to-peer, and like that was like such a cool part.
Give a about that?
Yeah, nobody gives up. But back in the day, remember, that's why Skype was successful when it first came out. Yeah, because bandwidth costs were insanely prohibitive back in the day. Like back when Skype came out, if you wanted to do a video call with someone, like, normally most other people would be routing that through their data center and then to you. And there was a real cost.
Yeah, I understand, because it's hard to remember this, but bandwidth and storage used to actually be considerations back in the day.
Oh, for sure.
And now bandwidth and storage online are free.
Yeah, no, it's a different world on that front. Yeah, man, it's a major throw by Microsoft, but still hard to believe. I think they're the biggest company right now, right? Number one market cap, or is that Nvidia? Have they taken over Microsoft?
The biggest companies are kind of memey right now, I think.
You think so?
Feels like it. Like Apple has good fundamentals because that iPhone somehow fucking sells like crazy. But
I feel like I want to short Apple. You know why?
Why?
Because I've had zero desire to get a new iPhone, I think, since the 12. None of the features have compelled me. What is it? And it's not like a lack of like having money to do it. Like, what's really going to compel me to go and get the latest iPhone?
I think the issue is that if I had to guess, so we kind of joked about this happening with computers a long time ago, not expecting it would happen. But I genuinely feel that probably for like about 8 years, even in gaming, like computer hardware is like overkill. Like for almost a decade now, I feel like computer hardware has gotten like insane. And I think it's probably getting to a similar point with phones where what the doing with your phone that like an iPhone 11 isn't fast enough. Like I think all of the updates that are happening now are going to be feature related or, like different types of applications or whatever else. It's going to be stuff that's not tied intrinsically to the hardware of a phone. Things like there are some hardware improvements. So like better screens, I think, are important. Better batteries, like 120 hertz interfaces. Do you know if the iPhone 15 is 120 or 60 or?
I think now it has the adaptive. I know the watch, I believe, has adaptive refresh, and I think the iPhone.
This must be 120. I think the iPhone 15 is 120, right?
Yeah, I think now that it's better. It's like 100. Like
or whatever.
That's
it's over 60.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like 90 plus or something. Yeah.
But I think it's adaptive. So like when you're doing nothing, it slows down.
Yeah.
Like on the lock screen. But when there's, motion, it can go and do more, which is cool. So yeah, I'm just trying to think what is a feature that you think that would make you upgrade to the newest iPhone? Like
well, I just like it because I'm rich.
Yeah, but
I don't care otherwise. Yeah. What I see if I was on a budget and I had to think about upgrading, I don't know if I would have even upgraded for my iPhone 11. I'm not sure.
Like, I think about this. Back in the day, there was really compelling reasons to eventually upgrade to your phone as it went on. So, like, number one, I think, was the introduction of a front-facing camera. Like, that was like, okay, this makes sense for video calls. How did you not have this for so long?
And the cameras were meaningfully improved. Like, dipshits in chat. And people today will fight between like, oh, the Samsung is better than the Pixel.
They don't know. They weren't there.
But the reality is that like, if you have like a phone like 5 generations old and you're taking pictures, it's probably fine. Like you're 99%
you remember how bad the photos
the
were though on like the first iPhones. That shit was,
I don't remember, but I'm sure they were horrible.
Okay.
I didn't have the first iPhone, but I know like from the early cell phones they were memes.
Yeah, they were not good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's just I'm trying to imagine a feature that would have me upgrade. And let's see. I don't know. Like, I feel like the main obvious meme thing that they're going to do is they're going to be like, oh, AI is built in.
Whatever.
And I don't know if I care. I don't use Siri at all. Do you?
No.
I don't use it at all.
Or Alexa or any of the talking dudes.
No, the only thing that I use kind of like that is I use dictation to type text.
Which you should actually.
Yeah.
Reckful shouted at me about that, and I use it sometimes, but I actually feel really self-conscious. I don't know why. Even when I'm in my car alone, I feel self-conscious talking to my phone.
No, I don't feel
it. Just
that
feels stupid. I don't know why, but yeah, you should. It's super helpful.
It's fast too.
And it's good.
Yeah.
It generally picks, and if it's like 1 or 2 errors off, like if you're speaking like a full ass like 2 paragraphs to somebody, it's quicker to go back and change like 1 or 2 things than to try to sit here and your phone. Yeah.
But don't be the persons that send voice notes. Okay. Don't.
If you're already talking in your phone, just do dictation.
Yeah. Like
when I'm talking to somebody in that 57 seconds, I'm like, bro, come on, why are you doing this?
You know who did it to me most recently?
Who?
Erudite.
Not good.
Not good.
She did it to me as well.
Oh man, she's an offender.
I am looking for another co-owner, by the way, of my company.
Offender of doing that.
She is a voice note offender.
There's people that do it, and they just don't. You know what it is?
And you can't even 2x speed it.
You can't. There's nothing you can do. It's
you
just
have to suffer through it.
Let me just stop and listen to what you had to say in your cadence. And when they say it to you, it's like, I want you to know exactly what I was saying and how I felt when I said it. It's like. Frenda,
and they'll waste the first 10 seconds of apology. We're like, hey, sorry, I didn't mean to send a voice note, but I just wanted to have you It's like in all the movies when you sit down and the person's like, I'm going to talk to you about how I'm going to torture you and blah, blah, blah. And that's what I feel like when I get a minute-long voice note. And I'm like, fuck.
Just hype it.
True. One of the nice things about the Pixel, Apple is finally doing this with the voicemails, is the transcription shit is really nice. Oh my God. On the Pixel phone, I don't think Apples do this yet or iPhones do this yet, but on the Pixel phone, if you get a call, you can click the screen button. You can do this like 1 or 2 generations ago, and then have it read like, this person, Steven, is not available right now. And then you can see the text. So there's like, hey, I'm calling from whatever, blah, blah, blah. Or he's like, hey, it's mom, or hey, blah, blah, blah. Oh, and I can choose to pick it up or not. Oh my God.
There was a demo. I think Google did it. It was a while back. It was the sickest demo. I think it was faked though. And it was their AI assistant. And it was just basically like, hey, retard, make me an appointment for a haircut tomorrow. And then like the app actually found the place that this person went to get
I feel like I watched this demo. Was this Apple or was this Android?
I think this was Google.
Okay, I thought it was Google. Yeah.
And I was just like, this is completely staged. This will never work. This is bullshit across the board. And of course, we still don't have that functionality today. And also, I would never trust it. I think the problem is that with AI and all this stuff today is I see how often it fucks up the simplest shit, and it's like I am never gonna trust this with anything of like true value. Like basically, it's like it's good to get like a initial
template or a first draft, or
it's good for a first draft, but anything after that, like you can't let it go. I can't be like, hey Siri, call
schedule my colonoscopy appointment.
Yeah, that is never happening, like ever. That is never ever happening because I have zero faith. It's gonna be like I'm gonna get delivered like a thing of a dozen roses the next day.
Why?
What?
Why is Siri asking me when should I schedule it for? What did I just say?
No, I did it. See, I can. How wild is that? Just put cancel.
Schedule it for tomorrow. What is it scheduling right now?
A colonoscopy.
Wait, how? What is it possibly doing right now?
It's just putting it on your calendar, probably.
The ball is.
It's thinking.
Hey Siri, what did you just do? I didn't know this shit was turned on. I don't even have volume. Okay, Jesus. I don't even know this shit was on my computer. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Oh my God. Imagine how many people have us right now. We have the ability. Hey Siri, Alexa, turn off the lights. I feel like true. I just fucked with a lot of people right now. Sorry. Okay. Anyways. So some interesting stuff has happened in the last week. Anything in particular that piques your curiosity?
I don't know. All of my time's been going into podcast scheduling, studio building and planning, and Israel trip
It's a lot of work, isn't it? People don't think it is, but it's a lot of thinking. A little bit.
It's the hard part for me is doing 2 full-time jobs, I think, or at least the one, because there's a lot. I think it would be easy to do all of this, but it's like also trying to stream on everything on top of it.
Yeah, like
if I was just doing this full-time without streaming, I have a ton of hours to do everything, but that's okay,
Yeah, you work a lot at this point. How many hours a day do you think you're streaming at this point? You're averaging.
I try to stream 8 hours a day, but realistically, I've been starting later doing other stuff. over the past few days, or a couple weeks, really. But yeah, you know.
And you have a very cute cat that I saw on camera today.
His name is Honey. Yeah.
Honey.
Yeah.
I was thinking for my next cat, because I hate that this is very morbid.
Oh,
and
no.
Also,
one is going to die soon?
Well, he's super old.
How old is he again?
Like 17.
Okay, pretty
But he's
old.
also like, the do you want when I look at him? I'm like, I want you to die so I can get another cat.
You can just get another cat?
No, my wife says that only 2. Says when you cross into 3 cats, that becomes like crazy person territory.
She doesn't know about the Wanderer.
No. Well, she does.
Oh,
but that doesn't count.
Why not just get a cat and make it an outdoor cat? Maybe you're another wanderer.
Because then it's your like this cat is technically not my responsibility.
Get your neighbor another cat and just have it come over to your place.
Just like here's a third.
You could be
cat.
like the cat paradise. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I would like to meet more outside cats and have them hang out. And I've tried, doing like little noises and little cat treats. But I think my neighbor's cat just can, fights away anything that gets like within a block of the territory. He's like the king shit around there. So.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I think that's what outdoor cats do, right? I don't think they don't really share territory, do they?
No, I don't think so.
Well, when I was in,
some can be chill, actually.
So when I was apparently in Europe, they don't give a fuck about their wildlife, and they all have outdoor cats. And I remember that Melina's mom lives in like a row of houses, and all of them have outdoor cats, and it's also expected that you let everybody's cat roam in anywhere. So they would leave their doors open, and the neighborhood cats will just like come in and out of the house. And sometimes they like jump off like trees into like the upper floor, and they just do that.
That's
like
awesome.
I remember I came in and I was looking, and I was like, wait, is this one of your mom's cats? She's like, oh no, I think that's like a neighbor's cat, just like eating the food here. And then the other cat came in, and they looked at each other, and they just like walked by, and I was like, I don't know why or how, if European cats are just different, or if that's normal in Europe or in Sweden, or
yeah, they're just like, yo, what's up? What's good? No, that's awesome. Israel, you're going to find out, has a lot of outside cats.
Really?
Probably the most I've ever seen in any country, in Tel Aviv. They're just out, their cats are just chilling everywhere. That's what gave me my idea for the cat walking tour. You go on a very unique tour.
Fam.
You want to have a tour of Tel Aviv, and then
Following
you stop.
the cat?
No, you're not following the cat. You're going and seeing different cats that are waiting at specific locations because you're going to give them treats when you go there. And these cats happen to be at
important places.
Exactly, right? That's $1 billion. Well, probably not $1 billion idea. Maybe not even $1 million idea. It's definitely in the thousands.
It's like mom's kids went to school and she wants to start a small business in her free time. That kind of idea.
You could make.
Pocket change. Good pocket change.
Could you syndicate this across countries in different, and you would be like, how they have double-decker buses that go across every city, and they're all what's the name of that fucking company that does that? The 2-story buses, the
Greyhound?
Not fucking Greyhound, man.
In London, they just have double-decker buses, but it's not like a special thing.
It's like a tourist bus. Fuck, I'm never gonna.
Megabus?
Not Megabus. The fuck?
What?
Megabus.
You know what that is?
No, but it definitely is not like a tour. It's like
Bang
a
bus.
hop on, hop off. Shit.
I don't know. There's that shit in New York City and like England.
They're all owned by. It's probably some public company.
Vanga Bus.
Big Bus. I think that's it. Yeah, Big Bus. That sounds right. I don't know, but I'm sure there's.
Imagine like the turf fighting when like another cat like company wants to move in, and then the cats like fight each other and.
No, but they would be. Yeah, they wouldn't be chill, actually.
Exactly. It'd be turf wars.
Yeah, because not only are the owners going to be fighting with the other owners,
the cats are going to be fighting.
The cats. Oh
so
my God,
you would basically, the way that the meta would work is like 15 years after this business has started, you'd go to feed the cats, and the little boy would ask, "Why does the cat look like that?" Because all the cats would be like roided out, like massive like things. And like, well, you see, 15 years ago when the other cats came and started fighting, only the biggest, most fucking jacked cats.
It's like evolution. The cats are there, like the. You want.
Exactly, yeah.
They're like fucking pumping iron as you come by.
Well, it might be. You've got like knives tied to their fucking like wrists or whatever. Yeah,
that'd be sick. All right. Speaking of cats and pussy in general, what else has happened in the world? What do we have today, Lycan, for interesting stuff that's happened? One thing I know of is that there's a pretty poggers video for us to react to, which is of.
Dave Rubin.
Dave Rubin calling out my boy.
Yeah.
What do you have to say? Pull it up. Dan, Lycan.
All right. You guys ready?
Always.
Jamie's more known than Dan, right?
Of course.
Yeah, of course. Sorry.
Everyone knows young Jamie.
You don't want to be a Jamie, though.
No, I want to be goddamn Lycan.
All right.
trip. Oh my god. Normally whenever me and Melina would travel, we would usually only do cuck stuff for a single night. But because Nim, I guess she really wanted like somebody who was like Eastern and had like a 15-inch or whatever, because it's like 4 times bigger than mine. I had to do it for 4 nights. They would lock me in the corner of the room and just I would be getting cucked over and over and over again. It's a brutal trip.
Do you know who this person is? Quick? Yeah, do you know? So this guy, this Destiny guy, I guess.
Okay, that was all right. You gotta be faster with a pause. So there's two. Oh my God, kitty cat pause. Yes. I feel like that was definitely a meme that I had at one point. Anyways, that said, he either realizes it's real, or sorry, that it's not real, and he's going with it, or he doesn't. What do you think looks worse to him? For him. So either he believes that statement was not sarcasm.
They probably looked at it like it could be memes, it could not be memes, but like our audience doesn't care. We need to film video and like we can make fun of it, so who cares? Yeah.
So who is this other person here?
I have no idea. Whoever he does content with, I don't know.
All right, press play.
So I really don't know much about him. He's supposedly like he's a liberal, but he's like non-woke or something. And because everyone's always trying to find a not insane liberal, I guess that's like his lane because he's not completely insane. But his thing is that he likes other dudes to his wife. So who's to say what's sane? You know, but
you know, put 1.5x speed too as well, sir. You know, and before you press play, I feel like I have to do clarifying for you because you don't do it for yourself. You just let the memes go on.
I do, and I do. I hate it, but I love it at the same time. Being locked in the corner and having to watch all 15 inches of railroad dick.
Here's my understanding. My understanding, and that's a Steve Dank Memes thing to start out with. But not my understanding, but my understanding is that you could f whoever you wanted to, and you did. A woman.
None of that matters.
I know that none of that matters.
Yeah.
But it's not. See, I feel like there's a difference in the getting cucked versus just I f whoever I want and she fucks whoever she wants, and that's it.
Well, I mean, yeah, you would call one as an open relationship and the other is like
but that doesn't sound as good though.
But I think it started. I thought it was later, but apparently under the Trump stuff, like the cuck hunting became obsessive, where everything became cuckoldry and everything became cucking and so it's just
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know what the obsession and focus on it is like really weird, especially from a guy that like takes it up the ass as a conservative and like rents womb time in another woman's body so they can adopt a kid into a two-father family.
That. He could be the top.
What?
You don't know that. He could be the top.
I absolutely know that.
You have no idea.
There isn't a single man in the world that would bottom for this guy. Trust me.
I feel like we're doing a lot of assuming right now, but that's fine. All right, you press play. Let's keep going.
But I guess they got divorced since, right? You're not going to believe this, Aaron. They're not married anymore.
I'm shocked.
Spoiler.
No way. No, I did see a video, I think, of him recently, and I thought it was a joke. And so seeing this again, I thought it was his like ish kind of thing. But apparently, I guess that's real. I've never met a couple where when this is what they're doing, that they actually stay together forever and end up happily ever after. It's always the beginning of the end. But also, he's
Grandpa, what was the secret to your 75 years of marriage? Oh, well, I used to have a YouTuber watch me bang other. It's so insane.
The secret was that I let your mom cuck me the whole time, and that's what kept us together. I can't imagine. It's so crazy, honestly. And I wonder, was she the one suggesting it, or was he the one encouraging it? Because in that video, he seems upset. He's talking about how difficult it was, but maybe he enjoys the self-infliction of pain.
Before they talk,
sorry,
that they can't hear anything.
Well, it would be nice if I had a mouse.
Sure. Okay, I'm just saying. Yeah.
I could do that.
My favorite thing usually when people talk about my relationship stuff is that I feel like there's a lot of fantasizing that goes along, because like I could understand if somebody was saying like, oh, like this guy does like weird cuck shit or whatever, and I don't like this, or like, oh, this guy does like weird, like, oh, these guys have like weird sexual degeneracy. It's like weird,
sure,
and that's it. But when they're like, so what were the conversations like? Did the girl like suggest it, and he was like, he didn't really want to do it, and like the girl kind of like made him, and he like, and he was like in the corner, like when they start going on, like, my mind is like, are you thinking about this a lot, or have you seriously considered this? Or because they have like this way more fleshed out version, and all of it, by the way, is being made up by them, because I don't do any of this. So none of this is like coming from anything they've seen of me. It's all coming from material that they've consumed when they're like, they've got like this whole narrative built about like my cuckoldry adventures and negotiations. And that's very funny to me, to imagine like how much time they spent thinking about it.
You know, also like I feel you almost, so you weren't insane about it. So what you could have done Is you could have been like, hey, Melina, listen, I'm just gonna fuck other women, and you're gonna be okay with it. There was a world where she may have been like, okay, that's fine, but you come home to me. I mean, that's really like the Tony Soprano vibe that people have, right? Is that they have their wife, and then they have their goombas on the side, right?
I haven't watched The Sopranos, but go ahead.
But well, anyways, that was the term of what it was. But instead, you're like, I'm a sociopath. I don't know, have you been diagnosed as being a sociopath, psychopath?
No, and Dr. K said I wasn't. So
well, he doesn't count. He believes that like your chakras can get out of alignment.
Well, they're not for me.
Oh boy.
I have non-sociopathic chakras that are totally in alignment.
Oh yeah, were all the fucking ants drinking from the right side of the fucking piss pile or whatever?
Well, I don't know what the fuck that means.
He was going off on some bullshit about how, 500
to
years
determine
ago,
diabetics or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. You were basically along the lines of like, you can f whoever you want, I'm gonna f whoever I want, and at the end of the day, we'll be together and that's it. But they don't focus on that. They of course only focus on the fact that your wife is fucking someone else.
Yeah, and I'm watching, crying.
And you're watching, but you were never there, of course.
We didn't.
That would be awkward.
I wouldn't be opposed to doing a male-female threesome. We just haven't ever done one.
Yeah. Sure. Fine. A lot of people do that, but they all assume every event was like that.
Yeah, and that is
every single time.
And not every threesome is like cuckoldry as well.
You're in
right?
the corner
like you just
jerking off,
or not jerking off because you're flaccid and crying the whole time.
Yes.
Or are you jerking off for cuckoldry? I don't remember. Are you supposed to be super erect and excited, or are you supposed to be ashamed and not erect?
You're getting excited because your wife is getting fucked by someone else.
But for the extreme cuckoldry stuff, there's a big humiliation aspect that goes into it as well.
Oh.
I don't know if you're supposed to be, but maybe you're supposed to be turned on by the humiliation. I'm not sure. Maybe it goes both ways. Who knows?
It is good. It's very. Anyways, all right. Press play.
I don't get it. I'm also confused because it looked like he had a gun in his background too. So he's like you're saying like he's like a one of those mixes where he like likes 2A but is against common sense, or like I don't know what's going on in that clip. But society is definitely just unwell when you're able to put this.
It's like they can't understand the fact that like I want to have guns, but also don't hate gay people.
Because it's on my share I talk about this, it's the constellation of beliefs. Like if you like guns, then you also have to be all these other things that they have, because they can't imagine that you could arrive at liking guns in any way other than this like weird idea of being opposed to the government and all institutions and supporting Trump and Tate and hating the vax and supporting Brexit, and like it's all of it is like wired together. So if they see somebody like blue hair or somebody's like bi or whatever and also has guns, it's like, oh my god, he must be a contrarian, or there's no way that, because in their world they can't account for minds like that because they're retarded.
Where is the centrist candidate? It'll just never happen, right? Is that in our lifetime? Will there be a centrist candidate? Do you think?
Probably not.
I don't think so either.
But it's weird because centrism is like an aesthetic to these people. Like these people would call themselves centrist. Both of these people would probably call themselves centrist.
Well, no, obviously not. I mean,
you don't think so?
No, I mean, I don't know. They might call themselves that, but obviously neither of them is. Like a centrist would be.
Well, yeah, but that's the whole thing. They never are.
Like let's talk about like common sense shit that like is really divided. Okay.
Sure, it's a bad word, but go ahead.
What?
Anytime somebody says common sense is also retarded. Like she said, like, oh, he must be anti-common sense.
Okay,
I know what you mean, yeah.
To me, like common sense is like banning AR-15s does fucking nothing. And it's bullshit.
Sure, fact-based analyses of things.
Right. So gun shit. There's so many guns in America. Just fuck off. Like banning AR-15. This legislation. Like, yeah, fine. No machine guns. Okay. Or if you're gonna have a machine gun, you better be stupid rich. And, actually, that's a great thing. Even right now with machine guns, so you're a rich guy. If you want to go buy a machine gun, I believe you can't get any machine gun that was made after 1986, regardless of how much money you have, unless you become like a dealer. And then you have to go through all the shit. We should let you go buy a brand new fucking like MP7. We should. And there should be a stupid tax attached to it. It should be like a $10,000 tax if you want to go buy an MP7. And that money should be going towards whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
Something. But we don't do that. Instead, it's just, the loophole. Oh, you can just go and get like, 1986 Mac 10. And that's fine. But God forbid you get a 1987 AR-15 or something. So
I feel like most of the more esoteric gun laws are kind of like just wacky. Like a guy walks into a mall and you're like, oh my god, is that a short barrel rifle? Oh, thank god, never mind, it's not. Or like it's not cut. Like there's just, who the fuck cares?
No one.
Or like, holy shit, that guy's got a 15-round mag. Oh no, it's only a 10-round mag. Thank god, we're safe.
Oh my god,
like,
he's only gonna kill 10 people.
There's 11 of us. We're good. Most of the gun stuff.
So that to me is like a common sense thing. What is the other common sense thing? I guess it gets a little bit wild. Man, what's another good one that like drives people fucking wild? gay people? The Republicans,
I
are
don't
they
know if
okay with
care
gay
it's
people
trans
now?
people. That's what drives them crazy. Although that's a more difficult topic to wade through.
Yeah, it is.
The border stuff was pretty easy. We need to change a lot of the asylum seeking stuff.
Sure.
but-
So the border shit, my completely dumb take, because I don't know anything about politics, was that basically Republicans were like, we need to stop the fucking crazy shit at the border today. And then the Democrats were like, all right, here you go. Here's your bill. They'll stop the crazy shit today. And then they were like, hold on. No, we're trying to get someone elected. We're not going to sign that bill.
Yeah, but you're saying this like it was a conspiracy. That was like outwardly stated, like that was the explicit statements from politicians, and that bill was.
No, I don't think that's the case. I think that
It
if you
was
were to ask Dave Rubin or any of these other guys, they'd probably say something along the lines of, "Listen, if you gave us a clean bill,
they can say that, but like McConnell literally said, Donald Trump told us not to pass this bill."
That's fine.
Yeah.
But I feel like the way that these guys would argue against it is be like, hey, that was not a clean bill. That was just stopping this.
Sure.
It
Yeah,
was
they might
asking for
post-hack
$1 billion for trans rights or something inside of it, and that's why we didn't pass it. You know, these Democrats are so sneaky. Yeah, that's
no, they did. They lie about it. Gorka did when he told me, he was like, yeah, it makes it so that 5,000 minimum can come in per day. And I was like, well, the goal was actually to set caps. So you're looking at like caps that they were trying to set and pretending that was their goal to bring in that many people per day. But okay, yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to think what else. But is there anything, any other like hot topic shit for like the centrist party, the radical centrist party that would like piss off Democrats? What else is there going to be?
Or the radical? What do you mean by the radical centrist party that would piss off Democrats?
The omni liberals, if you will.
Us. I don't identify as centrist, so I never use that term.
I feel like I identify more as a centrist.
That's fine, but I would never do that.
You don't do it? It's not cool enough.
It's not that it's not cool. It's that everybody that does it is retarded.
Oh, they've taken the word from you. You have to take it back.
No.
You've given up. You're letting them take it.
I don't ever bother. I'm center, left, far left, depending on what we're talking about. Yeah.
Property tax should be gotten rid of, I think.
Okay.
You agree with that?
No, but this all gets into really, really, really complicated funding mechanisms.
Yeah. I think property tax is probably something you should get rid of, and you should come up with a new taxing method. I have, of course, an idea for a new taxing system, but
I don't think your issue is even property taxes. I think your issue is just property taxes going to specific zip codes. Because if you have property taxes, like in Omaha, they tried to do one school district where they took all the property taxes and pooled them for the whole city, but people revolted and didn't want that. So.
Yeah, of course, because here's the interesting question. All right, so first off, for those who are not understanding what we're talking about, property taxes are the main driver of the quality of the schools in your area. And it's pretty much the main reason that you would move to a specific zip code. And also, in some areas, you'll find that a house across the street is significantly less valuable than the one on the other side of the street. And that's because being in a specific zip code gets you access to a certain set of public schools that may or may not be funded with a lot of money. And you, of course, if you're going to send your kid to public school, you want to have it be a good public school. And it gets into a wild situation of how long has it been that property tax has been like this, and it's completely fucked up across the board. Because you have poor areas, and obviously there's not a lot of money in poor areas, so they have shitty schools, and it repeats a cycle and everything else along those lines. But the thought is this: voters vote on this, okay? It's really the tyranny of the majority on this thing. What can you do on this type of case? Like a good example would be like, I guess like Prop 13 in San Francisco, or Save Our Homes here in
Isn't
Florida.
That California?
Yeah, in California. Sorry. Yeah, Prop 13. It's called the third rail. Okay, you can't touch it. If you try to touch it as a legislator in California, they're going to vote you out. Prop 13 is a law that states that if you buy a home, your property tax can't go up by more than basically the amount of inflation every year. So by 3%. So if you bought a house 10 years ago for $500K and now it's worth $4 million, your property tax is still going to be kind of based around like if it was worth like $600K or something along those lines. The question is, how do we deal with issues that need to be changed, that are obvious and apparent to everybody, but voters just don't want to do it? Are you just at that point? Like a good example of this would be a good example is to be property tax funding schools. It's a shitty.
You keep saying the property tax is the problem's not the property tax, it's how it's distributed. Like this problem, you have
funding. I just said funding schools.
Because you'd have problems with every single tax if they were that localized. Like if a sales tax.
So for instance, that's a bad idea. We know that's a bad idea. That it's inequitable.
Sure,
that's a rough word. But every voter will say, "F you, we're not doing it." And there's more voters that are old. The voters
I don't think there's anything you can do about
the
that.
voters that matter are the ones that are older, that own their homes, and the ones that don't matter are like anyone under the age of 25 because you don't vote.
Yeah.
You literally don't matter if you're on Twitter. I don't give a shit. So that said, people have done shit like that before in the past. The Supreme Court. I think at the time, people didn't want integration in schools, and they said, "F you," even though every voter doesn't want this.
That's different.
Why?
Because it's not voted on. It's the Supreme Court.
So is the way that this would get passed is that someone would sue someone?
You'd have to find some unconstitutionality in
well, I guess that would be it. The idea that education. So you would sue someone, and then hope it goes to the Supreme Court saying that property tax funding schools is unconstitutional. Is that the way that gets solved? Since a voter
I mean, that would be
never...
a way to solve it, but I don't know legally if there would be any argument at all there to argue that states aren't allowed to decide how to fund their schools.
Interesting.
Like you're not talking about a protected class at all. You don't have like, is it strict scrutiny for racial discrimination? Like you wouldn't have this like analysis.
Well, that didn't exist back in integration, right? The strict scrutiny
levels of scrutiny for
there was nothing. Like
I'm just saying I don't think that you could say that because some school districts are funded other ways, like it's unconstitutional. I doubt you do that.
Sure. I mean, you say unconstitutional. There was a time when like black people couldn't even vote, right? So like, and none of the white people were like, oh yeah, we want black people to vote. None of them did. And then
no, they did.
Really? What was the percentage?
Huge movements for suffrage.
What do you think the
I don't know what the percentage was, but I mean, the Civil War didn't happen because everybody was against black people. It's because we started to have like huge divergences in social opinion over it, right?
Interesting. Okay, let's get back to the cuck stuff. Press play, Lycan. The important
on
stuff.
the internet, and you're just telling everyone. It's one thing to do it. It's one thing to allow it to happen in your relationship. It's entirely another to advertise it.
Right.
And I guess I won't be surprised if he ends up dyeing his hair that weird yellow-white color we talked about yesterday. Where it's just a cry. It's just a cry for help, apparently.
It's just a funny idea. Like, so okay, you're married, right? And let's say in this case, and my guess is it was the wife was like, all right, you're not that attractive actually, and let me just get banged by some of these other guys. And the first time he heard it, he probably was like, well, I don't think that's a great idea, but he was like, oh, I want to make her happy. Let's try it. Then it happens once, happens twice, happens 3 times, and then it's like 4 years later, and you realize you are so down in the rabbit hole of insanity that you basically can't stop, or you get divorced. And apparently they are. It's so pathetic, man. My resume would not, or my life story would not say most traditional guy around, but I'm going to be the king. This is going to be 2055, and I'm going to be living in a castle with a gun just.
I'll join you in that castle.
Only shooting people on my property. That's what I meant.
Yeah, I bet I could walk around in a tutu. I bet I could wear the tutu in that castle. So that would work really nicely for me. But I will say also the people on the left who
like he just like made up like a whole fanfic about my life.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, but they don't care to actually know. To them, it's just like
no, yeah. But I'm just saying it's funny that he has like a whole thing in his mind. Like, oh, like I bet he tried it one time and then he was like really upset, and then it was the second and third time, and then 3 or 4 years in, he probably felt like he was. And it's like this is all fantasy right now. It's all of this.
Yeah,
is fantasy.
It's fucking wild.
Yeah.
It's the craziest part about the whole thing is that they come up with a narrative that's like, oh yeah, Steve. He just likes his wife getting fucked, and he likes to watch.
Yeah,
and then, like that's it.
He was so deep in, and yeah. Also, by the way, he always pretends that he's like, oh, this guy is some blah blah blah. He's explicitly turned down conversations with me in the past because he says I'm too mean. By the way, so just as a heads up, he has done that.
I think that Dave Rubin seems. This is what you call sweeping, by the way. I feel like Dave Rubin would definitely be willing to have a debate with you under specific terms.
Absolutely not.
I think he would. It's just in the past, there's probably been not the correct situation. I feel like, if you could get the right aroma in the room, the whole thing, it could happen. I'm sure that something could be set up. He seems like a guy who's strongly convicted on his points and would definitely be willing to debate. With you?
He's not that kind of person. Like he lives in his own kind of media bubble. I don't think he does much content with almost anybody.
Okay, well, I just did like my best sweeping attempt, and you're like, no, he won't do that. Okay. That's fine. All right, what else do we have? Do I want to watch? All right, just fucking play through the rest of this, I guess, real quick.
encourage and you know are supportive of this kind of lifestyle, they're also the ones that totally shit on traditional marriage and people getting married young and having kids. And you know those people always pull extremely high on the happiness level. And I think society would be happier if we didn't have so many choices. And what I mean by that is this guy and his wife, they saw like instead of looking at their marriage and saying we need to fix this. And I'm not married, so I'm saying this and admittedly saying I'm not married, but I've had very long-term relationships and I never coached the guy I was with.
Right.
And so I have some experience with this. And I think if you have a relationship of any sort and you're looking at how do we make this stronger and better, then you find the way to do that and you become happier instead of looking at outside of the relationship, right? And seeing everything as an exit opportunity. So, you know, I think people would just be happier if they were monogamous.
Can I just ask one technical thing? I'm not sure if you're going to know the answer to this. Maybe I ask you guys. But in this situation, when someone else is banging your wife, you're in the room watching, or can they just bang your wife elsewhere? Like, can you go make a sandwich, or you got to sit in the room and watch?
I think you have to watch.
They don't know. They don't know. God bless them, these innocent souls here. Do you know?
Well, in the clip, he mentioned that he had to sit and watch.
She knows.
So I'm only guessing.
She definitely knows. Also, you can tell she's been in the room.
This is where I have the fantasy. It'll never happen, and that's why I don't care saying it because I would do this. That if I ever had a debate with Dave Rubin, it would start with like we shake hands, we're smiling, we sit down across from each other, and I'd be like, so I'm just so curious. Like when you get in the ass, do you do a full enema
you know
first,
what you're
or do you
doing?
take it out?
Okay.
No, we'll never talk. I never.
Yeah, great. Okay.
But,
so this is never. So
it's never happening.
Okay.
But like again, this is a guy he paid time and for a surrogacy mother to like birth a child for him and his boyfriend, like. It's just so wild to me that, and again, I don't have a problem with that, but he's a conservative.
Well, maybe he's just a good businessman and he realized that like
he's not a good businessman. He's a failing fucking loser.
I mean, he is. You know, there's money here.
How many views do you think this video has on it?
What network is he part of? What the fuck is Tenet
This is
Media?
posted on
Dan,
Tenet
don't
Media.
look at the screen. Guess.
Take a guess.
Okay, if I had to guess,
Stop looking at the screen because I'm going to lower it so I can check.
Well, no, wait, just wait for the guess.
Wait to lower it, Lycan. Fuck.
No, wait, go.
This is a clip. This isn't a full video. This is a 5-minute video. If I would have to guess, I'd say this has 50K.
Okay.
Is this on his network? This Tenet Media?
No.
This is like a play on the Christopher Nolan thing. All right, we're in suspense. You can press it.
4.7K.
Wow.
6 days old.
What is Tenet Media?
I think it's a thing funded. I thought Tim Pool promoted it initially. I don't know who funds it, but they've got like basically conservative influencers. I think the two biggest ones are Matt Christensen and Lauren Southern do media on this, but there's also people like Dave Rubin and a couple others that post on here.
All right, how many views does he normally get in a video?
Damn.
Oh my god! But he's posting a.
He gets
ton of
okay
content.
views, but he does like 1 to 5 minute videos.
No, he doesn't. That's fucking 5,000 views on something 5 hours
but
ago.
What I'm saying by okay views is his channel does like 10 to 12 million views a month, but it's because he's posting like 50 short, like 1 minute clips every day. He spends the of his channel. Yeah.
So does he have like a actual studio or something along the lines?
He might. I'm sure he's got enough for that, but he's not. Yeah.
I mean, for posting every day, he's still getting like 411K 6 days ago, 335 6 days ago, 224 6 days ago, a 1.5.
Yeah, but that's less than what Steve gets. So
yeah, but he's posting them
better.
Like 4 a day. You know, that's still a ton.
Yeah, that's fine. But I mean, still, it's like it's probably popular to shit on Steve. It's funny.
Should get more views than that.
Yeah. Well, I mean.
But he also probably appeals. He probably has a very like particular type of audience. It's a little bit shielded from like weird shit in my sphere. So him bringing
what
me
is
up
the audience of Dave Rubin specifically? Because it's like
it's my guess would be it's generally like center right people, I think.
But he's gay.
I don't think conservatives care as much about the gay shit anymore.
Really?
Now it's like the trans stuff is what they're hyper fixated on.
Look, this thing right here. That's where it's showing up now.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, fuck me. He got lucky then. Never mind. Apparently, he is an owner of or part owner of Locals.
Oh.
So maybe he got really lucky on an acquisition, or he still runs it, or.
Okay.
Steve, does it ever bother you when these people come at you for the cuck shit that they're not actually talking about like what your relationship was like is nothing to do with cuckoldry?
No, I don't give a Hey, if you want to see the full episode of this, go to patreon.com/anything else for great content like this and more.
Yeah, you're missing 2 hours, dumbass.
Maybe.
This is only 1 hour. There's 2 hours more.
We have no idea how many hours.
All right, hold on.
Does it ever bother you when these people come at you for the cuck shit that they're not actually talking about like what your relationship was like is nothing to do with cuckoldry?
No, I don't give a even if it was, even if I did do cuckoldry, I don't think I'd care. It'd just be weird that they're talking about my sexual details.
I mean, that's weird in general, but I mean, they're treating you like you're sitting in the cuck chair every time.
I don't care. I will do cuckoldry. I will now. I will practice it because I don't give a I don't care. Like, if you get off because you like to sit and watch your wife or girlfriend get by another dude, then God bless. Then do it. Who cares? I don't give a No, wait, but I just want to be. Hold on, wait. Hold on, wait.
Hold up.
I want to be explicitly clear.
Okay,
I don't
please
care.
clarify
I want to
that.
be explicitly clear. I don't care because if somebody's making weird attacks like this, they've already ran out of everything to say, and I have no respect for any of these people otherwise. And I'm not like trying to say that any sexual relationship I have is better than any other sexual relationship. Don't ever be confused. Hold on. Don't ever think that the reason why I don't care is because I don't practice actual cuckoldry. Okay? I don't give a about that. I will do it. I'm gonna do it tomorrow. If you're huge, at least 8 inches, BBC, black or Hispanic, DM me, okay? And I'll find some chick I like, and you can go fucking rail her all night. I don't give a about that. If I did do it, I wouldn't care. These people are retarded. Anyway,
all right.
go ahead.
I think we got enough clips to keep
Yeah,
conservative
don't
media
misunderstand me.
going
That it's
there
just because I'm not into cuckoldry that I care.
Okay.
That I don't care. Yeah.
That's fantastic to know.
No problem.
Hey,
all right. Wow.
There's a note in here that says Dave Rubin is one of the few guests that has been blacklisted by Joe Rogan because of this debate.
Yeah, August had a whole bunch of shit he wanted to watch, but I haven't gone through any of it. But apparently, Dave Rubin is ultra ass mad.
We probably have some callers that are lined up. Or actually, you know what? You start getting the callers lined up, Brohan, and we'll go through it. As a reminder, not for you, for everyone that's watching. If you want to call in and tell Steven, I guess that he's a cuck or that he's wrong.
True.
You can do so by going to anythingelse.gg and clicking the Discord link and then messaging, it's like DJ something, Propaganda PhD. That's who you need to message. And, you might be able to get on stream that way. Maybe. How does it feel that like a PG-13, actually a G streamer is basically shitting all over you and there's nothing you can do about it?
There is something I can do about it. I came out on top of these last engagements. I feel really
I don't know
good.
if you came out on top.
Absolutely, I did.
You certainly came out somewhere.
I came out absolutely on top. It was really rough for a while because I was super triggered and the cutie stuff went pretty far, but then he up. He overextended. He overplayed his hand.
Really?
And he got cheesecake. Yeah, he did because that lie was just so
Why would he do
stupid.
that? Why would he lie about that?
Because everybody rewrites history with me.
Maybe
when
he
they don't
forgot.
Like me. No, he didn't. No, because he's inventing. He's like, I offered him a thing and then he said no, and I could tell this because he was clout seeking. Blah, blah. He's like making up so much bullshit, and it doesn't make sense. Not to jerk myself up, but like I'm super polite to basically everybody I meet. Like I'm a pretty polite
That is true.
person.
You're
Yeah.
pretty. You're pretty.
So
nice
the idea
guy
that
to
I would
most people.
show up and say
even
no or some bullshit.
enemies of the state, you give them a chance.
Yeah, I
so to
usually
speak.
do.
They do.
I was cordial to Keffels and Vosh, two people that have like done more fucking damage to my career than almost any other person. And
I want to say I really tried to get Vosh to come on this show as hard as I could, and
that's never happening.
I offered to donate to a Palestinian
also
cause
never happening,
of his choice and everything else, but I understand it, and I don't.
It would not come that way.
It's. I think at the end of the day, you two just hate each other too much.
No, the end of the day is probably he's a bad faith, disingenuous hack fuck.
I don't.
Oh, did you see that?
Would you allow him to come on the show?
No.
You wouldn't?
No.
Really? So if I
No.
was like, hey, Vosh just wants to come on, he wants to sit right here next to me and talk with you, you'd be like, no.
If you genuinely wanted to set something up like that, I think it would be really funny to set up a surprise camera crew outside of another address and have him go to the door that's a wrong address and then watch out as he realizes that he flew to an entire
You
new
hate
city.
him that much.
Yeah, and then isn't going to have anything at all, and he knocks like 4 times and then walks away dejectedly
Well,
in
I
like
guess
whatever fucking outfit that he put on for the show with his hair all done up and his like fashion picked out, and then he walks
All right,
away
well,
in sadness,
guess
and then we would be
I'm
doing
glad
another
that
show
this
live
didn't go
with the
through
camera
then.
feed like watching him and laughing at him at the exact same time. I would do that.
This is like serious levels of hatred.
Yeah, no shit. He's an evil, horrible fucking piece of shit.
Evil?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Evil.
Yeah, he's engaged in like insane levels of character assassination, like deliberate character assassinating over the course of years.
You're the enemy for him.
Yeah, that's fine. That's called being evil. If I'm the enemy, we're supposed to be both Americans.
Right, but he thinks that you're. What would he think?
He doesn't. Whatever you're about to say, you're fucking wrong.
You don't even. What about? I'm about to say what you're thinking. So you're wrong.
You're going to say something like he thinks that you're against some right or some ostensibly like progressive goal or objective that he has. And no, that's not true. He just doesn't like me. And he because he doesn't like me because he knows that he can get like credit in certain areas for not liking me. He'll whatever the fuck crazy unhinged attacks or whatever.
Wait, so who do you think was more evil towards you, Keffels or Vosh?
Vosh, because he's smarter and knows better. Keffels was way more emotionally driven. Vosh was way more intentional.
He's a smart dude.
He's decently smart. He's smarter than fucking Hassan, yeah?
So what happened with Keffels exactly? Well, like there was like there was the fucking manifesto There was the war, and then there was the peace, and now is there war again?
Chikavels is gone. There's not any war to be had, I don't think.
Okay. But that is the current state of affairs.
With what?
With the Taliban. Marching orders.
There's nothing to war against.
So you're saying it's like we've conquered those lands and that there's nothing of...
It's like Al-Qaeda exists as like a tiny fucking dot in South Yemen, but like, we're not gonna... No, I'm saying the actual Al-Qaeda.
Actual Al-Qaeda.
Like exists, yeah, it's not, no one cares. Like that, like, yeah, Kevels is saying...
You, Keffels or Vosh?
Or against some right or some... Yeah, he's engaged in like... He walks away in sadness, and then we would be doing another show live with the camera feed, like watching him and laughing at him at the exact same time. I would do that.
This is like serious levels of hatred.
Yeah, no shit. He's an evil, horrible fucking piece of shit.
Evil?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Evil.
Yeah, he's engaged in like insane levels of character assassination, like deliberate character assassination over the course of years.
Well, you're the enemy for him.
Yeah, that's fine. That's called being evil. If I'm the enemy, we're supposed to be both Americans.
Right, but he thinks that you're... What would he think?
He doesn't. Whatever you're about to say, you're fucking wrong.
You don't even... What about... I'm about to say what you're thinking. So you're wrong.
You're going to say something like, he thinks that you're against some right or some ostensibly like progressive goal or objective that he has. And no, that's not true. He just doesn't like me. And he, like, because he doesn't like me because he knows that he can get like credit in certain areas for not liking me, he'll okay whatever the fuck crazy unhinged attacks or whatever.
Wait, so who do you think was more evil towards you, Keffels or Vosh?
Vosh, because he's smarter and knows better. Keffels was way more emotionally driven. Vosh was way more intentional.
He's a smart dude.
He's decently smart. He's smarter than fucking Hassan, yeah?
So what happened with Keffels exactly? Well, like there was like there was the fucking manifesto. There was the war, and then there was the peace, and now is there war again?
Keffels is gone. There's not any war to be had, I don't think.
Okay. But that is the current state of affairs.
With what?
With the Taliban. Marching orders.
There's nothing to war against.
So you're saying it's like we've conquered those lands and that there's nothing of...
It's like Al-Qaeda exists as like a tiny fucking dot in South Yemen, but like, we're not gonna... No, I'm saying the actual Al-Qaeda.
Al-Qaeda.
Like exists, yeah, it's not, no one cares. Like that, like, yeah, Keffels is... The thing is that like I got banned because of a really stupid feud that a bunch of crazy trans people decided to dole up on Twitch, and then after that I wrote my manifesto, and nobody really cared that much except a lot of her like kind of trans community stuff, and I think that the blowback from that and then her personal life caused her to like recede out of the public eye, and then she did her drug rehab shit or whatever the she's been doing, and then she tried to come back, and I guess maybe I was a useful tool for that, to like apologize to me and come back to a progressive victory. But for whatever reason, like she burned so many bridges trying to figure out what she wanted to be. Like when she was against me, she was like super with the trans communities, everything, but then she's also like kind of a shit poster, shit lord. So then she also like made enemies with all those people, and then she tried to come back and kind of be friendly towards me, but then was trying to get in also with some like anti-Israel progressives, and then just like everything, she's just like all over the fucking place.
Keffels definitely seems like they're like going for kind of your vibe a little bit, which is like a what's a dirtbag leftist? Is that what it is? The Bill Maher a little bit?
Yeah, the bread tubers, they called them that, like Hassan and them, yeah.
Is that? No, I don't think they call Hassan that.
I think he was part of that. Vosh was definitely part of that. It was basically it was like leftists that were like wanted to be bad boys. I would have been like the precursor to that movement, yeah.
Interesting.
The prototypical or the prototype. There's a name. Progenitor?
Prodigal.
Prodigal? Not prodigal. I think it would be the
prodigal son.
No.
What is that? Hold on. What do you think it means? Prodigal.
I don't know, but the word I'm looking for is like it's like progenitor, I think. I think it's progenitor is what I'm looking for.
Wow, this is not the word. What do you think prodigal means?
If I had to guess, prodigal, I don't know. Somebody that was lost and came back. Isn't that what the prodigal son is?
Maybe I'm not spelling this right. Okay.
Or like the first of something?
One who has returned in absence is the...
Oh, there you go. Boom.
I have one who spends or gives lavishly and foolishly.
That's the first part, but I think the second part is more...
I don't have a second part. My Google results are different.
Why?
Well, because Google does that.
Spending money or resources freely, having or giving something on a lavish scale.
Oh, wait, what is a monitor? What am I looking at here? Monitor. Okay, monitor. Pull it up. Destiny is defending genocide. And do you regret fixing that bridge? He said he's pro-Israel. He literally said on stream he hopes the genocide happens. I mean, that was obviously in jest. Not that we should be jesting about that, but that said,
yeah. Hold on. I'm sorry. Let me just.
He does not.
Let me correct the record real quick because you triggered me now. Okay.
Okay.
So prodigal does mean like spending or being wasteful.
Okay.
Right.
Sure.
But when you talk about like a prodigal child,
yes,
the idea is that like the parents wanted to have some level of discipline, and the child was like, "You, I'm gonna go do what I want." So they go and they live like wastefully or stupidly, and then they come back regretfully because it's like, the return of the prodigal child. Somebody who thought they knew better, could live without me, and do it, and now, but now you've come back into the fold, basically.
Yeah, I thought the meaning of prodigal was like, I actually don't know.
Okay, well now.
Now, I still don't know.
Prodigal means to waste, basically, to spend wastefully.
That doesn't
or
make sense, though. I feel like when I say the prodigal son, it's like,
just explained exactly
the wayward
what
son
that
has come
means.
back. That's what I mean. That's in my mind. That's what they're thinking. I know what you're saying, but that's what it means to me.
I just explained where that came from.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to keep using my definition.
Okay, that's good. Which is nothing. You don't know what it is.
I know what
you
it
have no
means.
definition.
It means the wayward son who has returned.
No, that's what
It's
prodigal son means.
Yeah, the prodigal son. Yeah.
But that's two words, not one.
Yeah, but that's the only way people use it.
Okay.
Who's being like, you're being way too prodigal with your finances? No one. Never. Ever.
Because they don't know the real definition.
Yeah. You're like the loser out there that's like, technically, you're being wasteful.
Yep, I do that. Like when someone says begs the question, I'm like, don't you actually mean raises the question? Damn,
True.
that guy. Yeah.
All right, go. Read this right here. This is a whole thing on screen. Wow, look at it.
I don't have my glasses on, but Destiny's defending genocide. Do you regret fixing that bridge? He said that he's pro-Israel. He literally said on stream he hopes the genocide happens. Yes, I do. Zan told me about that today. Gee, imagine getting your news from Xanderall. Jesus fucking Christ. He's a gross person and heard so many connections. Oh, and I heard so many connections trying to fix that bridge. That's cute. So she's like blaming me for all of the bridges that she burned, I guess?
There's not a lot of Israeli influencers out there these days. You're it. That's it. You're at the top of the food chain of defending
I'm going
the
to be
Jews.
distributing YouTube accounts when I'm in Israel, business cards.
Basically,
Subscribe.
I feel like kind of it's because of me. Really. I have created the greatest Jewish super soldier. If you think
you're
about
gonna take credit for that?
Can I? A little bit? What other name 3 other Jewish people that you've known for more than 5 years? Go.
Mr. Girl, Lav.
You haven't known them for more than 5 years? Neither
I
of
have
those?
known both of them.
You have
They've
not.
been deeply embedded in my lives.
They have not. Not more than 5 years. You're lying. Oh my God, it's just me. I'm the Mossad agent. I really am.
I'm sure there's somebody out there if we think about it. They'll get it in
Esports
chat.
Batman.
Is he really Jewish?
I don't know.
Yes.
I'm guessing.
Okay.
He's a lawyer after all. So probably like 50-50 odds.
Does it kind of I know them for 5 years, but we haven't talked in a long time?
No, because then they're not your friend.
Okay. So Reckful doesn't count?
No. Okay. I remember it was TwitchCon 2016, I think, or 2017.
Again, earlier every year. Yeah, go ahead. 2016
or 2017. We were hanging out and we hung out with Reckful, and he had his vocal headphones around his neck constantly.
Oh, those $2,500 headphones.
I have the same pair, and it's funny. I have the same headphones, and the band is so shit. The headphones are okay, but I had to go and buy a brand new band because it deteriorates. But anyways, I remember Sushia being wild towards. I don't remember exactly, but it was a crazy situation.
Shit, I remember this.
You do remember?
I
don't. I just remember something being wild. Tell me. Tell the chat. It's fine. Sushia, by the way, you're funny. You're a good person. Don't worry about all this. Go ahead. What happened?
Basically, what happened was we're
at a restaurant, right?
Yeah. Okay. So firstly, there's something you should know about Byron. Okay. I call him Byron. He's such a close personal friend of mine. Okay.
Me too.
So Byron was. Now I know everybody glazes the fuck out of him now because he's himself. So people want to all pretend they were his best friend, and you know he was the perfect person. Byron was a hugely Aspie autistic. Okay. Unbelievably so. Okay. One of the most autistic people you could ever be around. Right.
Yeah.
So now there are good sides of this and there were bad sides of this.
Mostly bad, to be clear. If you're his friend or even talking with him, he's like super rude.
Some people could deal with it though.
Super curt.
I could deal with it. Molina could deal with it. It was
yeah,
funny,
I could
but he would
deal with
lose
it.
his mind when he could deal with when he dealt with people they could deal with. He would lose his mind. Were you there when he fought with Molina over the camera thing?
Yes.
Were you okay? He was like I think he almost started crying by the end of that conversation. It was so.
He was a good guy. Okay. Oh my god.
Yeah, he was a good
so
person.
bad
Yeah.
talking about the dead. Like
Why?
this. I don't know.
It's funny.
People
When
would
I'm
say,
dead, are you going to say things like, "Oh yeah, Steven was never mean to anybody ever"? Like he was one of the most like
I don't know.
courteous, least abrasive
I don't
people.
know.
Like always had good matching colors in
Oh
his
my
tops and
God.
bottoms. Like
Yeah, he always dressed appropriately.
yeah. So okay. So anyway, so here we go. We're in a restaurant, and Sushia. Okay, God bless her soul.
God bless
okay?
her soul.
Are we on good terms or bad terms right now? Do you know?
We're in good terms with Sushia.
Okay, Sushia, God bless her soul.
God
okay.
bless her soul.
So, some people, when you meet them, I don't know why some people do this, but some people kind of like just they'll give a lot of verbal responses to things that maybe don't need them. So like you might be in the middle of a story, saying like yeah, and then I went here, and they'll kind of say things like oh yeah, or like okay cool,
Yeah,
okay yeah.
Well, that's active listening. That's what you call
Sure,
it.
you can call it that, yeah. But I think Sushia had done that for like the 10th or 11th time. And I think Byron turned to her, and Byron was like, you're just like Twitch chat.
You want to go there? I was in it for a second, and it was.
What is it? I don't know. Is there a chance that
Oh my god! I want to talk sometime. It's so annoying. Holy shit!
Oh my god.
I'm about to say what it fucking is.
Okay.
You have to be like, what is it? What is it? What is it?
I thought you guys knew and I wasn't listening.
I can't believe. What am I gonna say about it? What the fuck else am I gonna say? I was about to say what it was. I don't even want to tell you anymore. You look it up. I'm done.
Everyone's cool.
Fuck. Holy shit, dude.
Are you okay right now?
I need to go AFK, dude.
Be careful. Recover. Like you talk just like you're like having a real life Twitch chat, and you're so f***ing annoying, and he just like went the f*** off on
That
her.
was the wildest part about this. See, there was a lot of people that really loved Rekful because they saw this. It's not polished, but a different personality.
He was just very honest and authentic, I think.
Yes, exactly. That's how you see it. But in person, he could be fucking wild.
Which is fun. It's the same thing. He wears his emotions on his
you.
sleeve. Yeah, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not good. Yeah.
Yeah. But he did that. That was the craziest moment in that restaurant. That was the most awkward shit I think probably that I experienced within I would say if that was a day, probably 365 degrees days in every direction.
Do you think
forward
so?
and backward.
I felt like
that was the most awkward moment.
I feel like the Molina thing was more insane.
When was that?
I don't remember you being there.
Wait, hold on. What is this? Maybe I'm misremembering.
Okay, I don't know if you were there because I don't know if this was streamed or not, but 8 of us were at some restaurant or something, and when Molina takes pictures, she would take a lot of pictures or whatever, and she'd look at them afterwards. And Byron decided to share a technique or a thing where he's like, that on the iPhone you can take live pictures. When you take the picture, it'll take like 3 seconds of pictures. So you don't have to,
yeah.
And Molina's like, well, that's okay. I would just rather take all the pictures. And now Byron is the type of guy where if he suggests something and he thinks it's better than what you're doing now, you absolutely have to do it, or else he's gonna lose his shit. So Byron is like, well, no, like you should do this. It's like it's better. And she's like, well, no, that's okay. I just like taking a lot of pictures. And he's like, there is absolutely no reason for you to take multiple pictures. And she's like, that's okay. I like taking multiple pictures. And he's like, you don't understand. You are retarded if you continue to do this thing. It's so stupid that you would fight with me. Like, you understand that I'm objectively correct, that what you're doing is worse in every single possible way. You're not losing any video quality. It is worse. And she's like, that's fine. I don't really care that much. And then he's like, I am never, ever going to help you with anything. If you ever ask me a question about anything ever again, I will never help you with anything. I don't know why you wouldn't. And he was like almost in tears. I think he had to like walk away at the end.
Yeah.
Amelina's just like, that's okay. I'm cool. I'm good. And it was hilarious. I've never seen him get so wound up on a thing. Oh my God.
That was a based Molina moment with Rekful being cringe. And you know what's funny is today.
Yeah.
So I use Google Photos to kind of store my shit. And it's actually the most obnoxious when they're the live photos like that, because it's like starts playing and it's just and also they're bigger in file size. So Rekful was actually objectively wrong. If I could go back in time and change every live photo I have to not be a live photo, I would do it.
Of I actually super disagree.
Oh, really?
Because there are girls that have sent me things, and then sometimes I go back and look at them, and then I discovered sometimes this was like a
but
whole
you're
new
doing,
world to
like,
me.
sneaky
was I
shit.
opened a thing, and no, it's not sneaky, Lauren De Laguna. Nice try. But I would check the photo, I'd be like, wait a second. Oh my God, there's more to this photo than I realized, and it's actually like a 3-second mini video, and not just a photo. I'm like, wow, I just discovered a whole new thing to So, I actually appreciate that.
No, I think it's shit.
Okay.
It's annoying, and also they're bigger in file size as well, and they shit up everything. But for you,
well, also they're bigger in file size.
Yeah, Trim. It's a fucking video. Versus
You have like a
photo.
terabyte of space on your fucking phone.
Are you retarded? You definitely don't have a terabyte of space on your phone. How much space do you think is on your phone right now?
I had to guess.
Yeah.
I'd guess a terabyte.
Are you talking about like the space missing from the operating system? What are you getting at here, Dan?
No, Dan always gets the smallest, like 256 gig version of his drives. 'Cause he's a cheap
I don't.
And he
and I
doesn't
use
realize
Google
you can get
Photos.
larger drives.
I don't. I'm curious how much space you have. Go to your settings.
Now I
about
feel
this
like it
phone.
might be.
Yeah. Be honest too. Settings.
128, 256, 5. I feel like I get the terabyte version.
I don't even know if there is a terabyte version. But
Their thumb drives have like.
Go look. Settings.
How big is a terabyte?
Settings general about this phone.
Well, Dan, what are you getting at? Like the app, like consumption, like how much the
No,
apps
he's
take
talking
up
about like the
space?
total amount of space available on a phone.
I just think it's a worse experience. At least in Google Photos when I'm going through my shit.
Isn't that defunct?
Debunked? It's not something to
defunct.
What does defunct mean?
I don't even
Like, isn't that they canceled Google Photos?
No.
What do you mean canceled Google Photos?
Like the way that I don't know, there are different Google software they've released before that they're like, "Yeah, we're not doing this anymore." Like Google Chat for non-business as an app.
God, I'm just so. One of the things that I have a problem with is like, especially as I've debated worldwide famous academics, it's the burden of knowledge. When you just know everything, when you just when you're just like an expert in every single field, 1.02 terabytes. I just have the.
You're that guy.
I have knowledge
How
of
much did you
all
spend on that
things.
iPhone?
All things.
How much is
technical.
used? That's what I want to know. How much is used?
Don't worry about it. Hey,
that's what I want to know.
If I had to guess,
no, you don't have to guess.
I'm gonna guess.
You can go to storage.
Yeah, I know. I will, but I'm gonna guess first. I'm gonna guess I have 2 gigabytes used. maybe.
All right,
maybe
settings,
2 gigabytes.
General about.
While you guys get that, I just want to say, people calling me stupid in chat. Google Photos was discontinued on January 3rd of this year.
What?
Suck my dick.
What?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Before this application is discontinued on January 3rd, 2024.
Like, you're fucking retarded. It's probably the desktop app. Google Photos is going nowhere.
Oh, I've used about 80 gigabytes. Okay.
80 gigabytes. Yeah. Less than 1/10 of what you pay for.
But I'm definitely nowhere close to running out of space. And if some sectors on my flash drive die, then I'll have redundant sectors.
It does not work that way.
I could raid my own. I could partition and raid my own individual flat. Maybe I will.
That's interesting. I didn't know Apple gives you that level of control.
Oh, they don't. I have jailbroken my phone with my own manual firmware that I program
When's the last
myself.
time you were able to jailbreak your iPhone? I actually don't remember.
iOS 7. You believe me, didn't you?
I didn't. I didn't. But I knew you have no idea.
I did jailbreak my iPod. Does that count?
I jailbroke my shit once, and it was sick because you could do some cool shit with it.
Yeah, the iPod jailbreaking was cool too. Yeah.
But when was the last one? Actually,
no idea.
I feel like it's been a fucking minute. I would have to guess. Guess a year.
You could jailbreak, and I would say iOS 7.
I don't even know when iOS. I'm the year. What's a year?
Probably like 10. No. Probably like 8 years ago. I would say 2015. I feel like I haven't heard about
I think that's good. 2015. I think that's the last time you could.
When could you last jailbreak iPhone?
Also, I was wrong.
Oh no.
I know you were wrong. Like
no, but people say I'm bad faith, but I'll admit, no, it's the archive. The album archive feature was discontinued, not the full Google Photos. I apologize.
Jesus.
It's okay, Lycan. The strongest Palestinian soldier.
Stop. My God.
Is sitting right next to me. And also the strongest Israeli soldier just sitting, coinciding.
There's so much power in this room, Dan.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know even how to look this up. The AI is not giving me answers.
ChatGPT.
Yeah, it didn't give me a good answer.
What did it say?
An AI overview is not available for this search.
No, you have to use actually.
I don't even know how to do that. So
chat.openai.
You don't have to pay for it or something?
I think there's a free version. You do have to create an account though.
I haven't done any of that, so wow. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So we need to create. Oh my God, we can like outsource stuff. It's the outsourcing time right now.
For what?
All right. So we have right now for anything else the podcast, vodcast. That's not really a thing. I realized it's a word, but it's like no one uses it. So we just can call it podcast, even though there's video.
Okay.
We have some branding. You can see it if you go to like anythingelse.gg or if you go to twitter.com/anythingelsegg. But I feel like our logo is not there. Now the question is, do you think that you want to embrace the Miami thing a little bit or not? Because we're still early on. We can do whatever the fuck we want. You know, we could completely change everything.
No, I threw that out as just a random idea for theming, but I don't feel like we have Miami vibes.
I have Miami vibes. I love.
Yeah, but like the type of Miami vibes that people don't want to think about.
What is that, like Fresh and Fit?
Yeah, those are like Miami vibes. There are Miami vibes of like retired people that live in Miami, but
gotcha.
We want like hip Miami vibes.
But
I don't think we have those.
What do you think we're looking for in a logo?
Probably something like fun and cute and simple.
How many designers do you think are out there right now listening to us? You had to guess.
Right, like live right now?
Right now, at this moment.
My guess would be 20.
I would say close to 200.
No shot.
We got this. I'm about to tell you.
You mean like hobbyists or like
no,
actual
I mean
people?
actual graphic designers. I'm going to tell you.
Oh, graphic designers.
I'm going to tell you something crazy, and I don't know why it's the case.
Okay.
Actually, I do know. It's because I'm here. Okay. We have like over 50,000 people watching this right now.
Probably not. We probably have around 12 or 13,000, I guess.
You think that Twitter's just lying like that on the
My
internet?
guess is they probably count like every 10 minutes they do cumulative views or something. So
And it
it's
just
probably
adds
like
up forever.
500 to
And if
1,000.
you streamed for like a million years, you would have 1 billion viewers.
Yep.
I don't think it works that way.
Really? Have the viewership gone down at all as it started?
No, but that's because we get more and more entertaining as we go.
What was the website you gave me? Was it studio.twitter.com or what was the?
Yeah. Shut up, chat. You guys don't know. We definitely have 50,000 people watching us right now. Yeah, so a logo like that. Anyways, we're figuring it out.
Fuck, wait, hold on. What was the website you gave me? Was it studio.twitter.com?
Studio.twitter.com.
This doesn't. Oh, wait. Okay. I'll look. Okay. Do your thing.
That is actually the URL.
Okay. Well, it doesn't work now, so.
It definitely works.
It gives me like a media studio. I don't know what the fuck this is.
Studio.twitter.com/library.
Yeah, it sends me to /library automatically. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's just giving me weird
And then
shit.
you can click producer at the top.
Oh, that's it. Okay. I'm a fucking retard.
That's okay.
It's not.
All of us have senior moments. We're getting older. You know, if you think about it, with our experienced life, we're more than halfway done with our life. We're 2/3 done with our life. That's a wild thing to think about.
Mm-hmm.
2/3 of our lives are over right now, today, as far as experience time. Probably more than 2/3 if you think about it, at our age. That's a scary fucking feeling.
That's a weird. Okay, I would feel like my life is truly like probably like 1/5 over, or maybe 1/4 over.
Yeah, you're wrong. You're completely wrong in every way. Your
Okay.
life is, you have 1/3 left right now at this point.
Okay.
In experience time.
Okay.
Do you disagree?
Yeah,
And
100%.
why do you disagree?
First of all, I don't think my life really started until I was probably like around 19 or 20. So I'm already
talking about
axing out.
experience time as far as how long things feel.
Oh, the bullshit metric? I still
the real
I still
metric,
feel like
the actual
I feel like my life feels like it goes by at about the same speed.
Isn't it something about like when you're younger, your production of short-term memory is so efficient that days seem longer?
No, it's
I've never
because
heard that
everything
before.
is brand new for you.
Yeah, that's what I would imagine. But I would say that but my life is still like crazy new shit is happening like all the time. I feel like
it's a new girl every day.
I think my life is like crazy enough that I think that people it feels like Mr. Girl in Live were like 2 years ago, right?
Was it that long ago?
That's wild. It feels like
like yesterday.
No. It feels way longer ago. It feels like 10 years ago.
You're retarded.
Okay.
10 years ago?
Yeah, when I think Mr. Girl in Lab, that feels like forever. That was in Israel-Palestine ago. That was how many different like arcs and shit have we gone through since
2014? Things that happened. Let's see. This is what you're thinking.
We had a whole Mr. Girl report that took like 7 months.
This is when Robin Williams killed himself.
That feels like a decade ago.
It was literally a decade ago.
Okay. then cool. My feeling was right there.
Yeah, but that wasn't when Mr. Girl was fighting with you. It was when Robin Williams killed himself. Okay. 2014. Who else do we have? Obama was president, obviously. That's a long time ago. Do you think Mr. Girl was with you during Obama?
No, but Obama feels like it was 20 years ago.
Okay. I don't know what to make of all of this.
I'm just saying that when you fall into a rhythm and routine, I think that time starts to slip away really quickly. But I think if you're doing a lot of new stuff, I think it feels pretty fresh and it doesn't feel like you're...
Yeah, that could be maybe a little bit true. I still feel like probably 2/3 of my life is over at this point. As far as experience time for me goes by very quickly right now. I mean, I do mostly the same thing every day. I get up, take a shower, and get on the computer, do that. When my kids get home, I spend some time with them, have dinner.
You like that song, Fly Like an Eagle?
What is that song? What's the lyrics for that? How's
The
that go?
first thing's like, time keeps on slipping.
It does.
Into the future. You
yeah,
heard
but
that, right?
That doesn't really, I don't know if that specific.
There it is. He pulled it up real quick.
Yeah, I don't know if that specifically pertains
Can you
to
do
what
me a
I'm
big
talking about.
f***ing favor?
What?
Stop f***ing moving that without loosening the screw first. Because eventually what's going to happen is, no, up and down. Because what's going to happen is it's not going to hold the mic anymore. You're doing it right now. And then you're going to be like, oh, why doesn't it work? I'm tightening it over and over again. It's not working.
You know why? Because I set this up correctly. Okay? What?
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, he's so mad that I'm fucking with it. All right.
Hey, speaking of which, did you know that there's like almost another hour of this podcast that you're not going to see on this YouTube video? If you want to get the full thing, you have to be a Patreon subscriber, which you can do at patreon.com/anything else. You also have very cool things that you get in there, like being able to be on the live show viewer call-ins, suggesting the topics, and like behind the scenes footage. There's some really good stuff there. So yeah, check it out.
Some more Patreon exclusive footage. And here is my neighbor's cat ready to get into a fight to the death with Lycan's dog. He's a big pussy though. He's just smelling.
Fat. Like that's what it seems like. Because I'm looking at him like, does he?
Yo, fresh and fit, blue Andrew Tate. Fresh and fit, blue Jay Waller.
And it ain't just other men's cum stains. They got a lot of other weird stuff. Huh?
Don't know what's happening there, but my issue with that is the fact that she always comes from a male perspective and she claims to be a female. It just doesn't make any sense because it's like, listen, if you identify with being a man, just come clean. Just be honest, okay? Just come out and guys, the media is rumbling right now, all right? And what I mean by media, I'm talking about Manosphere Media right now. There is a bunch of rumblings between two content creators that at first we thought the beef was squashed and it was over with, to now it's full-blown warfare. And I'm talking about Abba and Preach in one corner versus Fresh and...
For the people that champion Islam, it seems like they do so in an exclusionary manner, that everybody has to be Islamic, that everybody has to be part of their religion, and that they can attack and kill people who disagree with their religion. Because I think one of the most beautiful things about the United States is the fact that we can tell a cop to f off, that we can tell a Christian to f off, that we can tell a Muslim to f off, that we can draw whatever we want, make fun of whatever we want, make porn out of whatever we want. And I would think that that is the coolest thing in the United States, and I think that that's what allows us to even do what we're doing here today.
Was October 7th a military operation or a terrorist attack?
So when you're paragliding in and you see a bunch of people partying, I mean, like, what are you thinking? Like, are you radioing back to base? Like, Mohammed, I don't know what to do. There's a bunch of partygoers here. Oh, I guess we just have to kill them all. I didn't know they'd be there. Like, take as many hostages as possible. Like, mow down as many you see. Like, we have videos we say it all comes from the IDF. That's not true. These dumb are recording videos of themselves.
You have to go to question. He didn't give a direct answer. Now, I ask a question to you guys here on the panel. What is the age of consent in Islam, you would say?
Guys, the way this debate is going to work is I'm going to basically ask an open-ended question, and I'm going to give each party 2 minutes or 2:30, right, to go ahead and give their full stance and then get uninterrupted, and then the other individual will go ahead and give their full stance uninterrupted, and then we can go ahead and do a back and forth after the first round, at least when the stances are made. The first topic we're gonna. Well, actually, you know what? Hold on. What the hell am I doing? Yo, we are so familiar with y'all. We forgot to introduce y'all ninjas. Yo, Desi, I'll start with you, man. Can you introduce yourself to the people for the people that have been living under a rock?
Yeah, I do politics and philosophy on YouTube. I'm far left or far right, depending on who I'm arguing with. And today we're going to talk about my Islamophobia.
Fantastic.
All right. Honestly.
Welcome to the show, Destiny.
Yeah, welcome back.
I'm Suleiman. I'm on Twitter. I investigate certain things, and yeah, same topics: politics and philosophy and theology.
Awesome.
First question.
First question, guys. I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to start the timer here. We'll start with Destiny's kicking it off. Open-ended question: is Islam the path? And I'll just leave it open-ended, and you can go ahead and take it you want.
I'm a big champion of American liberal democracy. I think that people like to push certain religions because things become trendy over time. But I think the important thing to keep in mind is right now, America runs the world. We don't just run it militarily. We don't just run it economically. We also run it culturally. And I think the reason why is because our values allow so many different types of people to come here. Like, just look at the four of us, around this table. Like, how many people here are from other countries or whose parents were immigrants? Like, the only country in the world where all of these different types of people, different types of religions, different types of ideologies can come together and then form a business in a capital-free investment environment and then broadcast that to the entire world on American invented technology is the United States of America. No Islamic country has done that. Ottoman Empire fell. Nobody's replaced it since. None of these Islamic countries are able to take as much culture as we have and kind of like mix them all together in the way that the United States has. And I worry sometimes that people that champion certain types of religions do so in kind of a militant way and do so in a bit of an exclusionary way as well. For instance, you should be able to make fun of anybody who you want. I think that you guys probably agree with that here more than anybody else. I agree with it on my platform, obviously. A lot of Muslim people don't agree with it. In France, when they did the Charlie Hebdo drawings of Muhammad, there were people that broke into that comic facility and they killed people because they were so upset that, people drew the Muhammad, whatever you say, praise be upon him, and they decided to go and kill the dude, kill multiple people in that attack. So I don't like the fact that for the people that champion Islam, it seems like they do so in an exclusionary manner, that everybody has to be Islamic, that everybody has to be part of their religion, and that they can attack and kill people who disagree with their religion. Because I think one of the most beautiful things about the United States is the fact that we can tell a Cop to fuck off, that we can tell a Christian to fuck off, that we can tell a Muslim to fuck off, that we can draw whatever we want, make fun of whatever we want, make porn out of whatever the fuck we want. And I would think that that is the coolest thing in the United States, and I think that that's what allows us to even do what we're doing here today. And I don't think any Islamic country or Muslim majority country has been able to achieve the world domination that the United States has when it comes to military, economy, and most importantly, culture.
All right. That's 2 minutes on the dot. Okay. Thank you, Destiny. Suleiman, I'll turn it to you, my friend.
Yeah, of course. So first of all, I agree with his analysis of America, right, and American culture in current times. When he's mentioned about advancements, that's right in current times, but then obviously that's failing to and it's ignoring the entire history, right? So what that demonstrates is you don't need to be a specific culture or religion, because if you look at history, it was many of the advancements that were made both in science, culture, literature, the Renaissance in terms of Greek philosophy, theology, science. All of it came from the Islamic civilizations, so that they weren't backward, they were actually visionary in the past. Obviously things develop, things change. In terms of Islam being exclusionary, that's completely not true. Like, Islam within or totalitarity allows all religions, cultures and psychologies within it. Now, in terms of what he's talking about in terms of freedom, I'm for all the freedom. The problem is we're seeing in real time that this propaganda no longer works, because in reality we've seen it. You speak against Judaism, you speak against Zionism, and they completely want to censor you. You're not allowed to mention the Holocaust in certain countries because you're going to be locked up, put in the gulags. You're not allowed to, right now in the United States, you can't even do BDS in 34 states because of Zionism. So as much as he wants to say it, it's not. And when you look at extremism, yes, there are extreme elements within Islam. One isn't going to deny that. But from a proportionate perspective, we've seen it, the extremism that's happened within Zionism. And so extremism is bred from different ideas, cultures, and it's even from atheism. We've seen the huge amount that's happened in terms of atheism. So extremism is everywhere. Now, in terms of Islam, I've got no issue with people being Muslim, Christian. They can be what they want, right? No problem whatsoever. My issue is when there's dual standards. So someone like Destiny feels pretty chill about attacking Muslims, no problem, all good, as long as you're willing to debate the ideas, right? But the same type of people basically lose their minds if you're willing to talk about Judaism. They'll call you anti-Semitic. They'll want to put you in jail. So there is these dual standards, and and Judaism has the same standards that Islam has. The only difference is someone like Destiny won't call them out, and obviously we know why. So when you say you run the world, I guess America does from a overt perspective, but not from a covert perspective.
Okay. I'll turn it over to you, Destiny. What's your response to that?
Yeah, there was the Islamic Golden Age. It came and it went. We got democracy from the Greeks. We got multiculturalism, and we got former expanded governments from Romans. We got the whole industrial age from Europe. We got the age of the Catholic Church. These civilizations come and they go, and we don't go back to them. Sometimes people have a lot to contribute to the world, and then we get those things, and then the world moves on. You just never turn around and go back. If there was such an Islamic Golden Age, and if Muslims contributed so much to the world and so much to world culture, why did they lose it all? What happened to it? Why don't we see them continue to dominate today? And so far as like in the United States, you can't make fun of Nazis, or you can't make fun of Jews, or you can't make fun of whatever. You can make fun of whoever you want here. The laws will protect you doing whatever. That doesn't mean you'll necessarily get hosted on any platforms. But I mean, again, like, yeah, there might be some platforms that ban you if you say certain jokes here, but there are certain countries that I go to where if I walk around with just a picture of Muhammad, I don't have to worry about getting banned. I have to worry about getting beheaded. I think there's a significant difference there. I think I'd rather be worried about Susan coming after me on YouTube than I would be about Abdel coming after me to murder me because I said something about his religion that he doesn't like. So, yeah.
I think you said Abdul. Okay. Your response to that?
So first of all, let's take the last one. So yeah, you may have to worry about Abdul basically being an individual who doesn't follow the rules of Islam and basically has its ego. Just like you probably be worried about Weinstein getting angry with you and stabbing you because you went against Judaism, or for example, if you're walking in Israel just because you're Christian getting spit on, or if you're basically a different religion, if you're a Muslim or Christian, being killed by Brett Weinstein or whatever the name is. So you've got this ideas in many cultures. In terms of what you said, of course, we received democracy from the Greeks, but you know how we got that information from the Greeks? It was from the Muslims. And you're right, civilizations start and end. So in reality, your argument is this is the current civilization, and based on your own argument, it will end. And actually, many historians say that the proletarians within any society become the dominant. And right now, according to even historical literature, the proletarians are the Muslims. So this could be a situation where they take over. But I'm not saying they should. I'm not advocating that. I'm just saying from a historic perspective, when you're looking at civilizations, civilizations come and fall. I have no issue. I'm not trying to advocate that Islam should take over. That's not my point. My specific point about it is whether you're able to, someone like Destiny, able to attack Islam, and he's fine. He even said, I hate Islam, sorry. But he would never say about, I hate Judaism, even though Judaism is much more extreme. Any problem someone like him would ever have with Islam, I've always explained and I've always shown that Judaism is much more extreme in all aspects, in all endeavors. So yeah, in terms of YouTube being banned, so yeah, you can deplatform someone, you can take someone's voice away, that's one aspect. But also we've seen the genocidal nature of extremist regimes, whether it comes from all religions or no religions, and we've seen that in real time right now.
I have a follow-up question.
Just a final point. There's a reason why we're on YouTube discussing this right now, and we're going to be talking about Zionism in Rumble, so that says it all.
Okay.
So can
I'll let you.
real
Yeah,
quick?
please
Yeah,
go ahead
just
and
real
then
quick,
I'll
like,
follow up question.
I mean, I'll shit on Judaism, but the problem is not many people care. If I go online and I start talking about, like, apparently Jewish people like bite off foreskins or some shit when they circumcise kids, like every Jewish friend I have or every Jewish guy online will be like, yeah, that's pretty weird. We don't really do that much anymore, right? That's what everybody will say. If I go online and I talk about like marrying or fucking 9-year-olds, or if I do like, here's a funny picture of Muhammad, AI generated, I've got like 5 million death threats in my inbox. It's not even remotely close. We can pretend that like we're just as worried about a Weinstein stabbing you for being Christian as we would be about Jewish. Like a Muhammad beheading you for being, Christian or Jewish. But I mean, where are all of the Muslims trying to immigrate to? And where are all of the Christians and Jews going? I don't see this reverse, like Christians and Jews feeling like they can find safe havens in these Arab majority Muslim countries. I do see a lot of Muslims from those countries trying to go to Europe and trying to go to the United States. And I think there's a reason for that.
Okay.
So just...
Oh, go ahead. To respond, go ahead.
So the first thing is, yes, you would be banned in all forms of social media if you said Jews try to basically bite the foreskin. I mean, Lucas Gage is a... I've
tweeted this out before.
Lucas Gage is a prime example of someone who calls Jews out and completely is banned. So you would, in terms of death threats, I mean, I've had a huge amount of death threats from Zionists, right? And I've had my name on a missile. So let's not pretend that this is only happening one way, right? And proportionally, there's 2 billion Muslims. There's only a small number of Jews, and yeah, the death threats are disproportionate. In terms of when you talk about Marinado, is someone like you as an example that you would be willing to mention that, and again, you probably and I know you don't know the epistemology and the hermeneutics behind that argument, but you wouldn't mention about Judaism, which literally says marry 3-year-olds. And this is an example of when we mentioned, as an example, when I mentioned in debates, they lose their minds. They'll block me, they'll try and cancel me. And this has happened on many platforms. So it does happen indeed. I think Weinstein, you meant Weinstein is like a Jewish name, so you probably just got confused there. And the last bit about immigration. So, of course, the reason people immigrate to Western countries, and not obviously Israel, is because due to Zionist agenda, basically Muslim countries have been bombed to the ground. Now, when there's certain countries that have basically not been bombed to the ground, we're seeing immigration happening. We're seeing basically people from Britain go to Dubai and go to UAE. So it's not specifically about that, but it's really about a 20-year, even longer, psychological impact of destroying these countries for Israel.
Okay.
I know we were meant to talk about that, but you brought
There's
up
like so many
immigration.
other things.
Okay, we'll get into that. I got one question, and then we'll switch over. Follow-up question, because we've already been on the topic. Is Islam a religion of peace? Who wants to take it first? And I'll go 2 minutes so you can take your stance, and then we can go from there. Who wants to take that first?
I can go first, I
Yeah.
guess. I don't
Start
know if we'll
the
disagree on this. My background is Catholic. I grew up in the Archdiocese in Omaha, Nebraska. I've seen a lot of different things between different Catholic churches. I've seen a lot of different things in a Catholic church. I don't like generalizing any one particular religion because it feels really silly to do so. If you look at the culture and how people operate in Saudi Arabia, and then you compare that to the people, the Houthis in Yemen, you compare that to absolute monarchs in the Gulf states, compared to the secular dictatorship in Egypt, compared to the Islamist dictatorship, the Ayatollah in Iran. Like, there's so many different types of Muslim people all over the world. Muslims in the United States are going to be way different. Muslims in Miami are going to be way different than Muslims in Dearborn, Michigan, or Muslims in Europe, in France and Paris, in London, England. It depends. Like, everybody's so different. I wouldn't say that Islam is a religion of peace, but I also wouldn't say that Christianity is a religion of peace.
What about Judaism?
Judaism is, I wouldn't say anything is the religion of peace. I think that people can be violent with religions and people can be not violent with religions. It really just depends on the individual actors. I do think that Islam kind of has a problem sometimes, and that Islam kind of has baked into it more political ideology, which I think can be problematic. But I mean, there are like 2 billion Muslims on the planet, and I think that they're, ironically enough, that was brought up in the last point, is like these countries have been destroyed. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Arabs have probably killed each other more than any Western intervention countries have, at least for the 1900s and onwards. So, or the 1920s and onwards, at least. So, yeah.
Real quick, Destiny,
So
if you're
just-
going to choose a religion to go to, let's just say you're going to choose a religion to go towards, which would it be? Islam, Christianity,
we know the
Buddhism?
Well, I feel like, damn, if Jews run the world and they're secretly in
Exactly.
charge of fucking everything, I feel like I want to be with those dudes.
Okay.
I feel like from all the things that I've learned about religion, I like Christianity because I feel like the coolest like cheerleader guy is Jesus, because he's super selfless. He's obviously strong. He's God. He does all this shit, but he like handles. He treats everybody with respect, even sinners. Don't judge the sinner, judge the sin. Like I feel like Jesus is like the prime example of if every single person on the planet could be a particular figure, he would be the one that you would want to be like. So.
Awesome.
Fuck the Jews for killing him. I'll say that, okay?
All right.
That's about to be criminalized.
I'll turn it to you, Suleiman. What is Islam a religion of peace?
I agree with his assessment actually in the first part of it, right? The individuals.
Let's go to Rumble.
It depends on the individuals, and also on top of that as well, it depends on the sects and ideas and ideologies, right? So I agree with it. In terms of Islam being a political ideology, again, this is like a false norma and false notion that's applied to Islam, because actually every ideology, whether it's Western or religious, has political elements in it. From Greek, from Plato's Republic to even current times, when you've basically got these scenarios happening. Actually, within the United Kingdom, Judaism actually has their own legal courts. They have their own police. So they have their own kind of political framework, even within Western countries. So when people make that argument, it's basically based on either propaganda, or they've seen certain extreme elements within Islam and assuming and basically applying that to everybody else. But everything else, I agree with his assessment. Okay. In terms of Arabs killing each other, that's also fake as well, but we'll talk about that. Like, I guess he's going to talk about Syria, but again, that was because of Western intervention.
Okay. Was October 7th a military operation or a terrorist attack? Again, the question is, or the topic is, was October 7th a military operation or a terrorist attack? I'll take it to, I think you started last time, so Destiny, you could start on this one, and we'll do a fire round at the end of this one, and I'll let you take it.
Yeah, a military operation seeks to accomplish military goals. If you're doing an invasion and you're a military, there's probably some military goal you're trying to accomplish. Hamas very clearly had no military goal they were trying to accomplish. The goal was to incite terror in the citizens. That's why thousands of rockets were launched at the beginning of the invasion. That's why when they cut through and they started going into Israel proper, they hit up kibbutzes, some of which had nothing to do with the military. They went to that Nova festival and they killed, raped, and took hostages from tons of people there. These people didn't present any sort of actual militaristic threat or have any kind of militaristic gain. The entire idea was to take, some 200 plus hostages back, every single one of these being a violation, by the way, of the law of armed conflict. And no, that's not the same as Palestinians that are facing detention in Israeli prisons, even though that argument is often made. So no, every single part of the operation on October 7th was just designed to instill and incite fear in the Israeli population. There was no reasonable military operation or goal that Hamas was trying to accomplish, and that's why they accomplished none. And it led to, as we've seen now, the reprisal from Israel in response to this with a war.
Okay. All right, with another minute to spare. Suleiman, let's turn to you.
Yeah, look, it was a military operation, right? You don't need to be a military to conduct a military operation. They're not allowed to have a military, right? So what the actual target was to go to the to do a military operation. The kibbutzes did hold military personnel, hence why that was their target. The Nova festival was never meant to be there. It was extended by a day without anybody knowing it. They were meant to go to the kibbutz, get the Israeli hostages, military personnel, and swap them for the Palestinian hostages that are kept in Israeli prisons. And they are the same because in reality, many of them have not been held trial. They've basically been kept there and they've basically been abused. The only difference is when the state of Israel does it, it's called prisoners. And when basically Palestinian does it or Hamas does it, it's called hostages. That's the only difference. It's just a difference in language. Look, that is the biggest fake news ever. Like, this mass propaganda has been debunked. There's no evidence for this whatsoever. I would like Destiny to provide evidence of there have been an actual real evidence of rape, because this is just like fake news that's been debunked, just like the 40 beheaded babies that we debunked, just like any baby being killed by Israel we debunked. So all of this has been debunked. They didn't plan to take 200 hostages. It's actually the opposite. They did not expect the Nova festival to be there. They didn't expect it, and they didn't expect the Israelis to react in the manner that they reacted in terms of killing many of their own hostages and so many of their own people. And so for that reason, you had a scenario where they end up taking many more hostages than they expected. And that's why even Israeli literature says that they've been trying to get rid of some of them hostages because they never expected to have such a multitude of hostages. And remember, all of our arguments are based on Israeli news. So really, the arguments are much stronger because this is even by their own news, they're making these arguments. One thing I appreciate what Destiny said is that they wanted to go after the Israelis, the state of Israel. And he is very much accurate in that, because he didn't say Jews, because in reality it was an attack on the state as opposed to a people, because the Hamas Charter is very clear that they don't have no issues with Jewish people.
Okay, turn to you. And again, the topic is, was October 7th a military operation or a terrorist attack?
Yeah, so the idea that the Nova Festival was moved today, this is a multi-day festival. I mean, you could look at all the flyers beforehand. It's not like this was just one day. And also the idea that it was moved and nobody knew. If that was the case, then how did the party people know to go to the festival? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, and also when you're paragliding in and you see a bunch of people partying, I mean, like, what are you thinking? Like, are you radioing back to base? Like, Mohammed, I don't know what to do. There's a bunch of partygoers here. Oh, I guess we just have to kill them all. I didn't know they'd be there. Like, take as many hostages as possible. Like, mow down as many mother you see. Like, we have videos we say it all comes from the IDF. That's not true. These dumb were recording videos of themselves. You have videos of people walking up and down porta potties, shooting in with their assault rifle. But maybe they think that there are secret IDF soldiers hiding in those. I don't know. Maybe they operate from porta potties in Hamas so much that they think the IDF does it as well. The idea of the 40 beheaded baby thing wasn't true. Israel never said it. This was a misreport by the media. If you try to trace down where that original claim came from, it originated from Twitter. It did not come from any Israeli reported source. Again, everybody can go look for it. You can go find it. That original source is not an Israeli source. We can say the mass rape propaganda, but I mean, we've got tons of eyewitness reports of hearing rapes happening and witnessing rapes happening. Now we've had people that were hostages that have come out who have said that they were sexually assaulted, and they know that other hostages were being sexually assaulted. And we've got a lot of charred bodies and a lot of dead people whose underwear were torn off, bodies where there was blood coming out of the vagina, bodies where the genitalia were shot over and over again. But the problem is that when you've got an invading, terrorist organization that is raping you, they also tend to kill you as well. It's pretty hard to get away from that. It's really funny when people say like, oh, like where are all of the rape survivors? Well, believe it or not, when an invading military force is raping you, they're probably going to kill you too. And that's why over 100 of the bodies that were found were charred beyond all recognition, but still kind of hard to explain why the legs were open and why the clothes were torn off the bottom halves of these bodies. Yeah, we can say that arguments are made all from the Israeli news, but I mean, whose fault is that? I mean, Hamas isn't open about anything. You know, when we go through and we try to audit Israel on some of these, massacres in the past or some of the bad actions they've done, we can only do that because Israel is a democracy and we have the ability to actually audit them. That's why Israel hosts its own criticism in the form of Bet Salem or in the form of Haaretz. What is the Hamas equivalent to Bet Salem? What is the Hamas equivalent to Haaretz? They don't host any of their own criticism. They throw people off buildings and they kill people who think that they're in opposition to the government there.
2 minutes. Okay. All right, I'll turn it over to Suleiman.
So in terms of Nova Festival, you misunderstood what I said. I didn't say it was moved. I said it was extended, and I provided significant evidence on my Twitter page that it was extended. It was meant to be 1 day, and then it ended up being increased to 2 and then 3 days. So that's what I said. So no, they weren't expected, not because it was moved, but because it was extended. In terms of 40 beheaded babies, I've done a thread on this. What you're saying is fake news. It was reported by a journalist. It was also reported by I24 News, which is run by a very good friend of Netanyahu. That's where some of this fake news about 40 beheaded babies was propagated. And by the way, there was 0 babies killed. The only people killing babies is the Zionist terrorist regime. So when you mention terrorists, I think you're talking about the Zionist regime. When you said that the hostages were assaulted, there's no evidence of that. Many of the eyewitness testimonies have been exposed. For example, Riz Cohen, he literally said, "Oh, I heard it," and then later on he changed his testimony to say, "Oh, I saw it." There was another guy who said that he saw 29 people being raped, and then again it got exposed as being a lie. So many of these eyewitness testimonies are by settlers or basically Israeli liars who want to perpetuate the lies. Look, they had GoPro cameras. They want you to believe that they had GoPro cameras and they malfunctioned, then nobody saw anything. So whenever these atrocities occurred, for some reason the GoPro cameras stopped working. It's the most ridiculous argument ever, but they want you to believe that. In terms of like people being charred, people were charred. We saw it. It got charred by Israelis when they were using Apache helicopters. As an example, 200 Palestinians were killed, or as they say, Hamas people, or the resistance were killed. And they basically counted them as Israeli numbers, and then later they found out, no, they weren't Israeli, they were Palestinian. So that's how they were killed. They were killed their own people as well as they killed them. And this is the problem. The Israelis killed many of their own people because they lost their minds when they came there. This is the problem that they don't want to speak about. So that's the thing about the time. And in terms of Israelis, you can't trust anything. They lie and lie and lie. Remember when they about Shireen Abu Akleh, they claimed that they didn't kill her, and then later on this got exposed that they did actually kill her, and it's only when it got exposed. So yeah, you can't trust the Israeli news. They lie until they get exposed.
2 minutes.
My argument about Israel was that if we actually had independent sources, the situation would be much worse. So even with Israeli sources, the lies are being exposed.
Okay. Rebuttal to that?
Yeah, again, I've never heard anything about the festival being extended by 1 day. It seems like there's a lot of people that were able to stay there, even though the festival was extended. But let's assume that all of that was true. Even if it was extended by 1 day, why kill everybody at the festival? There's no reason for that. If you show up and you come upon a festival and you're like, oh, it's not supposed to be here, why would you start killing them? We've seen the bodies. I asked you for the source on that, and I understand we're not going to have sources like right here in the middle of a debate, but that 40 beheaded baby thing did not come from an Israeli source. That's why you said a journalist, and then you said I24 News. I don't believe that there was an Israeli source for any of that story. A lot of it got spread around on Twitter, but none of this actually came from Israel. None of this came from the government. None of it came from the IDF. It was memes that started to get snowball on Twitter and then started to get spread around and people talked about it, but there was no actual initial report from the IDF or from any IDF person or spokesman about there being 40 beheaded babies. It just didn't happen. It was a meme that spread out of control on Twitter. You talk about Ross Cohen. I don't know if you're sourcing Blumenthal in the gray zone for this, but I looked at the testimony that this guy gave on day one. On day one, when he was talking to a journalist outside of an ambulance, he didn't mention anything about seeing any rapes. But that's because it was a 3-minute clip that went viral on Twitter that got cut from a larger conversation. If you find the original conversation that exists on Facebook, he literally starts talking about rapes right after that 3-minute cut. They just didn't include it in the original Twitter video because it was cut down for a time or something. I'm not entirely sure. When we say that we can't trust anything that the IDF says, I mean, we can run with that, but why would I trust anything Hamas says? Hamas literally put out a flyer saying that we don't kill civilians. We would never do this, despite the fact that dead Hamas soldiers are being found with documents on them, giving them explicit instructions on how to ask for people to take their clothes off, how to ask for people to come with them, or how to take people hostage. And then we've got videos of them taking people hostages. We've got videos of people walking up and down cars, seeing charred bodies and seeing dead people in cars. This was way before IDF choppers showed up and started firing. You don't think that any of the Israeli citizens that were walking up and down the highways, finding all of the dead bodies, you don't think that any of them would have noticed there were Apache helicopters that were raining down hellfire on any of the cars? None of this actually happened. There would have been people reporting it. There would have been people posting videos of it.
Okay. Turn it to Suleiman.
Oh, that's crazy. You said there was no Apache helicopters when we literally got the evidence of it. We've got Israeli literal news, Haaretz, saying that basically in Kibbutz Be'eri, they start shooting short artillery fire and killed 182 people, I believe, 118, I can't remember the exact number, but it was in the hundreds of people. Yasmin Porat says that they basically, when they were shooting and killing, they killed their own people. We've got eyewitness testimony from the Israeli side saying this, never mind the Hamas side. In terms of what you said, what you're not understanding is when the Nova Festival was there, they weren't expecting it. So then the plan wasn't there. What they didn't expect was for the Israelis to lose their mind and start attacking them and killing them and basically applying the Hannibal Directive in a mass scale. Hannibal Directive is they kill their own people so that they don't become hostages. That's what happened. So it wasn't Abdul, let's kill it. It was Epstein, let's not kill these. Let's not kill these. Let's just shoot everyone. Don't let any hostages out because we're gonna have to negotiate. That's actually what happened. In terms of Riz Cohen, I said to you, and it is his testimony changed. And you mentioned in terms of the hostages held by Hamas. Bro, as soon as the hostages came out, all of them were literally saying they treat us really well, they didn't abuse us, they didn't sexually assault us. And then what happened was the Israelis were like, what the hell? These guys are making Hamas look good, like they're treating them like angels. They're treating them so well. They're giving them food as they're eating food themselves. And then what they did was when they started releasing hostages, they kept a blockade. And they didn't let them speak to the media for weeks and months, to put the propaganda into their minds, to control them, to manipulate them and make them lie. That's actually what happened. You talked about Hamas having documents. This is the most ridiculous argument ever. Like, no one believes this whole fake, like, oh, we were left with a passport, we were left some documents. Hamas are very clear. The charter is very clear. They have no issue with in terms of Jews, Christians or Muslims. Their charter is literally saying that they want freedom for the Palestinians. So in reality, the Hamas charter is very clear and their actions are very clear. This was a military occupation, military attack to save their own people.
Okay. And I think Destiny, you went first on this one, right?
Maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you did. So Suleiman got the last word. We could do a lightning round if you guys are good. Then I got one more question.
Sure. Yeah, real quick.
Yeah, we could do a lightning round here. Then that way you guys can go ahead and have open dialogue with each other. I saw that you guys had some things. You had one too?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, for the hostages that came out
3 minutes
initially.
on the clock.
Yeah, the first 100 hostages that came out didn't say anything about mistreatment. Of course, because they only let people out that had family members that were still being held hostage. You're not going to come out and be like, yeah, they're treated us like shit there. I think they're raping everybody. And then all of a sudden
That's not true.
A lot of the hostages came out, yes, because they only allowed women and children of families to come out.
Some of the hostages were, but some of them weren't. And this was a fake news. But this was what Zionists made. They made the argument that when that woman came out and literally said, we've been treating really well, they were like, oh, husband's still there. And we actually checked it. It was fake news. So this is like the fake news.
You don't think there's any family members that are still being held from any of the...
I just said some of them
even
were,
if it's not family members, the fact that you would come out and start talking about the hostages when they release you, wouldn't it make sense to tell...
about it now then?
Well, now because I don't even know if there are any hostages left alive.
So
Israel just tried to do... No, because Israel tried to do a ceasefire where they wanted to trade 40 hostages, and for some reason Israel's come down to 33 because it sounds like Hamas doesn't even have 40 hostages to trade.
Well, the thing is, Israel has killed a lot of their own hostages. That's happened for sure. But in reality, what's happened is the reason they need to negotiate is because with the disagreement why no ceasefire is agreed is because Hamas want a permanent ceasefire, because the last ceasefire, what happened was when they got their own Palestinian hostages back, even within them 7 days, the Zionists took more hostages. So this is the problem. So it's illogical from Hamas's perspective.
Hamas has been asking for a 10-year ceasefire, okay, not a permanent ceasefire, because they want to qualify with 10 years because they still want to go to war with Israel in the future. But regardless, they don't have the right to ask for it.
That's not right. They want a permanent ceasefire.
You can't capture hostages and then make demands off of having hostages. That's not how military conflict works. And then when you bring up
but that's happened in the past because Israelis have hostages. Previously, what's happened is they've traded one Palestinian hostage for 1,000 Israeli hostages.
1.5 minutes.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Wasn't that the exact opposite? Wasn't that the start of 2008 where they had one Israeli hostage and they traded him for 1,000 Palestinian hostages?
That's what I meant.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Also, you bring up like the attack helicopters. You bring up the attack helicopters, and yes, because war crimes pay off. Yes, that Apache helicopters were shooting.
The Israelis were killing their own people.
Yeah, that happened in places where there were holdouts from Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad that were still fighting. You bring up Kibbutz Be'eri.
No, that's not right. That's not right.
Absolutely right. There is no.
Why were there 200 charred Palestinians and 100 charred Israelis? Because they weren't differentiated. They did the Hannibal Directive, and this is from Israeli sources. Israeli sources confirmed that they applied the Hannibal Directive.
Nope, they did not, because that Hannibal Directive has never been confirmed.
Haaretz,
that's why,
it's in Haaretz.
No, the Haaretz article that everybody cites, and I've read the original article on this because Blumenthal cites it in the
article. There's many articles.
Do you find it strange? Okay, if you're aware of that article, do you think it's strange that the article had that they had fired on some likely Israeli civilians without even putting that in the headline? Wouldn't that seem like a really big story?
Say it again.
In the article that you're talking about, because the original language is in Hebrew, I don't even know if this is published in English. In the Hebrew, they literally say at one point that they had shot, and there were probably some Israeli people that were still being held by Hamas.
Many.
It was not many. That word was never used.
How many were killed in Kibbutz Be'eri? How many were killed in Kibbutz Be'eri?
Total, or when the IDF came back
when the
through?
artillery started firing short artillery fire.
We don't know how many were killed after that.
Well, according to Harrods, it was either 118 or 181. I can't remember.
There's no shot that story exists. That is absolutely. You don't think that would be screamed for the wolf? We will. We'll look for it.
On when the baby was killed.
We will. We'll look for it afterwards.
Who killed Elias Cohen, the baby?
We'll look for it afterwards. But for Apache, I don't know the name of every single person that got killed.
Who killed the baby?
When the Apache helicopters were shooting at Kibbutz Be'eri, Kibbutz Be'eri is right next to the. It's next to the.
3 minutes, but I see that you guys are obviously very. I'm not going to end this, so I'll put another 2 minutes on the clock because I think this is important and hash out this discussion. Go ahead.
Who killed the baby?
The only
baby that was killed. I mean, they were talking about beheaded babies and killed babies. So babies are important. Who killed the one Israeli baby?
The only people that were getting. I don't know the name of every single person killed. That's great. That this is the one factoid that you've remembered. But we can all look this afterwards. So if we Google 187 Israelis killed by IDF Haaretz, we're gonna find a Haaretz article that confirms that, and nobody else in Israel, nobody else is talking about that, or
no. What the article will confirm is that there was short artillery fire by the Israelis, and in Kibbutz Be'eri, 180 people were killed at that time.
Oh no, hold on. How would they know who was killed before and who was killed after? If the Israeli response was hours later, how would they have known who got killed initially and who got killed afterwards?
No, because we've got eyewitness testimony. Yasmin Pora says that basically what happened was the Israelis were shooting indiscriminately. This was an Israeli woman. Yasmin Pora, you do know, is an Israeli woman. She did many interviews, and when they were getting exposed, they stopped her interviews and basically silenced her.
The shooting indiscriminately into the kibbutz happened after the initial invasion and they were heading out. Even your own narrative doesn't make sense because the IDF didn't respond in time. Hold on, the IDF did not respond in time to get to the actual Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad before they were already on their way back into Israel. If they were already there shooting at people, because Kibbutz Be'eri is going to happen. No, Kibbutz Be'eri is going to happen before you get to the festival. If they were already able to stop them there, then there's no way that they would have got it. It didn't make any sense.
Because you're trying to make the argument that the military takes one target and then another target. That literally doesn't happen. They literally attacked people at the Nova Festival, and they were at the Kibbutz Be'eri, and they basically attacked in the Kibbutz Be'eri. The problem is that from the chain of command up, top, down, and it's been confirmed by that lieutenant colonels give the command to basically attack indiscriminately because they weren't able to differentiate. There's even a report saying that what Hamas did was they were walking slowly. So because they were walking slowly, they didn't understand, they couldn't differentiate between Hamas and a civilian, and hence why they thought, you know what, we need to make sure that we basically take them out, and that's what they did. So in reality, that's what happened. So they did kill a large proportion of their own people. Look, some civilians were killed by Hamas. I'm not saying that. This isn't some kind of thing. But what I'm trying to say is the actions of Israel have demonstrated that what they did was they killed a significant number of their own civilians.
It's a factual disagreement. I don't think the timeline matches up. Hamas came in, and they went back. They killed them on the way back. They might have got
killed a lot of people.
This is what I'll do.
Directive.
Listen, to make sure that we can hash this out, this is what I'll do.
Well, it's a factual disagreement, so I don't think.
You guys, I was gonna put 1 more minute on the clock for each of them, so they can go ahead and give their timeline, right? And that's it. That way, that way can be both of them can put their timeline out. So,
but listen.
What?
I know who killed the baby.
What?
He knows. And this is exactly what I said earlier. If the United States isn't helping, you're going to get Chinese intervention. You're going to get Chinese intervention in Gaza.
That's an outside joke.
So she's a Zayo then.
This nigga, bro.
So this is what I'll do. Is 1 minute okay or 2 minutes okay for both of you?
I'm chill because I think people get both arguments.
I think 60 seconds to run through this.
That's what I'll do. So I'll give you guys both 60 seconds on the clock to give your timeline because this is very important. I want everybody to hear both perspectives openly without any type of interruption. Who wants to go first?
Go ahead, Desmond.
There's no advantage.
Yeah, so I think that like when you talk about the IDF killing their own civilians, it's a common cope that people use to try to hand wave how many people Hamas killed when they came in. The idea that Israel was killing people in Kibbutz Be'eri, but somehow Hamas was still operating in the Nova Festival, whatever, doesn't make sense. Hamas came through the fence, paragliders came over, and rockets shot. They hit up kibbutzes first. You can see the whole path and the whole timeline, and then they also went to that Nova Festival, and then they started driving back. Now, as they were fleeing some of the kibbutzes, there were some people that were locked. They've got these little emergency rooms that they hide in because of rockets that Hamas fires all the time over the Gaza wall. And as the IDF came in, they were already, I think, generally gone from the Nova Festival, but there were still some lingering Hamas elements that were, and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, that were fighting in some of these kibbutzes. And as the IDF came in, they engaged with and they got into conflict with some of the Hamas soldiers that were in some of these kibbutzes. And as a result, there might have been, I don't even know if a single Israeli death has been confirmed from that, but there might have been some Israeli people that had been killed while Hamas was operating there. But the idea that the IDF came in quick enough to be responsible for all the deaths in the kibbutzes, but then somehow missed everybody that was further into Israel, into the Negev, at the Nova Festival just doesn't make any sense. They would have never made it back to Gaza if the IDF was already there blowing people up at the kibbutzes.
Okay. I'll turn it to you, Suleiman, so you can give your side.
Yeah, of course. So basically, you had a scenario where Hamas came in, right? And then they basically did go to the kibbutzes. They went to various kibbutzes, Kibbutz, Be'eri kibbutz, and then various other kibbutzes, and many stationed military personnel, and they were at the Nova Festival. His argument is that the Israeli military will only act in a singular manner. So he'll first go to one place, then he'll go to another place, then go to another. That's just ridiculous. There was a multi-operational situation that occurred. They had the Apache helicopters, and the Apache helicopters were basically attacking and burning people from atop, and it was people who were trying to get back to Gaza, but they did do it, and they basically applied the mass Hannibal directive, because what the aim was is we don't want any hostages to do so. This is the directive that Israel have. The directive is this: we'll kill our own people because then we don't have to negotiate them as hostages. And then we've seen that throughout the history that they've done that. In terms of the kibbutzes, separate to that, they had people, and the Israeli claim is that they had hostages there, they tied them up and whatever it may be, and then the Israelis came in and they basically killed their own people. They basically started attacking Hamas, and then they killed their own people, and this is confirmed by Yasmin Park.
Can I ask one quick question? He can answer it. How were the bodies burned by the Apache helicopters? Are they like long-distance flamethrowers? Or if Apache helicopters are shooting guns and missiles, how are the bodies burned? Would they be exploded?
No. So in terms of the specific way, I don't understand how it works, but in terms of what you look at, what they did was they bombed the people. So if you look at the chart people, it was from the helicopters, it was from up top. So if you look at the actual cars, you look at it and there's artillery on the top of the cars. So how would that happen without there being a helicopter?
Because we have videos of us throwing grenades into the cars. We see them do it.
So Hamas has got helicopters?
No, they're just tossing grenades into the cars. They have their videos
on the
of
top
them
of the cars. On the top of the cars.
They came in with RPGs as well. We have videos of that too, of them shooting rocket launchers and shit when they come into the kibbutzes.
You're basically making the argument with 200 cars. If you look at it, it's a line of cars, significant line, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cars, and they're done with RPGs. That's ridiculous. It was done by the helicopters, it was done by the Apache helicopters, and it was done from atop.
And there's no video footage of that by anybody going there. Isn't that crazy? There's not a single person of all the people coming back to the cars, not a single person seeing like all the helicopters.
There's video footage of the Apache helicopters
shooting people in the Gaza fence at the wall.
No, that was outside the Nova Festival, because the Nova Festival, the problem with it was it was right next to the border, and so what they did was when they shot it right there, because that's the whole point. What people have got issue with the Nova Festival is, why would you hold also such a festival which is right outside the prison camp?
I'm pretty sure the kibbutzes are closer to the wall than the Nova Festival
was right next to the border.
Wasn't it like 10 to 15 kilometers away?
The Nova Festival was right next to the border. This is why people have got a problem with the actions.
No, people have a problem because they don't like it anywhere in the Negev or anywhere in the south. People don't like it. People don't like the festivals anywhere in the south. But they wouldn't be happy if they were in the north or in the middle of the country either.
The problem is when you're holding a festival right outside a prison, you're basically flaunting it in their face. But anyway, that's not the reason they were attacked. But I'm just demonstrating to you why it was right next to the border. That explains it, because this is some of the arguments that people were making.
Okay. All right, I thought that was really, I know we went out the time there, but I think it was really important to hash out both perspectives and get both sides out. This will be the final question. And this is kind of one I thought about while you guys were discussing. Does Israel run American foreign policy? I will go ahead and, because I've seen you guys kind of oppose this, but we'll go ahead and just ask that question, because that's really a big elephant in the room here, I think, that everyone talks about. Does Israel run American foreign policy? Who wants to go first on this? And then we can do so everyone feels fair. We can do a lightning round at the end where you guys can go ahead, and I'll put like 3 minutes on the clock like last time.
I can go first. Mine is going to be simple. Yeah, sure, I mean, I think the United States has an interest in Israel. I don't think that means Israel runs foreign policy any more than Ukraine runs foreign policy, any more than anybody else runs foreign policy that we've got an interest in. I think that Israel's an important ally in the Middle East. They are I think that our shining beacon of democracy in the Middle East. We trade with them a lot. They do a lot of tech work for us. We get a lot of information from them. They help us in terms of like securing other allies in the region and fighting against Iran. So I think it's pretty obvious why we support Israel, and the idea that we have like some unique attachment to them, or that we're like hypnotized or mind fucked by them into supporting them, I just don't think there's any evidence for that.
Okay, that was short and sweet. So your stance is that their foreign policy with Israel is no different than Ukraine or other countries that we have?
We probably like them a little more because of the history, but I don't think it's like anything more special than that. You know?
Okay, fair.
Okay. So we just like them a little bit more, right? So AIPAC is a prime example of how they run US politics. Basically, they themselves say 95 to 98% of the people that they endorse are guaranteed to basically get office in the United States. In addition to that, when you look at it, if you look at the actions, you saw it. Even now, people people from the right were basically against sending funding to Ukraine. But when it comes to Israel, it doesn't matter if you're left or right. Even the college protests being slightly more left or mainly more left, the people who were the Democrats did not care, because Israel controls American politics, both from the left and the right. And same with UK politics. It doesn't matter if you're Keir Starmer or if you're Rishi Sunak. It doesn't matter if you're Donald Trump or you're Biden. You are controlled by the Israeli regime. So what then happens is the actions of the Israelis are basically direct America on how to act, and therefore they direct the funding, they direct all aspects of it. It's why someone like Speaker Johnson, as soon as he comes in, despite the furore that he comes in with, he literally did not care about issues within America. Many Americans care about the border, they care about these things, but he actually went immediately and said, I'm going to give funding to Israel. It's not something that is like him slightly more. Like, who literally does that unless you're literally controlling the politics? I mean, in Twitter we have the something called APAC tracker, and it literally is, as soon as someone from America, a senator or congressman, makes a statement which is full on pro-Zio, you literally have him showing, look, they've received this much money from the Zios, they've received this much from the lobby, and everybody knows, and it's well known as well, intrinsically, not just from the financial aspect, that you literally have to be pro-Israel, pro-Zionist to have an opportunity to run for office. That is extreme foreign intervention. The irony of the same people crying about Russian intervention, crying about Chinese intervention, when a foreign state is explicitly and intrinsically running your country.
Okay, turn it to Destiny.
Yeah, I think that Israel is really popular with the American people. I think, unfortunately, 9/11 didn't really do a good job at PR for Muslims. I think there were a lot of problems related to that. I think the Iraq and the Afghanistan war probably put a bad taste in our mouths relating to Muslims, and I think that Israel just always enjoyed, at least since 66 or 67, like pretty broad support from the United States, and we just have viewed them more favorably than other people in the region. The idea that there's some special relationship that they have, or some super ability to garner support in the U.S., I just think that for pretty understandable reasons. I even look at the October 7th attacks. You get stuff like this. You get stuff like rockets coming over walls constantly. You get stuff like people that are saying they want to destroy an entire country over and over again. It's not really surprising why people in the United States would be more favorable to a democracy like Israel than they would to a Islamist theocratic regime in the Gaza Strip.
Okay. Turn it to you, Salim.
So first of all, 9/11, I mean, there's evidence to suggest that Israel was involved in that. So I don't know what that argument is coming from. Again, to cause Americans to go to the Middle East and basically cause destruction in the Middle East. You mentioned Afghanistan and Iraq. Well, I already explained it. This was done for the Israelis. You're basically providing evidence that American foreign policy is specifically for Israel. You mentioned October the 7th. What's October the 7th got to do with America? But it's because you, in your mind, you know that when you attack Israel, what's going to happen is Israel's puppy, America, has to jump in and basically protect it. That's literally the position that you're making. In reality, when you said that Hamas is an Islamist regime, I don't know what argument you're making from that, because if you look at the Hamas charter, they're very clear that their charter is based on equality, fairness, and justice. On difference to the Netanyahu regime, to the Likud regime, which is using biblical references in terms of explaining their actions, calling their adversaries biblical terms such as the Amalek. If anybody is using religious terms to strike or using this as a political religious war, it is the Zionist regime.
Okay. Destiny, your rebuttal to that? This has been one of the most civilized debates, well organized, man.
Yeah, I can't. There's like not really any way to fight against any of the claims, because there's not any meat to any of these. I mean, we can go over the 9/11 truther stuff. I kind of did it with Ryan Dawson here. I'm not really convinced that there's much meat there. We can go over the idea that Israel forced the United States to go to war in Afghanistan.
I'll do that if. Do you want to go into 9/11?
I'm not bothered about it. I had a question real quick.
That's fine.
Yeah. That happened recently.
Sure.
So, Sneeko.
Hold on, before we do this, because this is completely off topic.
Oh, sure.
Are you guys content with the discussion we had?
I don't think there's any special thing.
Yo, Don DeMarco, thank you guys for doing the Palestine-Israel debate. Probably one of the most civilized, well-structured debates, and thank you guys for being so civil and professional. Sorry, go ahead, Fresh.
So, you and Sneeko did a stream recently, and religion was brought up. Christianity, Islam, and there was a fundamental point that was brought up about Aisha. Age of consent. And you asked to go to question, he didn't give a direct answer. Now I ask a question to you guys here on the panel. What is the age of consent in Islam, you would say?
How do you know Aisha was 9?
Because I think it said she was like playing with dolls.
Now, how do you know she was 9? Where do you get that information from?
Don't they give the age in the Quran for her?
It's not in the Quran. Fake news.
Okay, where is it?
You tell me. You're the one who talks about it more than anyone.
I asked Sneeko about it because he was the one coming on as the
religious
religious
expert.
expert. I'm not Muslim.
No, you've talked about it. No, listen.
Yeah?
It's fine. You can talk about anything. When you talk about it, you should be educated on it. You've talked about it on social media. You tweet about it. I want to know where you got the information from.
Really easy. I got it because it triggers the fuck out of Muslims. That's why I bring it up. Because here's the reality. You can tell me that it's not found anywhere in the Quran, but when I bring up, hey, Aisha was 9, and I start getting death threats, it feels like people want to fuck 9-year-olds. That's the feeling that I get. Now, if it's the case that, like, where are you even getting this from, bro? That's not even true. Then they would
just say it. But instead, there's like literally a plethora. There's more defenses of fucking 9-year-olds from the world of Islam than there is from the entire world of fucking libertarianism. Okay, like when you go online, there's like 50 million different videos that talk about why Anisha was actually really developed for 9 years old, and the dolls she was playing with were actually like super Barbies for like adolescents or teens or whatever.
Listen,
like, I don't know
again, you're going into propaganda. The point is, you do not know where you got it from. So this is the problem when people don't have the education or knowledge. They literally try and blag it, right? So in reality, and this is the issue you have. You do not understand how Islamic epistemology and hermeneutics work. It is not mentioned in the Quran. And according to Muslims, the Quran is certain knowledge. And then you have basically other things, such as hadith, such as the opinion of the scholar, which is not considered certain knowledge. Some people agree with it. Some people disagree with it. It could be false. It could be true. It's not certain information. So when you say Aisha was 9, this is mentioned in hadith. But there is older alternative hadith that basically give the idea that she was actually more older than 9. She was 18. So if your position is that, look, having sex with 9-year-olds is pedophilia, I agree with you, right? But even though I've seen videos of you trying to basically
Isn't the hadith that it comes from like one of the, which hadith is it? Isn't one of the most cited, most trusted hadiths, or is this just one part we don't like of it?
No. So the hadith, so any hadith, and this is the problem, any hadith, what we have is basically passed on from one person to another, to another, to another. So any hadith, every single Muslim scholar will tell you, epistemologically, is probabilistic knowledge. Probabilistic means it could be right or it could be wrong. It could be true, it may not be true. And therefore, it has no tenets when it comes to Islam. So if someone was to reject, example, the hadith about Aisha being 9, he would not leave the fold of Islam because not rejecting the tenets of within the religion. So her being 9, so my position, she was 18, as an example, right? So because I think that hadith has epistemological issues, as well as the person who narrated that hadith has memory issues. So again, this is an attack on Islam. This is an attack on that specific people, anyone who believes the hadith, or for example the hadith.
Sure.
Because Islam is not mentioned in the Quran.
Why don't Muslims just say that then?
Because again, the problem.
Why is it that on Twitter when you bring up, why don't they? Because like you bring up like, why don't you make fun of Jews? When I ever bring up like, what about the penis circumcision thing? Every Jewish guy goes, oh, that's fucking weird. That's what I see. But when I bring up the Aisha thing, okay, well, I haven't found any Jew that wants to defend it to me. Okay, maybe that Rabbi Shmuley guy I've ever talked to him, maybe he would, because that guy seems fucking insane. But whenever I bring up anything on Twitter about like Aisha, it's like fucking World War III. It's like World War like Muhammad edition, where I've got like so many people.
No, you've admitted it because the reason when you bring it up, it's not based on academia, epistemology, anything like that.
It just triggers people.
No, you do it to basically attack people. So
yeah, I do. Because I think most Muslims in the United States and in Europe, I don't think they want to like, have sex with 9-year-olds. I don't think they would support that.
They clearly don't. And if you ask them, most people would say, look, the argument, those who even believe it, they'll be like, look, we accept it, but it was physically, emotional development is a different time. And I don't agree with these arguments. I'm just saying they make those arguments, but they say right now the development is later, mentally and physically, and therefore it should be much later. So even their argument isn't that you should have sex with 9-year-olds.
Sure.
The reason you get that response is because you specifically are doing it to attack a person individually.
3 minutes.
And so people are emotional. So people are going to provide an emotional response. That's
Can I add? The Quran 65:4. I don't know how that works, but you're saying that it proves that she was of a younger age, or
impossible. It's not in Quran.
Well, they're saying in the chat. I'm not really sure about that, but
fake news.
What he's saying is epistemologically in Islam, the Quran is considered the direct word of God.
Facts.
Every letter written in the Quran is true.
Facts.
Given from Allah or whatever. But hadiths are oral tradition that are passed down from other people, and the credibility of the hadiths and the interpretation of them can be called into question, and you can have like imams debating between the validity between
and
the hadiths.
And there's a mechanism to work out the authenticity.
Sure.
Okay.
I don't know how true that is.
Are you guys satisfied with that?
I think he brought up a good point.
Yeah.
If that was the case, why doesn't every other Muslim just say that?
No, because there are Muslims who believe that she was 9, and so the point is when he's attacking them, it's attacking them for their specific position, and so obviously they're emotionally connected to that position. So, but my point is, my issue with Destiny is he didn't know what he was arguing, where it come from, the source of it, and he didn't know the epistemological and hermeneutical reasons. He was just doing it to attack Muslims, and he's admitted that, and obviously hence why he gets the response he did.
Sneeko got real triggered. Pretty funny. It was fucking funny.
That's went viral though. Oh my god. Okay.
I didn't watch the Sneeko one.
I'll read the chat. Shout out to Sneeko. He'll be here.
What percentage of? I'm curious. What percentage of Muslims think you agree with that?
Agree with what?
With your hadith interpretation there.
I'll set the timer. 3 minutes.
So it's
3
a good
minutes.
question.
Well,
so
I'm just
right now or classically?
Right now.
So classically, I would say it's the vast majority. Right now, I would say the minority.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, right now the minority agree with you or disagree with you?
Agree with me.
So the majority of Muslims right now think that Aisha was 9 years old.
That's right, yeah.
Well, wait, then what the is the point of all this then?
Because I'm trying to explain to you. No. The point is because you have to understand how hermeneutics work, and you need to understand that what you attacking isn't Islam. You're attacking a certain position that some people have within Islam, even if it's the majority. That was my point I was trying to make. And actually, my position is a position that was held by a large proportion in the early centuries. So, for example,
So, well, then-
the
then it
person
sounds
who
like my
narrated
issue
the
then-
hadith, the person who narrated the hadith, his own teacher wouldn't take the hadith of him, as an example. So it wasn't accepted as much in that time.
Is that the guy with the bad memory?
Yeah.
Just so the audience understands.
Yeah, it's the guy with the bad memory. Yeah.
Okay.
So
all right.
Imam Malik, who was his teacher, who's one of the founders of Sunni legal theory, did not take that narration from him.
Okay. We still got 2 minutes on the clock. Anything else that you guys want to? Okay. I just want to make sure all parties are satisfied. That was a great discussion. I'll read the chats and we'll close this out.
Girl show.
Yeah. Cool. What do we got here? We got Destiny is Dayuth, Suleiman and Myra know what I'm saying. And Fresh beat the Ching Chong lying whore in court. You got this. Okay.
Thanks,
well,
bro.
yeah, man. I mean, when you got the truth on your side, there's nothing really that can
Yeah, I
happen.
mean,
what else we got here?
pretty much.
That's it. Cool. Yo, Destiny,
nobody's
Suleiman,
paying.
thank you guys so much for coming. Where can the people find you guys?
Yeah.
YouTube.com/Destiny. That's it.
You'll see clips of this on the
Kick.com/Destiny.
channel.
Yeah.
And Suleiman, what can the people find you?
Twitter, Sheikh Suleiman.
One of the biggest political commentators on Twitter right now, man. 500,000 plus.
And
And
I didn't know that Destiny was RP, man. That was awesome. Just kidding.
Hey guys, I hope you guys enjoyed this debate, man. It's probably one
No,
of
I
the more
appreciate
civil
that
ones.
Destiny is the first Zayo I've debated who literally didn't interrupt. I was ready for him to interrupt and start calling him a Zayo, and it didn't happen.
That's why I put the time limits in there, man.
You didn't get a chance for me to call him a Zayo.
Oh man.
A woman won't get bored if you have a scarcity mindset. And
Women have a natural abundance mindset, which is why they overwhelmingly initiate divorce and breakup. So what I'm saying is that guys need to also have an abundance mindset where they can walk away from the girl. So there's some semblance of the power struggle isn't as I guess polarizing, because most girls hold their leverage in most relationships, and guys have no power in their relationship. And what I'm saying
But
is that
I don't know how that's true. Like, women fare worse than men in almost every degree after divorces. So the
What?
idea of pretending...
What are you talking about?
They make more money. They have better dating strategies afterwards. Men just do better than women in almost every single metric post-divorce.
What? Bro.
Source. Hold on.
Source.
Hold on.
What?
Source. You can Google it. Financial outcomes divorce men versus women. You can look it up. But you guys know this on your podcast. If you were scrolling through Tinder and you see some dude is like, oh, single dad, that's like whatever. For some women, that might even be a plus. He's got a kid. He's a cool dude. Whatever. If you see single mom, what are you assuming? That she lives in the fucking Hamptons? That she's in Beverly Hills?
so you're telling me-
single mom. She's probably lit as no shot.
They get wiped up all the time, bro. Listen.
Single moms get wiped up all the time.
Come on.
Wait, then what are the single? Hold on, okay? I don't want to make it racial, okay? But like, we're a black community here, right? We're like single moms are getting wiped up all the time by other men. That's not true. Single motherhood in a lot of communities is like one of the most destructive aspects to families, and it's really hard for single moms to find another guy because guys would rather not raise another kid than a woman be willing to jump into the guy with his own kid.
Bro, are you saying a divorce absolutely impacts men more negatively than women? Absolutely. It's not even debatable. At
Look
this
at
point.
outcomes afterwards.
It's night and
It's not
day.
even debatable, bro.
Night and day difference.
Like, yo,
no shit. I know this. Tell them.
If divorce didn't destroy, if it didn't-
You guys are arguing it, but it's so funny because this is the one time where we can just use our feelings, and your intuitions are right. You're using your brain right now to try to think. I think single moms actually do
it's
really
not
well.
that.
We all know that's not true.
No, it's
Single
not
moms
about
get
that.
fucked.
Women fare a lot better post-divorce than men do, bro. And the reason why is because they get the resource, they get the money, they get the children, they get put in a better situation financially.
No, they don't.
Dude, they get the house.
Moms don't live good on child support. That's not true.
What?
Have you ever seen a bitch on child support? She's not living the greatest fucking life. She's not
What?
pulling in with her BMW like, oh yeah, I got my $350 child support this month. I'm ready to tear it up. This doesn't happen.
Well, we're assuming that they never got married, one, and two, they were poor from the very beginning. I'm just saying, in our average marriage, for the most part, the guy's making more money on some level, right? Let's say they divorce, and the woman leaves. She's getting probably the house and money, so it's kind of like she's winning. He is, on the other hand, in a car, or for example, in a friggin' one-bedroom apartment. He's done for.
You're talking about like the 1% of the 1% situations where a woman is like getting a whole house and child support, and this is like a fantasy story. Like, I'm sure it's happened, but this is incredibly rare most of the time, and everybody knows this. You're fighting really hard in your brain to try to think like single moms do well. Everybody knows that's not true. You guys even say single moms are use and abuse or one-time use only for fun only. You guys all say that shit. We all know this.
We're not saying single women, okay, single moms do better than single dads. What I'm saying is that I'm saying that single women, divorce hurts men more than it hurts women. That's my argument. It definitely hurts men way more because men have more to lose. And if it didn't, why are women initiating 80% of the divorces?
Because they must really hate the relationship.
No, because they stand to benefit from it way more than men do.
They don't benefit from the divorce more than
Incentivized.
staying married.
I mean, that statistic that I saw, of course, it fares immediately. It seems like the women are doing better financially. That's because usually women are not as earning as much as the men. But at the same time, there's also, if you look at the mental health rates, men are 8 times more likely to commit self-deletion after divorce.
True.
Eight times more.
Marriage is a good controlling factor for men.
8 times
committing
more. You're
crimes.
going to say that women do so much, are in a.
Are we going to use suicide as the defining
That's
factor?
probably
What
the best-
percentage of people commit suicide?
No, but it is a
8
factor.
times more?
It is a factor to it to show who actually suffers more from divorce.
Hold on. Suicide is affecting like point whatever percent of all men divorced. Income is affecting everybody. And in income, men fare better. In future relationships, men tend to pair up more often than single moms do. Like, these are just two stats that are
Okay,
true.
maybe it's 1%, but still, the fact that it's 8 times more reflects the mental health too. Just because only a small percentage of them are actually pulling the trigger, the rest of them must be way unhappier compared to the women.
I mean, they fare better by the numbers. If we want to say they're unhappier, we can find some way to measure that. But I don't know if I would
mean,
say
women just stand to gain more post-divorce than men do, which is why they overwhelmingly initiate their breakups.
I think
bro,
they
and
overwhelmingly
divorces.
initiate their breakups because they're unhappy with their relationships.
So then why get into it in the first place?
Because they were probably
And they
good in
also
the
stand to
beginning, like every
benefit.
relationship.
They're rewarded for
because
it because
they know once
yeah.
they get into it, they can break it and get away with
still
whatever
okay,
they want.
You will never find a one. Okay, you might find one or two, but overwhelmingly, you're not gonna find women that are like, oh yeah, like I got with this guy and I figure like, you know, if it goes bad, at least I get divorced, I get like child support and shit. Nobody thinks like that.
They're going to attorneys before they even get married.
Nope, no. That's overwhelmingly not the case. Nobody thinks like this. Like real women do not think like this. Oh yeah, like I can give this guy and like at least I know my divorce, I'll get like alimony and child support. Nobody, except for like the ultra rare 0.1%
To
crazy
your
people
point,
that like.
let's say they're not aware of it, right? The moment they say, you know what, mom, I'm thinking about divorce. Guess what happens? They get flooded. Oh, daughter, go here, do this, do that. They're gonna find out what they can do after the fact, and then they do it. So either way, they can find out and still do it.
Bro,
If your wife is asking, how can I get a divorce? Then the relationship's already.
if women didn't stand to benefit, why are so many women so hell bent on getting married? The whole like women want to get married, right? And if it doesn't work out, they can divorce to get the money. Like, bro,
Women probably
my
want to get
stance is
married because
simply
if you're gonna have a family.
My stance is simply this: divorce hurts men more than it hurts women overwhelmingly. From all aspects, whether it's money, whether it's paying alimony, whether it's finding another partner, because a single mom still will be able to find a guy to replace the dude to a degree.
That's not single mom dating sucks.
He might not marry her, but he'll still get
she'll get more options.
hell, benefits.
Still.
Yeah,
single moms get a bunch of options
on Tinder. They're booming, bro. No, we say don't do it, but they can still get options.
Yeah, there's a lot of simps out there that'll still take them on.
Yeah. Do you watch any of the dating shows like on TV or any of these like, bro, single mom dating sucks. It's like the worst
Doesn't matter.
thing in the world.
They have more options than an average guy.
They'll find someone.
I don't know.
And you pulled this stat that women do,
nigga.
men pay
Where are you
85%
dating?
of child support after divorce. 85% of the people paying child support are men.
There you go.
That's because most of the time the women are the caretakers of the kids and they take the kid. Of course
That's
they're
the
gonna.
point. So when
But because men aren't taking care of their kids, the man just leaves.
But hold on, what are the courts based on? The child's best interest. So who does that align to? The
It
mother,
aligns with the primary caretaker.
which is the mother, which
Because
means
sure, but if the mother's taking care of the kid, then of course she's going to be the primary caretaker.
so by default they win in divorce, which means they have a better option.
But the average child support payment in the United States is like it's like $400 a month or $450 a month, and like 50% of women don't even get child support. And $450 a month is not a lot of money. You're not living a life of luxury with $450 a month of child support, and you got a fucking kid to take care of.
That's if they are marrying an average man, though. If the guy's successful, even better. We're just saying the odds are not for men.
I'm just saying, I don't care about the odds. If we don't argue about that, that's fine. It's this idea that women are going into relationships like already planning out their divorce timeline. That's insane. Women will get more money from the man at the end because the man is usually earning more. But post-divorce, men fare better than the women. That's why the women get a little bit more money.
They fare better in what regard then?
Financially and in future relationships.
I still think a single mom has more prospects than a single dad, dude. 100%. Like women have more, bro. An average girl has more prospects than some of the top tier guys.
Prospects to.
But still, here's the thing.
Prospects to date are two totally different things.
You're 100% right about that. But they at least get the opportunities.
Yeah.
To put themselves out there in front of a guy, because yes, there's a lot of prospects of yes, but in that all those prospects are some guys that will definitely court them and take them seriously as well.
No, I mean like, no. I don't want to shit on single moms, but there aren't a lot of like ultra high value guys that are looking to wife up a single mom who's like.
We didn't say high value guys.
Yeah, but I'm saying they just have more options.
Sure, no, but I'm saying that like it's not like her dating options are vast. And if you look at the research, men afterwards will fare better in getting into relationships better than women do, who are single dads versus single moms.
But they're still broke though.
They're not. Why are they broke?
Divorce. It hurt.
Divorce doesn't break you all the time. That's not true. You guys are looking at the most extreme example.
Well, also 85% of men have to pay child support after divorce.
Again, the average child support is like $450.
That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money for the average guy.
If I'm making only $1,000 a month every 2 weeks, bro, that's a lot of money.
If you're making $1,000 every 2 weeks, you're not paying $450 in child support.
Well, you said that's the average.
That's the average,
I
though.
said that's the average, and you're giving me like the lower end of like what men are making.
That's a lot of money for a lot of guys who are watching the show right now.
Probably, but a lot of guys watching the show right now have never touched a girl in their lives, so. I'm sure they're fine.
Okay.
Focus on the issue. Come on.
No, this is important.
Give us the facts.
Because this
is an area where you can win. Give us the facts.
Garbage. There were no military operations in Crimea, in Ukraine, or on the border.
Crimea was captured. The whole thing is a military operation.
True. Correct. That is right. Notice how he doesn't counter what I'm saying. Wait, why do these guys touch each other so much? There's too much touching here. I'm uncomfortable with this. Even as a bisexual man, the amount of touching that's going on at this side of the table is driving me crazy, and it's making me uncomfortable. I should have wore a gayer shirt for this. Every single time this guy opens his mouth to respond to anything, there is no factual analysis. There is no substantive disagreement. It's just narrativizing and storytelling.
How do you not look at these three things and think like, wow,
where's the response to this? We should be talking about whether or not we think Donald Trump is a bigger dick than Hunter Biden. That should be the thing. We've seen Hunter Biden's. Why can't we see Trump's?
Will you just shut up for 2 minutes?
So hold on a sec. First of all,
it's almost like a blood libel.
Oh my God!
Given that Biden is the incumbent, Stephen, do you want to start us off?
Yeah.
Why is he good?
I think that Biden is a good president because I think that he's shown that he's willing to defend and strengthen our institutions. I think that the United States is only as strong as the institutions that we have. You can have parchment guarantees from constitutions that say you're afforded XYZ rights, or you're guaranteed in the United States to be able to do some particular things. But at the end of the day, if we don't have a government telling you that the food is safe, or this medicine is safe, or your car is not going to explode at the end of the day, I think that none of those things actually matter. The parchment guarantees. So I think that Biden has done a really good job at kind of reaffirming our institutions, whereas I feel like Trump is a bit more negative towards them. The second thing is I think Biden has done a really good job at being able to actually bring different people in Congress together to pass legislation. I think that bipartisanship is really important right now, considering how divided we are. You've got things that Trump said about infrastructure for 4 years that never got done. The closest we got to infrastructure building in the United States under Trump are tariffs, which are basically just taxes on our own citizens, whereas Biden was able to pass the IRA and the CHIPS Act, which both have fostered a ton of new manufacturing that's been happening in the United States, which I think is really cool because we're finally building stuff again. And then I think that the foreign policy under Biden, I think that our aims right now are a lot more noble than they were under Trump. I think that regardless of your feelings, our participation with supporting Ukraine against Russia or supporting Israel against the situation in the Middle East is a lot more defensible than endless drone wars that we're trying to hide in Yemen, fighting in Syria, whatever other, the photo opportunities with North Korea, the back and forth with Iran, whatever kind of mixed bag of undermining the United States.
Am I sick? Your voice sounds a bit scrappy. It's probably just because we're using lapel mics and they're just whatever. It's the mic tuning. And maybe the compression. Maybe August compressed this video.
United States Trump was involved in when it came to U.S. foreign policy under him. So those would be my three big ones. I think defensive institutions, ability to bipartisanly pass legislation, and then more noble foreign policy aims.
Perfect. I will come back to you to probe at some of those things. Seb, what's your case for Trump?
He loves America. He doesn't hate America. It's really that.
Something that's funny is that if you watch me prepare for this debate by watching literally one video of his, which was his conversations that he had, or was it a debate or the resolution stuff that he did?
But I find it strange.
He basically uses the exact same talking points. I don't know if, I guess I use a lot of the same talking points, but it's funny because he repeats them almost verbatim.
Simple.
What's your case for Trump?
He loves America. He doesn't hate America. It's really that simple. And he understands the institutions are either broken or corrupt. And he's not a member of the political elite. He wasn't in politics for 47 years like the current incumbent in the White House. He is not part of the quote-unquote political elite that clearly detests our nation and Judeo-Christian civilization. There's a reason that working-class Americans from across the nation voted for him in 2016. There's a reason that recently in Harlem, we saw what? We saw a black 10-year-old child chant out, "We love you, Trump," which was then picked up by all the
So
adults
cringe.
around that young boy.
Like, does this like? It's hard for me when I think of like things I need to counter because I'm like, this is so obviously sounds fucking stupid. Are we really going by like the one interaction? Like, is this convincing to anybody? Like, is this a serious argument right now? PhD political science, really?
You Trump, which was then picked up by all the adults around that young boy because they see in that man authenticity. He's not a machine career politician. He's not somebody with 21 shell companies funneling money from communist China, Russia, the Ukraine, into his son's dodgy dealings and then into the Biden family. He has authenticity and he loves America. The first time I met him, I've told this story on your show previously, I grew up in the UK. It was a very different culture for me to meet this reality TV star in his, golden tower in New York. But within 30 seconds of sitting down with this man, I realized two things. He loves America and he hates political correctness. That is the antithesis of the political class, whether it's rhino fake Republicans or the institutionalized Democrats. And that's why he's trouncing Biden in every significant poll in America. People see a man who understands America has lost its way. The elite on both sides of the aisle have betrayed especially American workers, and we need to fix it. That's why.
And is it really true that like the Biden and the people around him hate America? I mean, isn't that an extraordinary claim to make, Seb?
It is. It's kind of perverse, but if you look at everything they've done for the last 3.5 years, answer the question thusly. What else would you do for
Do you always notice the cameras and lighting when you do these things to get ideas for progress? Yeah, I'm pretty much always checking out like cameras and lighting now, yeah. But I see how like most people set things up. It's pretty standard, yeah.
3.5 years, if your ostensible goal was actually to destroy America, what would you do differently? Nothing. You'd open the borders, you'd give billions of dollars.
I like these synthetic shots.
To the greatest state-sponsored terrorism in the world.
Oh, that's really cute. Oh, wait, look at this. So this shot is a composition of two other shots that they have cut together, but they've like faded one into the other. I wonder how they make this look as it does, because his hand, it almost looks like he's in my frame. That's cute. I think the synthetic shots are better than the wides. Although in this case, the wide kind of works because they've got the lighting set up on both, like they've got like the blue and the red, and then they've got a guy in the middle. So the wide here is okay, although the wide is a significantly worse shot than the normal 2, and then even the synthetic, I think, yeah.
Goal was actually to destroy America. What would you do differently? Nothing. You'd open the borders, you'd give billions of dollars to the greatest state-sponsored terrorism in the world, Iran, that every Friday chants death to America. You'd undermine our relationship with our closest ally in the Middle East, Israel. Stop sending them the weapons they need.
The wide is really low. True, but it's probably because if it goes any higher, it'll hit the lights or whatever on top, yeah.
To save themselves from the bloodthirsty jihadists that killed more Jews than we've ever seen since the end of the show, at the end of the Holocaust. You'd make it harder for Americans to live their lives. When on the first day of the Biden administration, you ban the XL Keystone Pipeline extension. You say no more fracking, no more energy exploration on federal lands. And what do we have? We go from $1.80 a gallon of petrol to now we have in California.
What are you writing down when he's talking? Just key points. It's usually stuff he's writing down that I want to address. So if he says something, I'll write it down. I could probably upload my note. That'd be kind of a meme. That'd be kind of funny. Because I'm just on an iPad, I could scroll down. I usually wipe and redo it. But I'm usually just writing down like a thing he'll bring up and then 1 or 2 words to respond to it. So if somebody says like Trump, he says like Trump loves America. I might write down like loves America and then underscore like hates immigrants or something. I might like write, this is an example. I might like write something like that down. So then when I'm reading it and giving an answer back, I'm incorporating everything he said into my answer.
California, $6. When you're a man who lives on how much it costs to put a full tank of gas in your car, if you're a worker, if you're a plumber, if you're a carpenter, you've crushed tens of millions of people. That is only possible if you hate the nation in which you live. Think of this thing. It's set up by one person. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to Sebastian. Listen to Biden's former boss. 5 days before he became president, he said, "We are going to fundamentally change this nation." I know you're a married man, Konstantin. Mm-hmm. Don't tell your wife you want to fundamentally change her because she won't believe you love her. You'll be on the couch or in the doghouse, okay? You don't love that which you wish to fundamentally change, and that's what the left has become.
Well, there you go. I'm getting marital advice as well. Stephen, there's quite a lot there. I'm going to come back to some of the points you made in your opening and let Seb probe them as well. But there was a lot there. Do you want to come back on that?
Yeah, I mean, I disagree with almost every part. I think that I don't think Trump loves America. I think it's pretty obvious that Trump loves himself. I think even Trump fans will admit that Trump is more in love with himself than any other individual entity that exists on this planet. I always think it's really funny. I think one of the most interesting things that happened with conservatives is this idea that they found a common man who's not a part of the elite to champion their causes, and it happened.
You got the contrapositive wrong, by the way. If you ever want help working on that formula, contrapositive is when you're reversing two parts of the same, right? Like if I say if I were to say like all men love war, the contrapositive of that would be all women hate war, right? That's a contrapositive? Or am I using that incorrectly?
Happens to be a billionaire real estate mogul from New York City that was essentially born with a silver spoon. I think that's incredibly interesting. When you talk about like...
Wait, no. It doesn't work like that. Contrapositive. You reverse the consequent. Would it be all men hate war, no men love war? Would that be a contrapositive? Contraposition. Hold on. Contraposition refers to the inference of going from a conditional statement into its logically equivalent contrapositive. Oh. Oh. Never mind. I've been using this. Ignore every single time I've ever said contrapositive ever then. Okay. So if I say like, all women love destiny, the contrapositive of that would be no women hate destiny, right?
Silver spoon. I think that's incredibly interesting. When you talk about like, I mean, we could go into family stuff. I think it's interesting that people are so critical about Hunter Biden when Kushner is signing multi-billion-dollar deals with Saudi Arabia, when Kushner was working in...
Hold on, but that's whataboutism, right? That's not, like, Hunter Biden could be a bad guy and Jared Kushner could be doing whatever you say he's doing. Those are not...
Sure, I'm not. It's not a whataboutism because it's not a defense of Hunter. I think it's more remarking that it's interesting what conservatives that are fans of Trump are selectively skeptical of. That if Biden had created a position in the White House for his son Hunter to work,
I shouldn't use the word interesting. I should say that it points to faulty reasoning. That's what I should say more specifically.
Under, and then he had sent his son to go and negotiate on behalf of the United States, and then afterwards his son was signing multi-billion-dollar deals for companies that he worked with. This is like Burisma, but 100 million times worse because it's in the official capacity as a government worker while being related to a president who didn't divest.
I guess all I'm saying, sorry to interject, I really want you to get the time, but I just, that argument could be played the other way. If Donald Trump had had a son like Hunter Biden who was doing what Hunter Biden did, everyone on the left would be outraged too, right? So
you could really hear many people on the left talking about Kushner that much, considering how crazy those deals are.
I mean, people have talked about it less. It's true.
Sure.
Anyway, I shouldn't have even let it significantly less. To pretend that talks about Kushner were anywhere near the level as the obsession with Hunter. Actually, has Kushner ever been brought up in any congressional things with Democrats? Maybe he has, and I've just missed it. But like the talk is nowhere near equivalent. Like.
Hunter Biden, I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene has pictures of him in Congress. I don't know if you saw that. In terms of like, what would you do if you wanted to make the country worse? I mean, I can think of several things. I would encourage my supporters to lead an insurrection on the Capitol. I would try to say that the election results weren't real. I would claim that the election was fake before even coming into office, which he did before his first term. I'd probably start to gain notoriety or popularity in the political world by suggesting that the current president was born in Kenya, not the United States. A lot of people forget, but that's how Trump initially picked up his popularity. It was with the birth certificate stuff with Barack Obama. I think that when you talk about like wanting to fundamentally change this country, I don't think Biden wants to do that. I think Biden genuinely loves the United States. I look at somebody like Donald Trump who undermines basically every single part of this country, whether it's the legal and judicial system, whether it's trust in the voting process, whether it's NATO, whether it's U.S. Impressions or the U.S. reputation abroad. Yeah, I think that Trump fundamentally has no respect for any part of this country. That's why he suggested suspending the Constitution so that he could look for voter fraud. It's why before getting elected, he said that people that burn the flag are one of our most important First Amendment protected rights, should have their citizenship stripped from them, which is insane. And I would also probably try to undermine the current sitting president and the current sitting Congress by telling them that they're not allowed to get things done on the border, because if we keep that as a real problem, it'll help me in the next election cycle, which is why we weren't able to pass any bipartisan border legislation to actually fix the asylum problem that we have right now that the current government's hands are tied on.
Despite the fact that it was so similar to the last Republican bill. I should have added that down, but.
Tab?
I just, most of that is just absolutely risible. He loves himself more than anything, any other human being on the planet. Yeah, that's why he's facing 730 years in prison right now because he wants to be president again. He could have just gone off back to his private life, running his businesses, but no, he actually said a few days ago, I'm prepared to go to jail and make that sacrifice any day because the Constitution is more important than my freedom. That sounds like a very selfish individual, absolutely.
Do you not think, though, I think it's a fair critique to say that Donald Trump is narcissistic, and so he would want to go back because he feels that he was badly treated. The reason he didn't get re-elected was the election was stolen, and he wants to show the world that it's a personal ambition project rather than
at the cost of going to prison.
Well, some people want to sacrifice themselves so everyone can see how they've been badly treated because they're so obsessed with, looking
Look,
right.
I'm glad we're so good at psychoanalyzing people from the outside.
Just saying. I like how it moved from me attacking Trump to him trying to defend Trump and then failing to defend Trump and then criticizing the analysis of Donald Trump. That was funny. Like, you notice the shift there? Like, initially, well, I think Donald Trump loves America. Really? I think he's a self-absorbed narcissist. Well, I don't think that's entirely true. And he's like, well, it kind of is true. He's like, oh, now we're psychoanalyzing him? It's like, okay, dude.
Because they're so obsessed with, looking
Look,
right.
I'm glad we're so good at psychoanalyzing people from the outside.
Just saying, that's what a lot of people would think.
But let's look at the facts. He wouldn't be where he is today if he wasn't running again. That's just, we know that.
Do you think these retards can even keep up with all your points in these conversations? These people literally live and breathe in one-liners. I vote Trump because one little black boy says I love Trump. Have you thought about trying to respond in simpler and more poignant counters? I don't really want to play that game of doing the rhetorical response. Maybe what I could do is just remind the audience that, well, he didn't respond to this or that, so I'll assume I'm right, instead of erasing my notes, moving to the next thing. Maybe that would be more effective, maybe.
This is an attempt to steal an election.
Actually, I should do that. Wait, rhetorical, what do we have? Because people don't usually respond to everything I say. That is true. They pick one thing and then go off of on their own tangent. Whereas I try to respond to everything the other person says.
Election before any vote is cast. Whether it's the Fannie Willis corrupt prosecutor in Georgia, whether it's the person, Letitia James or Alvin Bragg, funded by George Soros during their campaigns, because sadly we elect these people in America, and who campaigned on putting President Trump in prison. How perverse is that? And with regards to, he did it all for himself.
Your last debate with Omar, you went super hard. Why not do that here? Or were you feeling Gorka out? Did I really go super hard? I think I dropped 2 F-bombs. I don't think I went super hard in that debate, though. Or you're probably a newer fan, so maybe it seemed like I went super hard. I don't think But also, I was getting 2 if you went really hard there. And this is a topic that I now have extensive information about. And it's a thing that, I don't really care what Omar's opinion of me is. And if Ryan hates me, I don't think he'd hate me personally. He seems to be pretty professional, but...
Trump in prison. How perverse is that? And with regards to, he did it all for himself, and he did nothing for America or destroyed America. Do you have any idea how much energy costs?
You use the phrase, he's not even going to answer a lot. Do you think that's rhetorically effective? To me, it sometimes sounds like you're trying to drown out their answer, even though they won't actually answer. I don't know. I mean, I feel like I have to point it out. He's not going to answer my question. I think I have to. I think with Omar, I feel like it was effective, because I feel like a lot of people were saying that, oh, he didn't engage, but I don't know who knows. I have to be able to point that out somehow, though. You did not answer my question. But the problem is if I don't cut them off and if I wait, then they get to do a whole ramble where they're doing damage to me, and then I was like, well, you didn't answer the question, and then they'll do a whole other ramble where they do damage to me, and then I'll say, we didn't answer. The problem with countering what they're saying with you didn't answer the question is that it gives them the opportunity to ramble more, and rambling is your number one tool in these conversations, because you're not actually engaging with what I'm saying critically. You're just getting your talking points out. So I've got to be really careful, not letting people ramble. That's why I don't ask people simple questions anymore, because when I do, it just lets them ramble a ton.
Destroyed America. Do you have any idea how much energy costs went up under the Trump administration, just for average families?
The president doesn't influence energy costs that much.
He does when he shuts down fracking and all licenses for oil exploration on federal lands. Don't divert.
U.S. oil production is at an all-time high, so that's
absolutely not true.
It is.
Not true.
It is. We're energy independent right now.
Okay, you're making stuff up. Okay.
People
how much did energy go up? Do you know under Trump?
Are we counting the last year under COVID when the entire world was slowing down?
Over 4 years, how much did energy go up? Do you know?
I'm not sure.
4%. Do you know how much has gone up in the last 3.5 years under Biden?
I'm not sure.
28%. Who's destroying America?
So, but that's also a global trend. Inflation
But
isn't
also,
just
it's a
the thing that
function of
affects.
what we created. When we were in the Trump administration, for the first time in our history, we were net exporters of energy. Think about what that does for the lifeblood.
I don't know what people get this. I don't know where they get this talking about from. I don't even know like what the. I don't know where this idea that we're not producing energy or not producing oil or whatever like comes from. Like our exports are at like all-time highs right now. Our production is at all-time highs right now. Like I just our imports are at all-time lows right now. Like I don't know. I don't even know what else to say. You're just objectively wrong. You're just wrong. I'm like arguing with a guy who's telling me that the sky is purple. I don't know what to say. I don't know how I can possibly counter. Well, I know what the counter is. Or I'm sorry, I understand now because I was too busy living in when he brought up the energy and shit. I started thinking like math and not math. I started thinking like factually. What I should have remembered is a long time ago, I think Obama was stalling in permits on drilling or fracking on federal land or something, which I don't even know if that comprises the majority of all the drilling or whatever. I don't think it does, or like new permits basically. It wasn't stopping all drilling and fracking on federal land. It was like new permits or whatever. And I think Trump wanted to restart these or did, but I think Biden largely has as well. I don't think Biden stopped any of this. And the U.S. today is like doing more like oil exporting than we ever have. Like, and our energy production is higher than it ever has been. It's just wrong. You're just wrong. You're factually incorrect.
We were net exporters of energy. Think about what that does for the lifeblood. An economy requires energy. I know it's a scary, evil thing for the left.
I feel like it's one of the few times you can ask for a source without sounding like an autist. No, well, I like having people to fact check in a debate. That actually feels really good. What debate did I do where they did that? It wasn't with Emily and Ryan, right? Ryan said he was going to fact check me on a thing and then didn't say anything because he was wrong. I feel like I was in a debate recently where somebody was like fact checking. Maybe it was a little bit on breaking points where Emily would come in and say something. Maybe.
But oil and gas is how you run an economy. It's how you get food to people. So when we became the first time ever a net exporter, or talk about the other aspects of the economy. We had the lowest unemployment for minorities in the United States.
That's not true anymore. This is an old Trump talking point, but I'm pretty sure even minority and unemployment, that number that they love to hold on to so much, is better under Biden. But it's even lower than it should be, really. People think that like unemployment should be 0%. Our unemployment is really low right now.
Since record keeping began, and the lowest unemployment for women for 70 years. Look at what we have today. I mean, it's absolute. The fact that most.
Why is it that every time you debate these people with high levels of education, you destroy them? Does it black pill you towards intellectualism and higher education? Well, it's more, you just have to understand what this guy's doing. This guy is a political operative that worked for Trump, and he wants to get another job in the next Trump White House. So our education is not really relevant here. My guess, hopefully, listening to him speak and everything, my guess is going to be that if you pull him out of a hardcore political environment and give him stuff to analyze as an educated person, he probably could do a pretty decent job. But he's just got to repeat. He's like in a job interview right now for the next Trump White House. That's what he's doing, right? Can you not just ask, what did Trump do exactly to make energy only rise 4% instead of 20% under Biden? Like legislation or policies? I think that comes up later, but.
Families in this nation cannot handle a $500 emergency. They don't have $500 worth of cash. That's why Harlem is shouting, "We love you, Trump." I don't know if you saw President Trump after he had to leave the court last week. He delivered pizzas to the firefighters in Manhattan.
Like, what is this? Jesus Christ. Well, fuck me. He gave pizzas to firefighters in Manhattan? Fuck me, I guess. Like,
it's really interesting to watch that video, not just of how he was received by those people who run into fires to save Americans. One of the firefighters actually audibly says in the background, "Save us, Mr. Trump." That doesn't happen if the man's selfish and if the economy's absolutely superb. It happens when you let in 8 million illegals in 3.5 years to crush the working man and woman in America.
Stephen, even as a fair observer, you would have to say, and feel free to come back on the point Seb made as well, but the immigration...
Wait, what is this?
Yesterday, Donald Trump staged another scam.
The music.
Yesterday, Donald Trump staged another scam pretending to deliver pizzas to firefighters in New York. It turns out he actually re-delivered already delivered pizzas to the fire department. So you see at 5:34 p.m., 2 pizzas arrive. At 5:41 p.m., you see 6 more pizzas arrive. At 5:54 p.m., you see a staffer set aside 2 pizzas. Then at 5:57 p.m., you see a staffer walk 2 pizzas to Trump as Donald Trump arrives to the location. At 5:58 p.m., Donald Trump arrives to the location and you see him accept the pizzas from the staffer and then re-deliver them to the firefighters. And you can see the way Donald Trump is even handling these pizzas, that if there is anything even in these boxes, these pizzas are completely destroyed. The cheese is everywhere. It's a total mess. Then at 6:01 p.m., you see Donald Trump inspecting the pizzas. At 6:10 p.m., Trump leaves the cold pizza there and leaves the photo op. Another successful scam.
Wait, hold. Okay. I feel like the nice thing is just that the ex-president is handing us pizzas. Was the original did Republicans or did Trump claim that he'd pick these pizzas up and hand delivered them? Was that the original claim? I don't care. Yes? There's no way they originally claimed that, right? I don't believe that. Why do people act like unemployment isn't a market that needs equilibrium in order to function properly? Every time I hear someone hail low unemployment, they act like it's meant to be a score in a game because nobody believes in equilibrium in any market. Unemployment should be 0, minimum wage should be max money, everything should be like people don't recognize every economic thing has 2 sides to it, right? Every trade has a buyer and a seller, basically. Probably, actually, definitionally. There's always a buyer and a seller in every, or a trader at least, in every transaction. So, but people don't like to think of that. They only see things as one-sided. That's why you see the demonization of people that are on one side. And if the other guy is a demon, well then of course on your side it should be as low as possible. Rent should be as low as humanly possible, $1 each, because who's on the other side of that? Landlords? Basically Satan. Why the fuck would we care about what their takeaway is? What would be the point of making him show with pizza if not to make people think he was the one bringing the pizza to them? Isn't it just like a nice fun thing? Like, oh, Donald Trump is like, oh cute, he's like handing us a pizza. Like if I was outside a canvassing event and people delivered pizza, if I would like pick up some boxes to bring it in, it'd be like, oh, Destiny has pizza for us. Is the implication that like, yes, I picked these up myself from the place and I drove them down to you guys? Like, do you feel like you'll never get a good representative for highly educated people in these spaces? I mean this respectfully in regards to the perception of the academics themselves, but most successful and educated people on a given subject probably won't be debating about it on TV, shows, or the internet, right? Yeah, kind of, yeah. The people here are like politicians, or they're like audience captured, more so than like a researcher will be. That is true, yeah. But I mean, I blame academia for that. They should be more involved in these worlds.
And as a fair observer, you would have to say, and feel free to come back on the point Seb made as well, but the immigration issue, the illegal immigration issue, seems to be much, much worse under President Biden. Would you agree with that?
Yes, we're facing unique issues right now, yeah.
So why would you want to re-elect a man who has allowed this many illegal immigrants in, despite the fact that I think it's fair to say the vast majority of Americans agree that this shouldn't be happening?
I think that when it comes to border stuff or immigration stuff, I think that most of the disagreement, I think for America, I think we generally agree on most things for what the immigration policy should look like. The problem is we have a very unique problem right now at the border relating to asylum seeking, and the federal government's hands are tied in terms of how you can deal with those people. So with the way that the law works right now, if you're an illegal immigrant and you come up to the border, you see that like the encounters have gone up dramatically. Well, so is the actual catch rate of people coming in. Like not that many people are sneaking past the border guards. The reason why is because you don't have to actually sneak into the country anymore. You just have to show up between a port of entry, or maybe even at a port of entry now and go, hey, I'm here to seek asylum. And once you've done that, it's like a get out of jail free card, and you're basically, they have to take you in, they have to process you because of how the federal laws on the books are right now.
Wait, I need to check this out because I said because I don't remember exactly. Can you seek asylum between ports of entry? Can you seek asylum between ports of entry? Actually, this might be my notes somewhere. Let me check real quick. Wait. Search. Port entry. Okay, asylum. Refugees and asylum seekers. Refugees need a well-founded fear of persecution due to race, membership in the law. They apply for admission from outside of the U.S. This is for a refugee, but asylees, available persons already in the U.S. based on the same 5 protected grounds. For refugees, they can apply at a port of entry at the time they seek admission or within 1 year of arriving. Okay, so they can literally just come to, up to the normal border guard and say, hey, I want to seek asylum. Okay, yes, all right. Which is a huge problem, by the way, because then you have to process them as asylees.
And then because we don't have enough judges to actually go through all the cases, you're given basically a slip. You say, hey, please show up for your trial, and then you basically release them into the country. Some people will try to say that like Biden does catch and release, or we have like a catch and release law. But we don't really. It's like a combination of pretty complicated things on the books for how we deal with asylum seekers. Now, Biden and the Democrats in Congress wanted to deal with this, but Trump was literally telling Republicans in Congress, do not touch the border issue. That's why the bipartisan bill that Republicans had largely approved of a few years earlier got completely shut down because Republicans don't want to close this issue. Again, in classic Trump fashion, which is putting Trump ahead of the country, we didn't do anything about the border because Trump was telling Republicans not to fix a particular issue because he wants to win re-election. That's an issue that Biden and the Democrats tried to solve.
I should remember the name of the Republican that drafted this bill. What was the name of the senator who was irritated? Does anybody remember? Name of senator drafted immigration bill. We saw him on CNN Express. Oh, was it Lankford? I should have remembered this name. I need to do better at remembering names. I think he was pretty ass mad because I think he was the main person that had drafted this bill up initially, right?
You're a real gentleman about this, and I know you're not trying to zing your colleagues, but it's your colleagues in your party, sir, who torpedoed this, who didn't get the facts right on what you just outlined was in that measure. They killed it. Ironically, not Democrats.
Right. It was, and it was painful to be able to watch it. It got stirred up in all the presidential politics, and several of my colleagues started looking for ways. After President Trump said, don't fix anything during the presidential election, it's the single biggest issue during the election, don't resolve this, we'll resolve it next year. Quite a few of my colleagues backed up, looked for a reason to be able to shoot against it, and then walked away. I get that. That's a decision everybody makes in it.
And this isn't even a conspiracy, right? Like, this is like openly stated. This isn't conspiratorial. It's just like, this is what was said. Like, Trump made the statements publicly. McConnell and other people have made the statements publicly. Like, this is all public. None of this is like, you don't need to do any digging or inferencing. It's like all public.
My issue is if we're pursuing everything, we very often end up with nothing. If we're pursuing someone coming later to fix it, later seems to never come. When we have a moment to fix things, we should fix as many things as we can then come back later and fix the rest.
That's on Donald Trump, Senator.
Again, he's got an office that he's running for. He's got a campaign that he's running. I'm already in office. I've got a responsibility to be able to carry on this. I think everybody cares about the future of the country. President Trump has a bigger picture of a lot of other issues he's looking for. If we have a President Biden again, this never gets any better. And I think President Trump sees this as a moment that if this gets fixed, then maybe a few people don't vote. And then we have a whole host of other issues in the future. Again, he's got a task he's taken on, respectful. I've also got a task I've got to do. I've got to actually get this fixed.
Got it. Senator,
This is a politically masterminded response. My God, this guy was literally, is it Ocean's 12 or was it in Ocean's 11? Breakdancing laser scene. It was Ocean's 12.
Right, with no...
Like, literally through this answer. So how is it that Donald Trump is doing something horrible for the United States? Well, it's not that it's horrible. It's just that, like, Donald Trump has to run for president, and there are other issues that need to get fixed. So if we fix the border issue now, then it would mean that other issues won't get fixed in the future. But since I'm already elected, I have to fix the border issue now. So it makes sense that our incentives will be misaligned. But they're actually totally aligned because Donald Trump is looking... Because if Biden gets elected, it's actually going to be bad for other issues. Like, oh my fucking God. Jesus Christ.
So long to get some of these other 8 Republicans persuaded to your position here? Was it the overall nature of this bill and what was lost in that time period for Ukraine?
Well, that's a good question. You already know the answer. I think the demonization of Ukraine began by...
Destiny is full TDS, and I love it. The number one victims of TDS are people that have TDSS, okay?
Carlson, who, in my opinion, ended up where he should have been all along, which is interviewing Vladimir Putin. And so he had an enormous audience, which convinced a lot of rank-and-file Republicans that maybe this was a mistake. I think the former president had sort of mixed views on it.
Well, TDS stands for Trump Derangement Syndrome. And there's a lot of people with Trump Derangement Syndrome, where every time they see a criticism of Donald Trump, they say that somebody else has Trump Derangement Syndrome. In reality, they have TDSS, or they have another version of TDS called Trump Dick Riding Syndrome. But
The president had sort of mixed views on it. We all felt that the border was a complete disaster, myself included. And Chad, you remember covering the phases we went through. First, there was an effort to make law, which requires you to deal with Democrats. And then a number of our members thought it wasn't good enough. And then our nominee for president didn't seem to want us to do anything at all. That took months to work our way through it. So we ended up doing the supplemental that was originally proposed, which dealt with not all problems. It didn't solve the border problem, but certainly addressed the growing threats at the moment.
Anyway. Oh, but we couldn't do it.
And look, I want to hear Seb's answer to that and other things you're about to say, but just, I can tell you someone, look, I was born in the former Soviet Union. I don't live in America. I can promise you this unique set of...
Hold on, just real quick, you anti-American and I hope your entire family gets evicted from this country, you disgusting, un-American piece of shit. Why wouldn't he fix the border for Biden? Why? It's not about fixing the border for Biden, okay? You anti-American nitwit. When you're in Congress, your constituents are the American people, and you're supposed to do things for the benefit of the American people, not for future politicians, okay? Off yourself. Holy shit. If this was the Tea Party, you'd be going overboard with the boxes and you'd be tied to them.
The Soviet Union. I don't live in America. I can promise you this unique set of circumstances that you're talking about, like every other country in the world, pretty much except Western Europe, is able to have a border, right? You can't just turn up to the border of Russia or China and like walk in and then be like, oh, can I please? That's not how it works. It's not, look, the idea that a country has a border has not been controversial for that.
Nobody disagrees with this. These are such boring talking points. We need a border. Yeah, who are the open borders people? The 21-year-old white kids that all are identifying as Palestinian on college campuses? Nobody is pro-open borders in the U.S. No people in Congress, no presidents, like even the majority of the Democratic Party. Nobody's open borders. There's a meme. There's a meme position.
Very long. This is a very new thing, and the fact that the number of people has skyrocketed since President Biden was elected, you can't put that on the Republicans.
Well, I'm not putting anything on the Republicans. What I'm saying is what I'm putting on them is the refusal to fix the actual issue, which is passing legislation to do it. And the last huge bipartisan bill that died in the House was supposed to increase the amount of judges we have to work through asylum seekers. It was supposed to change the standards that we would use to evaluate people claiming asylum, and it would have increased funding basically for every part of the border
Wouldn't it be
security.
easier to just erect a physical barrier that prevents people from going into this country
No!
except at a port of entry?
No, it wouldn't do anything.
Why not?
This is the frustrating thing, because the issue is what I said. The issue, if you look at the vast majority of people that are coming in, and you talk about things like catch and release, it's asylum seekers. These are laws on the books that have to change. You can go to a border right now as an illegal immigrant and just like, hey, I'm like claiming asylum. Can I come in?
It's nothing to do with laws.
And then that's the issue that you have when you're trying to deal with our current immigration issue is the asylum seeking process. And you say that like, well, other countries have borders and they don't have to deal with this. When the Syrian refugee crisis happened, I'm sure you remember, because I think it was probably a big motivating factor for Brexit, even if it was in the background. There were tons of refugees that were streaming into Europe, and there was a huge crisis. You saw a lot of right-wing parties gain popularity because of how unhappy people were. In Sweden, you've still got residual issues relating to those immigrants. You had the AfD rising in popularity in Germany. You had Marine Le Pen becoming popular again in France.
I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
But the problem is that all of those decisions about letting those people in, they were political decisions. And that's why people are frustrated, because the decision to allow 1 million refugees into Germany was a political decision, after which Angela Merkel admitted that multiculturalism doesn't work.
Has Angela Merkel ever said that? What is the source for that quote? I'm curious. Angela Merkel. I wish I had more background for this. Multiculturalism has failed. Is that what the quote was? Hold on. Or what?
Decision, after which Angela Merkel admitted that multiculturalism doesn't work.
Multiculturalism doesn't work. Chancellor's assertion that onus is on new arrivals to do more to integrate into German society serves anti-immigration debate. This was in 2010. This is before the Syrian refugee crisis, so this couldn't have possibly been in reference to it. Was it something else? Hold on.
People are frustrated because the decision to allow 1 million refugees into Germany was a political decision, after which Angela Merkel admitted that multiculturalism...
Okay, so the timeline is wrong here. I wonder what this is in response to. Is quoted growing anti-immigrant, claiming the country's attempts to create a multicultural state have utterly failed. Speaking to a meeting... Okay. Hold on. So, okay. I'm curious what the full quote is here, okay? Sanctuary cities are not politicians doing what is best for their constituents either, to be fair. That is not just a thing the GOP does. Why do you think that? What do you mean, Bill Bradley? What do you mean it's not doing... Do you think that sanctuary cities aren't, like, approved by the people that live in those cities? Where do you think the mayors get their right to do anything from? How do you think they get into office? Angela Merkel. So the title is German Multiculturalism Has Utterly Failed. Now, in this paragraph here, we got Angela Merkel claimed the country's attempts to create a multicultural society have utterly failed. I'm curious what the actual full quote is. Speaking to a meeting of young members of her Christian Democratic Union Party, Merkel said the idea of people from different cultural backgrounds living happily side by side did not work. She said the onus was on immigrants to do more to integrate into German society. The multicultural approach has failed, utterly failed. Okay, so now the multicultural approach has failed, utterly failed. Merkel told the meeting in Potsdam, west of Berlin yesterday. Her remarks will stir a debate about immigration in a country which is home to around 4 million Muslims. Last week, this guy said, Here it says, Merkel said too little had been required of immigrants in the past and repeated her arguments that they should learn German in order to cope in school and take advantage of opportunities in the labor market. This is reasonable. Doesn't that mean that they added the word and that she didn't even say it? Well, that's what it seems like. Yeah, this headline is pretty sensational. What did Chancellor Merkel mean when she said multiculturalism has failed? She used the word multiculti, which is used to mean a particular type of multiculturalism, one in which different cultures are considered equal but remain separate. Also, the full quote is, the way multiculti has been approached has failed, completely failed. She went on to say that one should not only support migrants, but make demands on them as well. In the same speech, she also declared that Islam is a part of Germany. Jesus. I wish I would have had this background. Are there any German speakers in here that can confirm this, though? Like... I don't speak German, so I can't. Because this sounds, just going by what this person is explaining, that seems to jive more with her saying that too little has been required of immigrants in the past and repeated her argument they should learn German in order to cope in school, so that immigrants should do more. German source from 2019 translated. Okay. This is translated from German? Well, this isn't a transcript of anything. It seems like more or less the same type of article now. It's an interesting speech because it very clearly demonstrates the pitfalls of using sound bites and selective quoting. If you want to paint Angela Merkel as a xenophobe, you quote her as saying multiculturalism has failed. If you want to paint her as a traitor to the fatherland, helping Muslims to invade and wipe out the indigenous culture, you quote her as saying Islam is a part of Germany. It seems, if you look at the entire speech, that she was saying that Germany has done multiculturalism wrong. She thinks, or at least at the time she made the speech, thought that migrants should be encouraged to integrate more. They don't need to completely abandon their own culture, but they must adapt the German way of life. That sounds reasonable. Is there a link to the whole speech? Like... Angela Merkel, multiculturalism, failed, Islam, Germany, part. If it was a speech, there should be a transcript somewhere.
In Frankfurt am Main ist bei den Kindern unter 5 Jahren von 3 Kindern.
In Frankfurt am Main, 2 out of 3 children under the age of 5 have an immigrant background.
Haben 2 einen Migrationshintergrund. Und wir sind ein
We are a
Land,
country which, at the beginning of the 60s, actually
Anfang der
brought
60er
guest workers to
Jahre
Germany. Now they live with us, and we lied to ourselves for a while, saying that they won't stay and that they will have disappeared again one day. That's not the reality. This multicultural approach, saying that we simply live side by side and are happy about each other, this approach has failed, utterly failed. We should not be a country that gives the impression to the outside world that those who don't speak German immediately or who were not raised speaking German are not welcome here. That would do great damage to our country. Companies will go elsewhere because they won't find the people to work here anymore. That means that the demand for integration is one of our key tasks for the times to come. At the same time, it must be a German trademark to be a country that gives people here an opportunity. Okay, this sounds reasonable. This is why I don't trust anything. I feel like I can't trust anything I read, ever, anywhere, ever. Assuming this is the speech that this is coming from, and it looks like it is, October 17th, 2010. German speaker translation multicultural is very difficult because the meaning can somewhat change depending on who speaks and on what context. In this case, I'd say multicultural done cynically. Okay, whatever. Do you think that exporting the American idea of national identity has been a bad part of American imperialism since 1776? Anyone can be an American, but only since World War II, but only post-World War II did Europe bring immigrants. Seems like an overnight forcible change of identity, no? I don't think that that's true at all, but I don't know enough history, but intuitively, I'm pretty sure what you're saying is completely and totally fucking wrong. But I don't know the detailed history enough, but listen, we will once we finish reading all of our World War I stuff, okay? Okay, well, whatever, Jesus.
It doesn't work. It's not like the countries fail to have a border. It's that politicians choose to create a situation where millions of people flood into the United States.
I agree, but that's the choice that Trump and the Republicans have made right now when we've said, hey, we can change this with bipartisan infrastructure, or with bipartisan immigration legislation. It was on the books, it wasn't on the books, it was a bill, it was ready to be passed, it would have addressed all of these issues, but Trump told Republicans, do not pass this bill, I need this as an election issue, and he didn't, even though this...
Hold on, it does seem like she was essentially criticizing the number of refugees and how it was done, which was the contention here from Constantine anyway, right? No. When you're quoting, no, fuck you. That's too much charitability. No. The quote, the way that he said it, and in the context of this, made it seem like the number needs to dramatically decrease, okay? When you have conversations about immigration or integrating refugees or immigrants, the conversation is a sophisticated one. It's not just a matter of number. It's not just a matter of multiculturalism, good or bad. It's a matter of how do you integrate people in a responsible way into your society. That's what it seems like Angela Merkel was getting at. The idea of just, and it sounds like she was referring to the idea of, we brought a bunch of workers here in the 60s, we thought that we could just live side by side and do no integration, and we thought they'd eventually leave, and clearly that doesn't work. That concept is dead. What? That multiculturalism, the idea that you've got multiple separate distinct cultures in your society working and thriving together, that's not true. We need people to learn German so they can get jobs, so they can be integrated into our economy and into our culture. That's what it sounds like she was saying. Not, multiculturalism is dead, so all brown immigrants need to be banned, which is your retarded takeaway from it. That's what it sounds like the issue was, right? It feels like when somebody makes a statement that requires a bit of analysis, it's like you're getting sparkling, pure fucking Britannica tap water, whatever the fuck, but you have to pour it into a toilet filled with diarrhea before you can take a drink. Like that's the filtering that you're doing on some of these statements. Oh, they said immigration bad. Sorry.
This bill had, I wish do not pass this bill. I need this as an election issue.
If they refuse to do that, then what? Then kick them the fuck out. If you can't learn a language, I think language is important. I think you should have to speak the language where you go. I think that's an important thing. That's my personal take. Anything else, I don't give a f. You want to have your holidays, your women want to wear keeper suits, you want to cut your children's for whatever, for circumcision people. Actually, I am opposed to that one. But if you want to do any other weird whatever shit, go for it. But I think you should probably speak a language in a country. I think that's pretty important. Unless you're Canadian, French, and Quebec.
Issues, but it was on the books, it wasn't on the books, it was a bill, it was ready to be passed, it would have addressed all of these issues, but Trump told Republicans, do not pass this bill, I need this as an election issue, and he didn't, even though this bill had, I wish I could remember the name of the Republican that had co-authored this, but this is like basically a Republican-authored bill that would have fixed all of these problems.
I want to give you more time on the other points. But
I will say one also, just one quick thing.
We're truly honored to be partnered with Monk Debates, the place where the world's leading thinkers debate the most pressing issues of our time. The next Monk debate is one I promise you will not want to miss. The motion is anti-Zionism anti-Semitism? On June 17, British commentator and trigonometry favorite Douglas Murray and international legal expert Natasha Hausdorff will debate former MSNBC anchor Mehdi Hassan and Israeli journalist and critic Gideon Levy.
Cool.
To find out how to become a member and watch the debate...
You should do ad reads edited into the cut like this when the guest is gone. What? Like do an ad read while I'm debating? Like just say like, hey...
Debate live, go to
The USA doesn't have an official language at all, should it though? I feel like we should for English, but... That's just me.
www.monkdebates.com. And now, on with the show.
conservatives love to bring up the lowest unemployment for minorities under Trump and blah, blah, blah. We have the lowest unemployment for minorities right now under Biden. The idea that you would look at unemployment and use that as like a win for Trump, when unemployment under Biden has been the lowest that it has been in all of U.S. history, and it's after rebuilding an economy, not like soaring ahead of like historically low interest rates year after year after year, which kind of led into a lot of the issues that we experienced with inflation and having to tighten up interest rates and everything. The economy under Biden has done exceedingly well. It would be nice if we had a Democrat come into office that wasn't trying to clean up the mess of the last conservative. We had Obama come in after the end of Bush's presidency, which was the 2007 housing crisis, which was like an international financial issue. And then we had Biden come in after Trump's horrible mishandling of COVID. It would be nice if we could actually get a Democrat to come in and run a clean 4 years instead of cleaning up the mess of the last conservative and then still trying to compete on things.
Seb, obviously you heard my interjections about immigration, and I think they're fair, certainly from my perspective. But the one thing I have also heard, including from many Republicans who might be mutual friends of ours or people who are high up in the Republican Party, is that Donald Trump is playing politics with these issues right now in order that he has a better chance of winning. Do you accept that?
No, I don't. Let's talk about this canard that the left wants to fix this, and they had legislation that a rhino, a fake conservative, sponsored in the Senate.
Anytime you hear somebody say rhino, that should be like a key indicator to you that that person is deeply unserious, because all of the Trump movement are rhinos. Like, these people are, well, I mean, like, the idea that you're rhino stands for Republican in name only, and it used to be what Republicans would call disloyal Republicans, but the entire conservative movement under Trump is unlike any of like the conservatism that existed prior to Trump. So the idea that you would call like traditional Republicans rhinos when you are more out of step historically than what Republicans have ever stood for is just hilariously ironic to me. Just calling people rhinos because they don't agree with you is like so dumb. Like, if you want to do an analysis like, well, who's a real Republican? Nothing about Trump stands for what Republicans used to stand for. So if anything, is like, it's just so dumb.
Is that Donald Trump is playing politics with these issues right now in order that he has a better chance of winning? Do you accept that?
No, I don't. Let's talk about this canard that the left wants to fix this.
Wait, hold on. The Republican Party has their problems within, like the Democrats have theirs with progressives? No, that is not even remotely close. The Democratic Party does not have a problem with progressives. Progressives are not preventing us from holding a seat, a majority seat in the fucking House. Progressives are not destroying our ability to govern effectively. Progressives are not eating our party alive from the inside. Progressives are fucking annoying on Twitter, and they look bad on news because they're young kids. Donald Trump and the Trumples are like leading the Conservative Party off of a fucking cliff. That party is destroying itself right now. So the idea that, progressives are having the same impact in the Democratic Party, like, progressives don't even like AOC anymore. They have no representation whatsoever on the lawmaking side, at least federally.
And they had legislation that a rhino, a fake conservative, sponsored in the Senate. The legislation stated that if you sign this into law, you will allow at least 5,000 illegals into America every 24 hours.
This is what I was taking issue when that other guy came in here. He was saying, well, no, he was just explaining the cap differently. Bullshit. This phrasing makes it sound like we're trying to he's saying at least. That sounds like a cap to you? Fuck no. That is bullshit. And I reject the framing of Charlie when he came here and argued that. He's making it sound like the goal was at least 5,000 a day. That's bullshit.
At least 5,000 illegals into America every 24 hours. Of course, we're going to say that's garbage, that's insanity. The idea that they, in good faith, want to fix this. Let's just look. In preparation for today, I called up the former Commissioner of Customs and Border Protection, and I asked him, what is the situation like? Let's just talk about one statistic, because, 8 million illegals, it's hard to even fathom. In the last 3.5 years, they have intercepted 47,000 felons.
Okay, I don't know what this has to do with anything, but I wouldn't mind seeing your proof of your claim about Trump. I'm genuinely curious. I'm always wanting to learn. I feel like you've got better sources, and you know where to look better than me. What source about Trump?
At the border. These are criminals coming into America. That is a 99% increase over our 4 years in government. Let's just say 100% increase. Besides that, they found 160,000 felons, convicted felons, in America, including 4,700 murderers and 8,000 gang members, one of whom murdered a beautiful 22-year-old nursing student called Laken Riley in Georgia. A man who murdered her after he was asyleed in.
I don't. Do I even? Should I even like call this out, or what is this when we're just talking in stories? Okay.
To America by Joe Biden's system, was then arrested for endangerment of a minor in New York, and Alvin Bragg, the Democrat DA of New York.
Oh my God. Debate pervertry. I have to make an entry just because that's such a good thing. Death by 1,000 anecdotes. Cute.
Led him onto the street so he could murder this 22-year-old. Let's be clear. They created this. You're right. It's policy decisions. My parents were real refugees, real asylum seekers, because if my dad had gone back to the land of his birth as an escaped prisoner from a communist prison, he would have been shot on sight. You can't say 8 million political prisoners are coming across the border into America. And let's just use the stats of the left. The United Nations, hardly a hard MAGA entity. Human Rights Watch, not exactly America First. What have these organizations stated about the deluge, the invasion of illegals across our border under Biden? Between 50 and 60% of the girls and the women are being raped or sexually assaulted by...
I don't even know where this comes from. Should I look this up? 50% of women coming across the border being raped? 50%? That sounds like a really, really, really high number.
The coyotes, by the human traffickers. It is absolutely empirically a statement of fact that Joe Biden has become the largest human trafficker in human history. The party of...
Didn't you say before that the Gish Gallop isn't as effective as people think, as long as you can pick apart a few of their talking points? That's true, but it requires a bit of... Do I want to say bad faith? There are bad faith ways to counter Gish Gallops, and one bad faith way to counter a Gish Gallop is to just pick the weakest talking point and go in on it, essentially. But I don't like to do that because I want to respond to everything. I don't want to just pick. I have factual response for everything. I don't need to engage in that like rhetorical counter. I just need to make sure I remind people that the other person is not engaging with what I'm saying.
Come on, sir.
No.
Come on. He's not
numerically.
Come on.
Numerically.
No, that's not what I'm disputing. I'm disputing the idea that he is a human trafficker.
Totally. His policies.
It's happening under his watch.
His decision. Let's talk about what he said.
No, hold on. But he's not a human trafficker.
He is.
That's ridiculous.
His policies have made his government empirically. You can't argue with 12,000 illegals a day. 12,000!
To call someone a human trafficker implies they're doing it on purpose.
They are doing it on purpose. I'll tell you why.
What is
to call someone...
You can't argue with 12,000 illegals a day. 12,000!
To call someone a human trafficker implies they're doing it on purpose.
They are doing it on purpose. I'll tell you why.
I need to fight against this perception as well. You're not letting in illegal immigrants. Like, as it stands right now in the United States, we allow in 0 illegal immigrants per day. None are allowed in. They're illegal. That's what an illegal immigrant means. An asylum seeker is not the same thing as an illegal immigrant. Somebody could abuse the asylee process, but that doesn't make them an illegal immigrant. And letting somebody in under the asylum process doesn't mean you're letting in illegal immigrants. It's not really true.
Because they are so bigoted and so racist. Remember, this is the Democrat Party, the party of the KKK.
Oh, and then we do all the standard talking points.
The party of the Jim Crow laws. This is the party that, whose activist murdered the first Republican president, Lincoln, the great emancipator. This is the DNA of the Democrats. The Democrats are so fundamentally bigoted. They believe if we let in millions of illegals because they're brown-skinned, because they're black-skinned, when we amnesty them and give them naturalization and citizenship, they will vote for us because of their skin color. This is CRT at its core, critical race theory, and that's why they're doing it. This isn't an accident. You don't open the borders an accident. You know that.
Open the borders. Is there any punishment for abusing the asylum process? So I'm not sure if there is. However, chances are you don't really want there to be punishment for abusing the asylum process. Like, think about what that means. If somebody abuses the asylum process, at worst, you'd probably just want to add their name to a list so they can't come back into the country. But do you want to jail these people? Like, if you got 1 million...
their skin.
It means an asylum seeker is not the same.
They're doing it on purpose. Come on.
They are doing it on purpose. I'll tell you why.
What is
To call
his decision? Numerically.
Come on.
Numerically.
No, that's not what I'm disputing. I'm disputing the idea that he is a human trafficker.
Sorry about that.
His policies.
It's happening under his
doctor's
watch.
appointments
His
calling me
decision. Let's talk about what he said.
No, hold on. But he's not a human
He
trafficker.
is.
That's ridiculous.
His policies have made his government empirically. You can't argue with 12,000 illegals a day. 12,000!
To call someone a human trafficker implies they're doing it on purpose. Come on.
They are doing it on purpose. I'll tell you why.
What is
To call someone...
You can't argue with 12,000 illegals a day. 12,000!
To call someone a human trafficker implies they're doing it on purpose. Come on.
They are doing it on purpose. I'll tell you why.
I need to fight against this perception as well. You're not letting in illegal immigrants. Like, as it stands right now in the United States, we allow in 0 illegal immigrants per day. None are allowed in. They're illegal. That's what an illegal immigrant means. An asylum seeker is not the same thing as an illegal immigrant. Somebody could abuse the asylee process, but that doesn't make them an illegal immigrant. And letting somebody in under the asylum process doesn't mean you're letting in illegal immigrants. It's not really true.
Because they are so bigoted and so racist. Remember, this is the Democrat Party, the party of the KKK.
Oh, and then we do all the standard talking points.
The party
Fucking
of the Jim Crow laws.
retard.
This is the party that, whose activist murdered the first Republican president, Lincoln, the great emancipator. This is the DNA of the Democrats. The Democrats are so fundamentally bigoted. They believe if we let in millions of illegals because they're brown-skinned, because they're black-skinned, when we amnesty them and give them naturalization and citizenship, they will vote for us because of their skin color. This is CRT at its core, critical race theory, and that's why they're doing it. This isn't an accident. You don't open the borders an accident. You know that.
Open the borders. Is there any punishment for abusing the asylum process? So I'm not sure if there is. However, chances are you don't really want there to be punishment for abusing the asylum process. Like, think about what that means. If somebody abuses the asylum process, at worst, you'd probably just want to add their name to a list so they can't come back into the country. But do you want to jail these people? Like, if you got 1 million people coming to the border falsely claiming asylum, do you want to pay to keep 1 million of them in jail? Like that, you don't want to have that type of shit set up. You could try to fine them, I guess, but then what if they can't pay the fine? Are you going to jail them and keep them in the country? Like, if somebody abuses the project, you just want to kick them out and probably add them to a list and say you can't come back. That's probably the most you can do, which might already happen. I'm not sure. Yeah, but that's usually. But I mean, the punishment is you're going to be rejected and sent back.
That. And this isn't because of humanitarian stuff. Let's talk about why it's happening technically and why he is the largest human
Finish the
trafficker.
point, and then I want to say something.
How do these people come into America? Do you know what CBP-1 is, Stephen? CBP-1 is the app
this is stupid.
that illegals download on their way to America. It's funded by you and me, by American taxpayers. They're sitting in Mexico. They're sitting in the Dominican Republic. They're sitting in Afghanistan. And they download an app where they pre-clear themselves. You tick a box. I am Mickey Mouse, and I'm an asylum seeker. When you cross the border, you say, hey, I'm registered, and you're let into America. That's deliberate, Konstantin. That's not accidental, that's deliberate. And these people aren't political refugees.
Okay. Why didn't you build a wall when you had the chance?
We tried to, we were stymied consistent. You know what President Trump had to do? This is the insanity. The protestations from the establishment were hysterical. We had to repurpose DOD funds and say the border is actually a national security issue if you've got terrorists coming.
Completely off topic answer. Completely off topic, answer when you can, but thoughts on why at this current time period our country seems to be very divided on many topics. In my personal opinion, I think it's because of the internet. The internet is allowing us to filter ourselves into hyper-selected communities, which is not good. We shouldn't be able to filter that much. You need to be able to talk to people and interact with people that are different than you. And the internet is giving us the ability to avoid that.
Across the border, we had to repurpose national security funds to build the border and buy the steel to build the wall. That took us over a year. What does Joe Biden do? He comes into the administration, and the steel members that we had bought to secure the border, he sold them for scrap iron. That's why
is this true? I don't even know what the fuck this is about. I have no idea. This doesn't sound like it. Sounds like a meme talking point, but
deliberate, and that's why he's a human trafficker.
The talking points are funny. I think
they are funny. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. Hold on. Fuck. I need to put my teeth in. Why do you keep criticizing Trump's China tariffs? Hold on, wait. I'm sorry. It's a funny question because it demonstrates my theory of mind. Why do you keep criticizing Trump's China tariffs when Biden literally introduced a bunch of new tariffs last week? That's a funny question because you reveal in your thought process that if I'm criticizing tariffs from Trump, it's because I don't like them because they're from Trump, but I would necessarily support tariffs under Biden because I would support everything that Biden does. I'm not a fan of tariffs generally ever, at least used for economic reasons. I don't necessarily support tariffs under Biden, just like I don't support them under Trump. So your question is retarded because you demonstrated your own retardation in the question. One sec. Before I moved over, somebody said, the problem seems worse in the United States than other places. Okay, if I had to guess, I think that there is a bad phenomenon that happens. I've talked about this before. I haven't written anything about this yet. I'll add this sometime, okay? I think that there are times when you can have ideological congruency. So your ideas are basically the same as somebody else's. I think that this needs to adjust based on the size or locality of your group. So for instance, I would expect in a household there to be a very, 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 very high level of ideological congruency. Probably similar religion, similar many shared values, similar nationality, support for a country, similar language, similar political idea. Like for the most part, I would expect there to be a really, really high level of congruency in a particular household. I would expect there to be a very high level of congruency in a particular neighborhood, a pretty high level of congruency in a city, a pretty high level of congruency in a state, less, probably a lot less at that point, and then some level of congruency on the country. I think that the values that you have, they should become more particularized and with higher conviction the more local you get. So maybe for like the United States, maybe we have as a shared value between all US citizens, something like a support for democracy, right? And like the Constitution, I guess, maybe. Jesus fucking Christ. And then some tolerance of like different types of people or ideas or whatever. These are like broadly speaking, these are like very broad American ideas. Maybe like in a particular state, maybe you have some shared values around like some kind of cultural things. Maybe like most people in California like surfing or something. I don't fucking know. Or like as a Californian, maybe you feel proud about your agriculture or tech sector or something. I don't know. Maybe to get to a particular city, maybe you got a strong feeling about like, oh, well, I'm in San Francisco. It's probably a sanctuary city, right? Maybe you feel strongly about like immigration. Maybe you feel strongly about like weed or marijuana. As you get to your particular neighborhood, maybe you guys like feel strongly about like, I don't know, block parties. I'm just picking random shit. And maybe in your household, you feel very strongly about you like Che Guevara and Mao and Stalin or some shit, whatever. You're tankies. I don't know, right? I think that the issue that we've run into today is all of these circles that you have in the past were based on real locality in like the actual real world, right? I'm next to my neighbors. I'm next to my family. I live with them. They're my family. I see my neighbors every day. I drive to work and I'm with my coworkers or my labor union people, or I see my church community every day. I read the paper. I see what's going on in my city, my state, and then eventually the country. But I think the issue that's happened right now is there's a weird perversion where people are growing this center circle so much because of the internet that now people are expecting an ideological congruency that you would have only seen in households. They're expecting that to expand like across the entire country. Like this circle has become so large for people. And the problem is you're trying to incorporate so many different types of people, so many different ethnic groups, so many different cultural groups, so many different religions, so many different people. You're trying to incorporate all of them into this circle, and it's like fucking people's minds up. And somebody said it seems worse in the US. My guess is going to be just because in the US we're just a bigger country. I'd be curious for like India and China. I don't know what their internet looks like. If culturally, if they run into similar problems like this, or if they have other issues that are popping up. But I think that I think that the issue is that people are selecting for groups and then they expect this big ideological congruency amongst people that are nowhere near each other, right? Like if you might live in Los Angeles, California, and you might get upset because somebody in Arkansas doesn't agree with you on gay rights. And traditionally, that just would have never happened because these people aren't talking to each other. If you live in LA, you're not talking to, I don't even know what a single city in Arkansas. What's the capital of Arkansas? It's not Arkansas City, is it? Arkansas capital. Oh, Little Rock. Okay. People in Little Rock aren't usually writing letters or telegrams to people in San Francisco or LA, right? So you wouldn't expect that level of congruency. But now you do because of the internet. I think the internet is just fucking up a lot of shit. And in the US especially, because it's such a huge country with so many different people that are all on like the same internet, I think, yeah. Does that apply to interrelationships though? Do you expect most couple to share strong political value and most persons don't go in couple with people from different... I don't know what the fuck this sentence means. Does that apply to interrelationship though? Do you expect most couple to share strong political value and most persons don't go in couple with people from different political view? Run that one through the translator like 2 or 3 more times, okay?
That's why he's a human trafficker.
The talking points are funny. I think it's really funny. I think if you're listening to this in video form, I think you should rewind because I think Seb accidentally gave away part of the plot. It's funny because you described that border bill and you said that it allows 5,000 illegal immigrants to come in a day. Minimum? Wrong. That was the maximum cap.
No.
One of the issues that we face. I did, sir. I did read it. Let me finish. I did read it. You should read it as well. No.
So apparently it's capped at 5,000 with an allotment for 1,400 more, but more or less the same thing. This idea that that was the minimum they were trying to let in, though, yeah, fuck the guy that came in here, Charlie, trying to say, like, no, he was just, no, bullshit. I'm wrong on the precise number, because it was 5,000 plus 1,400, but he thinks that the goal was to have at least minimum 5,000.
Issues that we face. I did, sir. I did read it. Let me finish. I did read it. You should read it as well. No, I did read it. And it's funny because what you'd said later on was that we were seeing numbers sometimes in excess of 12,000 per day. The reason why that bill was so important, one of the things that would have been nice is it would have actually placed a cap on the amount of people that were coming in and claiming asylum. That 5,000 per day would have said that once we hit this cap, we are not processing anybody else. You could have the most legitimate asylum claim in the world, and we would not allow...
Why would there be a minimum anyway, so it doesn't make sense? Well, because in their world, Democrats are intentionally bringing in illegal immigrants to vote for Biden. That's their world. So, of course, it's a minimum because you want to keep bringing in illegals to change the election results. Actually... Oh, they would probably use Texas. I was going to say, what is evidence that illegals... Because I was going to say, don't most illegals go to California? Why would we need voting there anyway? California already goes super blue. I'm curious if, like, the proportion of illegal immigrants to the states that Trump lost, those 7 states that he gets super ass mad at, do they have a lot of... I mean, illegals don't vote anyway, but... Yeah.
You into this country, which was already about to be challenged by a ton of legal people around the United States. And I think the international, there were international bodies as well, because whether or not you can cap...
I think UNHCR and I think the UN in general, capping refugees is a really hairy problem. And I don't even know if that would survive international or domestic legal scrutiny. It's a tough one. We'd look this up, but it's hard to...
Asylum seekers is still an internationally debated topic, but that is what that legislation seeks to do. If you feel, again, so passionately about the border, why didn't we pass any bipartisan infrastructure or bipartisan immigration legislation? Why did Trump shut it down?
Because you have to have the other side acting in good faith.
You can say that, but
I did.
You did. If you really truly believe that the other side is at fault, then it seems like you need a candidate besides Trump because Trump wasn't able to get anything done when he was president. You just said it yourself that Trump had to repurpose DOD funds to do it.
This is a good point, but I shouldn't have gone into this yet. I should have just hammered home one more time. There was legislation on the table. What do you mean by not acting in good faith? No, I can't ask the question because if I ask that question, he's going to ramble off at his retarded shit. There was legislation on the table. Republicans walked away from it, not Democrats.
If you really truly believe that the other side is at fault, then it seems like you need a candidate besides Trump because Trump wasn't able to get anything done when he was president. You just said it yourself that Trump had to repurpose DOD funds to do it. Trump had a larger margin in Congress. Trump had all 3 branches.
The answer to this talking point is that illegals are counted in census, which affects electoral college votes. I'm pretty sure when we read an article on that, I think it was +1 to Republicans was the final sweep when you looked at all of the potential illegal census counts. That was my understanding. So I can go and look that up again, but...
branches of government and accomplished less than Biden did when it came to legislation, when it came to the border, when it came to infrastructure, when it came to foreign policy, when it came to almost every single aspect of running this country. And Trump was the one that came in saying, I'm the business guy. I can bring people together. I can get these things done because I know how to get people to work together. And all I hear from people once Trump left office was, well, the deep state got me and it was the other guys and I couldn't do anything and I had to take money from the DOD to do it. I couldn't figure anything out and blah, blah, blah. And now that he's out of office, supposedly running for America, despite the fact that what he's really running for is so that he can pardon himself from his crimes and
True.
even from hopefully state charges.
True.
What he's really running for, is to save himself, and that's why he didn't care about the border. That's why he tries to continue the border problems. He wasn't able to fix it when he was in office because he's more concerned with his reputation than actually bringing people together to get anything done. I don't understand how, even if you believe everything that you've said, that asylum seeking is an issue, that illegal immigration is an issue, even.
Why don't Democrats put out a bill with only immigration on it, so if it got rejected, then your point would stand that Republicans don't want it? That's what they did. What are you talking about? The bipartisan immigration bill was on its own. I think initially it was going to be wrapped up with other stuff, but it came on its own, and it failed on its own. It got shut down because Trump wanted to keep the issue open. No? Puggy Gap said no. Actually, no, hold on. I'm sorry. I know that I'm correct. I know that I'm correct. Even if I'm wrong, I'm right. Because if the bill was presented in conjunction with other things, which is, by the way, it's already funding that already got passed, even if it was in conjunction with other things, it wasn't shut down because it was in conjunction with other things. It was shut down because Donald Trump said, don't vote for immigration. So even if I'm wrong, I'm right. McConnell and Lankford and these other Republicans aren't out here saying like, oh yeah, well, we had to shut it down. And Ted Cruz, they weren't saying we've got to shut it down because it's tied to other legislation. They shut it down because Trump told them to. We already watched the videos of them saying that. So this is an irrelevant talking point.
Even if you believe everything that you've said, that asylum seeking is an issue, that illegal immigration is an issue, even if you believe that these are issues that are brought by Democrats intentionally and they're destroying the country, which are all ridiculous claims, Donald Trump is not the guy to fix them because he already proved that he couldn't do it once.
All right, so we can go back and forth saying...
You watched the video of Ted Cruz saying that? You're lying? Wait, hold on, what? Ted Cruz came out and he basically said, I think... So they rejected the bill before they saw it. And then I think he said, well, now that we've seen the bill, we know we don't want it because of blah, 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 blah. But I don't think he blames Ukraine or anything here at all. But we can listen if you think I'm lying. I'm pretty sure we already watched
We have
this.
some good news. The good news is this bill is dead. Now, my views on this bill have not been ambiguous. At the last press conference we had here, I described it as, quote, a steaming pile of crap. Some people afterwards criticized that characterization. Can't imagine why. And they said, well, you haven't read the text, so how can you say that? And you're right. All I knew was what had been described.
You're right. I did say it was a steaming pile of crap before I'd read any of it. True. Okay. But, you know, my constituents are retarded. They're Republicans, so they don't care. But that's okay. And I can even admit to it on stage, and they don't care. But okay.
And they said, well, you haven't read the text, so how can you say that? And you're right. All I knew was what had been described by the bill sponsors. Well, now we've seen the text, and it turned out my assessment was far too kind. This bill is a terrible bill. I'm going to break it down on two metrics. Number one, policy, and number two, politics. On policy, why is this bill a terrible bill? Because it does not solve the problem. We have the worst rate of illegal immigration in our nation's history. People are dying. Children are being brutalized. Women are being sexually assaulted. Over 100,000 people died of overdoses last year. This bill doesn't fix it. Understand, this border crisis is deliberate. Joe Biden caused it. He caused it by his own unilateral decisions. 3 decisions caused this crisis, all made the first week of his presidency. He inherited the lowest rate of illegal immigration in 45 years, and his first week as president, he halted construction on the border.
Under COVID. Nice. Good one. I like the whole we can't blame Trump for COVID, but we're sure as fuck going to give him credit for what happened under COVID when it's good for him. That's always funny.
Inherited the lowest rate of illegal immigration in 45 years, and his first week as president, he halted construction on the border wall. He reinstated the disastrous policy of catch and release, and he pulled out of the unbelievably successful Remain in Mexico agreement. That caused this explosion. It also means Joe Biden could solve it.
None of this has anything to do with the bill, by the way.
Tomorrow. How would he solve it tomorrow? By reversing those 3 decisions, and you would get, once again, a secure border. Joe Biden doesn't want to secure the border. Kamala Harris doesn't want to secure the border. Chuck Schumer doesn't want to secure the border. And this bill was designed not to secure the border. Instead, this bill codified Joe Biden's open borders. This bill codified catch and release. Catch and release is contrary to law. But if we'd have passed this bill...
That's contrary to what law? What?
Catch and release would be right there in the U.S. Code. This bill normalized 5,000 illegal immigrants a day. 5,000 illegal immigrants a day works out to roughly 1.8 million a
This is the 5,000 a day talking point. Normalizes it instead of caps it.
year. We've seen 9.6 million illegal immigrants under Joe Biden. Apparently, the Republican position was going to be, we don't like your 9.6, but we're okay with 2/3 of that illegal immigration. That was ridiculous. This bill gave work permits to illegal immigrants. This bill gave government-funded lawyers to illegal immigrants. You know, one of the provisions that I personally find most noxious, this bill goes directly after the state of Texas. And it says all litigation about immigration, you can't sue in Texas anymore. You got to come to Washington, D.C., to one of the most liberal courts in the country. Texas, sorry, we're throwing you out of court in Texas. You got to come to D.C. As I observed on X last night, one sane Republican would side with Joe Biden over the state of Texas in this battle to secure the border. That's what this bill did. So as a policy matter, it was terrible policy. And as a matter of politics, it was even dumber. It was obvious from day one this bill would never pass into law. Speaker of the House said it was dead on arrival. House leadership all said it had zero chance of passage. So if it wasn't going to pass into law, if you knew that, and we did know that, what was the purpose of it? The entire purpose of this bill is to give political camouflage for Democrats running in November. The objective of this bill was, number one, to do nothing, so to do zero to secure the border, but to let every Democrat running for office say, gosh, I wanted to secure the border. But those mean Republicans wouldn't let us. This is all about talking points to deceive the voters. We're already seeing Democrat candidates across the country repeating that I was ready to secure the border, but the Republicans didn't. It's an utter lie. Remember again, Joe Biden can secure the border any day he wants. He doesn't want to. And by the way, we could have passed legislation that every one of us would have supported. H.R. 2 that passed the House of Representatives. I've introduced H.R. 2 in the Senate. Chuck Schumer wants a bill that I'll vote for Ukraine aid on it. Give me Ukraine aid and H.R. 2 and I'll vote for that. Because that actually would secure the border. And what did Chuck Schumer say at the outset? Nope. H.R. 2 is off the table. Why? Because the Democrats do not want to secure the border.
The H.R. 2 bill was unhinged. But that was also way more extreme than anything Republicans even suggested in the past.
They want this invasion, and the Americans who are dying as a result.
Destiny took the bait from the Dems. Embarrassing. What bait do you think I've taken? Hello, lawful. Quick, say something before I permaban you. What bait have I taken? Please tell me. Please educate us. But anyway, there you go. The primary rejection of this bill was not because it was tied to Ukraine or Israeli aid or whatever. That's not true.
And forth saying, I read this, I read that. Look it up for yourselves. Everybody can do that, okay? I just want it to be common sense. Does anybody with a straight face...
Wait, do I have that as part of my debate pervertry? Anytime somebody says common sense? I need like a... What would we call that? Anytime you appeal to common sense, you're almost always like on some retarded shit. Is there a good name for that? Retard's Gambit. Common sense ain't so common. The forehead fallacy. Tragedy of the commons sense. Okay, sure.
No, it's not snappy.
Yes, it's common sense to say Biden doesn't want to secure the border when he says surge the border and stops border wall construction, you clown. Yeah, that never happened. We've looked at these quotes before. Like, yeah, you guys are fucking retarded. I'm sorry, but that's okay. It's okay. I love you all.
Have the capacity to say, yeah, the Democrats are strong on the border and immigration, and Trump isn't. I mean, it beggars belief. It's risible. It's risible.
That's one of the weaker points.
Does he not respond to a single thing I say? Was that really it? Just emotional appeals? Do I point this out? Are we drawing on the tablet? I'm not, I'm erasing.
They're destroying the country, which are all ridiculous claims. Donald Trump is not the guy to fix them because he already proved that he couldn't do it once.
All right, so we can go back and forth saying, I read this, I read that. Look it up for yourselves. Everybody can do that, okay? I just want it to be common sense. Does anybody with a straight face have the capacity to say, yeah, the Democrats are strong on the border and immigration, and Trump isn't? I mean, it beggars belief. It's risible. It's risible.
That's one of the weaker points Stephen made, but I think a very strong point that he made right at the end, and the one I'd like to hear you answer is, Donald Trump, you said...
That's an appeal to incredulity. Yeah, no, I know. It's just funny he never responds to a single fucking thing I say. I feel like I need to, It feels so aggressive when I'm like, you didn't respond to my question. You didn't, I don't know how to, I sound so passive aggressive or aggressive when I say it. I don't know what to, yeah, I mean, I sound like a dick, but like, Jesus Christ, bro. PhD in political science? I guess it's Hungary, so maybe the schools aren't real there? That's mean, I'm sorry. I don't know, like...
Say, didn't build the wall because there was a lack of support from the other side. They were not acting in good faith. Okay. Well, you think there's going to be more good faith after he gets elected, let's say, in 2024?
Right. I'm not sure it's the good faith that's the problem. He seems to paint President Trump.
No, you said this.
No, but let me just unpack it in terms of.
That's not what I asked. Is better than you didn't answer my question. Yeah, but again, there's an issue that I have to keep in mind, which is I can't. Here's the conundrum that I'm caught in. Okay, I've learned this from debating. Here's the conundrum that I'm caught in. Oh, the appeal to mods might be the solution. If I say, hey, you said that 1 + 1 = 3. Or no, it would be, I would go, I've looked at the math, I've gone to school, and I'm certain that 1 + 1 = 2. And then the other person says, well, sir, 1 + 1 is 3, and here are 15 different things that I'm going to be talking about in ramble, and I might not have any justification for it, but there was a little boy that came out holding a sign saying 1 + 1 = 3, and Donald Trump looked at that little boy, and everybody cried and clapped. Now, at this point, when it's my turn to go, I can't say, you didn't answer my question. 1 + 1 doesn't equal 3. Where's your proof for that? Because if I say that, well, 1 + 1 doesn't equal 3. You didn't answer my question. Oh, well, actually, 1 + 1 is 3 because of, and then here's another story that makes you feel sympathetic towards my side, and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, okay, well, fuck me. I can't, the problem in these debates is I can't ask a question like that to narrow the answer because the person always uses it as a jumping pad to just ramble about some more retarded shit. So I can't ask questions. I can't do that. It's just an opportunity to ramble. Yeah. Any question is an opportunity to ramble. Just state that he didn't answer the question and keep moving. Yeah, maybe I just have to remember to keep restating it. Yeah. Fuck, I need to write this down and keep these in mind for every... I had this under... Oh, I didn't make a debate strategy thing. Maybe debate purpose. I don't know. Yeah. I just have to restate it and move on, I guess, yeah.
What's possible and what isn't?
Why doesn't the moderator say something? Are the mods all just shit heels? Well, in this, I think the moderator is much more friendly towards Gorga's point of view because they all, any self-described centrist, rational, nonpartisan, whatever person all carries like 95% water for Trump. Like happens all. This is why I don't describe myself this way ever.
No, you said this.
No, but let me just unpack it in terms of what's possible and what isn't. I said this when I was in the White House. I said it after I left the White House. Donald Trump won the election despite the GOP, not thanks to the GOP. I mean, this is the oddity. I mean, this is what Americans forget, and I find it funny that I have to, remind.
He won despite the GOP, not thanks to the GOP. This fits into the, this is one of like the hypothetical things that I put up here that, oh, fuck. What is it an example of? It becomes incredibly difficult to break anyone out of a given constellation because there's always some underlying transcendental entity that can explain every single part of why the constellation is true. Even evidence that seems to be in opposition to any particular belief is reinterpreted through the transcendental entity and becomes evidence for that particular belief. So like the deep state is like this transcendental entity that explains every single possible thing. And if Donald Trump wins, it's because he defeated the deep state because of the support from the citizens. It was so good. If he loses, well, it's because the deep state defeated him. No matter what the outcome is, your particular entity is always capable of explaining exactly why it happened. Like no matter what, it makes no predictions and it explains everything and it never needs to be corrected for, right? Because if a thing doesn't make predictions, you never have to correct for it. Because why would you? It predicts everything and everything can be retroactively explained and subsumed by whatever your transcendental idea is. Biologist, thanks for the 50 gifted subs.
And Americans who were born here, unlike me, a legal immigrant, that Donald Trump, the American people did something utterly historic in 2016. Because prior to that, every chief executive from George Washington to Obama was from the same class. They were either senators, congressmen, governors, or retired four-star generals. Every single one, from George Washington to Obama. Then
has he responded to a single thing I've said ever? I don't know if there's been a single back and forth here. I feel like I just shut down all of his stupid shit and then he just yappers on some other random shit.
What did the American people do in 2016? They say, we've had it with the swamp, the establishment, the rhinos, the Democrats. They elect a man who's never run for any office, not county dog catcher. A guy who...
Oh, that's actually a really good one. Hold on, I like that one. Restate what the other person said and ask them if that was an answer to your question. I like that one. That's a good one.
Who has no political background, and they say, F you to the establishment, we want him. That's actually historic. Now, that's what the president had to compete with. When we walked into the White House on January 21st, I said this publicly back then, there were less than 20 of us in senior positions like myself who were actually America First and MAGA, right? Because it was an insurgency, it was a political insurgency. The establishment hated President Trump. We had people inside the building who were actively subverting him, even his former chief of staff. That will not happen in a second Trump administration because the president understands what Reagan taught us. Personnel is policy. We can't have, people betraying the will of the American voter inside the wire, inside the building. It's more than just, oh, well, he didn't pass legislation. He actively had people who believe in the footsie under the table with the other side. I'll get my cushy, lobbyist job after I leave Congress. That's changed in the last 8 years. The Republican Party now is MAGA, is America First. There's a few holdouts and rhinos who are leaving, like Mitt Romney, but the situation for getting even more stuff fixed is much brighter than it was when we walked in 2016.
Stephen, anything you want to say?
Populism usually takes a pretty predictable route where people are frustrated with a set of circumstances, which, to be fair, there's a lot of things to be frustrated about. And what you do is you turn to a strong man who promises to deliver you from all of your evils, to deliver you from the pain and the suffering of whatever around you, because he's the one source of truth, the one source of goodness, the one guy that can get the job done. That's what Donald Trump sold himself as when he came into office. And like every populist, he came in, he overpromised, and he underdelivered. Trump failed on every single conceivable metric when it came to being a president, besides, and I will admit, he is very funny. He's very funny, he's got good stage presence, and he can work a crowd. That's why the nicest thing...
The economy was pretty good during his period until COVID hit.
The economy was good, but I mean, like, you can Google markets, you can look at indicators, like everything had been hitting all-time highs since 2013 under Obama, right? Ever since the economy crashed after 2007 and started to recover, that same recovery happened under Trump. And it was happening with pretty low interest rates, and it was just a carry on from Obama's administration. People will say, well, the economy was really good under Trump. What did Trump even do? He did a bunch of tax cuts, and that's it. He didn't really do much else.
Hold on.
And then as a quick thing again, I'm sorry, but my managerial experience in the ordinary world, outside of the...
I'm sure there are other economic indicators we could look at. I'm most familiar with markets. But like, Republicans will look at this. Republicans will look at, let's see, Obama comes in here like 2007, 2008. Republicans will look at this and we'll see, okay, this is something, we don't know what's happening. I'm not sure what's happening. Markets are increasing. Oh, back to all-time highs around 2012, 2013. Okay, markets, we don't know what's happening. Who knows? We don't know what's... Oh, now they're increasing because of Trump. Oh my God, it's because of Donald Trump. Oh my God, it's because of Donald Trump. And I don't know why they were increasing here. The markets were always increasing. Okay. Oh my God, it's Donald Trump. Like, no, what? What legislation? What did he even do? What did he even do to cause the markets to increase? Like, what are we talking about?
Sorry, but my managerial experience in the ordinary world, outside of the, I guess, the YouTube world I live in now, is limited. But I was a supervisor in a restaurant. If I was given a shift and all my tables were dirty, and my manager comes in and she sees my restaurant, it's my ass. I'm in trouble. I can't say, like, well, these employees were working against me and these guys didn't show up and these guys didn't call in. She said, okay, well, you're getting paid the big bucks. It's your responsibility. You're the leader there, right? When Trump was coming into office, because I am an ardent capitalist, the only redeeming quality I saw was, well, okay, he is a business guy. So at the very least, maybe he's got some comprehension in terms of how to get people with different opinions to actually work together. And he is the most divisive leader in like all of U.S. history.
All the stock market tells us is how well mega corporations are doing. Thank you, Francisco 100. I appreciate that you're 18 years old and that's your opinion on the economy, but when you get a little bit older and you start having things called 401ks or IRAs, you're going to be pretty invested in the stock market too, my friend. But don't worry, you'll get there. As soon as you have a real job that isn't just... I was going to sound like real. You'll get there, buddy.
Or at least in recent U.S. history. The idea that, even his former chief of staff was against him, like that's a point in favor of Trump. These are your people. You're nominated. How is it that every person that's worked with him, how is it that his former attorney generals, his chiefs of staff, his personal friends, his personal lawyers, when you have this many people around you that are saying to the rest of the world, don't trust this guy. This guy is no good. I don't work with him anymore. I don't trust this guy anymore. Like, at what point do you look at him and you're like, okay, well, maybe it's not actually the deep state, every single institution, all of the media, all of the world, all of academia.
Would you then attribute everything happening currently to the prior administration? No, you give you give props when people do things, not when things are happening under a person. So I'll give Biden props for the major legislation that he's passed. That's what I'll give him props for. Donald Trump didn't really do much for the economy. We had tax cuts. That was it. The economy continued to grow. They didn't do anything to the economy, to be fair. But like, that's it. Like, what do you want me to say? Like, you have to look to see what people do. Okay? Like, if I go stand outside of my balcony at 5 a.m. and then come back in at 10 a.m., I don't get to take credit for the sun rising. Okay, like what?
And all of the politicians against him. Maybe he's just kind of like a bad person who's not very good at getting his job done.
This is, it's like you live in an alternate universe. I know you're on YouTube and that those are your qualifications. But
We're all on YouTube, Seth.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I've been banned.
He had to restate that twice. I'm not. I was banned. Okay.
And I've been banned on YouTube, right? So, you know, I take that as a mark of honor. I'm on Rumble. So this idea that he failed at everything. Yeah, that's a great description of Joe Biden, from mortgage rates to inflation to the price of energy to surrendering in Kabul to the invasion of Ukraine to October the 7th. Yeah, massive successes in the last 3.5 years. Let's talk about my bailiwick. Let's talk about national security.
There's just, damn, I don't think I even realized how egregious this was at the time. He just doesn't respond to a single fucking thing I say ever. Good moderation here, okay.
Had been told by our predecessor, Obama, that ISIS, quote, is a threat we just have to get to learn to live with.
Like, why bro, how old are you? Why are we talking about ISIS in 2020, in current year? What the fuck?
Can't be solved, just gonna live with it. When we came into the White House, President Trump got the lawyers out of the way.
Destiny manager comparison makes no sense. Managers have greater control over employees. What are you talking about? No, a manager's not supposed to be controlling employees at all. The manager controls the supervisor. It's the supervisors that control the employees.
And unleashed JSOC and Delta Force. Within 5 months, the caliphate of ISIS was gone, kaput. China, we initiated a trade war with China. We facilitated the rise of NATO to such an extent that under President Trump's presidency, defense spending shot up by $400 billion inside NATO. The guy who was going to destroy it actually saved it. Then we look at, the Middle East. 5 peace accords in less than 4 years. These are meant to be failures for us. Let's look at the international environment. Under Obama, Ukraine, Crimea, taken. Under Biden, again, a second invasion, hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians and Russians dead. The largest loss of Jewish life since the Holocaust in Israel, and then the absolute surrender and betrayal of the Afghan people in a withdrawal that made Saigon look like a small incident. These are supposed to be the successes. And as to this, he's the most divisive.
Do you think he talks like this on purpose? Yes, it's bullshit, but British people are like parasites, and they understand that in the American mind, having a certain cadence brainwashes us, okay? It's unacceptable, and it needs to be called out more. I don't think that British people really talk like this to themselves. When they go back home, no shot. Oi, matey! I don't think this is real. No shot do they talk like this in their households. They know they're fucking with us, okay? They're plugging into our brain stems with a brainwashing technique.
Supposed to be the successes. And as to this, he's the most divisive. It's so peculiar, but I find it incapable, I find it impossible to remember my former boss giving speeches in front of iconic locales such as Independence Hall in Philadelphia, bathed in red fascistic light, with Marines.
Bro, this one speech that Biden gave and the picture that came from it lives in Republicans' heads so rent-free. Like, there was never been a image. Where is this Biden speech red background? This is like the mind-breaking close-up.
And the ideas they embody, equality and democracy.
Was it like a red, white, and blue? Like, the camera was too zoomed on this. It would just fucked him so hard. And I mean, it didn't even really fuck him. There was no like good faith engagement here. But this brain broke people. No, it's not even brain breaking. I'm sorry, no, because they're not even engaging with a good faith. Anybody that seriously tells you that like Biden's speech here, they'll point to this one thing where he tries to be careful. Like, just the MAGA Republicans, not all Republicans. Where they try to make Biden sound like some weird fascistic leader and say that he was more divisive because of this one speech. It's so cringe. I think there was a blue on the side here. I don't know if it was supposed to be red, white, or blue, but oh my god. Republican getting super ass mad over Dark Brandon memes now is so funny. Do they actually? I haven't seen that. You wildly discount the impact of regulatory agencies and regulations on economic growth / optimism. Under Dems, agencies run wild. This is just true. Oh, well, I was going to argue against that and ask you for like specific examples or something, but you said this is just true, so I guess. Good job.
Bathed in red fascistic light, with Marines standing flanking him, labeling half of America extremists and fascists, and preaching to us about white supremacy in his State of the Union address. That really brings us together. This is the man who told us, Biden said on his inauguration, I'm going to bring you together by calling half the nation white supremacists. When the real racist problem in America are the Democrats on the campuses saying death to America from the river to the sea if you're Jewish. That's the left today. Radicals who hate America. I go back to my original point. And then this strange idea of populism, using this label as a smear, some kind of pejorative. I don't know. I remember the good old days where if you had the popular support of the people, that was a good thing.
He looks so bored here. Was it because he's just meme buzzwords one after? Yeah, because this is all just like rhetorical maneuvering. We're not like actually having an interesting debate or conversation. Just like, okay, well, what dumb talking point is he going to say? And I got to figure out how do I counter this stupid talking about. We're not like actually in the world of fact or reason. We're in the world of like job auditions, I guess, where he's auditioning for a future job in the Trump White House, and I'm auditioning for VP next year. Okay, get Kamala Harris out of here. Biden, pick me.
I don't like the elites. They stink. They're corrupt. But a guy comes along who has popular support. No, the elites will decide. Just like Sam Harris destroyed himself on your podcast when he said, I don't care if Hunter Biden had dead children in his basement. The plot against Donald Trump and the election in 2020 was, quote, justified. That's the left. That's the other side. Those are the divisive people.
I want to talk about a couple of things you raised there, which is foreign policy, geopolitics, etc., and also what's happening on college campuses, Stephen, as well. I would like you, before I go back to Stephen, to address you the one point that he made, which I think is worth exploring, which is we say this guy knows how to get things done.
Oh, cool. You're actually going to try to, after that whole yap ramble, you're going to bring him back to the actual point I made? Nice, okay.
And you say you had all these people in the White House and elsewhere who were working against him. What about what Stephen said, which is he just seems like an asshole that annoys everyone and people can't work with him?
Huh.
Well, look, I've said it many times before. It is absolutely remarkable what he achieved in really not 4 years, 2 years.
What did he do?
Despite the people who are subverting him because they represent the elite class.
What do you mean?
What were those achievements again? Just...
The strongest economy we've ever had, lowest unemployment.
No, like things he's done, not things that happened.
What do you mean? What's the difference?
What? It's like the short circuit of like the most basic question in the world. Wait, what do you mean? What did he do? What are you talking about?
The elite class.
What were those achievements again? Just...
The strongest economy we've ever had, lowest unemployment.
No, like things he's done, not things that happened.
What do you mean? What's the difference?
So, like, if I stand outside and a tree grows, I wouldn't say that I grew the tree.
Oh, yeah, you said he did nothing in regards to the economy.
Like, what
I'll give you the example. You said he did nothing with those. Not his responsibility. When we came into the White House, the president had a modest goal. He said, I've had it with the growth of the state. You know,
and then we get these appeal. I think I have a counter to this. These are so boring. What are you writing during these debates? I'm just taking notes on what the person is saying, and then I'm so that I know what I want to respond to. Because when they say a bunch of things, I want to respond to everything that's being said instead of just yapping on random stories like these people do.
On the average American, 60% of businesses are small businesses in America. I want to get the monkey off the back of the guy who has the family company. So what did he do? He said, I'm not going to sign any executive orders as president unless for every one I sign, 2 are rescinded. I want to have a redress of the balance, the abuse of executive power. We said, okay, sir, by not the end of the first year, by the 10th month of the first year, that figure wasn't 2 to 1.
You should draw your opponent as a soy jack and hold it up to the camera. True, actually. That would be an instant fucking win. Domination. Excuse me, have you considered that you have been drawn as a soy jack?
The figure was 22 to 1. We had rescinded 22 executive orders for every new one the president signed. That's how you unleash the economy. And that's exactly what happened. When you allow federal government lands to be used for energy exploration.
Did I catch this? What does an executive order even have to do with the economy? An executive order? Like which ones? I hope I ask them. I should push harder. I should, right? I must.
When you say yes, XL Keystone Pipeline, when you block Russia's Nord Stream, that's when you unleash the American people. And that's on President Trump.
Let's just finish this point.
I really let him get away with that?
The fact.
Or did they edit this here? I don't remember. I'm not accusing them of editing it. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Because he didn't really answer my question at all. What executive orders? Like, there are EOs that have nothing to do with the economy.
That Donald Trump is not able to lead the country well because he's not able to bring enough people with him to buy into his vision, and instead you had constant turmoil internally.
A moderator move you didn't point out was when Gorka appealed to common sense, and the moderator flat out said, yeah, that point from Stephen was pretty bad. I didn't even remember him saying that, maybe. I just assume at every point in these debates, the moderator is always against me. It's just, yeah. It'd be nice to be in a debate where the moderators were a little bit more fair, or like would fact check the other side, but you know, we're used to it at this point.
And it's not just rhinos who were leaving, it was people like Steve Bannon.
No, he didn't leave. He was fired by the chief of staff, who was an actual seditionist, right? John Kelly fired him. Steve didn't want to go.
So why didn't Donald Trump overrule him and say, this is my guy?
Because he trusted Kelly. This is a 4-star general, right? This is a guy who was in the Marine Corps. Sadly, he didn't know. He didn't have buddies in the swamp. But now, after the last 7 years, let me assure you, because this is my #1 concern, and I've discussed it with the president, he knows who to trust, and he knows who not to trust. Therefore, he will achieve even more, God willing.
Wow, Lonerbox, thanks for hosting me. That white on white is pretty easy to read. You know what? Fuck, I should use this in the future. This would have been such a good talking point here. You're telling me that Donald Trump was a first-term lame duck president? Like, he couldn't do anything at all in his first term because he didn't know how to be president. So now I need to look for a second. Like, what a bizarro fucking statement to make.
Yeah. If we re-elect him in November.
All right, Stephen, go for it. We'll do a few.
You're baiting me in two. 1, emissions regulations have increased on combustion engines in 27. 2, the point that they are impractical. 2, Lena Khan with the FTC is suing any corp that wants to merge many others. Hold on. Do you think that these massive corporate mergers, do you think they're good for the U.S. economy? I think generally blocking these is probably a better idea. I don't think emissions regulations are significantly impacting the U.S. economy anyway, especially when we're carried so heavily by our tech and services. I don't think that's true, but I can be wrong. If you have an article or something you want to link.
Minutes with you, and then I want to move on to geopolitics. What's
I can
happening
incorporate that even. The idea that Trump, a billionaire real estate developer from New York, didn't have friends in the swamp, which is very funny to me.
In the political
wasn't
swamp.
This guy?
Yeah.
Wasn't he literally in pictures at Hillary and Bill Clinton's wedding? I mean, like the idea that
you're living in
the
Manhattan.
idea that
that doesn't mean you're running a political campaign.
No, but you have the
He's a
connections.
realtor.
Yeah,
he's a
billionaire realtor
who has never run anything in government. How would you know who the good bureaucrat is and the crappy?
No connections to anything, by the way. No connections, no friendly people in government, by the way. Like, oh, he's just a New Yorker. Of course, he's just going to be in pictures with, Bill and Hillary. Like,
one like Fauci. How would you know that? You're building real estate.
Since you have a cellular iPad, have you considered fact-checking egregious claims live yourself, like a graph of unemployment? I think people get too triggered by that for whatever reason, because people don't care about being right or wrong. They just care about how it looks. So I think it just looks bad. People get super ass mad when you're like Googling things during a debate. So I think I just have to know it. Yeah.
Who has never run anything in government. How would you know who the good bureaucrat is and the crappy one like Fauci? How would you know that? You're building real estate.
Because real estate...
Do you know a lot? You're in media. Do you know how to create a cable TV show?
I know a decent amount about...
No, do you know
I
how
know
to
a decent bit about
right now?
real estate. And I know that real estate is one of the most tax-advantaged things. I know that real estate has some of the highest integrations with city council planners, with policies.
Who the Secretary of Defense should be?
It's
absurd.
If he doesn't have any of these ideas, then you're making a very strong argument for career politicians. This is why people that tend to do politics stay in politics, is because they're actually able to know these things.
Yeah,
they understand these things. They have these relations.
We need more of them, Stephen.
Well, considering that Trump, again, failed in every conceivable metric, and you weren't able to give me like any strong things that he actually succeeded in.
Hold on.
You said that he rescinded...
oh, thank God I do bring this up. Okay, it does come back. Okay. Okay, thank you, because it is stupid. Yeah.
Able to give me like any strong things that he actually
just
succeeded in.
Seb, hold on. Let
You
him
said
talk.
that he rescinded executive orders. Like that is a measurable increase. Give me something like the CHIPS Act. Give
Do
me
you not
something
think that
like
matters, though? I mean, for the people who want to reduce the size of government, that would be
it's a
thing.
lip service thing. I would encourage everybody that hears. There's two lines that people. There's one really common line that politicians always say. It's
Dialogist, thanks for giving 20 subs.
Politispeak, which is funny that Trump utilized it, but it's this, I'm going to go line by line through the budget. I'm going to go line by line, and I'm going to get rid of all wasteful spending. First of all, this is just fiscal stuff, okay? This impacts your budget, which, by the way, Trump ran record deficits when he was in office, so budgetarily he still failed, but this doesn't improve your economy or unleash your economy. It's not like we were rescinding...
This is actually kind of half true. Government spending actually can increase your economy, but Republicans would always go the other way. Technically, government spending on goods and services does increase your GDP. But he's talking about cutting the size of government, so it technically cuts against him. But I don't think he knows anything about finance or economics to even begin to have that argument. But
significant executive orders that was destroying our ability to actually succeed. If anything, I would say that the most successful businesses that we had growing in the United States were our tech companies.
Gavin Newsom, in a debate with Sean Hannity, repeatedly told the audience exactly what to Google when he knew Hannity was wrong. This is helpful for when there's no fact-checking such lies like oil production. Yeah, but do you really think like conservatives are fact-checking what Gorka says here? I don't know if that's true or not.
Unleash your economy. It's not like we were rescinding significant executive orders that was destroying our ability to actually succeed. If anything, I would say that the most successful businesses that we had growing in the United
Government
States...
spending doesn't increase GDP? I thought government spending is taken into account with GDP. If the government buys something, if it spends money on something, I thought that is. Wait, is that not true? GDP, if government spends on thing, does it increase GDP? Government purchases are expenditures on goods and services by federal, state, and local governments. The combined total of the spending, excluding transfer payments and interest on the debt, is a key factor in determining the nation's GDP. Yes, it is. Okay.
Were our tech companies that Republicans are constantly trying to undermine and destroy by getting rid of Section 230, which would make it so you could sue Twitter when somebody posts something on Twitter that I don't like. So no, the idea that that Trump was unleashing the economy by rescinding some irrelevant executive orders that...
You have private spending that gets crowded out. It's not necessarily positive. You're dead wrong. What do you mean? What private spending is getting cut out when the government is buying missiles from Raytheon? Are there a bunch of private bidders for that? No. The government can invest and buy unique things that other private companies or other private individuals wouldn't necessarily be spending money on. Just because the government's spending money doesn't mean you're destroying other people spending money on shit. Stop.
So no, the idea that Trump was unleashing our ability to actually succeed. If anything, I would say that the most successful businesses that we had growing in the United States were our tech companies that Republicans are constantly trying to undermine and destroy by getting rid of Section 230, which would make it so you could sue Twitter when somebody posts something on Twitter that I don't like. So no, the idea that Trump was unleashing the economy by rescinding some irrelevant executive orders that had no impact on the economy anyway, and the fact that he was still running these
Yes, because you have to. Yes, because you have taxes that would have otherwise been spent. Why are you assuming all of that money would have been spent if it weren't taxed? I don't think there's a guarantee for that. And I don't believe that buying or investing in companies, I don't believe that's counted for in GDP. Is it? There are other things you can do with money that wouldn't count like towards GDP, that if you tax it doesn't necessarily mean that it would have gone towards a GDP thing anyway. I don't believe. I don't remember if investments in I don't remember if investing in stocks counts for GDP or not. Okay.
Something on Twitter that I don't like. So no, the idea that Trump was unleashing the...
Fuck, I paused it so many times. PJ Forehead, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Hold on, I'm sorry, let me go back. I'm not pausing anymore.
Your economy or unleash your economy. It's not like we were rescinding significant executive orders that was destroying our ability to actually succeed. If anything, I would say that the most successful businesses that we had growing in the United States were our tech companies that Republicans are constantly trying to undermine and destroy by getting rid of Section 230, which would make it so you could sue Twitter when somebody posts something on Twitter that I don't like. So no, the idea that Trump was unleashing the economy by rescinding some irrelevant executive orders that had no impact on the economy anyway, and the fact that he was still running these record level deficits, even though the economy was exploding all 3 years at least under his presidency, is ridiculous. Oh man.
This is point after point after point. He was doing record deficit spending, which increases the debt, which conservatives don't like. Economy was exploding anyway, and had been since 2013. Really, since the bottom, it came back, even under Obama. And irrelevant executive order rescinding that did nothing anyway. He could counter these if he had any data. So he could bring up, well, here are some executive orders that were really important that he rescinded, or here's a really important reason why he had to deficit. I don't even know how he could counter those two, but...
If we want to go foreign policy, Jesus, almost every single decision that Trump made under foreign policy was either a form of kicking the can down the road or it just did nothing. we talk about like the historic stuff that happened with the Abraham Accords. I'm sorry, but the Abraham Accords started because Netanyahu was on the verge of annexing the West Bank, and the Gulf states were like, this is probably not a good idea, and a lot of people are going to be mad. And then Kushner hopped in, and there were official conversations that were essentially facilitated, and then eventually you start getting these bilateral treaties that are signed between Israel and other countries. But these bilateral treaties did something very important that's happened with other treaties with Israel, and that is that they undermined the Palestinians. They didn't include them in any of the conversations. So when you look at what happened on October 7th, and then you look at Biden, you go, man, this must be Biden's fault. It's like, okay, well, didn't we just have a historic round of talks with countries in the Middle East? How is it that the Palestinians were excluded yet again from these talks, you know? And the idea that Trump was some strong partner in the Middle East when in 2019, Iran literally was shooting drones and missiles over into Saudi Arabian refineries, and the United States stood by and did nothing. Or the idea that we're going to stand here and we're going to say, oh my God, in Afghanistan, you know, we pulled out and we abandoned our people. One, that timetable was sent by Donald Trump. He had a round of talks called the Doha talks that happened with the Taliban, and the Afghanistan government was completely excluded from those talks. When Biden came into office, we'd already been drawn down to historically low numbers in Afghanistan. We had almost no military presence left over there. When Biden came into office, basically the only thing left to do was to follow through on Trump's timetable, which was to pull us out of Afghanistan.
But hold on a second. Yeah? Just on that particular thing, didn't you just say that if you're managing a restaurant and your boss comes in and sees a messy table, that's on you? And yet in this situation, you're saying it's Donald Trump's fault, even though it's Joe Biden that did it.
Nice.
Nice. Oh my God, I can't believe he said that. I'm so glad I think of a good analogy to counter this immediately. I can't believe he... Oh my, nice. 69, nice.
Situation, you're saying it's Donald Trump's fault, even though it's Joe Biden that did it.
Nice.
It's not nice, and I'll explain why. If you take over a new...
I'm just trying to be fair.
No, that's fine. It's a good question. It's a good question. If you take over a restaurant and you're the manager of a restaurant, you've bought a business, and somebody comes in and they say, hey, I'm going to sit here with me and 20 friends, okay, because that's what we're going to do. And I go, well, no, that's bullshit. And they go, well, actually, you bought this restaurant and we signed a contract with your last boss that gave us the right to do this for a year. Well, if you buy a business, generally you also inherit, along with the assets and liabilities, prior agreements you've signed as well, or the previous owner did. With the Doha agreements, we were on a timetable to leave. Now, could Biden have increased the troop presence and fought against that withdrawal? He could have, but then at what cost? Remember, it only takes 1 or 2 attacks against U.S. soldiers by the Taliban to have the United States thinking like, well, shoot, do we need to stay there for another 10 or 20 years? I agree that the pullout could have gone better. I think that there were people that should have had the opportunity to leave that country that worked with us, that should have come out, that didn't get that opportunity. But like compare that to say, because remember, this is done under a Trump timetable. What is Trump's excuse for abandoning the Kurds that we fought alongside in Syria to a Turkish onslaught? There was no excuse for that. There was no reason for that. But he did that with, I don't even know, because he said, well, I don't want to be in the Middle East anymore. And then he obscured all the information relating to Yemen drone strikes that we were helping Saudi Arabia with, as opposed to Biden, who said we're no longer going to participate in the Saudi-led coalition in Yemen, which was, I think, an improvement. We axed the Iranian nuclear deal, and then we replaced it with nothing. I guess ostensibly that's supposed to keep Iran from pursuing nuclear weapons. We had historic photographs taken with Kim and our leaders for nothing, I guess. I've heard Sebastian claim in the past that they stopped ballistic missile testing. That's not true. That you can literally go on the Wikipedia and read test after the dates. Pence and I believe Tillerson were both complaining about those talks because literally nothing got done in North Korea. Every part of Donald Trump's foreign policy, it was a disaster.
Well, let me give you a narrative that is popular.
Let me give you a narrative, though, because I can't contend with literally a single factual thing you said, okay? Let me go ahead and tell you, though, the stories that people say. Okay.
With people who probably don't agree with you, which is that the main thing about Donald Trump is that people around the world...
Oh, we're going to talk about this like 4th graders. Oh, I thought that we were serious political commentators getting paid, huge sums of money to be decently read and research into these topics so that we could have actually informed discussion. I didn't know we were going to talk about, well, Trump was a big guy and people were scared of Donald Trump. Big guy. Like, my bad. I didn't know we had to revert to this. My mistake.
The main thing about Donald Trump is that people around the world, and I can tell you this is true, people around the world feared and respected him. They didn't like him necessarily, but they feared and respected him. And the fact that you have Iran-backed people from Gaza committing October 7th, the fact that Putin felt able to invade Ukraine, the fact that China is getting more muscular on Taiwan. This is a sign of the perceived...
Fuck! You know what a good question would be is I should just ask, oh, okay, wait. So you think Trump prevented them from invading Ukraine and Biden didn't? What should Biden have done? Should U.S. troops have been on the ground? Or what are you even implying that should have happened there? Ants have a second stomach to store food to give to their buddies later by throwing up into their mouth. This could be us destiny. Okay.
Perceived weakness of the United States under Joe Biden. And you can take that at whatever level you want, all the way through to sitting down across from Joe Biden and going, this guy can't finish a sentence.
If we want to say that the United...
Why am I even wasting my time reading or talking about anything? By the way, when people are in chat, when people are saying things like, oh, you didn't know anything about the Sebastian Gorka guy or anything, I looked up and I saw that he worked in the Trump White House, and that's why I didn't prepare at all for this, because I already knew that this conversation was going to be a waste of time, factually, which it was, because there's like, what do I need to research or read more here? Like, I'm ahead of this guy in like every single arena in every sense of the word. This guy's in the White House and apparently didn't learn anything about our domestic or foreign policy under Donald Trump. Like, Jesus Christ.
The United States has a weak foreign disposition right now. I think I would probably agree with that.
Okay.
But I don't think it's because of Biden. I think it's because of how divided we are internally. And I think when you look at a country and you see that they're like fighting with themselves, like okay, well, let's come over here.
I wrote a whole book about that, so I definitely agree with you.
Because like when I look at any of these particular issues, and it's easy to kind of like paint a story if you just like name some things and you don't really dig into them. Like we talk about Iran, right? And we say, well, October 7th, Iran was bold enough to, do foreign proxy training for troops in Hamas. Okay, well, Iran physically, literally attacked Saudi Arabia under Donald Trump, and nothing happened. So why would we imagine that they wouldn't?
I don't know if they ever answer that question. I think that was the first time that ever happened, right? When Iran did the drone and missile attacks into the Saudi Arabian refineries, I think it was 2019. That was pretty historic. I don't think that's ever happened before, and we didn't do fuck all about it. So why would we expect them to do it?
Iran physically, literally attacked Saudi Arabia under Donald Trump, and nothing happened. So why would we imagine that they wouldn't back Hamas as well? It's not like...
I wonder if instead of like doing this fact overwhelming thing, I should just like pick one fact and then just like fight on that. No, because I feel like they gish gallop so much, so I can't. Because if I do just one fact and try to focus on it, they'll just ramble yapper. So I think I have to do this. Ugh, these are so boring. I think... When I thought about this in the past, where I kind of roughly landed on was that it's probably impossible to make a good debate happen without a moderator that's doing a good job. I don't think that, I don't know if it's possible. You need a moderator to hold people down. Otherwise, you just come off as unhinged, because eventually you'll be fighting the moderator and you'll be fighting the debate opponent, and then you just look crazy.
Trump destroyed.
Well, it's not about imagination. It didn't happen when.
Well, no, it did. That
Donald
attack
Trump
did happen. Iran attacked Saudi Arabia,
Yes,
and Trump didn't.
but
have
October
which is
7th
Would you host illegal immigrants in your house? No. I also wouldn't host citizens in my house, unless it's your mom. I'd host your mom, though, even if she was an illegal immigrant. Especially if she was an illegal immigrant.
Bolder than
October 7th didn't happen.
Sure, but from an Iranian perspective, that attack was bolder than October 7th.
What
because
about
that was directly
Ukraine, etc.?
Yeah, for Ukraine, Donald Trump didn't like. The Crimean Peninsula was inhabited by Russian troops the entire time. Donald Trump didn't do anything to stop that. Donald Trump didn't care about that. It's not like we would pull anything out of there.
Let me just do this bit.
Yeah.
That's a bit different, though, Stephen.
Why is he taking over the debate here?
Because in 2014, as Seb said correctly, under Obama, Russia took Ukraine and started a civil war in eastern Ukraine.
Yeah.
Steve wanted us to invade.
To
I get it,
recapture Crimea at that point would have meant literally World War III. So nobody could have retaken Ukraine. It's not like Joe Biden's position when he was elected was, we're going to help Ukraine retake Crimea.
Yeah.
So what I'm putting to you, and I think it's a fair question, isn't it the weakness of the withdrawal from Afghanistan? I think we'd both agree was calamitous. Whoever's fault it was, that's where the debate was. Signaled weakness to other people who wanted to capitalize on that.
What a bizarre statement. Our Afghanistan pullout signaled weakness, and that's why what?
Yes, I agree with you. The internal divisions in America contribute to that. But ultimately, isn't a large part of this the signaling of weakness that invites challenge?
No, because again, I would say, pointing to Ukraine, it's not like Russia stopped their military activity in Ukraine because of Trump being in office. That the invasion just hadn't escalated yet to where they were doing a full-on actual on-the-ground military invasion instead of the more subversive stuff they were doing in the yeah.
Under Trump, post the 2014 taking of Crimea, and once the Minsk Accords are in place, there was no hot war going on.
I hate that I wasn't as... It's been a while since I've read on Ukraine, and I hedge so much here, especially because he says he's Ukrainian. He's like, fuck, maybe. Bullshit. The Minsk Accords were nowhere near as enforced. I don't even know if Minsk 2 was implemented. And Minsk 1 collapsed almost immediately. I hate that I let him get away with this. Fuck, I hate it. But he said he was Ukrainian. He had family in Ukraine. I was like, okay, fuck it. Maybe I forgot about this thing. Fuck me, dude. Oh, I hate this so much.
King of Crimea, and once the Minsk Accords are in place, there was no hot war going on in Ukraine.
There was still the civil war in the southeast. That war has been raging for like 10 years. The conflict, you think there was a total... Didn't those Minsk agreements last for like months?
Your Destiny, you're too generous. No, the first one I think did, and the second one, I don't even know if it was ever fully implemented.
1 and 2?
No, look, I have a lot of family in Ukraine, so region I understand very well. Post the Minsk Accords, there was no hot war going on.
For how long?
Well, until the invasion, basically.
Oh, that is such an unbelievably incorrect statement. If he has Ukrainian family, he should be ashamed of saying that.
Until the invasion, he was pretty stable. Now, I'm not saying there wasn't the occasional people, but it was broadly, there was a ceasefire in place. People were not killing each other en masse. I can tell you.
I'd have to go and I would look that up.
He's out of his depth.
Out of my depth? Okay.
Out of my depth? This mother who can't answer a single question without sounding like he's reading out of the Berenstein Bears nighttime children's book? What the... Oh.
I mean, we can focus on the Middle East more if you want. But yeah, no, I don't think that, I mean, Trump, we talk about NATO. I think that Trump was constantly like NATO skeptic on the international level. I think a lot of people expressed a lot of fear for that.
Well, he wanted other nations within NATO to contribute their fair share.
Yeah, their military percentage of GDP
which
funding,
they were not doing. And he was saying we can't continue with NATO if America is the only country that's actually paying its way.
Sure, but the idea that the leader of NATO would be publicly undermining NATO and saying we might have to pull out or stop it, I think there are more diplomatic ways to pursue those conversations.
He never ever once said he was going to pull out forces. You just make stuff up, Stephen. You've got to stop it. Like there was hot fighting
focus
in Ukraine.
on the issue. Come on.
No, this is important.
Give us the facts.
Because this is
an area where you can win.
Oh, wow. No. He's like, what? He's like, no. I set this one up for you, okay? And I got Destiny to pull back a little bit on this thing, so I'm teed you up, okay? I just need you to chill and come in here. He's trying so hard to get this fucking, this Nimrod, okay? We've got him, okay? You got Destiny on the ropes here, okay? I got you, buddy. Tag in, okay?
Focus on the issue. Come on.
No, this is important.
Give us the facts.
Because this is
an area where you can win.
He's literally, holding hands.
If you want, so give us the facts.
This is tactics. He just floods the zone with stuff that's false.
Let's address this.
Let's talk about it.
We can go claim by claim if you want.
What did I just say that was false? That's what I should have said. I said, what did I just say that was false? What did I just say that was incorrect? Tell me.
Like to do. That's what I'd like to do.
When we were in the White House, and you know this, as opposed to what Obama, after the invasion of Crimea, the jewel of Ukraine stolen, what did Obama do? He sent blankets and night vision devices. If you don't believe me, look it up. Blankets and night vision devices. When we came in, I don't understand this. Stephen's positing that we should have invaded.
I've never said that.
Oh, well, there was land in Ukraine that the Russians controlled, and Trump didn't do anything about it. What, you want intervention? I didn't know you were a neocon, Steve.
Well, then what would Trump have done differently? I should have been. I can't believe I didn't hone in on this question. Well, okay, hold on. If the U.S. can't do anything to prevent them from invading, then what would Trump have done differently?
When we got into the White House,
did I say that we should invade anybody?
You said that Trump did nothing about the land taken by Russia.
I said that Russia didn't run away from Crimea. They didn't fear.
And you said they were.
Somebody has. You can find you can go and look up by any metric. What he's saying that until the invasion in 2022, there were no explosions. There were no It's just a fantastic. It's a fantastically stupid claim. But I haven't refreshed on the.
The operations were continuing. Garbage. There were no military operations in Crimea, in Ukraine, or on the border.
Crimea was captured. The whole thing is a military operation.
True. What do you mean there was no military operation? And the war in the southeast raged on the entire time as well. But I gave him the Minsk Accord talking point, which I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have given that. I should have fought.
There were no military. Constance is right.
What was stopping you from catching so much of this in real time? Just politeness? Well, I don't have like charts and figures in front of me that I can look up. I think the Minsk Accord thing, this is the only thing that I've backed away from that I shouldn't have. But he said he had like family in Ukraine and shit. So I don't know if this guy's about to start crying if I bring something out. Like, and maybe I misremembered, or maybe I just don't remember the Minsk Accords that well. So I was willing to be cheerful, and he's the moderator too. So it's like, okay, well, fuck it, maybe. But the fact that the moderator stepped in here to do incorrect facts to try to give Gorka the only possible win he might be able to scratch out, etch out. Is that the word I'm looking for? Yeah.
There was no hot war. You're just making stuff up. When we came into the White House, we deployed Javelin shoulder-launched anti-tank weapons to Ukraine. So they could defend themselves. And for 4 years, it's interesting, the diminutive KGB colonel did nothing. The idea that, I'm going to kind of explain away what happened in Afghanistan. Let's break Afghanistan down for a second. Yes, there was a timetable for President Trump, but it was conditions-based. If the Taliban hadn't met those conditions, there would have been no withdrawal. I was part of those negotiations. Let me tell you, there would have been no withdrawal without those conditions having been met. Instead, because he wants a photo op for the anniversary of 9/11. I mean, what a cynical. Biden wants an anniversary, 20th anniversary photo op that I won the war in Afghanistan. So 13 of our servicemen are murdered by ISIS at Kabul airport. Thousands of Afghans.
What is stopping you from running away and pivoting like him there would probably look better if it works for him? Because that's not how I want to debate. That's not my audience. That's not how I try to attract. I don't want people following me because I have the right talking points. And I know some people do. You can't help that. But like, I'd rather, again, I'm trying to stress thought process, epistemic humility, like research ability, like desire to like read, curiosity for information, like not being locked in. Like these are the things that I stress. I don't want to just give talking points to sound good and then get fans that way. It's just not what I'm looking for.
By ISIS at Kabul airport. Thousands of Afghans, also our interpreters, are left. You see a plane take off with hundreds of people hanging on the fuselage. And how do they leave? We're going to get the military out and then we'll somehow get out the civilians. The rank dilettantism for the photo op that you don't even leave from Bagram, which is a military air base you can actually defend. You go to KIA in Kabul, indefensible, and you have a complete circus, well, not a circus, a tragedy of a surrender. And then Putin goes, okay, lads, rev your engines. We're going to invade Ukraine. Then Hamas says, yeah, let's kill hundreds of Jews on Israeli soil.
What an unbelievable stretch. Because the U.S. left Afghanistan like this, Hamas is going to do October 7th? Okay.
That's on Biden.
And so let me put an argument.
I'm curious for that. What were the conditions based for that Afghanistan agreement? For the Doha agreement? What were the conditions that you feel like the Taliban... Name it.
All kinds of. Motherfucker, you said you were in the White House part of these negotiations. What do you mean? Bury me. I'm giving you the shovel. I'm standing in a hole that's already 2 feet deep, and I'm begging you to bury me.
Bro.
You said you worked on these.
Control of Wardak province had to be stabilized. We had to have Herat have less Iranian influence. I'm not going to go into any more details because they're classified, Stephen.
Okay, what you're saying is just not true. One of the big reasons why that pullout was so catastrophic is because the Afghanistan army wasn't. You can read all this. There was a huge report that was done by the United States analyzing the failures for why that fell so fast, and part of it was because the United States had negotiated away some of the land that was previously controlled by the Afghanistan government to the Taliban. And we didn't even tell the Taliban about that. So
we didn't even tell the Afghanistan government about that. Well, I always forget the abbreviation for this. Is it the Inspector General? It's like Sugar or Seeger. What am I thinking of? Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction. There was a big report on why shit basically got fucked on this pullout, like so hardcore, and the absolute state of the absolute state of the Afghanistan army the Afghanistan government being completely excluded from these talks was just so unbelievably catastrophic. They had no fucking idea. There were Taliban showing up to towns that had been negotiated away to the Taliban that the Afghanistan government didn't even know about. Like the Taliban showed this is actually ours now. And they were like, oh, well, fuck that. Which is one of the reasons why the collapse happened I think the United States knew they were always going to collapse. There's nothing you could do about it. But it was even quicker than they thought because it was just such a clusterfuck on the evacuation.
The land that was previously controlled by the Afghanistan government to the Taliban, we didn't even tell the Taliban about that. So the Taliban would roll into cities and say, by the way, we agreed to this, and the United States said we could have this. And at some point, the Afghanistan army was like, screw this. And they just started to end whole retreat from these areas. So, but
let me put a challenge to you, Seb. You mentioned giving javelins to the Ukrainians, etc. I mean, as you well know, and by the way, it's interesting that even though we're all three from different kind of ways of seeing the world, actually on Ukraine, there's quite a lot of agreement in this room, ironically. But there are a lot of people on your side who've bought this idea that this is Ukraine. The reason the war in Ukraine happened is that Russia was provoked. It was provoked by the expansion of NATO. It was provoked by the giving of weaponry to Ukraine. So what would you say to the people who say, well, yeah, Donald Trump gave stuff to the Ukrainians and that's why Russia invaded?
I don't think we need to go down, a kind of a rabbit hole on this. You know my stance. There's me, Dennis Prager, and Klavan and Mark Levin. That's about the three conservatives who are strong on Ukraine. We reject the Tuckerite isolationism, the neo-Buchananite isolationism. But the whole, you're the expert. You're the guy who translates.
Oh my God, I tried to do a humanity reach out, and it totally bit me in the. It didn't bite me in the ass, but his engagement was so disgusting.
Putin's speeches immediately when they're given. This hoary canard that we encircled Russia, or that U.S. presidents have provoked this great champion of Western, Christendom called Vladimir Putin is asinine. I mean, you know better than anyone. For 22 years since he became premier, Vladimir Putin has been giving speeches on the fact that Ukraine, Poland, the Baltic states are all legitimate and need to be parts of Russia. He's been planning this ever since he, walked into the palace in Moscow.
Can I ask a personal question? I'm curious. Or not personal, personal politics.
Last year, I was introduced to Monetary Metals, a game-changing platform that offers a unique approach to saving and earning income. And I have to say, I've been so impressed that I'm really enjoying using my Monetary Metals account.
If you listen closely to our interview with world-renowned economist Jim Rickards last year, you'll have heard him say this.
Gold will be where countries go, and it should be where investors go, follow the money, as they say. And central banks have been net buyers for the last 13 years. So they're about the best informed players you can imagine. So I'd have some gold.
So we know about the benefits of owning gold. What you may not know is that now there's a way to earn a yield on your gold, paid in more gold.
Why keep saving in fiat currency, which loses value every year due to inflation, when you can save and earn in gold and silver? What's more, imagine not only being able to protect your savings against inflation, but also earning passive income from it. With Monetary Metals, you can do just that.
Imagine if there was a thing you could buy that appreciated your in value, and maybe even a thing that paid you money to have it for a while. If only there were things like that existed, but I guess precious metals must be the only thing, huh?
Right now, you can earn between 2 to 5% annually on gold, paid in gold, when you open an account with them. If you're an accredited investor, you're eligible to earn even higher returns. We're talking about actually earning interest on gold, paid in more gold.
So if you're looking to protect and grow your wealth, look no further.
What's the alternative? Every single investment ever? What do you mean?
Monetary Metals. Visit monetary-metals.com/trigonometry or scan the QR code below.
My mom came from Cuba, and my mom and dad were in the Air Force. When I grew up, my parents hated.
I even try to humanize myself. Look, I've got family.
China and Russia, for understandable reasons. My mom flew on the Looking Glass mission, looking for basically nuclear missiles, doomsday, end of the world type stuff. And yeah, the fall of the Soviet Union, the Iron Curtain was a monumentous thing in the world. And it sounds like you have similar feelings about Russia, which I'm happy to hear. Does it bother you, or does it give you pause that so many fans under Donald Trump, that so many of the people that support him seem to be so either skeptical about supporting Ukraine or fallen in support of Russia because they see them as a stronger, better country that champions Christian values better or doesn't submit to the woke mob better, and that maybe it is their right to own Ukraine and the U.S. provoked that?
It bothers me that there are such voices on the putative conservative right. I have come to the conclusion they're not numerous, and they have nothing to do with my former boss. Let me tell you a story about that. We've heard for 7 years, still, Hillary was doing it a few days ago, that he loves Putin and
he immediately goes into his talking points.
One
Kill
story.
me, bro.
It's so amusing that there are people who are such experts on the Wagner Group now, right after the fake coup. We were experts on the Wagner Group in the Trump administration. We informed President Trump very early on that there are 300 Wagner Group special forces guys running around the Middle East destabilizing the region. We weren't neocons. He's not an interventionist, but he's not an isolationist. He's the perfect balance between the two. And he said, what? Putin's got hundreds of guys running around the Middle East? That's not good. I'm not going to invade
No
the
part
Middle
about
East.
this is
I'm
true,
not
by
an
the way.
interventionist. But he told Secretary Mattis, kill them now. 4 hours later, every single member of the Wagner Group Special Forces deployment was red mist. What did Vladimir Putin do? Nothing. He crapped his pants. He didn't even hold a press conference because he was afraid of what President Trump would do next. That's what President Trump understands is the use of force, not intervention. But when you cross a line, when you destabilize regions that are already destabilized enough in Syria, when we informed him, this is now declassified, that there was a second chemical weapons attack being prepared by the Assad regime, what did he do? While Xi Jinping was having chocolate cake in Mar-a-Lago, he dropped 52 cruise missiles on that airbase and turned it into a sheet of glass and whispered into Xi's ear, I think you should know what I just did in Syria. That was a message for Xi, for Putin, for Kim in North Korea, for the mullahs in Iran. That's why for 4 years, no new wars. I don't understand why you aren't happy that for 4 years we had no new wars under Trump, and now you think you can blame October the 7th on Donald Trump? You can blame the invasion of Ukraine for a second time under a Democrat president on Donald Trump? It's actually an insult to intellect.
What a nice. I tried.
4 years, the world was safe. And now we have a world on fire. But yeah, the guy
How much of this do I hope I correct this every part of this story.
In court today in Manhattan, it's his fault. It's laughable.
Anything you want to say?
Both the situations are just completely and totally misrepresented. The attack on the Syrian airfield, they had advanced warning of that attack. There were no soldiers there. They did chemical weapons. Trump said, we're going to bomb your airport. This is when we're going to bomb. We'll give you a little bit to get out. And then we bombed it, and that was it. That was like business as usual. The idea...
Were there even any casualties when the U.S. bombed that airport? Was there a single one?
That was some huge, strong show of force is
no
hilarious.
Chemical weapons were used again.
And the Wagner Group, I mean, this operates as a paramilitary organization. Of course, Russia is not going to claim direct responsibility, at least prior to the Ukrainian war, for any activities that they do. That's fine, but Russia is not going to claim, Putin's not going to claim personal responsibility over any of their...
300 Russians being killed.
Yes, that's the point of the Wagner Group, you moron. Yes, a paramilitary group that operates independent of like actual official Russian command, supposedly. Right? That's the whole point. Why would you take direct credit for them? That would be like the U.S. coming out saying 100 of our spies today were captured in Beijing. Like, what? No, you're not gonna say that.
Of course he's not, because it's the Wagner Group. That's the whole point.
You've
also, the
always
Wagner,
got an excuse.
also the people that were.
You've always got an excuse. What do you think is the whole fucking point, dog?
The
wars. The people that were
no
eliminated.
Wars for 4 years.
The people that were eliminated.
Was that Obama? Did
the
Obama
conditions
fix
for
that?
the wars were being created. But the Wagner Group that was the Wagner members that were destroyed in the Middle East.
Why is he allowed to cut me off so much too? These moderators, man, me. I need to. There aren't any left-wing shows that host any debates now, so I can't even. I was going to say that. I need to go on more left-wing debate shows, but they don't because they're fucking pussies. So.
Wasn't Trump saying there's people in the Middle East, let's get them? It was them attacking a U.S. position in Syria and then getting destroyed by U.S. air support.
Yep,
that's what happened.
Correct.
It's constituted.
Correct. That is right. Notice how he doesn't counter what I'm saying. Wait, why do these guys touch each other so much? There's too much touching here. I'm uncomfortable with this. Even as a bisexual man, the amount of touching that's going on at this side of the table is driving me crazy, and it's making me uncomfortable.
This is exactly what I feel.
I should have wore a gayer shirt for this.
Happened. This is Alice in Wonderland.
Where is that every single response? Every single time this guy opens his mouth to respond to anything, there is no factual analysis. There is no substantive disagreement. It's just narrativizing and storytelling every single time.
Through the looking glass. Donald Trump is not responsible for anything good he did for 4 years, and all the awful things that happened in the last 3.5, yeah, those are his culpability. It's insanity. It beggars critical thought.
Okay. I think that, like, just real quick, just on
and he wouldn't even almost let me respond to that. I had to fight to respond here.
Thing, okay, because it's frustrating because, like, the analysis is childlike to defend Trump, right? Well, there were no wars, right? Wars don't just come out of nowhere. There's a buildup for how these things happen. So we talked very specifically just on.
I should have Nebraska Steve here. I don't know how the fuck this guy remains so calm. The analysis was childlike. No, you should have said, you sound like a fucking fourth grader. You sound like you're in fucking kindergarten. You sound like you are fucking retarded. That's what the response should have been.
Wars don't just come out of nowhere. There's a buildup for how these things happen. So we talked very specifically just on one event. Also, keep in mind,
like, it's no surprise that you say this sounds like Alice in Wonderland. It sounds like your mind lives in child book stories. Like you have no concept of any actual on-the-ground analysis of anything going on in the world. It's literally just narratives.
Say, like, I don't want to go into the weeds or get into a rabbit hole. It feels like it's because you know you're wrong if you actually get into the details of things. When you look at October 7th, what are things that Donald Trump did to signal how October 7th would have gone? Well, when Iran attacked Saudi Arabia, he did nothing. He showed strong support for Israel by moving the embassy to Jerusalem, and we signed the Abraham Accords, where we mediated them, which were bilateral negotiations between Israel and other Arab countries that didn't involve the Palestinians whatsoever. How do you not look at these three things and think, like, wow,
where is the response to this? Quarantine doesn't care because he has no idea what I'm talking about. Neither of these people at the table have any idea what I'm talking about. So why the f are we talking about this? We should just be talking about whether or not we think Donald Trump is a bigger dick than Hunter Biden. That should be the thing. We've seen Hunter Biden's. Why can't we see Trump's? That should be because what the f is the point of any of the conversation here? Like, okay, well, if you want to say a thing was caused by a thing, well, then let's look at like 3 strong points pointing to a particular thing occurring, rather than just saying like, well, Donald Trump was a strong man. Yeah, really? This 300-pound whale over here that wears whitey tighties and looks like he's wrestling every single day with type 2 diabetes is the guy who's the strong man that's scaring the world? This guy that's so retarded, our commander-in-chief for the first time in U.S. history, salutes another country's fucking troops? This is the guy that everybody's fucking afraid of? Give me a fucking break here. Holy shit.
These are countries that didn't involve the Palestinians whatsoever. How do you not look at these three things and think, like, wow, I wonder if these are creating conditions that are relating to October 7th? Like, these are the types of things that lead to that type of violence.
This is...
Oh, he's about to say, this is incorrect because your analysis here is wrong on all of these points, and I'm going to go point by point and explain why you're incorrect about what you said. That's what he's about to do. I pre-watched this because I was there. He's about to do a really good in-depth. This is the only part of the debate. This is the only part of the debate that we do where he actually seems to have a decent, concrete understanding of the substantive issues at play, and then is capable of finally having a back and forth intellectually about the facts on the ground.
Relating to October 7th, like these are the types of things that lead to that type of violence.
This is actually disgusting.
Oh, never mind. I forgot. He's a retard for the entire conversation. My bad.
This is dishonorable.
It's a lot of adjectives. Where are the facts?
True.
Let's stop it for a moment, okay?
I shouldn't be erasing. I should have looked him in the eyes when I said that. I don't know how to clear the whole page of my notes, so I have to do this stupid eraser bullshit when I'm taking notes on the dumb shit they're saying.
Stop it, because you've just blamed President Trump for October the 7th.
I did not blame Trump for October
stop
the
it.
7th.
I'm going to respond now because this is your debating tactic.
It's not a
You're
tactic.
like an ADHD
facts.
version of Ben Shapiro. You throw out stuff out there, and then
goodness.
it's all garbage. But beneath it is actual venomous illogic.
Is that what history is? Venomous, illogical?
Will you just shut up for 2 minutes?
Seb, hold on a sec. First of all,
let me respond to him.
You
haven't responded to a single point.
Guys, both of you stop right now. First of all, Seb, you got to stop and stop.
We just need to take a... Because I feel like at this point in the debate, surely I've earned it, where I can just start coming out really hard. I just don't want to look unhinged. I should have just...
him. Secondly, when he was talking, you were interrupting a lot. I tried to stop you.
But it also mind me too when the moderator's against me at the same time. I also get super mind because it would be super easy to like if I went off on him here and I was like, sir, you haven't responded to a single point, blah 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 blah, and then the moderator would have stopped me. I don't know if that would give me the appearance of looking unhinged. I don't know.
Now you're talking. He's interrupting.
So let him interrupt.
So what I'd like for both of you to do is just make your points in a slightly calmer and more respectful way. Go ahead.
What do you mean both of you? Come on. What do you mean both of us? Seriously?
Right. So what he just did is he said,
"You look good when they soy out and you respond nonchalantly." Maybe, I don't know. I need to go abduct random people off the street and make them watch this and say, "Does this guy look unhinged to you? The guy on the right?"
The conditions for the largest slaughter of Jews since 1945 were created by President Trump. That's horrific. That's almost.
Stephen.
He's not responding to me. See, like right here, the moderator me so hard. Make him answer the question. Oh God, I would rather just have a one-on-one debate with Gorka, because having a fake moderator hurts me worse than having no moderator. Because at least with no moderator, we can just be screaming at each other. But now, like, this guy gets the illusion of appearing more credible in the conversation when the moderator is carrying so much water for him. Like, make him answer the question.
Chill for a second, both of you. Seb, go ahead.
It's almost like a blood libel.
Oh my God. I should just start jerking off. I need to bring paper towels. I need to start masturbating so that I would force the moderator to actually do something. I should start jerking off. I should open up horse hentai porn on my fucking iPad. I should start masturbating. That's what I should do. Or take out a fat doob. No, I need to have a crack pipe. I should just take a crack pipe and start smoking crack, because I need to get on his level. This is what I need to get to where you're at right now. I need the Nebraska crack pipe. And then I'll take out a fucking hat, a thing of alfalfa, and chew on it.
It's really,
And I'll make sure it's gay porn. Oh, I think I even get, oh yeah, it just happens here. I get so.
For a second, both of you. Seb, go ahead.
It's almost like a blood libel. It's really, the fact that this man, let me talk to you about who Donald Trump is. For 23 years, swamp politicians of left and right broke a promise to Israel. Bill Clinton said, I'm going to recognize Jerusalem as the capital of the Jewish state, and I'm going to move our embassy. Because of that statute, every 6 months for 23 years, the incumbent president, Clinton, Obama, and Bush, had to send a diplomatic missive to Jerusalem saying, sorry, I know we promised this, but we're not doing it now. When my former boss was chosen by 63
I should bring a crack pipe with me to these debates. That would be based.
million Americans to be the chief executive, he said, I'm doing this. By the way...
Oh, shit. I think I just started typing in DGG here. Dude, I'm so done with this debate. Wait, where are my logs at? I think I start typing in chat, and I'm like, what's up? This guy's fucking unhinged. Like, I hate this conversation. Does anybody have my logs? Where are they? Link them from that day. This guy, LOL. He's rambling so much right now. He is so mad, LOL. It's not live. I was so triggered. There's no point even taking notes of this. He's not even like, God, fuck, this is so boring. But I have Slay the Spire on my iPad now, so I'll just probably play a game the next time people do this shit. I think, actually, unironically, I think I'll try that. The game playing tactic, I'll just, like, break out a game and play. If you're not going to respond to shit I'm saying, if I have to waste my time being here, I could be making money streaming right now, and I'm wasting my time in front of this guy interviewing for a job. I don't need to be here.
When my former boss was chosen by 63 million Americans to be the chief executive, he said, I'm doing this.
You should clearly lay out what just happened in the conversation and how insane his responses are. Like, really drive the point home. Yeah, but then I feel like I sound Sawyer insane when I'm like, just to be clear, he didn't answer any of my questions, or he didn't respond. Like, I did that a lot for Omar, and some people were saying I think I did that for Omar. Maybe I should. Maybe I do not. Maybe it's fine, actually. Maybe I'm just being too critical. Maybe this guy does look unhinged, and I look fine, and I'm just, like, annoyed because he's not responding to me. I think that's probably the case. I think he looks unhinged. I think most people should be able to see that. I don't think he's bringing up a single point of substance in this entire fucking conversation.
By the way, a man whose daughter is Jewish, whose grandchildren are Jewish, he held a meeting of the National Security Council at principals level, not the bureaucrats, but the actual cabinet members. And he told them all, I'm moving the embassy and I'm recognizing Jerusalem. Only 3 members of his cabinet, shockingly, supported him. And his Secretary of Defense, this man who had very carefully built his reputation as Mad Dog Mattis, was petrified and told the president, Mr. President, don't do this. You will ignite World War III, and I don't have enough Marines to protect our embassies. What was the president's response? He said, I'm doing this for 3 reasons, Jim. Number 1, I promised the people of America who elected me during the campaign. Number 2, for 23 years, we've told the Israelis we're going to do this, and we haven't. We have dishonored our oath. And 3, it's the right thing to do, Jim. We moved the embassy, and...
Do I bring up the Great March of Return happened under Donald Trump? Like, that whole thing happened. Like, that was literally, like, in a way, that was kind of a precursor to October 7th. A bunch of people approaching the wall, trying to cut through it. Like, there's a lot of crossover here. Like,
no bombings, no slaughter of women at...
I wonder if I bring that up. Because that would have been under Trump, right? 2018, I forget the years of presidency. 2016, 2020, that would have been under Donald Trump. I should have...
Concerts in the desert, no men being beheaded with blunt garden hose.
I don't think I bring that up.
The unedited video of what happened on October the 7th. Strangely, none of that happened. But when Joe Biden comes in, surrenders Afghanistan, and Ukraine is invaded, then suddenly we have 1,300 Jews massacred.
Suddenly?
No, it's not Donald Trump's fault that he recognized Jerusalem, moved our embassy. It's because nobody fears the senile old man in the White House who talks to dead people and thinks his wife is his sister. That's why the world is on fire. And don't you dare blame President Trump for what happened.
Don't you dare! I need to make fun of these guys more. I don't have to scream and hinge, but I should be making fun of them more.
On October the 7th, because that is despicable and you know it.
Stephen, there's other stuff I want to ask you about, but I feel like you should have a right to respond if you want to.
Yeah, there's no substantive analysis. I mean, it's a bunch of virtue signaling. It's a bunch of, how dare you? I saw the videos. And blah, blah.
Oh, okay, good. All right, good.
Blah. But the reality is Donald Trump was an idiot when it came to foreign policy. He didn't understand the intricacies of any of the situations that he nor his administration were involved in. And a lot of the stuff that he did during his presidency was kind of a build-up to the frustrations that would obviously come out on October 7th and that horrible terrorist attack. It's funny that you were even slightly prescient without realizing it by saying that, like, well, if we move the embassy, there's going to be World War III. Yeah, moving the embassy and showing that kind of support for Israel while they're continuing to kick people out of neighborhoods in East Jerusalem, while the rest of the Arab world is having this huge separation between what their people think, because a lot of Arabs aren't really happy with Israel, but the leadership is kind of like done with the conflict and they want to move on. But it's continuing to antagonize those types of things. It's the Abraham Accords, again, these completely cut out the Palestinians from any of the conversation whatsoever. Donald Trump was a man who loved cheap victories. The idea that I could get bilateral peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia, who for all intents and purposes had already basically normalized like conversations with each other.
Yep.
You don't think it was historic?
No. The Abraham Accords, no.
I don't even get to finish my ramble. I can't yap after this guy yapped?
Absolutely not. The impetus for the Abraham Accords was, if you look at what's going on in Palestine, there's a big part of the West Bank called Area C that Israel is holding on to, and Netanyahu was essentially signaling that he was about to start to formally annex parts of these. So they formally annexed the Golan Heights a while ago. You've got East Jerusalem.
A long time ago, actually. Nobody calls me out on that, though, because nobody knows. I think Golan Heights were formally annexed in the 70s? When did Israel formally annex the Golan Heights? Israel annexed Golan Heights. Oh, no, 80s, 81. Yeah, close enough.
Jerusalem is more or less formally annexed now by Israel, and now they were going to start to encroach into Area Cs and formally annex that, because I think it's kind of the goal for Israel. And I think it was Qatar, I think, that might have been the first ones to say this, but like, we need to talk and do something, because if this happens, it's going to be catastrophic. And then Kushner inserted himself into this process, and then we got the Abraham Accords out of that to delay essentially the annexation of the West Bank.
When he prods more, it makes you look better. Maybe, I hope. Because I can't tell, because like if he prods, like I always have an answer to every single thing that's ever brought up. I can always answer any question. Whatever these people bring up, I always answer everything. But it feels like when I bring up questions, this guy doesn't answer anything. He never has an answer for me. Cormantine, if that's his name, right? This guy was a better debater than Gorka. Gorka doesn't answer a single fucking thing.
But again, it was a cheap win without solving any actual problems, because the big stickler right now, at least in the Gulf states and in the Levant, is Palestine and Palestinians, and Trump got us no closer to any of that. Again, a cheap win, whether it's the Abraham Accords or the Doha talks with the Taliban, in exchange for an actual real solution, which would have been lasting peace solved for Afghanistan, or an actual deal that involved the Palestinians. Donald Trump wanted neither of those, but man, we sure got a lot of really good stories and moving speeches about it.
I want just one sentence or one word. I want the viewers and the listeners to note his choice of words, which is very telling. This man labeled October the 7th the result of frustrations.
What a weird virtue signal. Like, do you know who the fuck I am? Like, come on, bro. I'm literally the pro-genocide guy. This is the virtue signal you're going to go for with me? Get the fuck out of here.
The murder of women and children and grandmothers is justified as the result of frustrations.
Justified?
Okay. File that away.
You got your sentence in. I didn't mean it in any dismissive way. I'm just trying to make sure that you both have the right amount of time and being fair.
Damn, how am I so fucking calm in these conversations? What the fuck am I doing? I gotta be like popping some kind of Xanax or something. How am I not? It's such a stupid fucking statement. My God.
I'm just trying to make sure that you both have the right amount of time and being fair. So the one question I think that
I must have been Zanzed up. It's the drugs, Vyvanse? No, remember, this is like my week off, I think. I didn't take my shit in like a week here.
we ought to be thinking about in terms of the geopolitics side of things is Donald Trump could be reelected or Joe Biden could be reelected. How do you think Joe Biden is going to improve the global situation? I think we all accept that the world is on fire in terms of everything that's going on. The conflict in Ukraine, the conflict in Israel and Gaza. If Joe Biden is reelected, what gives you hope that he's going to resolve these things in the way that you talked about, having some kind of long-term solution to these very complicated, difficult issues? How do you think he'll solve that?
When I think of the three hotbed spots right now, in my mind, I'm thinking China and Taiwan, I'm thinking Ukraine and Russia, and I'm thinking Israel and Palestine. I think of the three hotbed foreign policy things right now. When I look at Joe Biden's behavior for Ukraine, I feel like it was about as well as it could have been. In that we were able to gather a wide amount of support across Europe. We were able to energize our allies. We were able to add to our NATO roster. We were able to raise a lot of money and send stuff to Ukraine, while at the same time drawing like a very clear, like, listen, we're supporting them, but we're not going to have troops on the ground. We're not going to do no-fly zones. We're not going to do anything crazy. Nothing that's going to set us on some road, that we can't turn back from to go to World War III, but we're going to support them as much as we can, basically. I wish the support would be a little bit stronger. I understand the hesitation, though, in that they don't want Ukraine to be able to strike into Russia because there's concerns about escalatory stuff there. I wish the support was a bit stronger, but I think for the most part, I think Biden's handling of the Ukraine-Russia situation was
May I pause you just there? Because
it.
on that issue, my perspective is slightly different in that I understand the hesitation about offering more help, and it's a lot of money, and it doesn't enjoy as much domestic support as it did at the beginning of the conflict, etc. But I can tell you what's happening on the ground now is, even though these bills are very controversial in America and they're hard to pass, that $61 billion, it's not going to make any difference on the ground. Ukraine is losing.
He has like all of the Russian talking points for Ukraine. I've heard and seen, read different things from the one general guy speaking. Obviously, Anna comes on and talks, and I've heard different things. But him doing the whole I've got family in Ukraine. It's like, well, fuck me, dude. Do I really want to argue with this guy about
$61 billion? It's not going to make any difference on the ground. Ukraine is losing. I'm sad to